Chapter 1. First, deceive a disciple. My dear disciple, surely you do not wish to return to that home where you would continue to be bullied, do you? At the entrance of a dilapidated temple nestled in the mountains, Qin Yang set down his bundle and collapsed onto the ground. Beside him lay a strikingly beautiful young girl, sprawled out in a carefree manner, utterly disregarding her image. Master, I feel like I've heard those words in some novels. The girl replied weakly. Spend less time reading those indecent tales. Qin Yang retorted as he pulled out his water flask and took a hearty swig. Seeing this, the girl quickly sat up, snatched the flask from him, and began drinking herself. Qin Yang could only shake his head in resignation. The girl, who had just become his disciple, was named Tao Yaoyao. Once a servant girl of the chief family in Lingjiang City, she had endured relentless bullying until she seized the opportunity to escape. After being pursued by the family servants, it was Qin Yang who intervened to save her. Impressed by his remarkable skills, she decided to follow him, seeking safety in his company. At around 16 years of age, Tao Yaoyao was indeed a beauty with a graceful figure. However, her personality was something Qin Yang found rather difficult to manage. She exhibited a tomboyish demeanor, often more carefree than he was. Having drained the flask, Tao Yaoyao retorted, Master, how can you claim to know what I meant if you haven't read it? With that, she leaned in with a mischievous grin. Master, you wouldn't happen to have such novels on you, would you? Come, share with me. Qin Yang promptly pushed her away and said sternly, Nonsense. As a practitioner of the Tao, I study texts of celestial arts. How could I possess such frivolous tales? Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao pouted and lay back down, visibly displeased. You've been rambling on about this for ages, yet I have yet to see you produce a single text on celestial arts. Once you perform the initiation rites, I shall certainly teach you the ways of the Tao. He assured her, I will only pledge my loyalty once you show me the celestial arts. She countered, You must first pledge your loyalty, and then I shall present the arts. You must show me the arts first, and then I will pledge my loyalty. Their argument resumed. As they journeyed together, Tao Yaoyao began to harbor doubts. Though Qin Yang's skills were impressive, he did not resemble a true practitioner of the Tao. She had seen real practitioners before, those who soared through the skies on swords, not merely walking on foot, as Qin Yang did. Thus, she hesitated to accept him as her master, suspecting he might be a fraud. In truth, her suspicions were not unfounded. 5 years prior, Qin Yang had traversed into this fantastical realm, becoming a disciple of the Qinyang sect on Zizhu Peak. However, shortly after his initiation, his master passed away, leaving him alone on the vast mountain. According to the sect's rules, he naturally inherited the position of elder at Zizhu Peak. Yet, the other elders voiced their discontent, attempting to force him to relinquish his position by compelling him to descend the mountain to find disciples. Alas, he had barely begun his training, still at the body refinement stage, and how could he possibly attract disciples under such circumstances? The elders clearly sought to drive him away from the Qinyang sect. Yet, he had no choice. This world was perilous, and mortals were as fragile as grass. Without a sect to call home, cultivators were reduced to wandering practitioners, devoid of resources for cultivation. Qin Yang did not wish to live such a life after all. The Qinyang sect was still a sect of immortals, was it not? Thus, he set off to seek a disciple. At that moment, he, like many others who had crossed over, received a system. As long as he accepted a disciple, he would be rewarded. However, there were prerequisites. The disciple must possess the potential of a great emperor. Yet, Qin Yang himself had only just begun his path in cultivation. At the body refinement stage, how could he attract a disciple? Moreover, the system's requirement for a disciple with the potential of a great emperor seemed utterly unreasonable. Such prodigious individuals were as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. Even if he encountered one, how could they possibly be willing to accept him as their master? For 2 years, he traversed the Kanglan region, yet he found no suitable disciple. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, he encountered Tao Yaoyao, and at that moment, the long-dormant system finally sent him a notification. Tao Yaoyao was precisely the disciple he needed. Thus, Qin Yang rushed to rescue her. To his surprise, the girl was quite wary, insisting that he first present the celestial arts before she would consider becoming his disciple. But at that moment, Qin Yang had nothing of the sort. His master had left him with nothing before passing, and having been away from the sect for 2 years, the only thing of value he possessed was his clothing. As it stood, he had yet to acquire any techniques for himself. He was waiting to accept a disciple so he could receive reward from the system and continue his cultivation. Thus, the two found themselves at an impasse. Throughout their journey, Qin Yang pleaded with her to accept him as her master, but she refused to perform the initiation rites. Yet, the stubborn system insisted that the initiation had to be performed for him to officially accept a disciple. Yao Yao, trust me, once you pledge your loyalty to me, I will undoubtedly provide you with the finest celestial arts in existence, ensuring you will one day ascend to immortality. Keep dreaming. If you truly possess such techniques, would you have ended up in this sorry state? I have never seen such a destitute practitioner. Tao Yaoyao scoffed at Qin Yang's grandiose promises, wholly unconvinced. I swear, if I deceive you, may the heavens strike me with lightning. With no other options, Qin Yang resorted to a solemn oath, hoping the system would not fail him. Otherwise, if this girl failed to cultivate, his own fate would be sealed. In this world, the oaths of cultivators were taken very seriously. Upon hearing his words, Tao Yaoyao's expression softened. She understood that cultivators placed immense importance on their vows. Failure to uphold them would invite divine retribution. Seeing Qin Yang's earnest demeanor, her heart began to waver. Perhaps she could pledge her loyalty first, and if he failed to deliver the techniques, she could simply make her escape later. With this thought in mind, Tao Yaoyao reluctantly stood up. Very well, I shall pledge my loyalty to you as my master. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was overjoyed, quickly rising to adjust his attire. What does one need to do for the initiation? Tao Yaoyao looked at him, puzzled. In truth, Qin Yang himself was unsure. Just kneel and bow your head, that should suffice. As she heard this, Tao Yaoyao's doubts grew. She had never seen a practitioner perform an initiation so casually. Even common folk required tea and a bath. Was it truly this simple for a cultivator? Though skeptical, she felt she had no other option. If all else failed, she could at least learn some martial skills from this guy to protect herself in the future. With that thought, Tao Yaoyao knelt on the ground. Disciple, I pay my respects to my master. Seeing this, Qin Yang hurriedly reached out to help her up. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a long-forgotten voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted a disciple and completed the task. Reward: 10 years of cultivation. Reward: Technique Haolang Xianyang Jinjing. Detecting disciple, retrieving data. Disciple: Tao Yao Yao. Cultivation none. Talent: Class A. Constitution: Pure Yin spirit root, sacred body of cultivation, the utmost in Yin and softness. Attributes: scheming, alluring, lewd. Qin Yang gazed at the system panel, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. This disciple did not seem like a virtuous individual. And what on earth was this lewd attribute? As Qin Yang pondered these thoughts, an influx of spiritual energy surged into his body, and in an instant he broke through to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Simultaneously, 2 techniques materialized within the system space. Ignoring the peculiar attributes on the panel, Qin Yang focused on the pressing matter of his disciple. He promptly retrieved the Huiyue Xianin Jinjing and handed it to Tao Yaoyao. See? I did not deceive you. Upon witnessing Qin Yang produce a genuine celestial technique, Tao Yaoyao's face lit up with joy. Eagerly, she flipped through the text, only to freeze in shock the next moment. To cultivate the Xianin Jinjing, one must maintain their maiden status? What kind of rubbish technique is this? Does it mean I must remain single for a lifetime? Chapter 2. I call you master, and yet you wish to be my father. With a look of suspicion, Tao Yaoyao turned her gaze toward Qin Yang. Master, you aren't trying to trick me, are you? She waved the technique in her hand, questioning him. Would you dare practice this technique yourself? Becoming an old bachelor through cultivation, what's the point of that? Qin Yang found himself equally perplexed, yet he had no other technique at hand. Moreover, this was the only one provided by the system, surely the most suitable for Tao Yaoyao. Perhaps the girl was simply destined to be alone. As practitioners of the Tao, we must forsake earthly attachments in pursuit of longevity. By maintaining our maiden status, we can preserve our vitality and ensure unbroken cultivation. This is indeed a good thing. At this, Tao Yao Yao's expression brightened. I refuse. I cultivate to enjoy life. In the future, I intend to embrace many companions and gather male favorites. Oh, so I am to cultivate only to remain solitary? What is the point of that? Qin Yang stared at his little disciple in disbelief. Had he inadvertently crossed into a realm of female-oriented narratives? He had never considered taking on a harem. Yet this girl harbored such aspirations? Suppressing the urge to critique her thoughts, Qin Yang endeavored to reassure her. Yao Yao, this cultivation technique is not immutable as long as you achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality in the future. The so-called purine body will no longer be a limitation. When that time comes, it won't be too late for you to establish a harem. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao Yao still wore a face of skepticism. Achieving enlightenment and ascending to immortality, how distant that seems. In a world filled with countless cultivators, how many have truly reached that pinnacle? If she were unable to become an immortal, would she not be destined to remain single for the rest of her life? Thinking of this, Tao Yao Yao immediately felt a surge of retreating intent. She did not wish to be referred to as an old woman in the future. She recalled the several elderly women in the past who were unable to marry. They could hardly lift their heads in daily life. Tao Yao Yao was determined not to follow in their footsteps. Master, do you have any other techniques? Please give me a different book. I do not. Do you think cultivation techniques are cabbages, available at will? Moreover, this technique is the most suitable for you if you wish to cultivate. You have no choice. Qin Yang seemed to don a different persona, his tone suddenly becoming much more assertive. After all, he had already ensnared his apprentice. Even if this little girl wanted to flee, she could not. Seeing this, Tao Yao Yao gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Qin Yang. At this moment, she fully realized that she had undoubtedly been deceived. Master, you better not be lying to me. If I truly cannot find a man in the future, you must take responsibility. Qin Yang, upon hearing this, wore an expression of exasperation. How could this young girl have so many thoughts at such a tender age? Fine, fine, fine. If you find yourself unable to find a man in the future, I shall be your man, if that pleases you. Qin Yang retorted with irritation. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Tao Yao Yao revealed a mischievous smile. Master, as the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. You wouldn't be a ghostly father, would you? Get lost. Qin Yang could no longer tolerate it. No wonder the system labeled this girl as a lewd maiden. Good heavens, this little girl could outwit him, a grown man. Tao Yao Yao clutched the cultivation technique and hurriedly retreated to the side. At present, there were no other options available for her. A mere mortal, the opportunity to cultivate was an extraordinary chance, and she certainly would not relinquish it. Although this technique appeared somewhat dubious, she was left with no choice. Tao Yao Yao opened the tome of cultivation and began to study it. However, soon her expression grew increasingly grim. The initial pages of this technique were filled with the grievances left by predecessors. Yet these grievances resembled nothing more than complaints. Damn this purine body. It has left me single for millennia. What kind of absurd technique is this? After cultivating, I cannot release my primordialine. How pitiful it is that I possess supreme cultivation, yet remain solitary. How infuriating. The person who created this technique is truly deserving of 1,000 cuts, causing me to be single for over 10,000 years. In the 4th year of Xiangyuan, I have cultivated for 2,000 years, remaining single to this day. Once again, I curse the creator of this technique. In the 388th year of Fu Hua, I have cultivated for 5,000 years, still single to this day. I curse the creator of this technique yet again. In the 1st year of Tianfeng, for a full dozen pages, densely packed with the complaints of predecessors. Through the paper, Tao Yao Yao could almost sense the resentment permeating the lines. These were the lamentations of a group of long-suffering single women. Tao Yao Yao could almost envision the indignation these individuals harbored toward this technique. She silently swallowed, feeling a twinge of fear within her. Yet at this moment, She had no other choice. She cast a furtive glance at Qin Yang, who lay asleep on the ground, clenching her teeth in frustration. What could she do? Who would have expected to be saddled with such an unreliable master? However, if she could cultivate, it would also present her with a chance to alter her destiny. If you dare deceive me, once I achieve enlightenment, I shall tie you up and give you 3 meals a day of little whips. Tao Yao Yao murmured at Qin Yang, then promptly opened the technique and focused on her cultivation. Before long, she became aware of the extraordinary nature of this technique. Having never dabbled in the path of cultivation before, she found this technique remarkably effortless to practice. It was as though she had previously cultivated this technique, with everything flowing smoothly and naturally. In less than half an hour, she had directly bypassed the body refinement stage and broken through to the first layer of qi refinement. Feeling the immense changes within her body, Tao Yao Yao was instantly invigorated. Recalling all the hardships she had endured in the past, she dared not waste a moment. Once she achieved enlightenment, no one would dare bully her again. Tao Yao Yao hurriedly continued her cultivation. The next morning, Qin Yang, still lost in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the noise created by Tao Yao Yao. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find Tao Yao Yao's delicate face intently observing him. Master, I did it. I really succeeded in my cultivation. I am now at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Tao Yao Yao shook Qin Yang's shoulders, her face brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang instantly became alert. The technique provided by the system was truly miraculous. In just one night, this girl had directly surpassed the body refinement stage and broken through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. No wonder the system had declared her a prodigy of imperial caliber. Such talent for cultivation was indeed terrifying. Very well, but remember to remain humble and not become complacent. Qin Yang offered a word of encouragement, just as he was about to rise, when suddenly a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host! Your apprentice Tao Yao Yao has advanced to the 6th layer of qi refinement. The host receives a rebate, elevating his own cultivation to the perfected foundation establishment. Qin Yang's eyes lit up instantly. His apprentice's advancement. Many also received a rebate? If that were the case, what need was there for him to cultivate himself? He could simply focus on cultivating his apprentice and enjoy the benefits. With this thought, Qin Yang suddenly found a new goal. That was to exert all his efforts to nurture Tao Yao Yao. As long as this girl cultivated, he would receive boundless rewards. Chapter 3. Professional Pitfall for Fellow Practitioners. The occupational mage at the entrance of a dilapidated temple. The master and disciple, exhilarated after their recent adventure, found themselves seated on the threshold. However, they were soon confronted with a dire predicament: hunger. "Master, I am famished," exclaimed the disciple. "So am I," replied the master. Qin Yang's stomach had long been growling. Yet in this desolate wilderness, what sustenance could they possibly find? Not to mention other people, even a stray dog was nowhere in sight. Remaining here would only lead to starvation. They must descend the mountain. Qin Yang spoke softly. After 5 years of enduring the elements, he had become accustomed to hardship. Yet this time, he was uncertain of their location. The endless mountain seemed to stretch on without end. The two rose, dragging their weary bodies as they set off into the distance. This trek would consume an entire day. To be why now, both were so hungry that their stomachs pressed against their backs. Just as they were about to forage for leaves to stave off their hunger, Qin Yang suddenly spotted a flicker of light in the distance. "There are people down there," he exclaimed, quickly pulling Tao Yao Yao toward the source of the light. Before long, they arrived at a quaint little town. The atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Although there were lights flickering all around, no souls were to be seen. "Master, could this be a ghost town?" Tao Yao Yao asked, her heart racing at the eerie sight. "Today's cultivators, we should not fear spirits," Qin Yang replied dismissively as he pressed onward. Reluctantly, Tao Yao Yao followed suit. Not long after, they noticed a grand mansion adorned with white cloth at the entrance. Scattered on the ground were numerous offerings of paper money, and 2 white lanterns hung ominously from the gate. "But I told you this was a ghost town." "Look," exclaimed Tao Yao Yao, clutching Qin Yang's arm. Her face drained of color. "You are already at the qi refinement stage. You could easily handle a dozen common malevolent spirits. What is there to fear?" Qin Yang retorted, somewhat exasperated, before striding toward the estate. The mansion's gate stood wide open, revealing a courtyard where a coffin lay. Strangely, the place remained eerily vacant, save for a fire pit still smoldering on the ground, indicating that someone had recently been there to pay their respects. Qin Yang moved forward quietly, soon discovering offerings laid out in the mourning hall. Though they consisted merely of pastries and fruits, they would suffice to alleviate their hunger. Without hesitation, Qin Yang seized a piece of pastry and began to indulge. Upon witnessing this, Tao Yaoyao was left utterly speechless that it was said that the deceased should be revered. At this moment, she felt a deep sense of respect for the offerings. Watching Qin Yang consume food meant for the dead left her utterly flabbergasted. "Come, eat. Aren't you hungry?" Qin Yang urged, offering her a piece of pastry. Tao Yaoyao swallowed nervously but ultimately hesitated to take it. What is there to fear? When they were alive, they would worship us. Now that they have passed, what is there to be afraid of? Qin Yang insisted, placing the pastry into Tao Yaoyao's hands. Though she felt a twinge of reluctance, her gnawing hunger prevailed, and she joined Qin Yang in feasting. Just then, a ruckus erupted from outside, and Qin Yang keenly sensed that someone was returning. Tao Yaoyao, upon hearing the noise, panicked that if they were caught stealing offerings meant for the deceased, they might be met with dire consequences. Although they could easily handle ordinary mortals with their current abilities, the moral implications weighed heavily upon them. They were not demonic cultivators that as the crowd entered, Tao Yaoyao sought a place to hide. But she suddenly heard a lamenting voice that, "Oh, my dear friend, how could you leave us? I traveled so far only to miss your final farewell." Turning her head, she was astounded to see Qin Yang weeping profusely over the coffin. For a moment, Tao Yaoyao was at a loss. What was happening? Was he truly mourning? A group of men and women filed into the room, their expressions reflecting confusion as they beheld the two unfamiliar figures. Observing Qin Yang's profound sorrow, a middle-aged man dressed in mourning garb approached him. "Young brother, do you know my father? Why do you weep for him?" he inquired. Qin Yang lifted his head and wiped his tears. "Are you the child of Lord Kong?" "Indeed." The man affirmed that my name is Qin Yang, that a few years ago, I had the fortune of meeting Lord Kong and receiving his kindness that as I passed through this area. I intended to pay my respects, only to find that I missed my chance to see him one last time. Alas, Lord Kong was a man of great integrity and compassion, and I wished to recite prayers for his soul. As he spoke, Qin Yang retrieved a robe from his pack, draping it over himself before beginning to chant solemnly. The low murmur of his recitation seemed to resonate deeply with the gathered crowd, stirring them to weep in sympathy. Meanwhile, Tao Yaoyao stood frozen, bewildered. What manner of sorcery was her master practicing? After what felt like an eternity, Qin Yang finally concluded his chanting. The middle-aged man hurried to support him. "Since you are a dear friend of my father's and have traveled so far to honor him, you must be weary. Allow me to arrange for a meal to be prepared for you." As Qin Yang dabbed at his tears, he was escorted away by the servants. Soon, a banquet of delicacies was set before the two. However, Tao Yaoyao was filled with questions. "Master, do you truly know this family's patriarch?" "Not at all," he replied. "How did you know this was Lord Kong's family? Isn't it written on the memorial tablet?" She pointed out that, "Oh, you were pretending to grieve?" "Indeed," he confirmed. "And the prayers you recited? Did you catch what I was chanting?" Tao Yaoyao stood there, utterly dumbfounded, now almost certain that her master was nothing short of a charlatan. His proficiency in this matter was astonishing, observing Qin Yang devouring the feast before him. She remained silent for a long while before finally joining in the meal. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to fill their bellies first. The two rested at the mansion for the night. The following day, as they prepared to depart, the middle-aged man provided them with travel funds. Exiting the town, Qin Yang and his disciple continued their journey. With the disciple now by his side, Qin Yang contemplated returning to his sect. Although Zizhu Peak was devoid of resources, it was nonetheless a blessed location for cultivation, making it more suitable for their training. Moreover, returning to the sect meant he would no longer have to endure the pangs of hunger. As they traveled, the companionship of Tao Yaoyao made the journey far less tedious. Most importantly, in recent days, her cultivation had advanced remarkably that in just 3 to 5 days, she had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. With the next step being foundation establishment, However, Foundation establishment required a foundational elixir, which posed a challenge for Qin Yang to in the realm of cultivation. Elixirs and magical artifacts were always in high demand and commanded exorbitant prices. Although Qin Yang served as an elder at Qianyang sect's Zizhu Peak, the sect had consistently neglected him. He received no stipend, not even the meager allowances afforded to ordinary disciples. How could he possibly afford a foundational elixir? While Qin Yang could rely on the system to enhance his cultivation without needing the elixir, Tao Yaoyao was not so fortunate. After much contemplation, Qin Yang realized he had only one option left: to return to the sect and, well, procure a foundational elixir. Through borrowing, of course. Chapter 4. Borrowing resources, a master's sacrifice for his disciple. A day later, Qin Yang had entirely abandoned his previous thoughts. The Kingland domain was vast, and during his 2-year absence from the sect, he had traversed it from south to north. Now, even if he hastened his pace, it would take him at least 6 months to return to Qianyang sect. Yet, with Tao Yaoyao on the brink of a breakthrough, delaying his return would only hinder her progress. That as he considered his own situation, Qin Yang realized that his cultivation was intrinsically linked to Tao Yaoyao's. Should she succeed in her breakthrough, he would receive a feedback boost in his own cultivation. He couldn't afford to waste half a year. However, he was currently without a single spirit stone, making the purchase of a foundational elixir impossible. As for earning money, that seemed even less feasible. That a foundational elixir typically cost upwards of 100 spirit stones. If he were at the sect, he could complete some tasks to gather enough spirit stones. Yet now, as an outsider, earning 100 spirit stones would prove to be a challenge. Thus, he had only one route left to pursue: to seek out a nearby sect or a family of cultivators and borrow a foundational elixir. As he journeyed onward, Qin Yang became increasingly familiar with the surroundings. That he recalled that not far from their current location lay a city housing a family of cultivators. These so-called families of cultivators were not necessarily ancient lineages. Most were former disciples who could not thrive within the sect and returned home to establish their own families based on their modest skills. While they may have struggled in the sect, among mortals they were still regarded as exalted beings, hence the title of cultivator families. Qin Yang dared not target the sects themselves. After all, those who could establish sects were invariably golden core ancestors, individuals far beyond his capabilities. Instead, he focused his attention on the cultivator families. Before long, master and disciple arrived in the city. In the distance, Qin Yang spotted a grand estate, its entrance adorned with a shimmering plaque inscribed with the characters Li Fu. During his previous travels, he had crossed paths with the head of the Li family. Now, returning to familiar territory, Qin Yang was filled with nostalgia. I wonder how Daoist Li is faring these days. Tao Yaoyao trailed closely behind Qin Yang, her gaze fixed upon the imposing estate before them. Memories of her past experiences with the chief family flooded her mind, and a flicker of disdain crept into her eyes. Master, do you know the owner of this house? Indeed. However, we had some unpleasantness back then. Qin Yang reflected, feeling a wave of hesitation wash over him, uncertain if Li Daoshu had calmed down since their last encounter. If that fellow were still agitated, he might return empty-handed this time. Master, do you harbor a grudge against the owner? Tao Yaoyao inquired, her face brimming with curiosity. That it's not quite a grudge, but during my previous visit, the owner's wife sought to borrow my essence that I declined, which led to some discomfort, Qin Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's interest peaked. Tales of mortals seeking to borrow essence from immortals were rampant. This phenomenon stemmed from a rumor that the primary requirement for cultivating immortality was possessing a spiritual root. The emergence of a spiritual root was exceedingly rare, with perhaps one in tens of thousands of mortals being blessed with one. Thus, the legend arose that one could borrow essence from an immortal, entrusting one's descendants to a cultivator with a spiritual root, in hopes that their offspring would inherit such a gift. Consequently, many cultivators found themselves in high demand among mortals. Even someone of Qin Yang's modest cultivation was met with utmost reverence. For as long as one could cultivate, they were seen as possessing a spiritual root, and thus could lend their essence. However, cultivators often maintained a vibrant essence, avoiding its leakage, as it was said to facilitate their cultivation. Therefore, most cultivators preserved their virginity, only seeking partners to propagate when they sensed their prospects for advancement were dim. Qin Yang had firmly rejected the previous proposal out of concern for this very matter. Yet the situation with the Li family was more intricate than he had anticipated. Master, if they come offering, why wouldn't you accept? Are you unable to? Tao Yaoyao questioned, perplexed, having been a mere mortal in the past and unaware of the taboos surrounding cultivation. She perceived such matters as advantageous. What do you know? Qin Yang shot her a disapproving glance. Cultivators must maintain a stable essence. Only then can their cultivation proceed smoothly. How could one casually allow its leakage? Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's expression soured. So, does that mean all cultivators are old bachelors? One might say so. Only those who have resigned themselves to a lack of hope in cultivation would choose to marry and have children. He replied. Tao Yaoyao's demeanor instantly darkened. Having suffered greatly in the past, bullied by others, she had finally become a cultivator with aspirations of finding male companions to assert her dominance. Now, to learn from Qin Yang that maintaining essence was necessary left her feeling disheartened. In that moment, resentment filled her heart. She felt trapped. Master, what happens if one does not maintain their essence? She asked. That I don't know. My master never mentioned it. Perhaps it would be inconsequential. Tao Yaoyao ventured tentatively. Qin Yang, fully aware of the girl's intentions, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. As a young lady, could you refrain from constantly thinking about establishing a harem? He increasingly felt as though he had traversed into a realm more suited for female readers, questioning whether this girl had any serious thoughts at all. Master, that's not fair. Why can men have multiple wives, while I cannot? She retorted. That I toil in my training to one day reign supreme as the Empress, surrounded by 3,000 beauties, embracing them all. At that point, I shall whip them at my leisure. As she spoke, her teeth clenched as if to vent her pent-up anger. Qin Yang, witnessing her fervor, felt a tightening in his chest. This girl certainly had bold aspirations, yet he refrained from extinguishing her enthusiasm. After all, having a goal fueled one's drive for achievement. Though her ambitions appeared somewhat frivolous, it was not his place to interfere. Enough, for the sake of your foundation pill. Let us proceed inside, Qin Yang declared, steeling himself as they approached the Li residence. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao hurriedly drew closer. Master, do you intend to acquiesce to their request? Are you truly willing to forsake your chastity for a single foundation pill? Silence. Qin Yang was genuinely exasperated. This girl had a knack for speaking without restraint. Although he secretly contemplated leveraging the situation for a foundation pill, such matters were hardly fit for public discussion. Did he possess no sense of dignity? Chapter 5. This disciple still thinks of herself master. For your disciple, you would personally sell yourself. Tao Yaoyao chattered incessantly behind him. Rest assured, once I achieve success, I shall build a harem, and you may indulge as you wish. Qin Yang, hearing her words, felt a mix of exasperation and gratitude. At least she was still considering him. By the way, master, do you favor men? My harem may not contain any women. Just as Qin Yang had begun to harbor a modicum of fondness for Tao Yaoyao, he was rendered speechless with frustration. Countless retorts coalesced into a singular exclamation. Get lost. All right. Tao Yaoyao chuckled lightly, falling silent as she slipped behind Qin Yang. That as they reached the entrance of the Li residence, a servant promptly approached to greet them. Ah, it is Master Qin. Long time no see. We did not expect you to return. Please come inside. The servant's enthusiastic demeanor put Qin Yang on high alert. He recalled the last time he departed, Li Daoxiu had not appeared pleased. The current fervor of these individuals struck him as somewhat peculiar. Following the servant into the Li residence, he bellowed, Master Qin has returned. Everyone, come out. Before long, a throng of people, both men and women, emerged from the courtyard. The Li estate was modest, and Li Daoxiu, merely a peak foundation cultivator, had no other cultivators in the family aside from himself. In fact, these individuals were not even his direct descendants, but rather the progeny of his collateral relatives. Upon seeing Qin Yang, the crowd exhibited profound respect, bowing in deference. Shortly thereafter, Li Daoxiu himself emerged from the back courtyard. Upon spotting Qin Yang, Li Daoxiu's expression shifted, and he quickly approached. Qin Daoyu, it has been months since we last met. I see you have unexpectedly reached the peak of foundation cultivation. I had not misjudged you. Indeed, you are a prodigy. Months prior, Li Daoxiu had encountered Qin Yang when he was merely at the body refining stage. Now, seeing him attain peak foundation cultivation in such a short span was astonishing to Li Daoxiu, who had taken 2 centuries to reach the same milestone. The onlookers, hearing Li Daoxiu proclaim Qin Yang as a peak foundation cultivator, displayed even greater reverence that in their eyes, body refining cultivators were already beyond reach, while peak foundation cultivators ranked alongside their esteemed ancestor, Li Daoxiu. The arrival of such a figure at their family was a tremendous blessing. The crowd surrounded Qin Yang as they entered the back courtyard, where Li Daoxiu promptly arranged a banquet to honor them. After a round of pleasantries, Qin Yang sensed that Li Daoxiu bore little grievance against him, allowing him to relax slightly. Once they had dined, Qin Yang broached the subject of his visit, that Li Daoyu, this is my newly accepted disciple. He gestured toward Tao Yaoyao, who, in the presence of outsiders, adopted a more composed demeanor, standing gracefully and bowing as a well-bred young lady would. Congratulations, Qin Daoyu, on acquiring such a talented disciple, Li Daoxiu remarked with surprise, discerning that Tao Yaoyao possessed peak qi refining prowess, indicating that this master-disciple pair was indeed exceptional. Your praise is unwarranted, Qin Yang replied, his expression somewhat troubled as he continued. However, my disciple is on the verge of breaking through to foundation cultivation, yet I find myself unprepared and without a foundation pill. At this, Li Daoxiu's expression shifted slightly. What you seek, I am able to assist with. Coincidentally, my family has a foundation pill available. Li Daoxiu spoke softly, his gaze lingering on Tao Yaoyao for a moment. However, I have one request of you, Daoyu. Qin Yang's expression grew peculiar upon hearing this, as anticipated. This old fellow was indeed making demands. He had ultimately not escaped the need to barter his chastity. Just as Qin Yang was steeling himself to make a sacrifice, Li Daoxiu's tone shifted. I have lived for over 300 years, and fear I may never reach the stage of core formation. Regrettably, none of my descendants possess a spiritual root. I do not wish to see the decline of the Li family. Thus I ask you, Daoyu, to select someone from my family to take under your wing. I do not expect them to cultivate, merely to serve you faithfully. With their presence, the Li family shall not be easily bullied. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yang let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the old fellow refrained from bringing up the matter of borrowing his seed again. It was merely about accepting a disciple, which he did not mind at all. Although the younger generation of the Li family lacked spiritual roots and were unable to cultivate, having the title of being his disciple could shield the Li family from bullying. That I agree to this. Qin Yang promptly declared that Li Daoxiu, upon hearing this, also felt a sense of relief that he turned and entered the house, retrieving a treasured foundation establishment pill he had preserved for many years, initially intended for the offspring of his clan. Unfortunately, none in the family possessed the ability to cultivate. Aware that he could not continue the Li family's path of cultivation, he decided to use the foundation establishment pill to forge a benevolent connection that he recognized that Qin Yang was destined for greatness. This investment would not go amiss. After accepting the foundation establishment pill, Qin Yang took off a jade pendant and handed it to Li Daoxiu as a token that if anyone in the Li family possesses spiritual roots in the future, you may present this token to seek me at Qin Yang sect. Li Daoxiu silently accepted the jade pendant. That evening, Qin Yang was invited to stay at the Li family for rest. Now that he had acquired the foundation establishment pill, he did not rush to have Tao Yaoyao consume it. The moment she established her foundation, it would surely attract unusual phenomena. Given that the Li family had no formations to conceal them and was situated within the city, it was inevitable that a commotion would ensue. Thus, Qin Yang planned to wait until they were outside the city, in a secluded spot, before allowing Tao Yaoyao to establish her foundation. As night fell, Qin Yang and Li Daoxiu sat in the courtyard, engaged in casual conversation. Observing the melancholic expression on Li Daoxiu's face, Qin Yang understood his thoughts. Although Li Daoxiu was over 300 years old, he had no progeny. For cultivators, the higher their cultivation level, the more challenging it became to bear offspring. Even though Li Daoxiu was still in the foundation establishment stage, at his age, procreation was no simple task, which was why he previously sought to borrow seed from Qin Yang. Though reluctant, Qin Yang felt a desire to assist Li Daoxiu, especially since he had been greatly aided by him. At this moment, Qin Yang indeed had an excellent method. Previously, the system had rewarded him with the Haolang Xinyang true scripture. After cultivation, Qin Yang had successfully cultivated a pure yang body, with blood containing pure yang energy. Procreation consumes essence, also referred to as yuan yang. However, Qin Yang, with his pure yang body, possessed an abundance of yuan yang. It was imperishable. Every drop of blood within him contained pure yang energy. In simpler terms, his blood was the most potent aphrodisiac in the world. Dao friend, you have rendered me a tremendous service today. I am at a loss for how to repay you, so I shall offer you a cup of tea instead of wine. Qin Yang lifted the teapot, pouring 2 cups of tea, discreetly adding a drop of his blood into Li Daoxu's cup. Such matters were difficult to articulate, and he found it inconvenient to state outright that Li Daoxu, however, thought little of it and raised his cup to drink it all at once. Yet the moment the tea touched his lips, he felt an overwhelming heat surge through him. Being a cultivator, how could he not discern the cause? He quickly looked up at Qin Yang. What is this, Dao friend? Do not worry, Li Dao, you return to your room and rest. You might just conceive a child. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Li Daoxu's expression shifted, and he immediately grasped the implications. Dao friend, is there truly such an extraordinary aphrodisiac? Qin Yang promptly spat out a mouthful of tea. What was this old fellow thinking? Why would he administer an aphrodisiac to him? This was not an aphrodisiac. It was merely a substance to enhance yuan yang. Hurry back and sleep, Qin Yang said brusquely, turning to return to his room. Though Li Daoxu was unaware of Qin Yang's actions, he could only feel an overwhelming sensation of discomfort. After so many years without such feelings, he felt as if he were a withered tree experiencing spring once more. He hurriedly got up and returned to his courtyard. Summoning his several wives in the dead of night, the sounds of ecstasy echoed from the Li family's rear courtyard. The family members listened, both embarrassed and indignant. Has the ancestor returned to his prime? They wondered. Alas, the ancestor has endured too much for the sake of the Li family's descendants. With his lifespan drawing to a close, I wonder how much longer he can hold on after this. Concern etched the faces of the Li family members. They understood that this was Li Daoxu's final act for the Li family, that if he managed to conceive an heir, that child might possess spiritual roots, thus allowing the Li family to continue its illustrious legacy. Yet, with Li Daoxu's time running out, such a release of yuan yang could very well signify his demise. Meanwhile, in Qin Yang's room, Tao Yaoyao covered her ears, visibly displeased. Master, do you think that old man from the Li family will die in bed from all this? Be quiet, Qin Yang snapped, casting an annoyed glance at Tao Yaoyao that he hadn't anticipated that the effects of pure yang blood would be so remarkable. This was far more potent than any aphrodisiac. How could Li Daoxu's aging body endure for so long? Why aren't you going back to sleep? Tao Yaoyao asked, pouting, with the racket in the back courtyard. Who could possibly sleep? As she spoke, Tao Yaoyao looked up at Qin Yang with a mischievous glint in her eyes, saying, Master, why are you so eager for me to go back to sleep? Are you hoping to indulge in yuan yang once I'm gone? Ridiculous, Qin Yang retorted sharply. Where on earth had this girl learned such things? What do you mean indulge in yuan yang? I don't even know what that newfangled term means. You should not speak of such vulgarities. As a girl, you must maintain your modesty. Do you understand? I am but a servant of the chief family. When the masters of the chief family would sleep, I had to wait outside their doors, that I have long grown accustomed to such scenes. Tao Yaoyao replied through gritted teeth. Having lived in such an environment since childhood, she naturally lacked the modesty of a proper young lady. Conversely, she often accompanied the older women of the household, who were hardly known for their refined language. Qin Yang felt a sense of helplessness at her words. The environment indeed shapes a person. And it seemed that Tao Yaoyao's character would not change anytime soon. Moreover, even the system had labeled her as a lewd woman, indicating that she might remain this way for life. Lying back on his bed, Qin Yang covered his ears with the quilt, finally finding some peace. After a night passed, the next day, he planned to depart from this place. With Tao Yaoyao needing to establish her foundation, he could not afford any further delays. Qin Yang initially intended to bid farewell to Li Daoxu, but upon inquiring with the servants, he learned that Li Daoxu had yet to rise. Thus, he asked the servants to pass on a message and subsequently left the Li family with Tao Yaoyao. Not long after their departure, a figure stealthily slipped out of the Li family, following closely behind Qin Yang. Having been reborn, all she sought was to assert herself, not for the purpose of proving her worth, but to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her, to demonstrate to those who looked down upon her that she would reclaim her own. Li Qingshan, clad in a light green long dress, her eyes sharp and cold beneath her cloak. Quietly trailed behind Qin Yang, awaiting her opportunity, did I end her previous life. She was born into the Li family, merely an inconspicuous mortal child. Yet by chance, she obtained a spiritual herb, gaining spiritual roots, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. After joining a sect, she faced bullying due to her mediocre aptitude. Nevertheless, she persevered with unwavering spirit, eventually cultivating to the divine transformation stage, rising from a mere disciple to the sect leader, achieving an exalted status. However, during an outing, she was betrayed by an elder of her sect. Believing her life to be at an end, she was astonished to awaken and find herself back in the present, just days prior. Utilizing the memories of her past life, she had once again located the spiritual herb and regained her spiritual roots. For the past few days, she had been secretly cultivating and had already broken through to the Qi refinement stage. She remembered that the Li family's ancestor possessed a foundation establishment pill and thus set her sights on it. Yet unexpectedly, Li Daoxiu had gifted the foundation establishment pill to Qin Yang the previous night. She knew that with her past life memories, she could reach foundation establishment in no time, and she was in dire need of that pill. Unwilling to let it fall into the hands of Yi Yang, she risked following Qin Yang. However, at present, her cultivation level was only at the Qi refinement stage, rendering her no match for Qin Yang, nor could she contend with his disciple. Yet the foundation establishment pill was too crucial for her. She had no choice but to take the risk, seeking an opportunity to stealthily acquire the elixir. Soon, she followed Qin Yang out of the city, trailing him as the sky darkened, that Li Qinchan knew this was her last chance. Tao Yao Yao was evidently on the verge of a breakthrough, and if she did not act soon, the pill might be consumed by her. Under the cover of night, she finally caught up to Qin Yang. At that moment, the two were resting in a dilapidated temple. Through the temple door, she clearly saw Tao Yao Yao sprawled on the ground, seemingly fast asleep. She did not immediately act, but waited until midnight when the bonfire in the temple began to dwindle before she quietly entered. However, upon stepping inside, she discovered that Qin Yang was not there. Only Tao Yao Yao remained, that Li Qinchan instantly became alert, preparing to turn and flee, but a figure blocked her at the entrance. Since you have arrived. Why the haste to depart? Chapter 7. The innate sword body, the celestial seed of swordsmanship. Li Qinchan suddenly realized she had been deceived. Qin Yang had likely discovered her presence long ago. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she silently pondered her next move. That I apologize. I merely passed through this area and sought a place to rest, that I hope I have not disturbed you too. Li Qinchan hurriedly spoke, only to find the bonfire in the temple rekindled, with a faint smile adorning Qin Yang's face. Such a clumsy lie. Do you take me for a fool? Qin Yang waved his hand, causing the cloak atop Li Qinchan's head to fall away, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, not captivated by her beauty, but rather by the system's voice echoing in his mind once more. Ding! Detection of a potential disciple. Name: Li Qinchan. Cultivation level: second layer of Qi refining. Talent: Grade A. Aptitude: innate sword body, naturally enlightened in the way of the sword, a prodigious talent for sword cultivation. Background: reborn. Previously a god transformation stage practitioner, met with treachery, now reborn. Attributes: aloof, pure desire, mature woman. Qin Yang scrutinized Li Qinchan silently, a hint of confusion stirring within him. That a reborn individual. Was this not a hallmark of protagonists? He wondered if this woman had come equipped with a system of her own. After a brief silence, he understood the true reason for Li Qinchan's arrival. From the moment they stepped out of the Li family, he had been aware of her. This woman fancied herself adept at concealment, yet wearing a cloak in broad daylight was somewhat self-deceptive. Thus, while Qin Yang appeared indifferent, he had been keeping a close watch on Li Qinchan all along. She had followed them from the Li family, undoubtedly because they possessed something she desired. The previous day at the Li family, he had only obtained a foundation establishment pill, the implications of which were clear. Miss, have you come for the foundation establishment pill? The moment Qin Yang uttered these words, Li Qinchan realized she might not be able to leave. He had seen through her intentions. Although the foundation establishment pill was not considered a supreme treasure, it was nonetheless a scarce commodity in the eyes of low-ranking disciples. Should she flee now, news of her presence would undoubtedly bring Qin Yang considerable trouble. Did I end this moment, she would not allow herself to depart. The most effective course of action was, of course, to silence her. Anxiety gripped her heart. Having just returned to life, she had no desire to lose it so soon. Your silence speaks volumes, Qin Yang quipped as he squatted by the bonfire. Speaking to himself that I know you require this. Yet my disciple also needs the Foundation Establishment Pill. This one I cannot part with. However, should you choose to become my disciple, I would be willing to promise you a Foundation Establishment Pill when you reach that stage. Upon hearing this, Li Qingchan's expression turned disdainful. She recognized that Qin Yang was attempting to deceive her. If he possessed a Foundation Establishment Pill, there would be no need to solicit one from the Li family. Moreover, how could a mere peak Foundation Establishment practitioner be her master? She had once been a God Transformation True Monarch. To her, such low-level cultivators were akin to ants. Even if she never joined a sect in this life, her future achievements would far surpass anything Qin Yang could hope to attain. Noticing Li Qingchan's continued silence, Qin Yang shook his head in exasperation that he knew she looked down upon him. After all, she was a reborn individual, a figure of great stature in her past life, while he was merely at the bottom of the hierarchy in the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, with her memories from a previous life, she had no need for a master to guide her. Nonetheless, Qin Yang was determined to accept this disciple, that a disciple recognized by the system must possess extraordinary talent. A rarity indeed. He did not wish to let this opportunity slip by. But at present, Li Qingchan was unwilling, and he could not compel her. Miss, there is no need for such restraint. Why not come sit with us? You certainly cannot leave with the Foundation Establishment Pill today. For now, I cannot allow you to depart. Qin Yang cast a glance at Tao Yaoyao, who immediately produced a Foundation Establishment Pill and hastily consumed it. Li Qingchan's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. Yet she found herself powerless to act. She glared at Qin Yang, filled with rage, wishing she could devour him whole. Without that Foundation Establishment Pill, her future attempts to establish her foundation would be fraught with difficulty. As she simmered with indignation and gritted her teeth, a sudden chill enveloped her. She raised her head and felt a jolt throughout her body. Tao Yaoyao was seated on the ground, surrounded by a pure, crystalline coldness, sharp as frost. In an instant, the dilapidated temple was blanketed in frost, and the chill deepened, gradually coating Li Qingchan in a layer of ice. Her cheeks turned a shade of ashen blue, and her body trembled slightly. Fortunately, she possessed an innate sword body, allowing her to endure. Yet, this biting cold still left Li Qingchan astounded. In her past life, she had been a God Transformation True Monarch. How could she fail to recognize such a pure physique? She found it hard to believe that such a prodigy had become Qin Yang's disciple, that a pure physique was an exceptional foundation for cultivation. A rarity in the world. Once such a person emerged, even the great sects would vie for them. Yet, this unparalleled talent had inexplicably become Qin Yang's disciple, leaving Li Qingchan puzzled. She could not fathom what allure Qin Yang possessed to attract such a disciple. As she turned to observe Qin Yang, she found herself utterly frozen in place at this moment. Even the chilling aura she could scarcely withstand halted 3 feet away from Qin Yang. That was as if a luminous barrier surrounded him, isolating the cold from his vicinity, while he appeared completely unperturbed, casually tending to the fire. Cold? Come, warm yourself by the fire. Qin Yang spoke softly, without even raising his head. Upon hearing this, Li Qingchan instinctively stepped forward. As she drew nearer to Qin Yang, a wave of warmth enveloped her, causing the frost on her body to melt away in an instant, even the residual moisture evaporating immediately. Pure Yang body? At that moment, even Li Qingchan, despite her calm demeanor, could not help but exclaim in astonishment that in a single day, she had encountered 2 extraordinary celestial bodies. The pure Yang body and the pure Yin body were indeed a match made in heaven. Similarly, a pure Yang body was also an exceptional foundation for cultivation, exceedingly rare. Yet now, such unparalleled physiques appeared before her, embodied in these 2 individuals that Li Qingchan could hardly believe that such a pairing, rare for millennia, could manifest simultaneously. She was oblivious to Qin Yang's true origins, but she could foresee the remarkable achievements that awaited these 2, far beyond her imagination. Li Qingchan scrutinized Qin Yang, her shock intensifying. She could not accept that this was merely coincidence. These 2 harbored immense secrets. Though she remained silent, Her wariness towards Qin Yang and his companion grew. Moments later, a surge of cold erupted, and the entire dilapidated temple collapsed in an instant. Tao Yaoyao opened her eyes, her crescent moon-like gaze radiating two piercing beams of frost. Has she truly broken through? Lu Qingchan stood frozen in place at the sight. Chapter 8. Lu Qingchan's heart shattered in her past life. Lu Qingchan had been a god transformation true monarch. Even she, seeking to break through with the aid of a foundation establishment pill, would require at least a day's time. For ordinary disciples, the breakthrough to foundation establishment could take anywhere from 3 to 5 days, or even up to half a month, with the possibility of failure. Yet, Tao Yaoyao had consumed the foundation establishment pill and broken through in mere moments. Such talent was something Li Qingchan had never witnessed. Master, the technique you provided is indeed effective. Breaking through feels as effortless as drinking water. Tao Yaoyao stood up, her face alight with joy this moment. Having achieved foundation establishment, she felt elated, knowing that no one would dare to bully her again. Moreover, since she began practicing the technique Qin Yang had given her, her cultivation journey had been smooth sailing, with virtually no bottlenecks. Even her breakthrough had occurred without any special preparation. Previously, she had harbored some doubts about Qin Yang. But after this incident, those doubts had been completely dispelled. The techniques I provide are, naturally, exceptional. As long as you focus on your cultivation, you will one day attain the Tao and become an immortal. Lu Qingchan, overhearing this, felt her pupils constrict sharply. Attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal. This was the ultimate pursuit of countless cultivators throughout their lives. Yet hearing it spoken so casually from Qin Yang's lips was astonishing. She studied him closely, noting the mysterious confidence in his smile, as if achieving immortality were mere child's play to him. Lu Qingchan could not comprehend the source of Qin Yang's confidence, but based on Tao Yaoyao's recent performance, it seemed she might indeed have the potential to attain immortality. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingchan realized that everything that had transpired today had utterly shattered her previous understanding. She had once believed that, as a god transformation true monarch in her past life, she had seen it all. Yet now, these two young disciples had taught her a harsh lesson. Suddenly, she felt that her past experiences had been sorely inadequate. While Lu Qingchan was lost in thought, Qin Yang fell into silence as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host, disciple Tao Yaoyao has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. The system will return cultivation. Qin Yang felt a surge of energy churning within his dantian, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy flooding in. His dantian expanded instantaneously, as if it were about to burst, but at the moment it reached its peak. It contracted sharply, ultimately transforming into a golden elixir, gently floating within his dantian. Congratulations to the host. Breakthrough to the golden core stage. Ding! Pi Qiaoyao has successfully transcended the foundation establishment stage, and the system has rewarded her. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine skill. Cold Moon Sword Technique. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. The techniques employed by cultivators are divided into martial arts and divine skills. Generally speaking, only those who have condensed their golden core can unleash spiritual energy from within, ceaselessly flowing forth, thereby allowing them to cultivate divine skills that at this stage. Ordinary foundation establishment disciples still rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to execute their techniques, limiting them to martial arts. In comparison to martial arts, the power of divine skills is indeed far superior. Golden core cultivators, within any ordinary sect, are regarded as elder-level figures, and when they wield divine skills, it creates a seismic impact. Qin Yang took a cursory glance at the Cold Moon Sword technique, only to lose interest entirely. Clearly, this technique was not intended for him. To wield the Cold Moon Sword technique requires the presence of pure spiritual energy to manifest its power. It was evident that this was prepared specifically for Pi Qiaoyao. With a resigned heart, Qin Yang retrieved the Cold Moon Sword technique and handed it to Pi Qiaoyao. You have now broken through to the foundation establishment stage and may begin cultivating martial arts. However, I possess only this one divine skill. You may attempt to practice it. Given your innate talent, perhaps you could also wield it. Pi Qiaoyao's face instantly lit up with joy as she snatched the Cold Moon Sword technique from Qin Yang's hands and began to peruse it. Meanwhile, Qin Yang's words dealt a crushing blow to Lu Qingchan. Divine skills? Lu Qingqian silently stared at the scroll in Peach Yao Yao's hands, her face awash with disbelief. In the realm of cultivation, divine skills are not something that just anyone can practice. Only Golden Core Elders are qualified to cultivate divine skills that in some smaller sects. Divine skills can even be regarded as treasured heirlooms. How could Qin Yang so casually produce such a treasure? It is worth noting that in her previous life, as a true monarch of transformation, she had only cultivated 3 or 5 divine skills at most. Moreover, had Peach Yao Yao not just broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage? Can Foundation Establishment disciples truly cultivate divine skills? Lu Qingqian found it hard to believe. Master, I don't understand. Just then, Peach Yao Yao approached Qin Yang with the scroll in hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqian let out a quiet sigh of relief. That's more like it. If a Foundation Establishment disciple could effortlessly master divine skills, then my understanding of the cultivation world would surely shatter into a million pieces. Even a prodigy cannot be so unreasonable. Right? Which character do you not recognize? Qin Yang replied calmly that I recognize them all, but I can't make sense of them when they are together. Peach Yao Yao said with a helpless expression. These techniques were far too obscure. It was pitiful that she had never been exposed to the path of cultivation before. How could she comprehend this? Yet, she had clearly chosen the wrong person to seek help from, for Qin Yang was not much better off. He too was navigating his way through uncharted waters. However, at this moment, Qin Yang could not show any signs of uncertainty. Well, not understanding is all right. Just practice as instructed. But how can I practice if I don't understand? Just read it aloud. Li Qingqian, observing the debate between the two, was utterly perplexed. She couldn't fathom how these two individuals, who clearly could not comprehend the techniques, had managed to reach such a level of cultivation. Furthermore, Qin Yang's teaching method seemed overly dismissive. If simply reading the techniques could lead to mastering divine skills, why would Foundation Establishment disciples toil so diligently in their training? As Lu Qingqian watched Peach Yao Yao recite the scroll, she intended to discreetly memorize the divine skill, but suddenly felt an inexplicable chill enveloping the at the same time. Strands of sword energy began to coalesce around Peach Yao Yao. Above her head, a luminous crescent moon gradually materialized. The moment the crescent moon appeared, moonlight erupted forth, coalescing into countless sword shadows that froze everything in their vicinity into ice. Had it not been for the pure yang energy surrounding Qin Yang, both of them would have been turned into popsicles. At that moment, Lu Qingqian was left utterly numb. Is this truly a human being? Unable to comprehend divine skills, yet somehow able to learn them by merely reciting. Moreover, she had only read it once and was already capable of wielding the divine skill. The key point was that this girl had just broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage. How could she possibly manifest spiritual energy outwardly to execute a divine skill? Lu Qingqian felt her understanding of the Tao shatter completely in that instant. The two individuals before her could no longer be classified as mere mortals. Having lived for centuries in her past life, she had never encountered such a method of cultivation. To call them prodigies would be an understatement. At that moment, she widened her eyes in astonishment, unable to grasp the nature of the monsters she had encountered. Yet, the shock that Qin Yang brought her would be etched into her memory for a lifetime. Chapter 9. Is this a legitimate technique? In the dead of night, within the dilapidated temple, silence reigned supreme. The only sounds were the crackling of the flickering campfire, adding a splash of color to the stillness of the night. Qingqian silently gazed at the two individuals before her, sleeping like dead pigs, feeling somewhat speechless. Just a moment ago, she had contemplated taking action against them, yet now they appeared utterly unfazed, peacefully slumbering in her presence. Were they devoid of intelligence? Did they not fear that she might strike while they were asleep? As Li Qingqian pondered this, she suddenly realized this must be their ruse. Just as they had previously lured her out, they were now pretending to sleep, hoping to gauge her response if she were to make a move. They would undoubtedly spring into action and eliminate her. Of course, in her current state, she harbored no murderous intent towards Qin Yang and the other. Rather, her curiosity had been piqued. There were too many secrets surrounding these two. And although she had been formidable in her past life, she had never encountered individuals with such extraordinary talent. At this moment, she truly wished to observe Qin Yang and his companion closely. More importantly, she had nowhere else to go. Returning to the Li family, that seemed improbable. She had little attachment to them. The only thing she had cared about was the Foundation establishment pill, which had been consumed by Pi Xiaoyao. In her previous life, she had embarked on her cultivation journey with that very pill. Now, having been thwarted, she found herself at a loss for her next steps. It seemed she had only one path left: to trust Qin Yang and become his disciple. Perhaps this man would eventually provide her with a Foundation establishment pill. Yet, the moment she recalled that Qin Yang himself lacked such a pill, doubt crept into her mind. Was he merely deceiving her? Caught in this internal struggle, she hesitated throughout the night. The following morning, when Qin Yang awakened and beheld Li Qingshan sitting there, lost in thought, he was somewhat taken aback. "Why haven't you left yet?" Although Qin Yang secretly wished to take Li Qingshan as his disciple, it was evident that she remained skeptical of him. Nevertheless, last night, he had intentionally kept her there to showcase his abilities. Having experienced the events of the previous night, she likely felt somewhat convinced by him. Thus, he had deliberately retired early, allowing her the opportunity to escape, but if she had not taken that chance, it would indicate that she had entertained the notion of becoming his disciple. This was a classic case of desire to entice through restraint that as expected. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Li Qingshan's expression momentarily faltered. That moment, she began to regret not agreeing to Qin Yang's proposal the night before. After witnessing the talents of Qin Yang and his companion, she believed their future achievements would be noteworthy. Even if she were to become Qin Yang's disciple, there would be no shame in it. Yet, as she contemplated this, it seemed that Qin Yang was not particularly invested in the matter. Did he perhaps look down upon her? Li Qingshan mused, feeling a sense of regret wash over her. After all, either of the two in front of her could easily be considered a prodigy, and she felt she had no grounds for pride in their presence. But now that she had the desire to become a disciple, Qin Yang's urging for her to depart left her feeling bewildered. If she left now, what would happen to her Foundation establishment pill? Moreover, with such extraordinary talents before her, it would be a pity to let the opportunity slip away. "Senior, does your offer to take me as a disciple still stand?" After a long silence, Li Qingshan finally decided to set aside her pride and inquire. After all, she was no longer at the transformation stage, and her previous arrogance held little relevance now. What mattered most was the present situation. "Have you made up your mind?" Qin Yang, seeing that his strategy had borne fruit, couldn't help but apply a little more pressure. Although he was eager to accept Li Qingshan as his disciple, he was acutely aware that she was a reincarnated being with formidable past achievements and still harbored a degree of pride. If he did not assert some control now, she might seize the initiative in the future. "Alas, my standards for taking on disciples are exceedingly high. I only accept those of celestial stature. Yesterday, I merely felt a sense of guilt towards the Li family for taking my disciple's Foundation establishment pill, which is why I broached the topic." Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan felt a pang of anxiety. She understood that Qin Yang was not exaggerating. Pi Xiaoyao's innate talent was indeed remarkable, meriting the title of celestial stature. In comparison, she felt she fell short. That was no wonder Qin Yang looked down upon her. However, this only strengthened her belief that Qin Yang must possess secrets unknown to her. Ordinary individuals would not dare to express such confidence. Insisting on only accepting disciples of celestial stature, even the 5 great sects would not make such audacious claims. "My qualifications are humble, so please do not disdain me, senior. If you are willing to accept me as your disciple, I promise to live up to your expectations." At this moment, a flicker of inferiority crept into Li Qingshan's heart, as she felt that becoming Qin Yang's disciple would somehow tarnish his reputation. "Very well. Since I have promised Li Daoyu to take in a junior from the Li family, if you are sincere, I shall grant this connection." Qin Yang feigned profundity as he spoke, causing Li Qingshan to hastily kneel before him. Bowing her head in reverence, it must be said that Qin Yang possessed a keen understanding of psychological manipulation. With merely a few words, he had managed to tame someone of Li Qingshan's caliber. Disciple pays respects to master. Li Qingshan's demeanor was one of utmost respect. Viewing Qin Yang at this moment as an enigmatic figure, in his presence, her pride was utterly diminished. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple and completing the task. The host is rewarded with 10 years of cultivation. Reward: 5 elements sword technique. Reward: the art of cosmic union, yin and yang boundless technique that a thought flickered in Qin Yang's mind. The name of this technique sounded somewhat inappropriate. He understood that the system's rewards were typically tailored for disciples and were undoubtedly the most suitable for Li Qingshan's cultivation. However, she presented herself as a commanding figure, and this technique seemed rather incongruous with her image. Yet, Qin Yang found himself with little choice. Since you have chosen to be my disciple, I bestow this technique upon you. Cultivate diligently, and attaining immortality shall not be a distant dream. As Li Qingchuan received the technique from Qin Yang, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Qin Yang often spoke of becoming an immortal. Had it been anyone else, she might have scoffed. Across the vast world, countless cultivators existed, yet how many truly achieved immortality? Yet, when these words came from Qin Yang, she believed them wholeheartedly, for he had astonished her time and again. Thank you, master. Li Qingchuan raised her hand to accept the technique. She already possessed a cultivation method from her past life, making her well-versed in its intricacies. However, she dared not underestimate the technique Qin Yang offered, for it was surely of significant value. But when she glimpsed the name of the technique, she was instantly taken aback. After a long moment of silence, Li Qingchuan lifted her gaze, bewildered, and inquired, Master, is this truly a legitimate technique? Of course it is a legitimate technique. I belong to a righteous sect. Qin Yang's eyes darted away. He had not examined the contents of the technique, and even if he had, he doubted he would comprehend them. Yet, he felt compelled to maintain a proper demeanor in response to his disciple's inquiry. However, the name of the cosmic union, Yin and Yang boundless technique, certainly raised eyebrows. Li Qingchuan's cheeks flushed slightly, as a formidable figure reborn during the god transformation stage. She had encountered myriad techniques and could discern that this one was rather dubious based solely on its name. Yet upon hearing her words, Tao Yaoyao, who stood nearby, immediately perked up and leaned closer. Wow, master, why don't you let me see such a fine treasure? When I ascend and establish my harem, this technique would be just perfect. Go away. Qin Yang snapped irritably. How could this girl be so obsessed with the idea of a harem? Was he truly transported into a narrative meant for women? However, Tao Yaoyao seemed undeterred by his rebuke. Sister, if you don't want this technique, let me practice it. Once I build my harem in the future, this technique will surely allow me to showcase my prowess. Tao Yaoyao's face gleamed with excitement, as if drooling at the thought that the harem to recruit male companions, with banners flying high against the heavens. Just imagine how grand it would be. Qin Yang could hardly endure any longer and pulled Tao Yaoyao aside. Stop thinking about that harem nonsense and get back to cultivating. Tao Yaoyao shot him a resentful glance, unable to voice her anger, and could only obediently sit down to continue her practice. At that moment, Li Qingchuan found herself in a quandary. She believed the technique bestowed by Qin Yang was undoubtedly valuable, yet she hesitated to cultivate it. She scrutinized Qin Yang quietly, biting her lip before flipping open the technique. On the title page, several bold characters caught her eye. Cosmic Union, harmonization of Yin and Yang, boundless rebirth, all laws return to one. These few words exuded a sense of grandeur. Among the myriad techniques in the world, who dared claim to unify all methods? These succinct phrases already indicated the extraordinary nature of this technique, that Li Qingchuan's hands trembled slightly as she cautiously turned to the next page. Yet, in the next moment, she was left speechless. This technique emphasized the harmony of Yin and Yang. Should one encounter a pure Yin or pure Yang body, mutual cultivation would yield doubled effects. Li Qingchuan raised her head in confusion, staring at Qin Yang. Was this guy truly unaware of what he was doing? Qin Yang was himself a pure Yang body. Perhaps he was aware of the technique's nature and intentionally passed it to her, hoping to compel her compliance through his own pure Yang form. Realizing this, Li Qingchuan's expression shifted. Yet she contained her thoughts and turned to the next page. While mutual cultivation with a pure Yang body might enhance the effects, it was ultimately a choice. She could simply opt not to engage in such practices at this moment. However, a trace of doubt emerged regarding Qin Yang. Yet when she turned to the next page, she was momentarily taken aback. Pure Yang and pure Yin were extreme physiques, incapable of achieving the harmony of Yin and Yang. Thus, one could not cultivate this technique. Upon reading this, Li Qingchuan's heart settled. She had pondered that since this technique emphasized the balance of Yin and Yang, those with pure Yin or pure Yang physiques were undoubtedly the most suited for cultivation. However, Qin Yang had not chosen to cultivate this method himself. Instead, he had imparted it to her, indicating ulterior motives. Yet now it seemed that she had misjudged the situation. Both Qin Yang and Tao Yaoyao possessed physiques that were not conducive to this technique's cultivation. Therefore, Qin Yang had chosen to pass it on to her. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingchuan quietly continued to peruse the technique. Upon examination, she realized its exceptional quality. With her past life experience, she could discern the profound significance woven within the text. This technique was undeniably of the highest caliber. Having perused countless texts in her previous life, she had never encountered such a remarkable technique. Gradually, she began to believe Qin Yang's assertions. If she cultivated this technique, she might indeed ascend to immortality. Moreover, contrary to its name, the content appeared quite legitimate, merely incorporating a method of mutual cultivation. However, abstaining from the dual cultivation aspect would not impede her progress. Li Qingchuan quietly closed the technique. Her suspicions regarding Qin Yang transforming into guilt. She had indeed misjudged him. He was willing to teach her such a technique, and how could she harbor petty thoughts about his intentions? Thank you, Master. Li Qingchuan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, bowing her head. There's no need for thanks. Focus on your cultivation. Qin Yang replied reassuringly. Once you reach the pinnacle of qi refinement, I shall present you with a foundation establishment pill. Li Qingchuan nodded in acknowledgement, not wishing to delay further. She promptly settled into a cross-legged position to cultivate. Having undergone rebirth, she required little guidance in her practice that it felt as if this technique had been tailor-made for her. Shortly after beginning her cultivation, she sensed a murky energy rising within her. This energy was unremarkable at first glance, akin to a wisp of fog, yet it emanated an overwhelming pressure within her qi sea. The murky energy floated, occupying the entirety of the space. The thin strands of spiritual energy dared not approach. Li Qingchuan was astonished. Even with her extensive knowledge, she could not discern the origin of this murky energy. Yet, observing its behavior, she understood its formidable nature. With newfound confidence, she continued her cultivation. For an entire day, she immersed herself in her practice. After witnessing such a technique, she realized how ignorant she had been in the past. This technique, capable of altering the heavens and the earth, could easily be believed to have been penned by an immortal. Moreover, she seemed to resonate remarkably with this technique. Within just a day, she progressed from the 3rd level of qi refinement to the 8th. She was convinced that with just one more day's time, she would surely achieve the completion of qi refinement. Li Qingchuan opened her eyes. She happened to see Tao Yaoyao strutting back, proudly carrying 2 rabbits. Master, look at these delightful creatures I caught. Tao Yaoyao exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang leapt up that he had gone an entire day without food and was now ravenous. Upon seeing the lively rabbits, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Quick, let's roast them, Qin Yang urged. Tao Yaoyao, understanding his urgency, immediately set to work. Li Qingchuan rose and approached this moment. Her respect for Qin Yang was unwavering, for he had bestowed upon her such a profound technique. A debt of gratitude that felt akin to a rebirth. Regrettably, she had nothing to repay him with at this moment. Observing Tao Yaoyao's busy efforts in the distance, Li Qingchuan softly offered, "Sister, allow me to assist." However, faced with Qin Yang, she could only grit her teeth and persist. Qin Yang, on the other hand, was not unwilling to assist. It was simply that he lacked culinary skills that in days gone by. He had subsisted solely on wild fruits. Now, with a disciple in tow, he surely wished to indulge himself. After all, isn't the purpose of taking on a disciple to have someone to cater to one's needs? Moreover, Tao Yaoyao was indeed quite adept in this regard. Having come from a servant's background, she was well versed in attending to others. Li Qingchuan slowly stepped forward, taking the rabbit from Tao Yaoyao's hands, and began to busy herself. Although she was born into the Li family, she was merely a collateral branch and had previously been an ordinary person who was not esteemed in the household. Additionally, due to her gender, she led a life akin to that of a servant, which was also the reason for her lack of attachment to the Li family. She was capable of handling tasks such as laundry and cooking. Before long, she had already skinned the 2 rabbits. Next, she kindled a bonfire, skewered the rabbits on wooden sticks, and set them to roast over the flames. Wait a moment. Qin Yang suddenly called out to Li Qingchuan. Are you sure you want to handle the entrails? Qin Yang looked at the whole rabbit in Li Qingchuan's hands, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had felt a flicker of gratitude for her diligence, but upon witnessing her culinary approach, he could not help but be at a loss for words. Which household roasts a rabbit without first dealing with the entrails? Clearly, she had never cooked before. Is it really necessary to remove the entrails? Li Qingchuan raised her head in bewilderment, only to be met with the incredulous expressions of Qin Yang and Tao Yaoyao. Yaoyao, you take over. At this moment, Qin Yang had completely lost faith in Li Qingchuan. This woman appeared to be a refined lady, yet she moved with such languor, and evidently, she lacked cooking skills. He did not wish for the hard-earned food to be ruined by her. Tao Yaoyao, upon hearing this, immediately felt disgruntled. Previously, without a junior sister, she was responsible for attending to her master. Now that she had a junior sister, she still had to cater to her master. Wasn't he this junior sister just a freebie? Master, please allow me a moment of respite, Tao Yaoyao said, her face filled with grievance. Yaoyao, you wouldn't want to go hungry tonight, would you? You should just get on with it. Qin Yang sighed helplessly, and then turned to lean against the doorframe of the temple. Upon seeing this, Tao Yaoyao stuck out her tongue and turned to look at the bewildered Li Qingchuan, her small eyes filled with increasing sorrow. At your age, how can you not even cook? Tao Yaoyao softly reprimanded, and although Li Qingchuan felt somewhat displeased at being scolded by a mere girl, she, out of respect for Qin Yang, dared not defy Tao Yaoyao's wishes and could only remain silent. She had indeed prepared some meals in the Li household, but she was simply unfamiliar with handling living creatures. Forget it. Since you are my junior sister, I shall teach you, Tao Yaoyao, seizing this rare opportunity, could not help but adopt an air of authority as she began to instruct Li Qingchuan on how to handle the rabbits. From a distance, Qin Yang observed the two of them engrossed in their tasks and chose not to interfere. All he required was food, and who prepared it mattered little to him. Leaning against the doorframe, he gradually fell asleep. After an unknown length of time, he was startled awake by a commotion that, oh dear. I merely dozed off for a moment, and you've burnt the rabbits to a crisp. How can we eat this? It's charred beyond recognition, Tao Yaoyao complained, holding a blackened object in her hand. Qin Yang hurriedly got up and walked over, immediately rendered speechless. Both rabbits had been reduced to charcoal that Li Qingchuan wore an expression of shame. I wasn't certain if they were done, so I stayed right by the fire. Since my senior sister didn't say anything, I thought they needed more time. At that moment, Li Qingchuan felt quite displeased. As a dignified deity in the spirit realm, having to endure scolding from a little girl was quite intolerable. Yet, as she had become Tao Yaoyao's junior sister under Qin Yang's tutelage, she could only endure it. Never mind. Let us make do with what we have. It's better than going without. Although Qin Yang felt a twinge of annoyance, he maintained a semblance of gentleness, being that she was his newly accepted disciple. However, when he took the charred rabbit, peeled off the burnt exterior, and took a bite, any remaining tenderness in his heart was completely vanquished. Why does this rabbit meat taste so bitter? Qin Yang spat the meat from his mouth. Hearing this, Tao Yaoyao was incredulous. How could rabbit meat possibly be bitter? She had personally caught it, and there was surely nothing amiss. Snatching the rabbit from Qin Yang's hands, she took a small bite, but after just a moment of chewing, she hurriedly spat it out. Yuck, it really is bitter and utterly unpalatable. I've never tasted such horrid rabbit meat in my life. I feel like vomiting. I need to drink some water, Tao Yaoyao exclaimed, turning and running off, leaving Qin Yang and Li Qingchuan staring at each other in disbelief. What did you do? Qin Yang looked at Li Qingchuan, bewildered, and no matter how ignorant he was, he knew what meat should taste like. Clearly, someone had added something else. I added huangfu, Li Qingchuan said softly, meeting Qin Yang's gaze that I noticed that you and my senior sister seemed quite fatigued. So I added some huangfu, which can invigorate and relieve fatigue. It's a fine medicinal herb. Who told you to put medicinal herbs in the food? Qin Yang looked at Li Qingchuan with a face full of helplessness, struggling to comprehend her thought process. While there indeed existed such a concept as medicinal cuisine in this world, not just any herb could be added indiscriminately. What could have been a tolerable dinner was now completely ruined. Li Qingchuan also sensed that she had made a mistake, glancing at the distant Tao Yaoyao, who was gulping down water, her expression downcast as she lowered her head. All right then, I won't trouble you with cooking in the future. In the distance, Tao Yaoyao leaned against a wall, nearly retching up everything she had eaten the previous night. Before departing into the night, she left behind a parting remark and quickly vanished from sight. Before long, she returned with some fruits in hand. There is no choice. Let us make do with these for now. The three of them sat together around the bonfire. The dilapidated temple, the cool breeze, and the moonlight were exquisite, yet the trio appeared rather disheveled. Under the night sky, while Qin Yang and Tao Yaoyao had already fallen asleep, Li Qingshan sat alone in meditation, practicing her cultivation. Unlike Qin Yang and the others, she still had a great vendetta to settle in this life. Given this rare opportunity, she naturally appeared diligent. Chapter 12. The mind of a disciple is a treasure map. The following morning, when Qin Yang opened his eyes once more, he found Li Qingshan sitting on the threshold of the dilapidated temple, hugging her knees in a daze. After a whole day of cultivation yesterday, she had now broken through to the 9th level of qi refining, and it seemed that within a day or two, she would reach the perfection of qi refining. At this moment, her admiration for Qin Yang had deepened significantly. Only by truly practicing that technique did she grasp its formidable nature. She believed that even if the technique were placed among the 5 great sects, it would incite fierce competition in the span of a single day. She had broken through 6 minor realms, something she would never have dared to imagine in her past life. Although she was still in the qi refining stage in her previous life, she had expended an entire year to break through to this stage. Now, she had completely relinquished her inherent pride. In her eyes, while Qin Yang and the others could only be seen as juniors, Qin Yang had indeed bestowed upon her a life-altering grace. Hearing a sound behind her, Li Qingshan hurriedly stood and bowed respectfully. "Master, good morning." Though her face remained as cold as frost, her every movement now bore a hint of respect. "Good morning." Qin Yang yawned, glancing at the sprawled figure of Tao Yaoyao beside him, shaking his head in resignation. "How was your cultivation last night?" Qin Yang sat on the threshold, while Li Qingshan stood respectfully beside him, her head bowed. "The technique bestowed by my master is profound and extensive. I, being dull-witted, have nonetheless broken through to the 9th level of qi refining, that I believe it won't be long before I achieve the great perfection of qi refining." Excellent. Qin Yang nodded, yet he felt a twinge of worry regarding the matter of the Foundation establishment pill. "Your master will find a way. Disciple would not dare to trouble master." Li Qingshan spoke softly. Initially, she had contemplated having Qin Yang fulfill his promise to help her find the Foundation establishment pill. But now that Qin Yang had assisted her so much, she felt that she was the one indebted to him and dared not continue to ask for anything that its no trouble. "What I promised you I shall certainly see through." Qin Yang rubbed his temples, feeling uncertain. Previously, the Foundation establishment pill that Tao Yaoyao had used was borrowed from the Li family, and now that Li Qingshan was also about to break through, he couldn't very well ask others to lend him another, could he? At present, he had no other options that if only there were a way to earn some money. Qin Yang pondered, suddenly looking up at Li Qingshan. "As a reincarnated individual, you should know of some secret realms, right? Or perhaps, if you could share a couple of the opportunities you obtained in your past life, they could be exchanged for some wealth." "Master, what is the matter?" Li Qingshan noticed Qin Yang's gaze and inquired with confusion. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He did not wish to expose Li Qingshan's identity as a reincarnated being. After all, this was Li Qingshan's secret, and if it were to leak, it could very well invite trouble. Moreover, the situation was too peculiar to broach without clarity. "Qingshan, having grown up here, do you happen to know if there are any secret realms nearby?" "At present, you all require cultivation, and such practice necessitates resources. Since we have yet to return to the sect, these essentials must be earned by our own efforts." Ultimately, Qin Yang decided to subtly inquire about the matter, thereby neither revealing Li Qingshan's identity nor failing to glean some intelligence that if they truly discovered any secret realms, it could prove to be immensely profitable. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Li Qingshan understood his intentions. Cultivators require a plethora of resources for their training: methods, martial arts, spiritual treasures, medicinal herbs, and much more, none of which can be overlooked. The majority of disciples join sects precisely because these establishments provide such resources for their cultivation. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, demanding a vast array of resources over time. Consequently, some disciples venture out to seek opportunities. Most opportunities in the world are left behind by predecessors. Secret realms, in essence, are the tombs of those who came before. Many cultivators, upon their demise, take the treasures they amassed in life to their graves. The to speak of grave robbing is rather crude, hence the euphemistic term. Li Qingchuan indeed knew of several secret realm locations, and those realms were quite significant. However, they were all relatively distant from their current location. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingchuan recalled a particular site. Master, I may not know of any secret realms in this vicinity, but there is one place that conceals great treasures. Oh, where is it? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's interest was piqued. Several hundred miles from here lies a small sect named Qingshan Sect. It is not large. The headmaster is merely at the Golden Core stage, and there are only a handful of disciples under him. At the back of Qingshan Sect, there exists a valley that is a forbidden area. Within this valley lies a cave, where the remains of the sect's past masters are interred. Deep within that cave is, in fact, the treasure vault of the Qingshan Sect, containing a considerable amount of spirit stones, along with numerous cultivation methods and martial arts. As Li Qingchuan articulated this, she suddenly realized she might have divulged too much information. Such details were not something she should have known. Stealing a glance at Qin Yang, she found that he seemed oblivious to her slip, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Master, should you require these resources, we could indeed pay a visit to Qingshan Sect. Qin Yang pondered silently. To recklessly invade another sect is a grave taboo in the cultivation world. Moreover, with only 3 of them, even though Qingshan Sect is merely a small sect, they still have a dozen disciples. And the headmaster is at the Golden Core stage that if a confrontation were to arise, Qin Yang felt uncertain of his ability to prevail. Although he possessed Golden Core cultivation, he lacked offensive capabilities and did not have even a single spiritual artifact to his name. However, he was faced with a dilemma. His disciples needed to cultivate, and he had also attained cultivation. They could not continue to live in hardship. After much deliberation, Qin Yang resolved to proceed, though the matter required meticulous planning. Subsequently, Qin Yang inquired further about Qingshan Sect, and Li Qingchuan provided him with every detail, demonstrating her ample knowledge of the place that in her previous life. She had indeed raided Qingshan Sect's stronghold and secured her initial fortune in cultivation from there. Originally, Li Qingchuan had intended to visit Qingshan Sect after successfully obtaining a foundation establishment pill. After a considerable time, Qin Yang had gained sufficient understanding of Qingshan Sect. According to Li Qingchuan, entering the place was not overly complicated. At the back of Qingshan Sect, there was a narrow path. However, it was perched on a cliff, with a bottomless abyss below, which is why it had been overlooked in her previous life. Li Qingchuan had stealthily followed this path to infiltrate Qingshan Sect and reach the cave. With a plan in mind, Qin Yang immediately decided to take action. Chapter 13. Solo infiltration of Qingshan Sect. As the saying goes, brothers fight tigers, sons fight in battle. In such circumstances, Qin Yang naturally brought along his 2 disciples. Of course, a more pressing reason was his lack of confidence in their capabilities. There was no need to elaborate on Tao Yaoyao. Though she appeared carefree, she was but a young girl without a shred of guile. As for Li Qingchuan, despite her reincarnation, her current cultivation level was still quite low, and Qin Yang felt uneasy about leaving the 2 of them behind. That he awakened Tao Yaoyao, and the 3 of them had a light meal of wild fruits to stave off their hunger before setting off. Qingshan Sect was still several hundred miles away. Why now? Qin Yang had achieved Golden Core status, which theoretically would allow him to fly using a sword at the Foundation establishment stage. Alas, he lacked a flying spiritual treasure and could only rely on his cultivation to soar through the air, which consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Furthermore, he had to carry Li Qingchuan and Tao Yaoyao along, forcing the trio to take frequent breaks along the way. As night fell, the 3 finally arrived at the foot of Qingshan Sect. Indeed, it was merely a small sect. The mountain path led to a rather humble stone gate engraved with the name Qingshan Sect. Under the night sky, the mountain appeared quite desolate, with only a few faint lights flickering in the distance. The 3 of them circumnavigated the gate and took a wide detour to reach the vicinity of the small path Li Qingchuan had mentioned. After traversing the rugged trail for some time, they arrived at the edge of a cliff in the darkness. A shadowy valley came into view before Qin Yang. The valley did not seem large, but its surroundings were encircled by towering cliffs, plunging into unfathomable depths. Master, this is the place. The cave is situated at the bottom of this valley. I am somewhat familiar with this area. I shall accompany you down. Li Qingchuan cast a worried glance at Qin Yang. There's no need. Qin Yang firmly rejected Li Qingchan's suggestion that he understood that her familiarity with the location likely stemmed from her previous life. However, given her current demeanor, the valley might harbor some dangers. Qin Yang held no suspicion that Li Qingchan would wish him harm. After all, if she intended to betray him, she would not have suggested accompanying him. Yet, it was precisely because of these thoughts that he preferred not to have her and Tao Yaoyao accompany him. Li Qingchan's cultivation was insufficient to offer any assistance. And while Tao Yaoyao had also reached the foundation establishment stage and possessed some divine abilities, she lacked practical combat experience that if she were to join, she would have no opportunity to engage in battle, let alone understand how to contend with others in a duel of spells. Conversely, if they encountered danger, Qin Yang, with his current cultivation, could at least flee if he could not win. However, Tao Yaoyao and Li Qingchan were different. They were currently incapable of flight. Should peril arise, Qin Yang would be unable to spare the attention to protect them. You two stay here, if you sense something amiss. Flee at the first opportunity, Qin Yang instructed firmly, then produced 2 jade tokens to hand to them. These are the tokens of Qin Yang's sect. Keep them on you, and I will be able to find you. Li Qingchan accepted the token, but remained somewhat anxious. Master, be cautious. After all, this is the forbidden area of Qingshan's sect, and there may be some restrictions. Li Qingchan's warning was essentially a veiled message. She knew full well that if Qin Yang were to disturb anything within that cave, it would undoubtedly alert the headmaster of Qingshan's sect. Yet, this was something she could not explicitly state. Qin Yang comprehended the implication of Li Qingchan's words, nodding slightly before turning and leaping down the sheer cliff. Li Qingchan cast a glance at Tao Yaoyao, who appeared particularly naive, exhibiting an air of indifference as she scrutinized the token in her hand. With a soft sigh, Li Qingchan could only silently pray for Qin Yang in her heart. Meanwhile, as Qin Yang descended the cliff, utilizing his agility to tread upon the rocky walls, he eventually landed steadily on the ground after several calculated jumps. The cliff was not particularly high, measuring only a few hundred meters. Below, a chaotic thicket of shrubs stretched out, standing 3 to 5 meters tall. The foliage was lush, obscuring the sky and casting the surroundings into darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Qin Yang advanced cautiously, unaware of how much time had elapsed, until he finally spotted a dark entrance at the base of the cliff that was not merely an entrance, but rather a stone cave. Seemingly hewn by human hands, with its surroundings meticulously leveled as he approached, he discerned numerous niches within the cave, each cradling a charred corpse. This eerie scene sent a shiver down Qin Yang's spine. Encountering so many corpses in the dead of night would unnerve anyone. Steeling his resolve, he ventured closer. These were likely the remains of the former sect masters of the Qingshan sect. However, while ordinary people would decompose into mere bones upon death, even cultivators' bodies would typically exist only for a while longer. Yet the corpses before him retained their flesh intact, albeit slightly emaciated, resembling desiccated remains without a hint of decay. Cultivators did not traditionally preserve their bodies. And Qin Yang was unsure of the purpose behind the Qingshan sect retaining these ancestral remains. Nonetheless, he was indifferent to this mystery. After surveying the scene, his gaze settled upon a larger niche at the center. This particular niche towered over him, adorned with intricate cloud motifs. And notably, it did not contain a corpse. According to Li Qingchan, this niche served as the entrance to the cave. Approaching it, Qin Yang felt around and soon discovered a mechanism. With a gentle press, the relief within the niche began to rise, revealing a pitch-black opening. Casting a glance back towards the Qingshan sect's direction, he then turned and entered the cave. The passage was straight, flanked by smooth stone walls embellished with shimmering crystals that provided illumination. Qin Yang traversed the corridor and shortly arrived at a cavernous hall. Upon stepping inside, he was astounded by the mountain of spirit stones that lay before him. Although he held the position of elder at the Qianyuan sect's Zizhu Peak, it was merely him and his apprentice there. His rather indifferent master pursued the path of cultivation without indulging in luxuries. Qin Yang had never encountered such a substantial quantity of spirit stones in his life. There seemed to be at least tens of thousands, for a small sect like the Qingshan sect. Such an amount would be a fortune. That Tio put it in perspective. Even at the Qianyuan sect, the monthly allowance for an ordinary disciple was only 5 spirit stones. Many disciples sought opportunities elsewhere due to the insufficiency of their sex provisions for cultivation. Without hesitation, Qin Yang began to collect the spirit stones into the sex token, which possessed the ability to store items, housing a small world within. Just as he secured the stones, the cavern's entrance thundered shut behind him. Simultaneously, a faint blue light illuminated the ceiling of the hall. Surprised, Qin Yang realized that this place indeed had restrictions. Observing the unfolding scene, he remained composed. Li Qingshan had already informed him of the situation here. He moved to the side, raising his hand to explore the wall, quickly uncovering a hidden door. Inside, he was greeted by a collection of martial arts manuals. While these were of no interest to him, they could be sold for some spirit stones. Without hesitation, he gathered them all. After completing this task, he retreated to the corner of the secret chamber, picking up a stone and beginning to tap around. Before long, he detected a hollow section in the wall nearby. That's so. Qingshan did not deceive me. Qin Yang chuckled softly. Prior to coming here, Li Qingshan had shared much about this place, although she seemed intent on concealing her past. She genuinely wished for Qin Yang's safety, thus providing detailed insights. Perhaps Li Qingshan had already realized that Qin Yang had deduced her previous visit, yet they both tacitly chose to remain silent about it. This was their mutual respect for one another. It was precisely due to Li Qingshan's candor that Qin Yang felt emboldened to delve so deeply here. Had she not clarified these details, he would not have dared to risk it. Despite having some confidence in dealing with a golden core cultivator, he was reluctant to confront a sect directly, with one hand pressed against the wall. Qin Yang exerted a slight force, causing a tremor in his arm. In the next moment, a surge of hidden energy erupted, and the wall was suddenly breached, revealing a dark opening. This opening appeared to have been deliberately left behind, narrow enough for only one person to pass through. Without hesitation, Qin Yang slipped inside and quickly gathered the debris to seal the entrance. Although this ruse could easily be discovered, he still chose to feign a delay to afford himself ample time to escape. The cave was engulfed in darkness, and Qin Yang could only proceed by touch. According to Li Qingshan, this passage led directly to the outside of the valley. Qin Yang was unsure how long he had walked when suddenly he stumbled. Instinctively, he looked down to find a translucent object partially exposed in the moist soil beneath his feet. He crouched down, clearing the dirt to inspect it closely. Upon recognizing the object, a surge of alarm coursed through him. It was a fragment of bone, gleaming like jade and seemingly emanating an eerie glow. As Qin Yang unearthed the bone, he realized it was a human bone, and upon holding it, he felt an unsettling chill. This discovery puzzled him. The passage's origin was unknown, but the presence of human bones indicated that someone had been here before and had perished in this very location. That if this path was indeed a thoroughfare, the individual should not have met their demise here unless they encountered some form of peril. With this thought, Qin Yang's caution heightened. Li Qingshan had previously stated that this passage posed no danger, and Qin Yang trusted that she had not misled him. Perhaps she had simply not encountered any threats herself. Dismissing the bone, he quickly stood up and quickened his pace. However, shortly thereafter, whispers began to echo in his ears. A wave of unease washed over him. Although he had continually reassured Tao Yaoyao that, as cultivators, they had no reason to fear ghosts, the current atmosphere sent chills down his spine, recalling the corpses of the Qingshan sect's ancestors displayed in the niches. Doubt crept into his mind. Could it be that those individuals had died, yet their spirits lingered here? If that were true, why had Li Qingshan not encountered these entities previously, yet he now found himself facing them? Without time for further contemplation, Qin Yang's sole desire was to vacate this place, especially now that he had secured the spirit stones. Holding his breath, he pressed onward. As he walked, he gradually sensed something amiss. He had been walking for quite a while and still had not seen an exit. According to Li Qingshan, this passage was not long, and by all rights, he should have reached the exit by now. Realizing something was wrong, Qin Yang halted. He silently summoned his spiritual energy, but at that moment, the whispers grew ever closer, as if someone were murmuring directly in his ear. "Give me Yang energy." A flicker of doubt arose within Qin Yang. Could it be that he had stumbled into a ghostly wall? This world indeed harbored spirits, and some could cultivate. These cultivated spirits were often referred to as ghost cultivators. That if ghost cultivators reached a certain level, they could reshape their forms and ascend to immortality. To cultivate Ghost cultivators required yang energy. Thus, various folklore often depicted malevolent spirits siphoning the life force of the living. Upon hearing the whispers, Qin Yang surmised that he had likely encountered ghost cultivators. Unlike ordinary cultivators, they lacked physical forms. When they concealed their power, even a cultivator's divine sense could not detect their presence. To this moment, Qin Yang had already expanded his divine sense, yet the surroundings remained eerily empty. He pondered silently, unable to suppress a lament. Why was he so unfortunate? Li Qinchan had not faced these ghostly entities in her previous life, yet he found himself entangled with them. Just as Qin Yang lamented, he suddenly sensed something approaching him, that he understood that the spirits could no longer restrain themselves. His heart raced, and he sidestepped to evade the impending threat. In that fleeting instant, he finally caught a glimpse of the specter before him. It resembled a corpse, its form akin to the desiccated remains he had previously observed in the niches. The apparition manifested only for a moment before vanishing once more. Nevertheless, Qin Yang recognized that these phantoms were indeed the very corpses he had seen earlier. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the cave. That moment, the malevolent spirits lurking nearby finally began to reveal themselves. They were enveloped in an inky darkness, and unless one gazed closely, their presence would go unnoticed. These entities filled the cave, some sprawled on the ground, others pressed against the walls. However, at this moment, the pairs of eyes glowing with an eerie green light were all fixated intently on Qin Yang. Their eyes lacked vitality, yet Qin Yang could still discern a hint of greed within them. Before Qin Yang could make a move, the shadowy figures lunged towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, Qin Yang did not dare to underestimate them and promptly sprang into action. Despite his lack of formal martial arts training, he relied on the physical prowess he had honed in years past. Now, he was able to channel his spiritual energy outward, enveloping his fists and feet in a potent aura, which naturally enhanced his power. Unfortunately, the cramped confines of the cave limited his movements. He could only evade while waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Suddenly, Qin Yang landed a punch on one of the shadows. The energy surged forth, and the shadow writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground. In mere moments, it dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing entirely. Chapter 15. The eerie cave. Qin Yang was taken aback. He had never engaged in combat with a ghostly entity before. Although he possessed the cultivation level of the Golden Core stage, his training had been minimal. To achieve such decisive results upon his first strike was indeed unexpected. While Qin Yang pondered this, the remaining shadows froze in place, their gazes now filled with fear. With renewed determination, Qin Yang stepped forward, causing the shadows to retreat in alarm. It became increasingly clear that these entities appeared to be frightened of him. Encouraged by this revelation, Qin Yang pressed onward, hastening his pace, causing the shadows to scatter further. The tide of the encounter shifted dramatically. Now the shadows were fleeing, with Qin Yang hot on their heels. Before long, he chased the shadows into a modestly sized cavern. This cave also had only a single exit, yet the shadows did not flee through it. Instead, they turned and burrowed into the earth beside them. Observing this, Qin Yang cast a glance toward the cave's entrance, contemplating for a moment before deciding to follow the shadows. After all, if these creatures were afraid of him, what did he have to fear? He immediately employed his earth-escaping technique. Tunneling into the soil, as his vision adjusted, Qin Yang discovered an astonishing subterranean realm beneath the surface. It was a vast chamber, soaring 4 to 5 stories high. With countless tunnels branching off in all directions, the center of this cavern stood a magnificent tree, its trunk as thick as a large water jug, winding like a dragon, its foliage lush and blood-red. The tree was not particularly tall, measuring only about 5 or 6 meters. Yet its canopy was remarkably expansive, nearly encompassing the entire cave. The branches extended toward the various tunnels, leading to unknown destinations. This bizarre scene left Qin Yang perplexed. He cautiously approached the peculiar tree, and with each step, he felt a slight tremor emanating from it. The crimson leaves quivered and fell, as if the tree were a living entity. And Qin Yang sensed a hint of fear radiating from it. Gathering his courage, he stepped closer to the tree. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. At the base of the tree, a cluster of dark, indistinct matter quivered slightly. As it continued to tremble, dark iron chains gradually became visible, entwined around the tree trunk. Adorning these chains were yellow talismans, pulsating with a sinister glow. The dark mass was covered in coarse black hair. Resembling a wild beast, that it had its eyes tightly shut, yet its body trembled uncontrollably. Qin Yang advanced cautiously, and as he did, the dark figure appeared increasingly terrified, trembling more violently. The chains binding it to the tree became more pronounced. In that moment, Qin Yang realized the chains were securing the dark entity to the trunk. Sensing the creature's fear, Qin Yang grew bolder. He raised his hand to part the thick fur, seeking to uncover what lay beneath. However, as soon as he made contact, the hair ignited spontaneously, that a roar erupted from the shadow, a cry of anguish that made the entire tree shake violently. Qin Yang paused, recognizing that this entity was guarded with remarkable vigilance, suggesting it would not be easily dealt with. Though he was at the Golden Core stage, the lesser spirits had been intimidated by him, likely due to his cultivation level. Yet this creature was clearly beyond such fears. Unless it possessed something that could instill terror in these shadows. But he had nothing of the sort. His resources were utterly depleted. Suddenly, it dawned on Qin Yang. The only asset he had was his own body. What set him apart was his pure Yang physique. This physique radiated abundant Yang energy, attracting these malevolent spirits. However, pure Yang energy inherently countered malevolent forces, rendering these entities particularly fearful of it. With this realization, Qin Yang raised his hand, gathering a sphere of spiritual energy. Indeed, as the energy manifested, the bound dark entity grew increasingly agitated, roaring in fury as it struggled against its restraints. Observing this, Qin Yang waved his hand, directing the energy toward the shadow. In the next moment, the shadow emitted a chilling scream as its entire body ignited in flames. Simultaneously, anguished howls echoed from the surrounding tunnels, creating a haunting symphony. Ignoring the cacophony, Qin Yang focused his energy and struck the dark entity once more, this time infusing it with even greater pure Yang power. The moment his palm made contact, the shadow collapsed entirely. The fur that enveloped it burned away, revealing a pitch-black form beneath. The skin of this being was already decayed, yet it still bore traces of pure Yang energy, which caused its flesh to disintegrate into wisps of smoke wherever it passed. The shadow's cries of anguish gradually diminished, as if it were on the brink of losing its life. Its gaze met Qin Yang's, and in that instant, he perceived a hint of relief within its eyes. "Who are you?" Qin Yang inquired hastily, still grappling with the bewildering circumstances. "Qin Shan," the shadow uttered slowly, before its entire form crumbled into a heap of white bones. In that instant, the surrounding wails ceased, and the swaying tree became eerily still. Qin Yang was left in a state of confusion. Qin Shan? Is that a name? He could not fathom the situation. After contemplating for a moment, he prepared to leave. Yet, as he turned, he sensed a familiar aura drawing him back. Qin Yang turned around, gazing at the tree before him, and he could not help but wonder aloud. This cave, buried deep underground and devoid of sunlight. How could a tree thrive here? Moreover, the tree's appearance was peculiar, and Qin Yang could not identify its origins. Approaching once more, he placed his hand upon the trunk. In that instant, a wave of warmth surged through him, spreading throughout his entire being. The tree seemed to radiate a comforting heat. Qin Yang was astonished. This was no ordinary tree. Though he did not recognize it, he sensed its extraordinary nature. With this thought in mind, he resolved not to linger any longer. He rummaged through the treasures he had scavenged earlier and selected a large knife, striking the tree trunk with it. With a resounding crack, the knife shattered upon impact. Qin Yang was left utterly bewildered. This knife was a magical artifact. In the realm of cultivation, weapons were generally classified into 4 tiers: magical artifacts, spiritual tools, treasured artifacts, and spiritual treasures. While magical artifacts were the lowest tier, they were still significantly more powerful than ordinary blades. Even the most basic low-grade magical artifact could cleave through gold and stone effortlessly. Yet, this magical knife shattered upon merely touching the tree trunk. This only served to reinforce Qin Yang's belief that the tree before him was of extraordinary origin. Chapter 16. The mysterious Tinlang Bao. Gazing at the magnificent treasure before him, Qin Yang felt a sense of helplessness. He recognized the tree's significance, yet he had no means of taking it with him. After contemplating his options, he summoned all his strength and struck the tree with a palm. This strike, infused with pure Yang energy, would likely leave even an ordinary golden core practitioner severely injured. However, when his palm met the tree trunk, the energy was absorbed entirely, and the tree remained unperturbed. At this moment, Qin Yang felt utterly defeated. With no success in dealing with the trunk, he decided to shift his focus and attempted to break off a branch. Yet, despite exerting all his might, he could not even pluck a single leaf from the tree. Feeling disheartened, Qin Yang concluded that the tree was beyond his reach. He then turned his attention to the iron chains. Since these chains were used to bind the dark entity, they must be of considerable value. He immediately reached out to grasp the chains. To his surprise, as he tugged on the iron chains, the entire cave began to tremble. Simultaneously, the tree swayed, and an inexplicable aura surged forth, as if an ancient beast were gradually awakening. Qin Yang felt a wave of unease wash over him, yet he did not cease his actions. Rather, he quickened his pace. Crack! Suddenly, the iron chain tautened, becoming immovable. Qin Yang felt along the chain, discovering that the other end extended directly to the base of a tree. As he approached for a closer inspection, he was astonished to find that this iron chain had transformed from the tree's roots. However, what truly captivated Qin Yang's attention was that the roots emerged from a blazing red log. The log was bent, resembling the shape of a bow, its surface adorned with numerous tendrils, which coalesced into the tree before him. Qin Yang reached out, grasping the bough, and with a mere lift of his hand, he hoisted it up. Simultaneously, the roots connected to the longbow began to retract violently. The surrounding space and time seemed to reverse, as the grand tree gradually morphed into a sapling, its roots and tendrils ultimately merging into the longbow in Qin Yang's grasp. As the roots completely retracted, the longbow suddenly erupted in a radiant glow, a wave of searing heat enveloping the entire hall. The bough radiated a blood-red hue, its structure akin to jade and blood. The bow's body resembled two crimson phoenixes, their golden feathers unfurled, and at the tail's end, a taut bowstring was drawn tight. Qin Yang immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this object, yet he could not discern its rank. Nonetheless, the terrifying pressure emanating from the longbow sent a shiver of trepidation through him. The intense heat wave seemed to transform the surroundings into a sea of flames, had he not possessed the pure yang body. Impervious to heat, he would have surely been melted away at that moment. But as Qin Yang grasped the longbow, everything around him fell into silence. Just as he believed he had stumbled upon a treasure, he suddenly felt a surge of scorching energy coursing up his arm and into his body. Simultaneously, it felt as if the pure yang power within him was being absorbed. Alarmed, Qin Yang hastily discarded the longbow. Yet it continued to siphon away his pure yang energy, that he sensed something beneath his skin striving to break free. He remembered the black-furred creature he had seen earlier, wondering if it had suffered a similar fate due to its contact with this longbow. The thought sent a jolt of fear through him. He attempted to control his body, but discovered he lacked even the strength to move. That it was as if he were imprisoned in place, helplessly watching the pure yang energy within him dissipate. Time passed, and the longbow began to rise slowly, hovering before Qin Yang. At that moment, crimson flames danced upon the bow, as though they were wings. The longbow ceased its absorption of Qin Yang's pure yang energy, floating silently before him. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yang mustered his courage and reached out to grasp the longbow. In the next instant, it transformed into a wisp of flame, surging into his forehead. That a phoenix pattern briefly shimmered upon his brow. When Qin Yang regained his senses, he discovered a red longbow had manifested within his energy sea. With a mere thought, the longbow appeared in his hand. It was then that he noticed the ancient characters Tianlang engraved upon its surface, exuding an aura of antiquity and grandeur. The longbow felt warm and smooth, akin to jade. However, despite observing it for a considerable time, Qin Yang could still not ascertain its rank. Nevertheless, based on Tianlang's performance, it must surely be above that of a magical treasure. Qin Yang had not anticipated such an unexpected gain. This was something Li Qingchuan had never mentioned. Perhaps she was unaware of its existence. In hindsight, it was clear that Qin Yang had attracted those ghostly beings due to his pure yang body. And it was his pure yang body that compelled the entities to lead him here, that if an ordinary person were to encounter those beings, they might not have survived. Thus, one could say he was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. After toying with Tianlang for a while, Qin Yang decided to store it within his body and then proceeded to utilize the earth escape technique to retrace his steps. Upon returning to the cave, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Bloodstains littered the cavern, along with signs of a struggle. Perhaps the people from the Qingshan sect had discovered the situation and were in pursuit. However, they remained oblivious to the hidden wonders beneath the cave. Without delay, Qin Yang continued onward through the cavern. Soon he emerged from its depths, where he found more bloodstains and charred remnants at the exit. Not daring to linger, he chose a direction and prepared to make his escape. Just then, two figures rushed towards him. Master! The newcomers were none other than Li Qingshan and Tao Yaoyao. They had previously noticed members of the Qingshan sect heading towards the valley and realized something was amiss. However, they did not dare enter the valley. Knowing the location of this exit, Li Qingshan decided to wait here. They had seen the Qingshan sect members emerge, yet Qin Yang remained absent, which was why they had not revealed themselves. Let us go. Qin Yang did not ask too many questions and led the two away from the area that en route. He learned from Li Qingshan that they had been guarding this spot for an entire night. The people from the Qingshan sect had indeed discovered the place, seemingly engaged in a struggle with something, and had pursued it further. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang recounted the peculiar entities he had encountered within. Dried corpses, ghostly beings, strange black-furred monsters. Li Qingshan listened with a puzzled expression. She had never encountered such creatures in her previous life. Subsequently, Qin Yang retrieved the longbow and offered it for Li Qingshan to examine. To his astonishment, as soon as she took hold of the bow, she was instantly enveloped in flames. Qin Yang quickly retracted Tianlang, realizing that this extraordinary object could only be wielded by him. With a wry smile, Qin Yang noted that Li Qingshan did not seem overly concerned, merely casting him a glance filled with complex emotions. Chapter 17. The market in this world, there exists a phenomenon known as fate. The level of one's fate determines the opportunities that will come their way. Li Qingshan, having reached the transformation stage in her past life, possessed a fate that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Thus her opportunities had been plentiful. Yet, witnessing Qin Yang encounter such a treasure in this place evoked a sense of reflection within her. In comparison to Qin Yang, her own fortune felt insignificant. She had visited this location in her previous life, but had never discovered the hidden treasure concealed within. This clearly illustrated that some opportunities are not meant for oneself, even when they lie just out of reach. Li Qingshan felt no jealousy. Everything is governed by fate. What belongs to Qin Yang cannot be taken by others. Let us see if we can ascertain its origins, she suggested, scrutinizing the longbow in Qin Yang's hands. After a prolonged examination, she shook her head that I cannot be certain, but it appears at least as formidable as an ancient treasure. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was taken aback. Beyond spiritual treasures lie ancient treasures, which are artifacts wielded by powerful beings of the past, their might surpassing that of spiritual treasures by an unknown margin. Previously, Qin Yang had harbored suspicions regarding this, as Tianlong's emergence had indeed demonstrated an awe-inspiring might. Yet, he had refrained from pursuing that line of thought. However, he accepted Li Qingshan's assessment. After all, she was a reincarnated being with insights beyond his comprehension. This was precisely why he had shown the bow to her. Regrettably, even with her keen perception, she could not ascertain its origins. Meanwhile, Tao Yaoyao, with eager eyes, had restrained her desire to examine the Tianlang bow after witnessing Li Qingshan's earlier encounter. The three soon departed from the Qingshan sect's territory and found a place to rest. Now that the Qingshan sect hasn't discovered us, we should be safe. This time, I managed to acquire quite a number of spirit stones and various techniques. It should amount to at least 50,000 spirit stones. With such wealth, they could indulge for a while. First, we need to find a place to see if we can purchase some foundation establishment pills. Li Qingshan paused, knowing well Qin Yang intended to buy the pills for her. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, "Thank you, Master. After all, I promised you. I must fulfill that promise." Qin Yang took a deep breath. This girl, Li Qingshan, was far more obedient than Tao Yaoyao, although she appeared somewhat aloof. Her words were pleasant, and she displayed understanding. "Master, shouldn't we prioritize finding a restaurant for a good meal?" Tao Yaoyao pouted. As for her, the first thing to do with money was to enjoy a sumptuous feast. At the mention of food, Qin Yang felt a twinge of hunger himself. It's no problem. Eating and purchasing Foundation establishment pills can be done concurrently. After resting for a while, the group set off. At present, there is no need to worry about pursuers, so the group naturally slowed their pace. Originally, Qin Yang intended to find a place to purchase Foundation establishment pills, but in the ordinary human cities. There were no shops selling such items that in this locale. There were only a few small sects nearby, and most cultivators seldom interacted with humans in their daily lives. Some larger sects established cities to facilitate communication among their disciples, and the smaller sects do the same. However, lacking the ability to build cities, they resorted to establishing markets. The scale of these markets is not comparable to that of cities, and their wares are quite varied. Nonetheless, Foundation establishment pills should still be available. There was only one market in the vicinity, a considerable distance from their current location. The three of them took their time, walking and stopping, and it took them a full 2 days to arrive at the entrance of that market. This market, named Qingfengjai, was hidden deep within the mountains, frequented primarily by cultivators that was said to have been established by a rogue cultivator. True to its name, Qingfengjai resembled a stronghold, akin to a bandit's lair, with wooden fences and a sign hanging above. Upon entering the stronghold, Qin Yang and his companions found it quite lively. However, the cultivators present generally had low levels of cultivation. Even those at the Foundation establishment stage were few and far between. The path of cultivation is long and arduous, and those at the Foundation establishment stage are already considered the backbone of their sects, while most sects regard those at the Golden Core stage as fit for elder positions. The trio found an inn and indulged in a hearty meal. After days of sleeping rough in the wilderness, they had not enjoyed a proper meal for quite some time. Tao Yaoyao, glancing at the table laden with delicious dishes, disregarded her image and immediately began to devour the food voraciously. Li Qinchan, in contrast, maintained her usual composure, eating slowly and elegantly. Qin Yang helplessly shot a glance at Tao Yaoyao, thinking to himself how infuriating it was to compare the two disciples. One was a picture of decorum, while the other was the opposite. After their meal, the three set out towards the market's alchemy shop. Most of the items in the market were rather ordinary, and the same went for the pills. The majority were merely first-grade healing pills, or those for restoring spiritual energy. Upon learning that Qin Yang was seeking Foundation establishment pills, the shopkeeper's expression changed immediately. Needing Foundation establishment pills indicated that one was at least at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, a level considered formidable in this small market. Naturally, the attendant did not dare to be neglectful. However, what was more significant was that they did not have any Foundation establishment pills in stock. In such places, Foundation establishment pills are considered high-grade goods, and these small shops typically do not keep them on hand. Nevertheless, the attendant directed Qin Yang to a nearby alchemist, a second-grade practitioner, who was the only alchemist in the vicinity. Most of the pills sold in the market were crafted by this alchemist. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang led Li Qinchan and Tao Yaoyao away from the shop. The alchemist, known as Master Yu, was a guest elder in the market and held in high regard. Even nearby sects would come to solicit his services when in need of pills that in the world of cultivation, alchemists, weaponsmiths, and talisman masters are seen as individuals of great distinction. For cultivators traveling far from home, pills, magical tools, and talismans are indispensable. Thus, those who possess such skills are highly coveted by cultivators and enjoy esteemed positions. Master Yu's status as the only alchemist nearby is self-evident. The trio soon arrived at Master Yu's residence, which was a separate courtyard that appeared no less grand than those of wealthy families. The young attendants at the entrance were all at the Qi refinement stage. Upon hearing that Qin Yang and his companions were in search of Foundation establishment pills, they hurriedly led them into the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang encountered the legendary Master Yu. The man appeared youthful, likely in his early 20s, with a tall, slender build and a scholarly demeanor, elegantly wielding a folding fan. "Welcome, esteemed guest. I understand you are seeking Foundation establishment pills?" Master Yu greeted them with a respectful bow, his gaze lingering on Tao Yaoyao and Li Qinchan for a moment. "Indeed, we humbly request your assistance, Master Yu." Qin Yang returned the bow, mindful of the need for etiquette when in the presence of such a figure. Of course, Master Yu chuckled lightly, waving his hand for an attendant to bring tea. "Please, take a seat. However, I must inform you that I do not currently have any Foundation establishment pills available. If you require them, you may need to wait a couple of days." Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, in that case, We shall return in a couple of days. No rush. Dear guests are always welcome. Please enjoy some tea before you leave. Master Yu's smile was warm and unhurried. Yet, Qin Yang politely declined and turned to depart, just as he stepped out of the courtyard. Yu Hui's expression shifted dramatically. Intruders, he bellowed, and an attendant rushed forward. Master, what is it? Keep an eye on them and investigate their backgrounds. Yes, the attendant hurried off, while Yu Hui gazed down at the tea on the table. A glint of malice flashing in his eyes as Qin Yang and his companions exited the courtyard. Li Qingshan discreetly observed Qin Yang and whispered, Master, someone is following us. I know, Tao Yaoyao, upon hearing this, immediately turned to look back, but Qin Yang swiftly restrained her. Who is following us? Tao Yaoyao, lacking the wariness of her companions, thought only of confronting the stalker. Most likely that alchemist from earlier. Qin Yang was already aware of the situation. The moment he laid eyes on Yu Hui upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. Perhaps Yu Hui had grown accustomed to being the top dog here, as his expression bore no concealment. Qin Yang had also noticed the suspicious actions involving the T.A.S. an alchemist. Administering drugs was second nature to him. While others might not have perceived it, Qin Yang, being at the Golden Core stage, had enough perceptive ability to notice. What does he want by following us? Tao Yaoyao inquired, puzzled. Qin Yang shot Li Qingshan a glance and replied softly, Sometimes being attractive can be a curse. Are you suggesting he is interested in me? Tao Yaoyao's anger flared instantly. Qin Yang could not help but burst into laughter at her remark that you're just a young girl who isn't even fully matured yet. Where does your confidence come from? Even Li Qingshan, who had only known Tao Yaoyao for a couple of days, found it hard to suppress her amusement. Despite Tao Yaoyao's youthful appearance, she was quite knowledgeable and unabashedly vocal about risky topics. Even Li Qingshan sometimes found it challenging to handle her candidness at this moment. Hearing Tao Yaoyao's first reaction be that someone was interested in her made Li Qingshan chuckle. While Tao Yaoyao had a charming appearance and could be considered a beauty, she was still quite young and had yet to fully blossom. It was unlikely that a normal person would be interested in her unless they were perverse. Furthermore, Li Qingshan also noticed Yu Hui's gaze towards her. Understanding his intentions, Master, don't be absurd. I have already started developing. It's just a bit small. Tao Yaoyao protested, moving closer. Go away, go away. I don't want to see. Qin Yang pushed her away, exasperated. This girl had no sense of propriety, unabashedly discussing such matters in public. Moreover, he was a man. How could she trust him so easily? Although girls at 16 were considered of marrying age in this world, Tao Yaoyao was still too mature for her age. Qin Yang understood that her behavior was influenced by her upbringing, and it would take time for her to change. Nevertheless, he had been trying to teach her, albeit with limited success. Upon returning to the inn, the attendant followed them closely. While Qin Yang was aware of Yu Hui's intentions, he refrained from taking action since the latter had not yet made a move. The key was that Yu Hui held a significant position here. If Qin Yang were to confront him publicly, it could potentially provoke the nearby sections of course. Qin Yang had his own plans that if Yu Hui were to take action against them, it might provide an opportunity to seize Foundation establishment pills from him and save some money in the process. After all, a single Foundation establishment pill costs 300 spirit stones, and though Qin Yang had acquired spirit stones, it was always prudent to save where possible. That night, as the three of them dined in the inn's main hall, voices from the adjacent table caught their attention. Have you heard? Qingshan's sect has been haunted recently. Of course, I've heard. They say a horde of ghost cultivators has taken over their mountain gate. And now the disciples of Qingshan's sect have been forced to evacuate. Qingshan's sect has met its match. Indeed. Once the largest sect in our area, now reduced to being overrun by ghost cultivators. Qin Yang's expression shifted slightly upon hearing their words. Ghost cultivators? Could it be those he had previously dealt with? Hey, have you heard about the secret treasure of Shishan? Quickly, another voice piqued Qin Yang's interest. The secret treasure of Shishan? What is going on? Just a couple of days ago, a secret realm was discovered not far from Qingfengjai, said to contain a treasure. Several nearby sects are planning to send people to investigate. How could I not have heard such a significant piece of news? I too heard the tavern keeper speak of this just a couple of days ago. The so-called tavern keeper is the master of this marketplace. Qin Yang had previously heard mention of him. The proprietor of this marketplace is an ancient ancestor at the Golden Core stage, who seldom makes an appearance. Very few people in the marketplace have ever laid eyes upon him. Master, there are secret treasures. Tao Yaoyao murmured softly upon hearing this. Yet, Qin Yang signaled her to remain silent and then raised his gaze to glance at Li Qingchuan. Noticing this, Li Qingchuan gave a slight nod. Both of them recognized that the one spreading the news was the young lad they had previously encountered at the Yu family. However, he had changed his attire. Even Tao Yaoyao failed to recognize him. But such a trivial disguise could not evade the keen eyes of Qin Yang and Li Qingchuan. Feigning ignorance, Qin Yang initiated a casual conversation with Tao Yaoyao. Yaoyao, this secret treasure might be precisely what you seek. Would you like to take a look? Absolutely, Tao Yaoyao, unable to contain her excitement, replied eagerly. Let us set off right after our meal. Perhaps we can arrive early and seize the opportunity. Hastily, Tao Yaoyao began to shovel food into her bowl. Concurrently, the young lad who had disseminated the information overheard their conversation and quietly slipped away from the crowd, leaving the IN and TDU residents. Upon hearing the report from the lad, Yu Hui's expression shifted dramatically. What? They plan to head over tonight. These fellows are acting with such impatience. I haven't even had the chance to prepare. Never mind, summon Chindu immediately. We must depart at once. Chapter 19. Encountering danger? Last-minute preparation, Master. Where is this secret treasure? Aren't you going to inquire? As night enveloped the land, the surrounding mountains and forests grew increasingly silent. The trio of Qin Yang strolled leisurely along the mountain path, their demeanor reminiscent of a spring outing. Where could there possibly be a secret treasure? It is merely a ruse to lure us away from the marketplace. Qin Yang had long anticipated Yu Hui's intentions. That fellow clearly wished to avoid confrontation within the marketplace, thus having his young attendant fabricate this tale. Just moments prior in the tavern, none of the diners had heard of such news. If a secret treasure truly emerged, such a significant event would undoubtedly not go unnoticed. The young lad's deliberate proclamation was certainly a falsehood. Having discerned this, Qin Yang resolved to turn the tables on Yu Hui. After all, he sought to procure some foundation-building pills from him. Now that Yu Hui had taken the initiative to approach, how could Qin Yang decline? They had only met Yu Hui that afternoon. The fact that he dispatched someone to spread the news that very night indicated to Qin Yang that the fellow likely had not prepared adequately in such a short span. Thus, Qin Yang feigned haste, intending for Yu Hui to be caught unprepared. Otherwise, should he fall into the trap set by his adversary, Qin Yang could not guarantee victory. Despite this, he still felt a tinge of unease. Consequently, upon exiting the marketplace, they did not head towards the western mountains, but rather chose a random direction to depart. This way, even if Yu Hui had set up some sort of ambush, it would be rendered ineffective. Without stepping into the trap, his arrangements would hold no sway. Now, Qin Yang merely awaited the unfolding events. The one who should be anxious was Yu Hui, while he could afford to adopt a leisurely approach. Why is he guiding us away from the marketplace? Does he intend to take action against us? Tao Yaoyao, with her innocent mind, could not fathom the intricacies, yet she could grasp the general idea from Qin Yang's words. Some matters are best handled discreetly, Qin Yang murmured softly. Since Tao Yaoyao had embarked on the path of cultivation, she would inevitably encounter such situations in the future. With her cunning nature, it was only a matter of time before she fell prey to other schemes. Qin Yang wished to seize this opportunity to impart wisdom about human nature to her. Such a nuisance. That fellow looks utterly pathetic, yet dares to covet my beauty. I shall definitely teach him a lesson. Tao Yaoyao declared indignantly, shaking her small fist. Qin Yang and Li Qingchuan exchanged exasperated glances upon hearing her words. This little girl truly held herself in high regard. Yaoyao, can we refrain from such narcissism? He may not even be interested in you. Qin Yang found himself at a loss for how to manage this girl, that if he is not interested in me, could it be that he fancies you? Master, upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's face involuntarily registered a look of disdain, as she instinctively took 2 steps back. What kind of look is that, you ungrateful disciple? Qin Yang, seeing her reaction, was immediately incensed. That lad is interested in you. Is he? Tao Yaoyao turned to glance at Li Qingchuan, her expression one of confusion. Junior sister? Tao Yaoyao pouted, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly declared in outrage, how could that pathetic fellow be so blind? I will definitely teach him a lesson. Qin Yang was rendered speechless. He had no desire to engage further with this girl. Fortunately, Tao Yaoyao's indignation suited Qin Yang's intentions perfectly. though she had already attained the foundation establishment stage and possessed some supernatural abilities. She ultimately lacked practical combat experience. This was an opportune moment for her to hone her skills. Earlier, Qin Yang had observed that Yu Hui was merely at the mid-foundation stage. Tao Yaoyao could certainly handle him, especially with Qin Yang providing support from the sidelines, ensuring her safety. After walking for a considerable distance, they finally noticed someone pursuing them. Tao Yaoyao immediately halted, turning to look back, where two figures descended from the sky on swords. "Ah, where are you all headed?" Yu Hui maintained his affable demeanor, gently fanning himself as he spoke with a smile. "I was just about to concoct some foundation establishment pills for you, if you leave now. It would be quite unfortunate." As he spoke, Yu Hui's gaze fell upon Tao Yaoyao. Such a fine talent. What a pity. Yu Hui could clearly see that Tao Yaoyao possessed foundation establishment capabilities, given her age. Such cultivation was indeed remarkable. He had previously suspected that these three individuals were not ordinary, but in this remote location, coupled with his confidence in being able to handle them, he had not paid it much mind. "Young lady, I see you possess extraordinary talent. Why not join me? I will ensure you have all the pills you require." As Yu Hui spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yang and scoffed. "This fellow is utterly unremarkable. Following him will surely ruin your life." Upon hearing Yu Hui's words, the trio finally realized they had misjudged the situation. This old man truly had his eyes set on Tao Yaoyao. What a beast, preying even on the young. Qin Yang could not help but speak up, yet the words invigorated Tao Yaoyao. "Master, I told you my beauty is unparalleled, yet you didn't believe me," Tao Yaoyao declared. Striding forward, her expression shifting as she admonished sharply, "You, with that pathetic demeanor, dare to covet my beauty. While my master may be unremarkable, he surpasses you by far. Dare to slander him, and you'll face my wrath." As she spoke, she raised her hand, only to suddenly freeze. She had never fought before. In the Qi family, she was always the one being bullied. Although she had begun her training, she had merely engaged in spellcasting and was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. "Master, what should I do?" Tao Yaoyao turned back to look at Qin Yang, that I in the distance. Yu Hui and his companion were equally bewildered. Hearing Tao Yaoyao's remark about him, Yu Hui was naturally infuriated. But witnessing her peculiar behavior left him utterly dumbfounded. Did I ask this girl truly a cultivator? One cannot grasp the Tao at the last moment like this. "Humph, ignorant child, how dare you insult me? I will capture you and teach you a proper lesson." Although Yu Hui was unsure of what Tao Yaoyao was attempting, he did not wish to waste words and immediately charged forward with his sword drawn. Seeing this, Qin Yang's heart raced that he had never used supernatural abilities before. And faced with this situation, he too felt somewhat at a loss. However, he remained composed. He quickly rummaged through the heap of treasures he had previously acquired from the Qingshan sect and produced a long sword. Tossing it to Tao Yaoyao, "Weren't you practicing supernatural abilities? Use it against him." Tao Yaoyao caught the long sword, but wore a puzzled expression. "How do I use it?" She had indeed cultivated supernatural abilities, but she had merely followed along without truly understanding how to wield them. Faced with the necessity to act, she found herself at a loss. "Humph, ignorant fool. You dare to deceive me. A mere foundation establishment practitioner attempting to wield supernatural abilities? Do you take me for a fool?" Seeing that Tao Yaoyao and the others were frozen in place, Yu Hui felt a surge of delight. He had initially anticipated a struggle, but now it seemed these young ones were mere novices, incapable of even the most basic martial arts. They likely only thought to intimidate him with their supernatural abilities upon seeing him. Chapter 20. A brief test of skill, one strike to victory. As Yu Hui approached, Qin Yang suddenly had a realization. "Do you remember the swordsmanship incantation? Recite it." Tao Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback, but then turned to face Yu Hui, drawing the long sword and positioning it across her chest. "The moon shines upon the cold river, frost blankets the sky. Humph, you think to fool me." As Yu Hui beheld this scene, he let out a cold laugh, having never heard of a martial art that could be practiced on the spot. Observing Tao Yaoyao still putting on airs, he couldn't help but feel disdain. Raising a hand, he reached out directly towards her. However, just as he was about to make contact, a chilling wave of frost instantaneously enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, Tao Yaoyao seemed to transform completely, an aura of sharpness radiating from her, while Yu Hui was taken aback, attempting to retreat. only to discover that his legs had already been encased in ice. Before he could cry out, the frigid sensation spread throughout his body. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of shattering ice resounded, and as Tao Yaoyao opened her eyes, she found herself gazing upon nothing but an ice sculpture. She lightly raised a finger, and the entire sculpture shattered in an instant, along with Yu Hui, who was encased within, reducing him to mere powder. In the distance, Chunda, who had accompanied Yu Hui, stood frozen in shock upon witnessing this scene. Yao Yao, don't just stand there. There's another one. Qin Yang called out to remind him, prompting Chunda to snap back to reality and attempt to flee. Observing this, Tao Yaoyao swiftly drew her sword and shouted, "Autumn winds like rain." Yet, she had only uttered half of her incantation when she suddenly turned back. "Master, what is the next line?" Qin Yang replied, "Li Qingshan, how did I end up with such an unfortunate disciple?" With a look of exasperation, Qin Yang saw that Chunda had already run far away. Instantly, he focused his thoughts, and Tianlang materialized in his hand. He then drew the bow, launching an arrow that flew like a feather dart. The speed was so incredible that even Qin Yang could scarcely follow its trajectory, that he merely saw that Chunda, in his desperate flight, seemed to be struck by some unseen force, instantly turning into a charred corpse. This thing is so powerful. Qin Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of shock. He had merely intended to test Tianlang's might, but the results exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, his archery skills were hardly remarkable. He had only aimed broadly and yet achieved such precision. Qin Yang glanced at Tianlang in his hand, unable to suppress his excitement. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. He stowed the longbow and surveyed his surroundings. Then stepped forward to retrieve a storage ring from the pile of ice shards. Storage rings were considered essential for cultivators, yet they were costly, typically beyond the reach of ordinary disciples. Only alchemists like Yu Hui, who were not short on funds, could afford such luxuries. The Qinyang sect token in Qin Yang's possession also had storage capabilities, designed for the convenience of its disciples, but only major sects like Qin Yang could afford to forge such tokens. Delving into the storage ring, Qin Yang soon discovered several Foundation Establishment pills that he promptly handed the ring to Li Qingshan. "There are several Foundation Establishment pills inside. Keep this, and there are also plenty of spirit stones for you to manage." Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao immediately bristled. "Master, why should this ring go to Junior Sister? This is my spoils of war. Letting you hold on to those spirit stones is a risk. Within a few days, you'll squander them all." Qin Yang naturally wouldn't entrust the management of valuables to Tao Yaoyao. Her exuberant personality made her a potential target for others if she possessed a storage ring. "I can be frugal," Tao Yaoyao pouted, casting envious glances at the storage ring. "Master, just give this to Senior Sister. I'll be content with just one Foundation Establishment pill." Seeing this, Li Qingshan extracted a Foundation Establishment pill and handed the storage ring to Tao Yaoyao. Delighted, Tao Yaoyao beamed, adopting a mature demeanor as she patted Li Qingshan on the shoulder. "Junior Sister, you're very understanding. Don't worry, I'll look out for you in the future." Qin Yang shot an exasperated glance at Tao Yaoyao, shaking his head in resignation. "Take this. You must be cautious in the future. That a gentleman is innocent, yet possessing treasures can bring trouble." "What does that mean?" Tao Yaoyao donned the ring, but found it a tad large. Opting instead to tuck it into her bosom, "It means that having valuable items on you can attract unwanted attention," Qin Yang explained. However, Tao Yaoyao seemed dismissive of this caution. "So what? If someone comes after me, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll slay both. In that case, we can become rich through robbery." Qin Yang promptly gave her a light rap on the head, causing Tao Yaoyao to retract her neck. "We are not a sect of ruthless killers. How can we indiscriminately slay the innocent? If you ever entertain such thoughts again, I shall strip you of your cultivation." Qin Yang understood that Tao Yaoyao's innocence necessitated guidance. In the beginning, human nature is neither good nor evil. It all depends on how one is guided. He was not a purely benevolent individual, yet he did not wish to raise a fiend. "I understand," Tao Yaoyao replied meekly, lowering her head, then asked, "But master, if someone tries to rob me, I can fight back, right? That is permissible." Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao retrieved the storage ring, then took out a piece of string. Threading the ring onto it and tying it around her neck, as if feeling it wasn't conspicuous enough, she adjusted the ring lower. Seeing this, Qin Yang took a deep breath, realizing what Tao Yaoyao intended. However, Was this not a potential avenue for profit? I never intended to do evil. It is merely the circumstances that compel me. Yet, watching Tao Yaoyao flaunt her ring so boldly, Qin Yang felt compelled to intervene. Put away the ring. If you attract the attention of powerful figures, what will you do then? When venturing outside, one must think thrice before acting. Do you understand? Tao Yaoyao pondered for a moment, her face paling with apprehension as she realized she had not considered that aspect. Quickly, she tucked the ring away. Let us leave at once. We must not allow anyone to know that they perished by our hands. Qin Yang urged both girls to depart swiftly. Master, why must we leave? Wouldn't it be better to wait here and see if anyone comes by to extort them? Tao Yaoyao questioned, her confidence swelling after her recent display of prowess that Wei Hui was an alchemist. Well regarded in this vicinity. If it becomes known that they died at our hands, we will surely become the target of public ire. You must remember, when out in the world, some can be slain, but you must ensure to clean up afterward. Never leave behind a trace. Tao Yaoyao nodded, seemingly grasping the concept that Li Qingchan regarded Qin Yang thoughtfully. Though she had only followed him for a brief time, she had observed his earlier conduct, noting that his cunning was not lacking compared to her own experiences in 2 lifetimes. Chapter 21. The disciple turns against the master. Master, where shall we go next? Having exited the confines of Qin Fengzhai, the pace of Qin Yang and his companion slowed. The most pressing matter now was to find a suitable location for his junior sister to establish her foundation. Qin Yang recognized that Li Qingchan was far more knowledgeable about cultivation than the naive Tao Yaoyao. Although the 3 of them were considered master and disciples, it was Li Qingchan who truly understood the nuances of cultivation. With both Qin Yang and Tao Yaoyao being somewhat ignorant, it was imperative for Li Qingchan to establish her foundation so that they would stand a fighting chance in future dangers. Indeed, it would be quite embarrassing for people to think that Master is incapable since junior sister has yet to establish her foundation. Tao Yaoyao, holding a candied hawthorn in one hand and a long sword in the other, waved them about whimsically, appearing rather comical. This girl had endured hardship in the past, and now that she had money, her desires were modest. She merely sought out delightful treats. Earlier at the market, she had purchased a considerable amount of candied hawthorns. While the market was predominantly filled with cultivation supplies, these treats were no different from those enjoyed by common folk. Noticing her chatter, Qin Yang chose to ignore it. Tao Yaoyao had been with him long enough that she no longer treated him with the same reverence. In the past, she had enjoyed sparring with him in conversation, and even now, as his disciple, she had not shed this habit. It seemed that Li Qingchan was the more sensible one. Qin Yang glanced at the dignified and graceful Li Qingchan beside him, and his mood instantly brightened. The group soon found a secluded wilderness. After all, the process of foundation establishment inevitably drew the attention of others that if they were within the sect, there would be a formation for protection. But when venturing outside, it was prudent to seek out deserted locales for safety. That Li Qingchan sat cross-legged on the ground, while Qin Yang and Tao Yaoyao stood vigilantly by her side, ever watchful. Li Qingchan held her breath and concentrated, preparing for a long time before finally retrieving a foundation establishment pill and swallowing it whole. The moment the elixir entered her mouth, she hurriedly began to channel her energy. Simultaneously, the gray mist within her sea of qi gradually expanded. That in no time, she found herself enveloped by this mist, much like a cocoon. Qin Yang watched in awe, struck by the wondrous sight before him. He could not discern the nature of the gray mist shrouding Li Qingchan, but its presence effectively blocked his spiritual perception. That moment, he could clearly sense Li Qingchan's presence, yet she appeared ethereal and insubstantial. Suddenly, Li Qingchan's body quivered, and she collapsed to the ground. Qin Yang sensed something was amiss and was about to rush forward when Li Qingchan silently opened her eyes and sat up once more. She cast a fleeting glance at Qin Yang before closing her eyes again, continuing her breakthrough. In that brief moment, she had merely experienced a leakage of her primordial yin, resulting in a momentary backlash. At this juncture, Li Qingchan finally comprehended the phrase within her cultivation method. The heaven and earth intercourse yin-yang limitless technique, which she practiced, focused on cultivating the dual energies of yin and yang within her body. As she cultivated, her primordial yin continued to accumulate. Yet as a female, she lacked any primordial yang. While this did not hinder her cultivation, it undoubtedly slowed her progress considerably, especially during this breakthrough when the power of her primordial Yin converged throughout her being, causing excruciating pain. Nevertheless, this technique possessed remarkable efficacy. Li Qingshan had broken through to foundation establishment in less than 3 to 5 days, a speed that was quite commendable in the grand scheme of things. Li Qingshan was acutely aware of the precious nature of this technique, yet its drawbacks left her feeling conflicted. Did it mean she truly had to engage in dual cultivation with Qin Yang? The mere thought of it brought a flush to her cheeks. Initially, she had harbored aversion towards Qin Yang, but after their interactions over the past few days, she felt nothing but respect for him. This was not solely due to the fact that he had bestowed this technique upon her, but rather because his various actions had revealed a genuine heart that he genuinely sought to guide them with kindness. Although he appeared somewhat inexperienced, he treated both her and Tao Yaoyao with sincerity that in a world rife with deception, such untainted earnestness was exceedingly rare. Having faced betrayal in her previous life, Li Qingshan cherished this hard-won friendship even more in this life, which was why her respect for Qin Yang was profoundly heartfelt. Yet, it was precisely this respect that made the thought of dual cultivation with him all the more mortifying. This matter required further contemplation. Although she had already discerned the flaws of the technique, she still could not bring herself to lower her pride and seek Qin Yang's assistance in such a matter. Perhaps a solution would present itself in due time. Li Qingshan reassured herself, and unbeknownst to her, she had already achieved her breakthrough. This was the terrifying aspect of the technique. The breakthrough occurred seamlessly, devoid of any bottleneck, much like Tao Yaoyao's earlier experience. The techniques rewarded by the system were indeed the most suitable for them, allowing their cultivation to progress effortlessly. Master, why does Junior Sister's face alternate between red and white? Is she losing her mind? Tao Yaoyao exclaimed. Stop your nonsense, you raven's mouth. Qin Yang retorted. Both he and Tao Yaoyao were on edge as they observed Li Qingshan's cultivation. At this moment, although Li Qingshan had indeed achieved her breakthrough, she remained preoccupied with thoughts of dual cultivation. Thus, when she heard Tao Yaoyao's comment, her cheeks flushed even more. Master, Junior Sister has truly lost her mind. Look at her face. It's almost bleeding. Quick, save her, Master. Give her mouth to mouth. Get away from me. Qin Yang scolded as he covered Tao Yaoyao's mouth. At this point, Li Qingshan could no longer maintain her composure. She feared that if she did not awaken soon, Qin Yang might genuinely resort to mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. She quietly opened her eyes, and upon seeing this, Qin Yang let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly approached her, asking, How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Li Qingshan shook her head, her gaze falling upon Qin Yang's handsome face, causing her to blush deeply as she quickly lowered her head. What is wrong with Junior Sister? Why is her face so red? Tao Yaoyao leaned closer, staring at Li Qingshan in confusion before glancing at Qin Yang. Suddenly enlightened, that Junior Sister, you've developed feelings. Do you want to turn the master into a disciple? Get away from me. Qin Yang could hardly tolerate Tao Yaoyao's antics and pulled her aside. Qingshan, don't listen to her nonsense. You just broke through. Focus on stabilizing your realm. Li Qingshan silently nodded but still dared not look Qin Yang in the eye. Yaoyao, go fetch some food, Qin Yang instructed, noticing that Li Qingshan seemed to have something she wanted to say. So he deliberately sent Tao Yaoyao away. Although Tao Yaoyao felt disgruntled, she had no choice but to turn and walk away. Once she had left, Qin Yang finally asked Qingshan, Is there an issue with the technique? Feel free to share. Li Qingshan bit her lip and shook her head slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she could not help but speak up. Master, this technique requires me to engage in dual cultivation with a pure yang body. Chapter 22. Limitless Sword Intent. Qin Yang was utterly bewildered upon hearing this that he had not previously examined the technique, so he had no inkling of this requirement. Now, upon hearing Li Qingshan's words, he immediately grasped the situation, that it was no wonder the young lady blushed upon seeing him. At present, he was the only pure yang body in the vicinity, perhaps the only one in the world. She had no choice but to select him as her dual cultivation partner. Perhaps she realized this, which made it difficult for her to face him. That it's all right. Perhaps there are other methods, he reassured her. Your Junior Sister's technique also requires her to maintain her innocence. Alas, such techniques possess both their strengths and their weaknesses. Qin Yang consoled, mistakenly thinking that Li Qingshan's anxiety stemmed merely from concerns about the technique's drawbacks. After all, he was far from conceited like Tao Yaoyao. He had never considered that Li Qingchuan would want to engage in dual cultivation with him. That Li Qingchuan nodded slightly, recognizing Qin Yang's concern for her. Despite the technique's flaws, she chose not to voice them. For now, they would simply take one step at a time. Before long, Tao Yaoyao returned with 2 wild chickens. Master, can you please refrain from sending me to hunt in the future? I am a cultivator. Sending me to catch wild chickens is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. That is not how you use a sledgehammer. Qin Yang corrected Tao Yaoyao's misunderstanding. Seeing this, Li Qingchuan quickly spoke up. From now on, I will handle such matters. With that, she stood up. Qin Yang and Tao Yaoyao were immediately alarmed and hurriedly gestured for her to sit back down. You should remain seated. You don't need to assist with cooking. Qin Yang moved aside, and both he and Tao Yaoyao busied themselves. That Li Qingchuan felt a twinge of guilt at their words. She truly did not possess any culinary skills. Although she loved cooking, her results were far from satisfactory. Watching Qin Yang and Tao Yaoyao toil away, her sense of guilt only deepened. The trio of master and disciples managed to scrounge together a meal and subsequently rested in place. Qin Yang sat cross-legged, appearing to be in a meditative state while, in reality, he was collecting system rewards. Congratulations, host. Li Qingchuan has broken through to Foundation Establishment. System returns cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. System rewards divine ability. Limitless sword intent. Now, with the elevation of Qin Yang's cultivation, the system's return cultivation was only sufficient for him to ascend a small realm. However, he was not disheartened by this. After all, his disciples' cultivation would continue to rise, and he merely needed to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Qingchuan. Qin Yang opened his eyes and called out. Hastily, Li Qingchuan approached Qin Yang's side and respectfully crouched down. Master, what is it? Now that you have broken through to Foundation Establishment, I shall impart a divine ability to you. Upon hearing this, Li Qingchuan's heart raced with astonishment. Indeed, another divine ability. Since her breakthrough, she had carried a sliver of anticipation. Previously, she had witnessed Qin Yang bestowing a divine ability upon Tao Yaoyao after her breakthrough, and judging by the manner in which Tao Yaoyao wielded it, that divine ability was surely of considerable caliber. Li Qingchuan had naturally fantasized about receiving a divine ability from Qin Yang after her own breakthrough. Yet, as time passed without any mention from him, she gradually abandoned that thought. Divine abilities were inherently rare, and she did not believe Qin Yang could casually produce one at this moment. Upon hearing Qin Yang's declaration, she felt a flicker of disbelief. However, before she could voice her doubts, Qin Yang casually produced a tome and handed it to her. As she gazed at the 4 grand characters inscribed on the book, Limitless Sword Intent, Li Qingchuan felt as though her heart had momentarily ceased to beat. Master, how did you come to possess this divine ability? You are familiar with this divine ability? Qin Yang, caught off guard by her question, felt somewhat guilty. How was he to explain this? Well, Limitless Sword Intent is a technique wielded by the legendary Wujiji Yanjin. He gained renown throughout Zhongzhou for this very technique, becoming a household name. Regrettably, the supreme immortal, Wuji Xianjun, later disappeared without a trace, and this extraordinary technique vanished alongside him. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt a jolt of surprise. The term immortal refers to cultivators at the void refinement stage. Thus, this technique was indeed created by a practitioner of that caliber. If that is the case, it is highly likely that the technique previously wielded by Tao Yaoyao also originated from a cultivator at the void refinement stage. I too stumbled upon this technique by chance. Qin Yang found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to respond with vague pleasantries that Li Qingchuan, understanding Qin Yang's intent, refrained from pressing further. However, her hands trembled as she held the tome. This technique was undeniably a genuine earth-rank skill. In the realm of cultivation, martial arts and techniques are classified into 4 grades. Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Earth-rank techniques represent the pinnacle of attainment, while Heaven-rank techniques can only be cultivated after reaching the integration stage, a feat Li Qingchuan had never witnessed even in her past life. Despite having cultivated for many years in her previous incarnation, she had only mastered one Earth-ranked technique, which paled in comparison to the current Wuji Sword Intent. After a prolonged silence, Li Qingchuan finally spoke softly. Thank you, Master. At that moment, she appeared particularly devout, akin to a disciple on a pilgrimage. It was precisely because she understood the origins of this technique that she comprehended the immense favor Qin Yang had bestowed upon her by imparting it. In her past life, although she had reached the god transformation stage, she gradually shed her arrogance and was completely impressed by Qin Yang, that in her eyes, he may have seemed inconsequential before, yet he consistently brought her surprises. She believed that taking him as her master in this lifetime was undoubtedly worthwhile, and her respect for him emanated from the depths of her heart. This was not merely a matter of cultivation. It was rooted in genuine affection that no need for excessive courtesy. Go and cultivate. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. That Li Qingshan stood, bowed respectfully, then turned to sit beside him, opening the technique in her hands. As someone who had been reborn and a formidable practitioner in her previous life, Li Qingshan knew precisely how to cultivate techniques that in a mere moment. She set the tome down and closed her eyes in concentration. The instant she began to channel the technique, the gray mist within her sea of qi began to surge with newfound vigor. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan was taken aback. Ever since she had begun cultivating, this mist had formed within her body. Yet despite her attempts to manipulate it over the past few days to uncover its mysteries, it had stubbornly resisted her commands. Little did she expect that today, while practicing this technique, she would inadvertently activate the enigmatic mist. The mist transformed into wisps that coursed through her meridians, igniting her blood in an instant that an indescribable sensation of euphoria enveloped her entire being. With a slight focus, 2 streams of mist shot forth, morphing into beams of sword light that pierced through a distant tree. Yet, the momentum did not cease until it had penetrated several trees, at which point the gray mist gradually dissipated. Chapter 23. Departure. Li Qingshan lifted her gaze, observing the faint residue lingering in the air, the mark left by the mist, a testament to the space that had been breached. At that moment, she stood utterly astonished. She had never imagined that this technique, in conjunction with the gray mist, could wield such power, capable of piercing through space itself. Qin Yang silently approached the tree, reaching out to touch the 2 small holes in its trunk at this moment. A trace of energy still lingered around the holes. Qin Yang could sense that this energy carried a sharp aura of life and death, one that clung persistently to him. Fortunately, only a remnant of the mist remained. Had he become contaminated, it would surely have been unpleasant. He withdrew his hand, still feeling a lingering trepidation. The tree before him stood tall, yet he could feel it had lost its vitality. Such a domineering technique had even startled Qin Yang. Master, that move was incredible. Tao Yaoyao sidled up to Qin Yang, silently gazing at the finger-wide holes before glancing back at Li Qingshan. Then, with a charming demeanor, she latched onto Qin Yang's arm, playfully pleading, "Master, teach me this as well." Enough, enough. The techniques I impart to you are those best suited for your cultivation. The one belonging to your junior sister is not appropriate for you, nor will you be able to master it. In your spare time, focus on learning the cold moon sword technique. Tao Yaoyao pouted, irritably releasing Qin Yang's arm. Master, you are biased. That technique is far too difficult to remember. I have only managed to memorize the first 3 lines. I often urge you to study, yet you refuse. Now you can't even recall the incantation for a technique and still wish to cultivate. Go, go, go. Hurry back and hit the books. Qin Yang waved Tao Yaoyao away, and only then did Li Qingshan approach. She understood that Qin Yang spoke the truth. The Wuji sword intent was indeed suitable for her cultivation. Coupled with the gray mist within her, its power might rival that of a heaven-ranked technique. However, her current cultivation level was still too shallow to fully unleash its potential. Is there anything you do not understand? Qin Yang inquired, aware that, given Li Qingshan's knowledge, anything beyond her grasp would likely be beyond his as well. Nonetheless, as a master, he felt it necessary to ask that no, this technique is very suitable for disciples to cultivate. Thank you, Master. Li Qingshan bowed deeply, her expression still cold as ice, yet her eyes reflected a newfound warmth. That is good to hear. Henceforth, cultivate diligently. Qin Yang advised that Li Qingshan nodded slightly, understanding that words were futile. Only through hard work could she repay this great kindness. All right, since you have already broken through, take your time to familiarize yourself with the technique, that we must continue our journey and leave this place as soon as possible. Qin Yang instructed, and upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's face fell. Master, can't we rest for a while? No. Since Hui perished at our hands, they likely already know of it that we cannot afford to linger here. Ah, but master, didn't you say that once we dealt with the aftermath, it would be fine? Tao Yaoyao queried. Puzzled, Li Qingshan interjected, explaining. Since Yu Hui's attendant had previously assisted him in arranging those matters, he must be aware of Yu Hui's plans. Now that Yu Hui is dead, that attendant will undoubtedly disclose our situation. Our prior handling of Yu Hui's corpse was merely a delay. Now we can only wait to see when that attendant will betray us. Qin Yang chuckled softly. Although Tao Yaoyao lacked cunning, Li Qingshan was undeniably reliable. She had grasped these matters without needing to be told, proving herself to be an old monster who had lived through a reincarnation. Ah, troublesome. Tao Yaoyao rose, casting a fierce glance into the distance. When I achieve immortality in the future, I shall return and imprison those rascals, making them endure 3 meals a day of whips. Qin Yang exchanged a glance with Li Qingshan, only able to smile wryly at the absurdity. This girl was indeed thinking far ahead, but by the time she truly ascended to immortality, who would still care about such minor characters? After tidying up, the trio promptly departed. That a few days later, Qin Yang and his companions finally arrived at Fengyang City, a place several thousand miles distant from Qingfeng Village. Earlier, Qin Yang had acquired several flying swords from the treasures he obtained from Qingshan sect, allowing both Tao Yaoyao and Li Qingshan to soar through the skies, significantly increasing their speed. So comfortable. In the inn, Tao Yaoyao sprawled on the bed, her face a portrait of bliss in the past. She had been merely a maid, sleeping on damp coarse linens in a side chamber. Now, lying beneath silk bedding, how could she not revel in the experience? She found it hard to believe that she had finally reached such a day. Hey, don't mess up my bed. Go sleep in your own room. Qin Yang remarked from his seat at the table. Though his tone was chiding, his expression radiated warmth that he could empathize with the girl's sentiments. After all, having grown accustomed to hardship, it was only natural for her to indulge in comfort. For this reason, he had chosen to stay at the most luxurious inn in Fengyang City, as they were not short on funds. Li Qingshan stood nearby, pouring a cup of tea for Qin Yang, gently suggesting, Master, senior sister is exhausted from the journey. Let her rest for a while. Though Li Qingshan appeared stern and unsmiling, her thoughts were particularly astute. She understood Qin Yang's fondness for Tao Yaoyao and deliberately spoke up to give him a chance to relent. Junior sister is quite sensible. Unlike you, master, who only knows how to squeeze your disciples. Tao Yaoyao waved her hand lazily, declaring, I'll just lie here for a bit. Call me when it's time to eat. With that, she pulled the covers over herself and burrowed in. Qin Yang could only shake his head with a wry smile at her utter lack of guile. After all, he was a man, yet she felt free to collapse onto his bed without a second thought. Li Qingshan extended the teacup to Qin Yang, bowing slightly, Master, tea. Qin Yang silently regarded Li Qingshan, aware that she was treating him with utmost respect. However, this level of formality made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Qingshan, there is no need for such deference in the future. Be a bit more at ease. You should learn from your senior sister in this regard. Li Qingshan nodded quietly, but refrained from further comment. But if there is nothing else, you may go and cultivate. Qin Yang instructed, and Li Qingshan responded with a respectful nod. Yes. Having spoken, she turned and walked to the nearby couch, sitting cross-legged upon it this moment. Qin Yang felt somewhat bewildered. Why did everyone insist on gathering in his room? He had clearly booked 3 separate rooms, which now seemed like a waste. Nevertheless, observing Li Qingshan engrossed in her cultivation, he could not shake off his concern and thus chose to remain by her side, offering protection. Chapter 24. Misunderstanding within the guest room. A profound stillness enveloped the air. The tea in the pot had gradually cooled. Qin Yang lifted the teapot, opened the door quietly, and called for a servant to bring a fresh pot of tea. Closing the door, he gazed at his 2 disciples, one deep in sweet slumber, the other in meditative concentration, and felt a wave of contemplation wash over him. Despite being fellow disciples, how could their paths in life diverge so dramatically? Tao Yaoyao was evidently less diligent in her practice compared to Li Qingshan, a fact attributable to the latter's dual lives, which had undoubtedly honed her intellect far beyond that of the young Tao Yaoyao. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he lost track of how many he had consumed throughout the afternoon. Regrettably, as Li Qingshan's cultivation remained unfinished, he felt reluctant to disturb her, resigning himself to vigilant watch. The delicate aroma of tea wafted through the air, rich in flavor. This inn truly lived up to its reputation as the most luxurious establishment in Fengyang City. Even the tea was of superior quality. Just as Qin Yang was indulging in the tea, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence creeping into the room that he swiftly turned to look. Li Qingchuan remained seated in her meditative posture, yet her body trembled violently, an icy aura radiating from her form. Fortunately, having previously acquired a cultivation array at the market, Qin Yang managed to safeguard the room, preventing the cold from seeping out. However, the current situation left him perplexed. He hurried forward to assess Li Qingchuan's condition, noting her complexion turning a ghastly shade of ashen, frost forming at her temples. Even standing close, he was assaulted by a bone-chilling cold. Had he not possessed a pure yang body, impervious to the cold, he might have succumbed to the icy grip. This was an unprecedented circumstance for Qin Yang, yet witnessing Li Qingchuan's agonized expression compelled him to act without hesitation. That he raised his hand, channeling a surge of pure yang energy into her crown, gradually quelling the frigid aura. Yet, this relief was short-lived. The cold surged anew, even more terrifying than before, encasing the entire room in an instant. Transforming it into a realm of ice and snow, the Li Qingchuan collapsed, frost spreading across her body. Alarmed by the sight, Qin Yang rushed to support her, immediately activating his technique to flood her body with spiritual energy. The frost began to melt away, her complexion slowly regaining its color, a rosy hue returning to her cheeks, and her breathing gradually steadied. Only then did Qin Yang exhale a sigh of relief. Yet he dared not cease his efforts, continuing to infuse her with energy to stabilize her condition. That moment, Li Qingchuan slowly raised her hand, clutching Qin Yang tightly. Her delicate hand felt like ice, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Through their clothing, he could sense that she resembled a statue of ice. As if compelled by the cold, she instinctively clung to him, believing that only in this manner could the chill be dispelled. Qin Yang hesitated, yet could not halt his efforts, forcing himself to endure as he continued to channel energy into her, suppressing the cold. However, Li Qingchuan would not relent, treating his presence as a lifeline, refusing to let go. Just then, Tao Yaoyao sat up, her eyes blinking in sleepy confusion. "How cold! Who doused my blanket with water?" she exclaimed, only to freeze mid-sentence, her gaze fixed on the intertwined figures of Qin Yang and Li Qingchuan. After a brief pause, a sly smile crept across her face. I saw nothing. Master, please continue. I shall not disturb you." With that, Tao Yaoyao hopped off the bed, preparing to leave. "Come back." Qin Yang waved his hand, summoning her back with a gust of energy. "Master, please don't silence me. I promise I won't say a word. I know all about your affairs with my junior sister. You can do whatever you wish." "I absolutely won't breathe a word," Tao Yaoyao declared, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. "Enough of that. Your junior sister is having a mishap in her cultivation. I am merely assisting her." Qin Yang countered, fully aware that Tao Yaoyao had a penchant for mischief. Yet given the current circumstances, he could not risk opening the door, lest they attract unwanted attention. Master, there's no need to explain. Just look, your junior sister seems quite proactive, doesn't she? The relationship between a master and disciple is nothing to fret over. I understand. If you prefer, I shall return to my slumber. You may continue. I'll cover my ears." Tao Yaoyao approached, a playful grin lighting her face. Though she had never witnessed such a scene firsthand, she had certainly overheard tales from the older women in the manor. Those old matrons could speak of anything, and Tao Yaoyao understood far more than Qin Yang might have realized. Such trivialities were beneath her notice. "Enough chatter. Your junior sister is in distress. Do not disrupt me." Qin Yang shot her an exasperated glance. I understand. Please continue." Tao Yaoyao retorted, inching closer with a cheeky demeanor. "Master, would you like assistance? What assistance could you possibly provide? I can hold your junior sister's hands." "Get lost. All right." Tao Yaoyao chuckled as she skipped away. Yet, just as she settled down, the door swung open abruptly, and a figure slipped inside, promptly closing the door behind them. Startled, Tao Yaoyao instinctively shielded Qin Yang. The newcomer, clad in a flowing white robe adorned with exquisite silk, exuded an air of elegance that he possessed striking features, with lips as red as cherries, teeth white as pearls, skin smooth as cream, and brows like delicate green ink. A hint of extraordinary charisma mingled with a subtle softness graced his countenance. His long, dark hair cascaded down to his waist, and his slender waist was as delicate as a willow, giving him an almost ethereal beauty. Upon observing the intertwined forms of Qin Yang and Li Qingshan on the couch, and the youthful girl at the edge, the newcomer's cheeks flushed slightly. Apologies for the intrusion. The handsome young man clasped his hands in a bow, hastily averting his gaze, yet showing no signs of leaving. That you've misunderstood. It is not as you perceived. We are merely master and disciple. Qin Yang quickly interjected, momentarily forgetting to inquire about the young man's identity. Their current situation was indeed unseemly, and he felt a pang of panic. However, his explanation only deepened the young man's blush, revealing a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Your affairs are of no concern to me. I merely sought refuge here for a brief moment. The young man replied, stepping behind the curtain. Qin Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly regained his composure. Tao Yao Yao, keep watch at the door. Allow no one to enter. At this, Tao Yao Yao obediently stationed herself by the door, casting a vigilant glance at the young man before settling into a stance of unwavering watchfulness. Knowing time was of the essence, Qin Yang hastened to circulate his energy, aiding Li Qingshan in her recovery. The young man observed him with a hint of curiosity, his desire to scrutinize further stifled by the sight of Li Qingshan's state, compelling him to shyly turn his gaze away. Chapter 25. Lingfu Sect's Yan Qing. After a brief interval, Li Qingshan finally stirred, awakening to the realization that she was nestled in Qin Yang's embrace. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly sat upright. Master, forgive me, she murmured, her head bowed. Although unable to move, her consciousness had remained alert, and she was acutely aware of what had transpired. That it was merely an instinctive response of her body. Yet such behavior inevitably led to misunderstandings. Now, she felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, her head lowered, unable to meet Qin Yang's gaze. That no harm done. Qin Yang waved his hand, opting not to dwell on the matter. He rose and moved to the center of the room, addressing the figure concealed behind the curtain. My friend, step forth, so we may converse. Though unaware of the reason for the young man's sudden intrusion, Qin Yang sensed no malice in his demeanor. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity to strike when he had entered. The young man, realizing Qin Yang had merely been aiding Li Qingshan in her recovery, felt a pang of guilt for his earlier assumptions. I apologize for my abrupt entry. Please forgive me. I am Yan Qing of the Lingfu sect, sent on a mission to train outside. This situation is truly beyond my control. I hope for your understanding. He spoke, producing a token that bore the insignia of the Lingfu sect. Seeing the token, Qin Yang felt a measure of relief. The Lingfu sect was one of the 6 major sects of the Kanglan domain, renowned for its mastery of talisman crafting. I am Qin Yang of the Qin Yang sect. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, he responded, revealing his own sect token. Though the 6 major sects often engaged in covert rivalries, they still upheld mutual support when outside. However, it ultimately depended on the individuals involved. After exchanging identities, the young man's demeanor visibly softened. So you are a disciple of the Qin Yang sect. It is indeed a privilege. Yan Qing quietly assessed the 3 individuals before him, his expression tinged with surprise. Among them, apart from Qin Yang, the other 2 possessed foundation-building cultivation, a remarkable achievement in any ordinary sect. Moreover, their deference in addressing Qin Yang as their master suggested that he held a significant position, likely that of an elder within the Qin Yang sect. Yan Qing cast a discreet glance at Qin Yang, unable to perceive his cultivation level, which only reinforced his impression that this seemingly youthful individual must have an extraordinary background. Senior, I hope you will forgive my impertinence for intruding, Yan Qing said, once again performing a respectful bow, though this time his demeanor radiated a greater reverence. Qin Yang, however, seemed unfazed, gesturing for him to take a seat. Li Qingshan, noticing the exchange, stepped forward to pour tea, only to realize that the tea had already frozen solid. Embarrassed, she hurried outside to fetch a fresh pot of hot tea. May I inquire, esteemed brother, what brings you here? You appear quite hurried. Have you encountered some difficulty? Qin Yang offered a cup of tea. After a moment's hesitation, Yan Qing began to elucidate. I came here for training purposes, and upon reaching this location, I heard that the Qingshan sect under Fengyang Prefecture had been taken over by ghost cultivators. Thus, I sought to investigate. However, as fate would have it, I stumbled upon two disciples of the Qingshan sect acting suspiciously, which led me to follow them to this inn. They are lodged next door, and I initially intended to utilize this room without disturbing you all to this revelation. A hint of embarrassment crossed Qin Yang's features. For it was quite possible that the ghost cultivators were inadvertently released by him, and he had not anticipated that their actions would attract the attention of disciples from 6 major sections. A nagging suspicion arose in his mind. Might I ask, esteemed brother, have you uncovered any useful information? Yanqing promptly set down his teacup and returned a respectful bow. You overestimate me, senior. I have always regarded you as an elder of the Qinyang sect, and thus I dare not address you as a brother. Not at all. Given our similar ages, there is no need for such formality. Qin Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. Stealing a glance at Li Qingshan, Qin Yang quickly comprehended Yanqing's thoughts. They are merely my recent disciples, possessing commendable talents. Please do not misunderstand. Though Qin Yang was indeed an elder of the Qinyang sect, he felt a slight discomfort, as Yanqing appeared to be older than him, in the realm of cultivation. It was commonplace for practitioners to spend centuries reaching the foundation-building stage, with those of superior aptitude taking several decades to achieve it. Disciples like Li Qingshan and Tao Yaoyao were truly a rarity. Yanqing, at the very least, seemed to be in his 30s, albeit with a youthful countenance. The astonishment in Yanqing's eyes was evident upon hearing Qin Yang's words. He could clearly see that both Li Qingshan and Tao Yaoyao were quite young. For them to attain foundation building at such an age was nothing short of extraordinary talent. Yanqing's heart brimmed with envy as he regarded Qin Yang, recognizing the fortune of having such gifted disciples. Since that is the case, I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Brother Qin, Yanqing declared, his tone more relaxed. Qin Yang nodded, and Yanqing continued. Over the past few days, I have gathered some information. The Qingshan sect was once the foremost sect in Fengyang Prefecture, yet it inexplicably fell into decline several centuries ago, leaving only a handful of disciples. With merely 2 at the foundation-building stage and the sect leader at the Golden Core level point 10 days ago, an unforeseen calamity struck the Qingshan sect, as a horde of ghost cultivators appeared and overtook the sect. Logically, ghost cultivators find it exceedingly difficult to cultivate, and it is improbable for those of such strength to simply materialize without warning. That I suspect that the Qingshan sect has been secretly nurturing ghost cultivators. For the past few days, I have been shadowing those 2 disciples, and I have unearthed some intriguing tidbits. According to their accounts, the Qingshan sect annually recruits disciples, yet their numbers have not increased. Moreover, they claim that once disciples reach the foundation-building stage, they descend the mountain to undergo training, yet none of those who left have returned. This leads me to suspect that those individuals never truly descended, but were instead used to cultivate corpses. Cultivating corpses? Qin Yang's heart tightened at this revelation. He recalled the decaying corpses he had encountered in the valley of the Qingshan sect, and had previously pondered why they were so well preserved. If they were indeed being cultivated, it would explain much. Brother Qin must be aware of the Shirin sect, one of the 6 major sects in the Kanglan region. Those individuals practice corpse cultivation, and I suspect the Qingshan sect may be employing similar methods, which is why I wish to investigate further. While the Shirin sect does engage in corpse cultivation, they do not harm their disciples. If the Qingshan sect is using their own disciples for such purposes, their actions would undoubtedly contravene the natural order. They must be eradicated in the name of righteousness. Chapter 26. Exterminating Evil and Upholding Justice. Our duty unwavering. Though Yanqing appeared refined and cultured, he was not devoid of righteous fervor. Moreover, as a disciple of one of the 6 major sects, he possessed ample justification for ridding the world of evil. Brother Yin speaks wisely. As it happens, my disciples and I are passing through this area, that we should join forces, allowing my disciples the opportunity to hone their skills. Qin Yang remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qingshan. Tao Yaoyao was about to interject, but was swiftly silenced by Li Qingshan's hand. Yanqing, oblivious to the nuances, felt elated at Qin Yang's willingness to assist. Brother Qin, your magnanimity is commendable. Should we uncover the Qingshan sect's misdeeds, we shall have performed a service for the people. Yanqing, rather naive, accepted Qin Yang's overtures without a hint of skepticism. Qin Yang silently regarded the earnest young man before him, his bright eyes devoid of deceit. However, It was indeed remarkable that someone of his cultivation level remained so innocent. Having finished his tea, Yanqing glanced towards the adjoining room. "Brother Qin, if it is not too much trouble, may I borrow this room? I wish to listen in on the plans of those two Qingshan sect disciples next door." "Not a problem." Qin Yang readily consented, relinquishing the room while he retired to Li Qingshan's quarters. Upon entering the room, Qin Yang promptly retrieved an array plate to set up a soundproof barrier, an essential item for any cultivator, albeit one that came at a steep price. Fortunately, with recent gains in spirit stones, he could afford it. "Master, those ghost cultivators from the Qingshan sect, they wouldn't be your doing, would they?" Tao Yaoyao ventured cautiously, as Li Qingshan had already deduced the situation. Yet, Tao Yaoyao's innocent nature led her to overlook the gravity of the matter. "Let us speak no more of this," Qin Yang admonished, "that I never anticipated that those individuals would cause such a ruckus. When we return, if possible, we must resolve this matter." Qin Yang had initially believed that the ghost cultivators were merely ordinary ones, whose cultivation would not pose a significant threat. However, should they be deliberately bred ghost cultivators, the situation would become far more complicated. These ghost cultivators could cultivate by consuming life force, and should they be left unchecked, they could unleash considerable chaos. "Master, if we return like this, what will become of the situation with Yui? Those sects may still be searching for us," Li Qingshan inquired. Qin Yang's expression shifted, but he had already formulated a plan. "Perhaps we must leverage the influence of others for our own benefit." "Huh. Are you referring to Yanqing?" Li Qingshan quickly grasped Qin Yang's intent. Yanqing was a disciple of the Lingfu sect, the foremost sect in the Martial Kingdom. While Fengyang Prefecture was merely a small corner of that realm, in this region, the presence of the Lingfu sect commanded respect, while those minor sects might not fear the Qinyang sect. The appearance of a disciple from the Lingfu sect would likely deter them from pursuing further inquiries. After all, the Lingfu sect was a dominant force in the Martial Kingdom. The group sat in the room, discussing their strategy, while Tao Yaoyao summoned a feast of food and drink, indulging gleefully, as she felt no obligation to engage in the strategizing. The following morning, Yanqing rapped on their door. "Brother Qin, I have gathered all the necessary information." As he entered the room, Yanqing could hardly contain his excitement. The two disciples seemed to have gone to seek help. They must have returned with some treasure, intending to subdue those ghost cultivators. "They will be setting off shortly." "Excellent," Qin Yang replied, promptly instructing Li Qingshan to prepare their belongings. That very morning, the group vacated their room and stealthily followed the two disciples out of the city. The two disciples, whose cultivation was rather low at merely the qi refinement stage, were unable to fly on swords, thus their pace was somewhat sluggish. Qin Yang and his companions trailed them discreetly until, after 4 or 5 days, they finally returned to Qing'an County. However, instead of returning to the Qingshan sect, the two disciples entered a tavern in the city. Qin Yang and his companions did not follow them inside, but opted for an inn across the street to observe the situation. As they waited, night fell, and the group sat idly sipping tea, while Yanqing remained alert, vigilantly watching from the window that they're coming out. Suddenly, Yanqing let out a startled cry, prompting Qin Yang to hastily rise and approach the window. Peering through the narrow gap, outside, 5 figures emerged from the opposite end. Among them were the 2 disciples they had encountered earlier. The foremost figure appeared somewhat aged, and in the darkness, his pallid complexion resembled that of a corpse, evoking a sense of dread. Qin Yang silently turned his head to glance at Li Qingshan, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Understanding, Qin Yang realized that the leading individual must be the head of the Qingshan sect. Although he had not seen him directly before, Li Qingshan and her companion had witnessed his emergence from the cave. This individual possessed formidable cultivation, and it was highly plausible that he was indeed the sect leader. Qin Yang spoke up to caution Yanqing, who upon hearing this, felt a jolt of alarm. The 2 disciples behind him also exhibited foundational cultivation. Yanqing turned to glance at Tao Yaoyao and Li Qingshan, his expression shifting to one of concern that if the information was accurate, the head of the Qingshan sect should possess golden core level cultivation. "Brother Qin, may I ask, are you confident in confronting him in the realm of cultivation?" Inquiring about another's strength could be considered somewhat impolite, and Yanqing felt discomfort in directly asking. However, given the current situation, even if Li Qingshan and her companion could handle the 2 foundational disciples, He alone could not contend with the Golden Core sect leader. He needed to ascertain Qin Yang's strength. If the disparity were too great, there would be no reason to take such a risk. After all, facing a Golden Core ancestor, foundational cultivation was utterly inadequate. Perhaps a battle could be fought, yet the outcome would be uncertain. Qin Yang, however, was confident in his ability to engage the Golden Core leader. Yet he had not undergone formal training, and in actual combat he might fall into the inferior category. His greatest reliance at present was the Tianlang Bao, which, if used unexpectedly, might yield remarkable results. Hearing this, Yan Qing felt a tinge of hesitation. After all, the opponent was a Golden Core ancestor. A single misstep could lead to their demise. After a prolonged silence, he finally gritted his teeth and declared, "Brother Qin, in that case, if any situation arises, I will join you to confront the sect leader." With that, Yan Qing cast a glance at Tao Yaoyao and Li Qingshan, instructing, "If you find that we are outmatched, you two must flee immediately, without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao frowned. "That a mere Golden Core? My master can handle it alone." However, she was abruptly silenced by Qin Yang's hand. "This girl is accustomed to being arrogant. Do not take her words to heart. It is better to err on the side of caution." Chapter 27. Discussing the path to longevity, Yan Qing silently regarded Qin Yang. A flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, he was well aware of what Tao Yaoyao intended to say, and he believed in Qin Yang's exceptional strength. However, judging by Tao Yaoyao's words, it seemed that Qin Yang regarded even the Golden Core level with disdain, which appeared somewhat exaggerated. That a Golden Core ancestor within the Lingfu sect was certainly a figure of elder status, not someone to be trifled with. After a moment of reflection, Yan Qing chose not to dwell on this. Since they had arrived at this juncture, they needed to uncover the truth of the matter. Moreover, he did not plan to confront those individuals head-on. He simply needed to investigate the situation and report back to the sect. The group then exited the inn, with Yan Qing taking on the task of tracking, while Qin Yang and the others brought up the rear. Although Yan Qing had interacted with Qin Yang's group for a brief period, he perceived that while their cultivation was commendable, they were still young, and he felt uneasy in trusting the tracking to them. Despite Qin Yang appearing relatively composed, the two disciples were less predictable. Thus, he took it upon himself to undertake the task of following. Tracking a Golden Core individual was undeniably perilous, and Yan Qing aimed to protect Qin Yang and his companions, not wishing for such prodigies to fall here. "Master, that pretty boy is quite remarkable," Tao Yaoyao remarked, strolling behind with a candied hawthorn in hand, her chatter incessant. "What? Are you preparing to start your harem already?" Qin Yang shot her an exasperated glance. "Those who truly understand me are none other than my master." Tao Yaoyao nodded sagely. "This pretty boy, although a bit older than me, will be quite suitable once I grow up. Besides, he looks rather handsome, just to my liking." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang raised his hand to deliver a light smack. "At such a young age, can't you think of something more appropriate? Always dreaming of a harem, master, what is the purpose of cultivating?" Tao Yaoyao suddenly asked earnestly. "Certainly, it is for longevity. And what is longevity for?" Qin Yang turned to her, a puzzled expression on his face. Seeing this, Tao Yaoyao shook her head and responded leisurely. "Longevity is naturally for enjoyment, but if living is merely a drudgery, then what meaning does longevity hold?" Qin Yang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Consider it. Cultivators defy the heavens, enduring hardships in pursuit of longevity. But what follows that longevity? Life is meant for enjoyment, and longevity is simply an extension of that enjoyment. People do not fear death. They merely fear losing the ability to relish the richness of life. Qin Yang gazed at Tao Yaoyao in astonishment, taken aback by her unexpected profundity. "Where did you learn such things?" Tao Yaoyao bit into a candied hawthorn and replied, "Naturally from the Qi family. Those wealthy gentlemen are the same. They toil endlessly for wealth, yet the more they accumulate, the more fearful they become. Worried that death will rob them of their current comforts. Are they truly afraid of death? No, they merely dread losing their present way of life. Those who are impoverished and possess nothing do not concern themselves with such matters. For them, merely existing is agony. Hence the saying, those without shoes fear not those with shoes. For having nothing means no attachments, and thus no fear." Qin Yang could not help but feel a sense of respect for her insight. "Yaoyao, you have finally begun to think." "Pah, master, what do you mean by that? Was I lacking in thought before? Indeed, Qin Yang affirmed, nodding, which caused Tao Yaoyao to stomp her foot in indignation. Sister, this philosophy of longevity is rather intriguing. Li Qingshan chimed in, finding amusement in the discussion, that I once encountered an individual who captured his enemy but did not kill him immediately. Instead, he treated him well, stating that when a person begins to enjoy life, they come to fear death. Thus, when the time comes to slay them, they will experience the utmost terror. Sister, that notion is quite sound. Once a person has savored life, they become unable to relinquish it. Hence, living is for enjoyment, and longevity is for perpetual enjoyment. Tao Yaoyao, encouraged by the recognition of her theory, became animated. My cultivation follows this principle as well, that if the outcome of my cultivation is merely to accept poverty, then what purpose does it serve? Qin Yang, feeling exasperated, could not help but interject, I understand your reasoning, but as a young girl, why do you constantly speak of starting a harem? How unbecoming! And what of it? Why should men be allowed to have multiple wives while I cannot? I not only want a harem, but the largest one possible, master. Rest assured, when the time comes, I will certainly appoint you as the harem's lord to manage my male consorts. Well, I truly thank you for that. Qin Yang turned his head away with a huff that Li Qingshan, overhearing this exchange, could not help but stifle a laugh. However, she chose not to take it to heart, recognizing that Tao Yaoyao was still young and merely speaking without filter. Sister, when the time comes, feel free to use any of the male consorts in my harem. Do not hesitate. Li Qingshan had not anticipated that Tao Yaoyao would involve her, and she hastily waved her hands that no, I do not require that. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she leaned closer to Li Qingshan. Sister, it's nothing to worry about. Who are we to each other? I witnessed what you did with Master the other day. Rest assured, Master is not a petty person and will not mind. Be quiet. Qin Yang could no longer endure the conversation and sternly admonished. Oh, Master, stop pretending to be serious. That day, when Sister was embracing you, you clearly enjoyed it. Before Tao Yaoyao could finish her sentence, Qin Yang covered her mouth that Li Qingshan's face turned crimson upon hearing this. Qingshan, do not listen to this girl's nonsense. Qin Yang hurriedly began to explain, but Li Qingshan merely nodded slightly. In recent days, she had been grappling with her own hesitations, given her current circumstances. Her future cultivation would inevitably require Qin Yang's guidance, and she feared that if things continued down this path, their relationship might evolve into something more complex. Yet, she held a deep respect for Qin Yang, and moreover, she was uncertain of his feelings, which created an internal barrier she struggled to overcome. Upon hearing Tao Yao's words, she couldn't help but entertain other thoughts. If Qin Yang were not averse, she might indeed be open to acceptance. As she found herself without alternatives, stealing a glance at Qin Yang, she observed the animated exchange between him and Tao Yao and let out a silent sigh. Ultimately, Qin Yang regarded her only with a sense of teacher-student camaraderie, and it was perhaps best not to shatter this delicate balance. With a quiet resolve, she lowered her head and followed behind the two. Chapter 28. The Dark Arts of Corpse Cultivation. As Qin Yang and his companions were walking, they suddenly received a message from Yin Qing. The group hastened their pace to catch up. Before long, Qin Yang reached Yin Qing. Brother Yin, what news? Their group did not enter Qingshan sect but chose a detour. I worry they may have sent something amiss and are acting deliberately. Yin Qing replied. Brother Qin, we may need to split up. You stay here while I investigate further. Hearing this, Qin Yang's expression shifted. Which direction are they headed? That way. Yin Qing pointed into the distance. Brother Yin, perhaps you are being overly cautious. Now that Qingshan sect has been overtaken by those ghostly cultivators, they would not dare to enter through the front. They might be attempting to circumvent to the back mountain instead. Qin Yang was certain that those individuals were indeed taking a roundabout route to the back of Qingshan sect, a path he had traversed before. However, he felt it inappropriate to voice this conviction. That's so? Yin Qing's countenance relaxed somewhat. Perhaps I was overthinking it. I shall proceed to follow them. As Yin Qing said this, he prepared to chase after them. But Tao Yao suddenly interjected, Master, let us go together. We need not be so cautious with those few. Yin Qing glanced at Tao Yao, surprised by her confidence. Qin Yang tugged at Tao Yao, feeling a bit embarrassed. Brother Yin, perhaps it is best for us to stick together. Should any unforeseen issues arise, we would have more hands to assist. After a moment of contemplation, Yanqing nodded in agreement. The group continued onward. While Tao Yao observed Yanqing closely, causing him a slight discomfort. "Miss Tao Yao, what is it that you are staring at?" Before Tao Yao could respond, Qin Yang swiftly pulled her back. "Brother Yin, please do not mind. This girl has not seen much of the world." Tao Yao, with a frown, shot an annoyed glance at Qin Yang before blinking her large eyes in curiosity at Yanqing. Unbothered by the scrutiny, Yanqing felt a peculiar chill run down his spine at the intensity of Tao Yao's gaze. He suppressed his discomfort and pressed on. Time passed, and the group finally arrived at the edge of a cliff. In the distance, they could see several shadowy figures huddled together in discussion. Qin Yang and his companions dared not approach too closely, unable to discern their words. After a lengthy wait, the figures began to descend the cliff, leading down to the valley behind Qing Shan sect. Qin Yang was familiar with this area, and it appeared they intended to reach a cave. Once the figures had entered the valley, Qin Yang and the others followed suit. Returning to this familiar place stirred a sense of nostalgia in Qin Yang, but he quickly noticed that the trees in the valley appeared withered, their trunks taking on an eerie black hue. In the dim light, the trees loomed like monstrous creatures, instilling a sense of dread. At this moment, Tao Yao finally fell silent, gripping Qin Yang's sleeve tightly. Although she was typically bold, she was particularly frightened by tales of spirits and demons, an understandable reaction, as she had previously been an ordinary person and thus held firm beliefs in such matters. The group soon arrived at the mouth of the cave, but they did not advance further. At that moment, the figures from Qing Shan's sect were kneeling before an altar, murmuring incantations. "What are they doing?" Yanqing wondered aloud, though Qin Yang suspected they were performing a ritual to honor their ancestors. He refrained from voicing his thoughts. After a short while, the members of Qing Shan's sect completed their ritual and produced a series of talismans, affixing them to the altar. Locking spirit talismans? Yanqing immediately recognized the origin of the talismans. As a disciple of the Spirit Talisman sect, he was well acquainted with their properties. What purpose do these talismans serve? Qin Yang, lacking knowledge of talismans, felt a surge of wariness at their appearance. Locking spirit talismans are dark arts talismans that can bind souls for consumption. These individuals were indeed practicing corpse cultivation, employing sinister techniques. The Spirit Talisman sect would not sell such talismans. Where could they have acquired these forbidden symbols? Yanqing's brow furrowed with concern. Although not solely the domain of the Spirit Talisman sect, the creation of locking spirit talismans was typically shunned by righteous sects, as they were detrimental to one's spiritual path. This matter must be reported to the sect. We must clarify the situation. Yanqing's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The leader of Qing Shan's sect produced several locking spirit talismans and affixed them to the bodies of 4 disciples. In an instant, the 4 fell to the ground as if their souls had been severed from their bodies. The talismans began to float, glowing with a faint blue light. Indeed, these individuals were using their disciples to cultivate corpses. Upon witnessing this scene, Yanqing was filled with righteous indignation. The realization struck him that locking spirit talismans were not meant to combat ghostly cultivators, but were instead directed at living beings. Yanqing immediately prepared to intervene, but was halted by Qin Yang. "Look!" At Yanqing's urging, he gazed up to see, emerging from the altar, a series of charred corpses. The sight was grotesque enough to make Tao Yao shut her eyes in fear. The leader knelt before the corpses, holding the talismans aloft. The corpses approached, accepting the talismans and consuming them. Once they had ingested the talismans, they approached the leader and placed a hand upon his head. Releasing a plume of dark mist, in an instant, the leader shuddered, visibly darkening before their eyes. Yet moments later, they halted. Yanqing, observing this transformation, noticed that when the leader rose again, he seemed entirely different. The corpses returned to the altar, while the leader surveyed his surroundings before preparing to depart. Seeing this, Yanqing instinctively sought to follow, but at that moment, the leader appeared to sense something amiss and turned to gaze in their direction. "Who goes there? Show yourself!" With a furious shout, he raised a hand, directing a forceful strike towards Qin Yang and his companions. Qin Yang, quick on his feet, seized Tao Yao and evaded, while Yanqing narrowly retreated to avoid the attack. Yet in the next moment, the figure suddenly appeared before him, hand raised to deliver a blow. Yanqing's heart raced in alarm. Teleportation, a nascent soul true monarch. Before he could react, the leader's palm descended upon him. With a resounding crash, brilliance erupted from Yanqing, illuminating the dark valley like fireworks, casting an ethereal glow. Members of the Spirit Talisman sect, Wu Yudao's heart sank, his gaze sharpening with malice. The Spirit Talisman sect was the foremost sect in the Martial Kingdom. And now that he had entangled himself with them, there would be no easy resolution, that he turned to Qin Yang and the others, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Yet, inexplicably, there was something familiar about Qin Yang's aura. Master, Tao Yao, realizing Yanqing had vanished, felt a surge of anxiety. Step back. Qin Yang positioned himself protectively before Tao Yao and the others, his expression a mixture of vigilance and astonishment. They had misjudged a crucial detail. The individual before them was not at the Golden Core stage, but at the nascent soul stage. The teleportation technique Wu Yudao had just employed was a skill attainable only by those at the nascent soul level. Against a Golden Core cultivator, Qin Yang felt confident in his ability to fight back, but facing a nascent soul cultivator, he feared he would lack even the strength to resist that moment. His thoughts were consumed with the need to escape, but he was equally concerned about Yanqing's fate. Despite their brief acquaintance, Qin Yang had no intention of abandoning him. Suddenly, Wu Yudao paused, sidestepping as a streak of red light whizzed past him. That was a spirit talisman, known as a rune, which is categorized into yellow talismans, spirit talismans, immortal talismans, and divine talismans. The ordinary yellow talismans possess considerable power, while the spirit talismans are even more formidable, comparable to the attacks of a Golden Core stage practitioner. The rune fell from the sky and erupted with a thunderous explosion at the same time. A figure appeared like a specter, standing before Wu Yudao. Suddenly, 3 more spirit talismans shot forth. Run! He is a nascent soul true monarch. Yanqing shouted furiously. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he witnessed Wu Yudao wave his hand, grasping the 3 spirit talismans before they could detonate. That a mere spirit talisman dares to harm me. I had no intention of provoking the talisman sect. But since you have come to me, you shall not escape today. With that, Wu Yudao's figure vanished in an instant. Upon seeing this, Yanqing was taken aback and hurriedly retreated, simultaneously launching another dozen yellow talismans. Yet, these trivial yellow talismans could not harm Wu Yudao in the slightest. In the moment Yanqing turned, Wu Yudao had already arrived at his side, a large hand descending to seize him. Yanqing was filled with alarm and threw a jade pendant, instructing, "Quickly go to the talisman sect and send word." At this moment, Yanqing had completely given up, facing a nascent soul cultivator. They had no means of resistance. Just then, an arrow shot forth in an instant. Pop! A crisp sound rang in Yanqing's ears, and a drop of scalding blood splattered onto his face. He quickly turned his head, only to see Wu Yudao's outstretched hand had been pierced through, a gruesome wound appearing. Tianlang is in your hands. Wu Yudao glared menacingly at the distant Qin Yang, madness, greed, and jealousy surging within him. Ignoring the injury on his hand, he charged toward Qin Yang. But in the next moment, he was met with an even more urgent arrow that Wu Yudao immediately dodged, teleporting away. However, as soon as he reappeared, another arrow struck, piercing through his shoulder. Such an unusual scene even caught Qin Yang off guard. This arrow could actually track him. Master, shoot him dead. Shoot him dead. Tao Yao, witnessing Qin Yang's prowess, immediately became spirited. Stop the noise, run. Qin Yang fixated intently on Wu Yudao, bow drawn and arrow knocked, yet he did not release. Hearing this, Li Qingshan seized Tao Yao and turned to flee to Wu Yudao. Seeing this, naturally would not let them escape. Today's events could not be allowed to leak, or he would face the talisman sect's pursuit. The Wu Yudao formed seals with both hands, a flash of red light appearing at his brow. Boom! A pitch-black mist erupted from Wu Yudao's body, and he vanished from sight in an instant. Qin Yang momentarily lost his target, his heart racing with alarm. At the same time, Yanqing flew to his side. At this moment, Yanqing appeared unwell, his once handsome face devoid of color. He vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Though his legs trembled uncontrollably, that was not fear, but rather that he was merely holding on by the last of his strength. Suddenly, Qin Yang's grip tightened, and an arrow flew forth. Smack! A splash of crimson blood illuminated the void. A fleeting shadow darted past. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yang's heart sank that Wu Yudeo's target was not them, but Li Qingchuan. Qin Yang grasped Yan Qing and soared after him, that I in the distance. Li Qingchuan perceived Qin Yang and the others closing in, and instantly understood the situation, that a long sword suddenly appeared in her hand. Yet before it could be drawn, a sense of danger loomed before her, that Li Qingchuan hastily pulled Tao Yaoyao behind her, and at that moment, the long sword sliced through the night sky. The strike was unadorned. Yet it pierced the void. Gray mist coiled around the sword's tip, adding an air of death to the blade. Just then, a hand emerged, gripping the long sword. With a sharp crack, the sword shattered as Wu Yudao stepped forward, raising a palm to strike down toward Li Qingchuan. At that critical moment, an arrow whizzed by that Wu Yudao hurriedly retreated, yet still suffered a piercing wound to his arm. His face contorted with rage as he glared at the approaching Qin Yang. His sleeves swirling as he sent Li Qingchuan and the others flying, that he then pointed a finger, a beam of light shooting forth, aimed directly at Qin Yang. The speed of that light was such that Qin Yang had no time to evade. "Knock an arrow," Yan Qing whispered, and in the next moment he stood protectively in front of Qin Yang. The beam of light pierced through Yan Qing's chest, while simultaneously, the arrow flew through Yan Qing's armpit, hurtling toward Wu Yudao. Thud, blood splattered, and a gory wound appeared on Wu Yudeo's forehead, rendering him momentarily stunned. However, Qin Yang could not afford to linger on this. He seized Yan Qing and descended beside Li Qingchuan and the others. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao was cradling Li Qingchuan, looking utterly bewildered that "Let's go." Qin Yang grasped Yan Qing with one hand and held Li Qingchuan with the other, with Tao Yaoyao clinging to him. As they flew away in an exceedingly peculiar formation, as they flew, Qin Yang instructed Tao Yaoyao to retrieve a small vial from his arms and scatter Beast's blood along the way. This was a tactic Qin Yang had developed over the years to evade pursuit. The Beast's blood could obscure a person's aura, preventing them from being tracked. However, Qin Yang remained uneasy. He did not head south directly, but instead made a detour, turning back to fly in the opposite direction. It was not until the early hours of the next morning, as dawn broke, that they finally halted in a mountain gorged. At this moment, Qin Yang was utterly drained of spiritual energy. Unable to muster even a modicum of strength, that he slumped by the riverbank. Beside him lay the unconscious Yan Qing and Li Qingchuan. Chapter 30. She is a woman. Qin Yang took out some healing pills and instructed Tao Yaoyao to administer them to Li Qingchuan and Yan Qing. He then swallowed a pill to restore his spiritual energy and settled into a meditative posture. Currently, they had not yet escaped danger, and Qin Yang dared not be careless to be noon. Qin Yang finally regained his strength and hastily rose to check on Li Qingchuan and Yan Qing's injuries. Li Qingchuan was relatively fine, merely shaken. After taking the pills and resting for a while, she would recover. However, Yan Qing's condition was far from optimistic at this moment. His internal organs were severely damaged, his meridians severed, rendering him nearly incapacitated. He was merely clinging to life due to the resilience of his cultivator's body. The pills on Qin Yang were merely common healing medicines he had purchased earlier, adequate only for treating external wounds. Now, with Yan Qing so gravely injured, these pills would be of little use. "Master, how is he?" Tao Yaoyao asked, her face filled with concern. "Not good. You go keep watch while I treat her," Qin Yang commanded. Although he could not heal Yan Qing's internal injuries, her external wounds still required attention. However, being a man, it was inconvenient for Tao Yaoyao to remain there. Hearing this, Tao Yaoyao pouted, her expression filled with grievance as she turned away. Qin Yang took out a medicinal powder and quietly began to unfasten Yan Qing's clothing. Tao Yaoyao covertly turned her head to observe. Yet, the moment Yan Qing's garments were loosened, both of them froze in astonishment. A woman! It seemed Yan Qing had employed some sort of disguising treasure, and beneath the garments was a woman's visage. At that moment, even her appearance had transformed. Her delicate face was now pale and tender, her lips rosy and teeth white with brows like smoke. Beneath the clothing, her skin was as smooth as fine jade, strikingly fair. Qin Yang momentarily stood in a daze. After a brief pause, he quickly covered Yan Qing with her clothes. "Yaoyao, come here and help her heal," Qin Yang instructed, but Tao Yaoyao frowned, her face showing displeasure. "But what's the point of a woman pretending to be a man? If she enjoys it, let her be. I can't be bothered with her." At this moment, Tao Yaoyao had completely lost interest in Yen Qing, even feeling a hint of resentment. As she turned away and sat down, too irritated to even glance back, Qin Yang, seeing this, felt somewhat helpless. His eldest disciple's romantic feelings had ended before they even began, and he could somewhat understand Tao Yaoyao's feelings. If his first love had turned out to be a burly man, he would undoubtedly feel uncomfortable. Nevertheless, healing was of utmost importance that it must be said. Qin Yang was also reluctant to let Tao Yaoyao assist Yen Qing in the treatment. "Excuse me." Qin Yang softly spoke, then resumed loosening Yen Qing's clothing. Coincidentally, the location of her injury was quite unfortunate. Despite Qin Yang's efforts to maintain a focused mind, the position still prompted various thoughts. The critical point was, this woman was grievously injured after a round of treatment. Qin Yang had seen to nearly all that was necessary. After a long while, he finally finished bandaging Yen Qing, dressing her once more, and gazing at the beauty before him, who had transformed into a man's form. He could not help but feel a tinge of discomfort. This young lady was quite pleasing to the eye. Even when compared to Li Qingshan, she was not lacking in any regard. He could not fathom why she enjoyed cross-dressing. Once all was said and done, Qin Yang took a brief rest before setting off again with Tao Yaoyao. This time, without pursuers behind them, they could afford to be somewhat more at ease. Originally, Qin Yang had intended for Tao Yaoyao to assist Yen Qing, as they were neither related nor close, and it was inappropriate for him to have too much contact with Yen Qing. However, it appears that Tao Yaoyao now harbors an intense dislike for Yen Qing, refusing to even touch her. Left with no choice, Qin Yang must carry Yen Qing himself, forging ahead. Presently, he dares not speculate on Wu Yudao's condition. That fellow is at the nascent soul stage, and any injuries he has sustained are hardly significant to someone of his caliber, but if things go awry, that man may still be in pursuit of them. Yen Qing's situation is dire, and they must find a place for healing. Yet, continuing north would lead them to Qingfeng Village, the only location where elixirs are sold. However, it is likely that their wanted posters still hang there. Although Yen Qing's identity might afford Qin Yang some leverage, their current circumstances are precarious, and he wishes to avoid unnecessary trouble. After much contemplation, Qin Yang resolves to head west. Earlier, he traveled south. If Wu Yudao is indeed tracking them, it stands to reason he would have gone that way. The southern route is undoubtedly unsafe, posing a significant risk of encountering Wu Yudao. The east leads to Tian'an Prefecture, which seems like the most suitable destination. However, if Qin Yang has thought of this, so too has Wu Yudao. Thus, he decides to take the opposite route. Heading west from here leads them to Mongshan, a vast mountain range stretching for thousands of miles. Characterized by rugged paths and sparse human habitation, that Wu Yudao would never anticipate that Qin Yang, burdened with injured companions, would venture deep into Mongshan, making it a relatively safe haven. With their objective set, Qin Yang and his companion hasten their pace. Nonetheless, with two injured individuals in tow, their speed is evidently limited. After several days, they finally reach the foot of Mongshan. Throughout this time, Li Qingshan has awakened. Albeit her injuries remain severe, leaving her in a weakened state that as for Yen Qing, she continues to lie in a deep unconsciousness. Qingshan, what exactly is the nature of that soul-locking talisman? They converse casually as they walk. Qin Yang is aware that as a reborn individual, Li Qingshan possesses remarkable insight and should be familiar with such matters. The soul-locking talisman is a type of spiritual talisman, capable of binding souls for consumption. A method deemed excessively cruel and thus classified as forbidden. Li Qingshan, pale in complexion, begins to explain. That fellow earlier was rather peculiar. The corpses from Qingshan's sect are clearly lifeless. They cannot consume souls. Even if Qingshan's sect secretly raises corpses, it is unlikely that these particular ones are the subjects. At this point, Li Qingshan casts a discreet glance at Qin Yang. Master, you mentioned seeing a dark and ominous creature beneath the cave of Qingshan's sect. Are you certain that creature was truly dead? Qin Yang hesitates for a moment. I witnessed it turn to ashes, yet I cannot definitively ascertain whether it is dead or not. That I have a theory. After their previous experiences, Li Qingshan has discerned some clues that it possible that the fellow did not lock the souls of those disciples, but rather something else. Did he not affix the soul-locking talisman to the corpse in the niche? If those corpses are mere vessels, and the true souls he locked away belong to some unknown entities, then this matter becomes quite complicated. Evidently, Qin Yang lacks the depth of understanding that Li Qingshan possesses regarding these matters. Hearing this, he remains perplexed. What do you mean? Master, you must be aware of the concept of soul transference. Chapter 31. Whose funeral is it? Once a cultivator forms their golden core, even if their physical body is destroyed, the golden core can shed its corporeal form and seek a new vessel, seizing another's body. However, since the golden core is tangible, most golden core cultivators, upon death, find it impossible to escape. Only those of the nascent soul stage can take advantage of their nascent soul to evade danger, waiting for an opportunity to commandeer a new body and begin anew. This process is what is referred to as soul transference. Soul transference often necessitates the consumption of the host spirit and the occupation of their spiritual platform to gain control over the body. The soul-locking talisman facilitates this by binding the soul and forcibly extracting it, thereby aiding the process of transference. That Li Qingshan's hypothesis is indeed reasonable. Are you suggesting that Qingshan sect is not merely raising corpses, but that someone is utilizing them to cultivate souls, subsequently seizing them? Li Qingshan nods. The leader of Qingshan sect initially was merely at the golden core stage, yet suddenly acquired the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. This is quite suspicious. But even with soul transference, one cannot recover their cultivation level, can they? Although Qin Yang lacks deep knowledge of cultivators, he understands this basic principle. Those who undergo soul transference must start their training anew, although they progress significantly faster than ordinary individuals. Li Qingshan, as a reborn individual, carries memories but lacks cultivation. However, those who undergo soul transference retain their cultivation, thus allowing for a swifter re-establishment of their powers. Some nascent soul cultivators, feeling they may never break through in their current life, seek out hosts in advance, nurturing them for a suitable moment to seize their bodies and begin anew. However, this method is condemned by the righteous path and is categorized as evil cultivation. This aspect remains unclear to me. Perhaps there are elements we are yet to comprehend. Li Qingshan muses thoughtfully. Qin Yang exhales softly, realizing that they cannot grasp these complexities at present, and decides to put it aside. Though sparsely populated, Mongshan still harbors inhabitants. Spanning thousands of miles, it is teeming with demonic beasts, making it a veritable treasure trove for cultivators. Consequently, many cultivators traverse Mongshan, yet this influx renders it perilous. Throughout their journey, Qin Yang and his companions have encountered no cultivators. As evening approaches, they finally arrive at a small town, where they promptly seek refuge in an inn. After a modest meal, with Yin Qing still unconscious, Qin Yang chooses to remain by her side to offer care. Just then, Tao Yaoyao rushes in, flustered. Master, something terrible has happened. What is it now? Qin Yang glances at Tao Yaoyao with annoyance. Master, I just went out to buy candied hawthorn, and I heard people saying that this town is haunted. Qin Yang finds himself speechless. Tao Yaoyao has a penchant for such supernatural tales and is steadfastly convinced of their truth. Naturally, Qin Yang dismisses these notions, suspecting it might merely be some wandering spirit that has lost its way. Such beings pose no threat to cultivators. Observing Qin Yang's silence, Tao Yaoyao leans in closer. Master, it's true. I saw the ghost with my own eyes. At this, Qin Yang struggles to contain his incredulity. That weren't you just out buying candied hawthorn? How could you encounter a ghost on the street? Tao Yaoyao nods vigorously. Yes, and there were so many of them, filling the streets. Just look outside. Qin Yang takes a deep breath, unable to help but glance at Tao Yaoyao with exasperation. Surely you did not mistake a funeral procession for ghosts. Not everyone in white clothing is a ghost. Seeing his skepticism, Tao Yaoyao becomes anxious, defending herself. Master, I swear it's true. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. With that, she grabs Qin Yang's arm and pulls him to the window. Upon opening it, they indeed find the street filled with individuals clad in white. They move about like soulless automatons, appearing eerily similar to the phantoms Tao Yaoyao described. Some carry white lanterns, others hold soul banners, while some brandish offerings of paper money. As they walk, they scatter the white paper money across the street. Master, see, I told you I wasn't lying. We must be in a ghost town. Qin Yang, exasperated, takes another deep breath and replies, You are a cultivator. Can't you discern whether those beings are human or ghost? They are clearly alive. This is merely a funeral. Having observed closely, Qin Yang notes that while they move strangely, they undeniably exude vitality, indicating they are not spirits that's not at master. They truly are ghosts, just now. I passed right through them. Tao Yaoyao jumps up in a frenzy, then grabs a nearby vase and hurls it at the white-clad figures below. With a loud crash, the vase indeed passes through them and crashes to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yang is momentarily stunned. He extends his spiritual sense to investigate further and finds that these individuals do indeed possess vitality, unlike ghosts. Yet they seemingly lack corporeal forms. They appear to be mere phantoms. Master, see, I was right. Go fetch your senior sister. Confounded by this bizarre spectacle, Qin Yang calls for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan peers out the window and glances downward. Master, these are the Corpse Yin sect members conducting a corpse procession. Upon hearing the name Corpse Yin sect, Qin Yang finally comprehends. The Corpse Yin sect is also one of the 6 major sects in the Kanglan domain, specializing in corpse cultivation. They collect unclaimed corpses or wandering spirits for their own cultivation. However, unlike those evil cultivators who raise corpses, they do not harm those with owners. Qin Yang has heard of corpse processions but never imagined they would be so peculiar. Are these all spirits? Why do I sense vitality from them? The Corpse Yin sect employs secret techniques to imbue these souls with vitality, allowing them to move autonomously. Thus, they appear lifelike. Once they return to their location and the secret technique is lifted, they will revert to being wandering spirits that Li Qingshan began to explain. And it was at that moment that Qin Yang comprehended the peculiarities of this world. Indeed, it was replete with wonders that he had initially presumed that these corpse drivers merely utilized a pair of bamboo poles to carry the bodies back, never anticipating that they could actually enable the corpses to move freely. Truly, the methods of cultivators are endlessly inventive. As the group became increasingly engrossed in their observations, a sudden voice rang out from below. Who just carelessly discarded something? Upon hearing these words, Tao Yaoyao glanced down, but saw nothing amiss. Who? Who dares to insult me? It was I. Are you blind? Come out if you have the guts. I shall end you. You dare to throw things around and still have the audacity to argue? Enraged, Tao Yaoyao leaped from the window, landing amidst the crowd. No, rather, amidst the gathering of spirits that it was at this moment that she noticed a small child clad in black among the white-robed figures. Chapter 32. Disciple of the Corpse Yin sect, are you the one who carelessly discarded something? The boy appeared to be no more than 5 or 6 years old, his cherubic features strikingly adorable. Dressed in a long black robe and a tall hat, he held a lantern in one hand and a small coffin on his back. Where did this little brat come from? How dare you challenge me? Upon realizing the opponent was merely a child, Tao Yaoyao's spirits were instantly lifted. Pa, you are the real little brat. Your entire family consists of brats. You, a poorly developed, flat-chested, yellow-haired girl, are in no position to speak. At these words, Tao Yaoyao's fury ignited. She despised being called small. I will kill you. As her voice fell, her long sword was already gripped in her hand. The moon illuminates the cold river. Frost covers the skies. Tao Yaoyao shouted in rage, only to be met with the boy's derisive laughter. That yellow-haired girl. What use is reciting poetry? In this world, strength and background reign supreme. Let me teach you a lesson. The child raised his small hand, patting the coffin on his back, causing the lid to fly open, and a corpse with a ghastly pallor sprang forth. Yet before the child could make a move, he felt a sudden chill enveloping him. Is it windy? Why is it so cold? Just as he pondered this, he realized his feet were encased in ice, a biting cold creeping relentlessly through his body. That moment, he grasped that he had provoked a formidable adversary. Madam, please come help. The child hastily called out. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's anger intensified. This little brat even had a madam who dares to spare no one, not even a child. She was ready to teach him a lesson when. At that instant, Qin Yang leaped down to position himself between them. Simultaneously, a figure clad in white appeared before the child. Stop. Both spoke in unison, prompting Tao Yaoyao to withdraw her power. The white figure was a tall woman with an alabaster complexion, dressed in white garments, wearing a matching tall hat, and wielding a soul-calling banner. My apologies, esteemed brother. The woman bowed gracefully. My husband has a rather fiery temper. I beg your forgiveness on his behalf. He is your husband? You don't even spare children? Tao Yaoyao was taken aback, nearly losing her composure. However, the child, hearing this, flushed with indignation that I have already stated, I am not a child. I am over 100 years old. After witnessing Tao Yaoyao's prowess, the child clearly dared not hurl insults so freely. Qin Yang tugged at Tao Yaoyao, signaling her to remain silent. One cannot judge a cultivator's age by their appearance. Perhaps he merely enjoys maintaining a youthful guise. Intentionally altering his looks? My apologies. My disciple meant no offense. Qin Yang cupped his hands in greeting. These two were undoubtedly from the Corpsine sect, one of the 6 major sects in the Kanglan domain. So he naturally adopted a more courteous demeanor. May I inquire your esteemed surname? The woman, upon hearing Qin Yang refer to Tao Yaoyao as his disciple, felt a flicker of surprise. She had observed Tao Yaoyao's capabilities. She was at least at the foundation establishment stage. Thus her master must be quite competent as well. Moreover, she could not discern Qin Yang's cultivation level, making her wary. I am Qin Yang from the Qin Yang sect. And this is my disciple, Tao Yaoyao. So you are a senior brother from the Qin Yang sect. A pleasure to meet you. The couple's demeanor softened considerably upon learning Qin Yang was also from one of the 6 sections. I am Su Qiu from the Corpsine sect, and this is my husband, Chang'e. This is not the place for conversation, and we have matters to attend to. Once we have escorted our employer, we shall return to pay our respects. Su Qiu glanced at the surrounding spirits and spoke softly. If Miss Su has matters to attend to, we would not wish to intrude. Please proceed, Qin Yang responded, leading Tao Yaoyao back to the inn. Observing Su Qiu and her husband escorting the spirits away, he could not help but lightly tap Tao Yaoyao on the forehead. How many times have I told you not to provoke trouble? It was that little brat who insulted me first. Tao Yaoyao retorted indignantly. It wasn't it because you threw something from above? I was merely trying to prove to you that those truly are spirits. Upon returning to their room, they found Li Qinchan guarding Yin Qing's side. You have returned. Were they from the Corpsine sect? Qin Yang nodded. Hey, master, what do you think about that child? How can they be hundreds of years old, yet still look like a child? Can cultivators do that? Tao Yaoyao casually sat down and began munching on the candied hawthorn skewer she had just bought. There are many methods for cultivators to alter their appearance. For instance, someone like Yin Qing merely uses illusions to change their looks. However, Chang'e is evidently different. His physical form is indistinguishable from that of an ordinary child. Perhaps he has employed some secret technique. Many cultivators utilize their cultivation to sustain their appearance, but this consumes a significant amount of energy, leading to the creation of beauty-preserving pills. However, beauty-preserving pills cannot ensure that a cultivator remains youthful indefinitely. Over time, signs of aging will inevitably appear. Yet there are certain methods that can fundamentally alter one's appearance. That child is an example of such a method. The Corpsine sect specializes in corpse refinement. Their corpses are infused with abundant yin energy, and male disciples often expend their yang essence during the process. Thus, the ancestors of the Corpsine sect devised a technique that allows male disciples to lock their yang essence. However, this results in them maintaining the appearance of children, forever unable to grow up. Most male disciples of the Corpsine sect appear as children. Female disciples, on the other hand, do not have such concerns. Li Qinchan elucidated, and upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's interest was piqued. So, does that mean they can achieve immortality? Li Qinchan shook her head. Not quite. They can only maintain their appearance, but their bodies will still age. Maintaining their appearance is still quite remarkable. Is this secret technique transferable? Upon hearing this, Li Qinchan sighed in exasperation that no, this method must be practiced in conjunction with corpse refining, and it is only effective for male disciples. If you, senior sister, wish to use this technique to maintain your beauty, I fear it may not work. If it truly had such effects, the Corpsine sect would have already researched it thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's enthusiasm deflated. How boring. As she spoke, Tao Yaoyao suddenly seemed to remember something, laughingly asking, Master, what use is it for a child to marry? Can he even do that? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's expression fell instantly. This girl is utterly fixated on the subject. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Is it any of your business? No, I read in a story that this is called a little horse pulling a big cart. Get lost! Qin Yang shouted angrily, and Tao Yaoyao stifled her laughter, turning to scamper back to her room. Master, what does little horse pulling a big cart mean? Li Qinchan appeared rather naive regarding such matters. in her previous life. She had not encountered these folk tales, and thus did not comprehend their meanings. That Dio not ask too many questions. Focus on recuperating. Qin Yang, his face flushed, dared not elaborate further. Chapter 33. Bounty the next morning. As Qin Yang rose from bed, the innkeeper's attendant knocked on the door. Esteemed guest, 2 immortals are downstairs seeking you. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang followed the attendant downstairs, where he indeed found Su Qiu and her husband seated in the main hall. Upon noticing Qin Yang, they promptly stood to greet him. Brother Qin, forgive our intrusion, no trouble at all. Qin Yang approached and took a seat that Su Qiu immediately ordered a spread of food and drink, and they began to converse. Through their exchange, Qin Yang gained a deeper understanding of the Corpsine sect. The disciples of the Corpsine sect cultivate by refining corpses, often necessitating outings to seek out corpses or souls, some for their personal cultivation and others for the sect. Those disciples who venture forth in search of corpses are referred to as corpse drivers. Due to the limited provisions from the sect, many disciples, lacking sufficient spirit stones, would undertake sect tasks to gather corpses. The couple had embarked on this journey to earn some extra income. However, while passing through this area, they encountered some trouble. Having seen Qin Yang and his companions the previous night and recognizing their formidable prowess, they sought Qin Yang's assistance. That we initially received a plea for help from the local government, stating that there were malevolent forces troubling the Wang family in this town. We accepted the bounty, intending to eliminate the evil. Last night, we went to investigate and found the situation quite peculiar, which is why we dared to request Brother Qin's assistance. Of course, if you are willing to help. The entire bounty will belong to you. My husband and I will take not a single coin. The local authorities are under the control of the realm of mortals, tasked with managing the affairs of the mortal domain. The Kanglan region comprises 6 nations, each supported by a revered sect of immortals. This place lies within the borders of the Martial Kingdom, with the sect behind it being the Lingfu sect. In the mortal realm, encounters with rogue cultivators are not uncommon, prompting the need for assistance from these immortal practitioners. That in certain locales, local officials may issue bounties, should a cultivator happen upon them, and take up the offer. They would assist in resolving the issues at hand. This serves as both a means of earning a livelihood and a way to accumulate merit. The couple, Su Qiu, accepted the bounty in this region specifically to exterminate demons. What is the situation with Wang Yuanwei? Are the 2 of you unable to handle it with your cultivation level? Qin Yang could discern that Su Qiu were both in the foundation establishment stage, a level of prowess sufficient to command respect in the mortal realm. Ordinary malevolent spirits would not pose a hindrance to them. Strangely, when we accepted the bounty from the authorities, we were informed that Wang Yuanwei seemed to be possessed by a ghost. As you are aware, our Shireen sect has a keen interest in such spectral entities, which is precisely why my spouse and I took on the task. We intended to capture the ghost and bring it back with us. However, after encountering Wang Yuanwei last night, we found the situation to be somewhat amiss. That Su Qiu's expression grew grave as she spoke. Based on Wang Yuanwei's various behaviors, he indeed appeared to be possessed by a ghost. Yet upon inspection, we discovered no traces of ghostly remnants within him. Rather, his spiritual platform has been sealed. Wang Yuanwei is a cultivator. The so-called spiritual platform is where the spirit resides. The souls of ordinary mortals are divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits, wandering throughout the body. However, cultivators can refine their essence, spirit, and energy, condensing their souls within the spiritual platform. Since Wang Yuanwei possesses a spiritual platform, it indicates he has undergone cultivation. According to his family, Wang Yuanwei has never practiced cultivation. Yet he indeed harbors a spiritual platform. Thus, we suspect he is a cultivator who has concealed the secrets of his practice for some unknown reason. Su Qiu continued her explanation. Moreover, a sealed spiritual platform is quite rare. Logically, if the spiritual platform is sealed, the soul should be trapped within, rendering him immobile, akin to a living corpse. Yet Wang Yuanwei is currently full of vitality, albeit with some confusion in his consciousness. Therefore, we suspect he has been taken over. However, it seems that the one who has taken over him encountered some unforeseen circumstance, preventing them from fully controlling his body. The mention of possession startled Qin Yang. Memories of that fateful encounter at Qingshan sect flooded back to him. Have you 2 heard of the soul-locking talismans? Upon hearing this, Su Qiu and her husband were taken aback. Are you suggesting that Wang Yuanwei has been marked with a soul-locking talisman? Is that what has sealed his spiritual platform? In the martial kingdom, who else could inscribe such a talisman? The Lingfu sect should not engage in crafting such nefarious symbols. After a moment of silence, Qin Yang decided to divulge the events concerning Qingshan sect. After all, if it could summon the aid of the Shirin sect, the matter would likely reach a resolution swiftly. I just came from Fengyang Prefecture. There is a sect called Qingshan sect, and I once witnessed their leader using a soul-locking talisman. Hence, this thought crossed my mind. Upon hearing this, Su Qiu and her husband recognized the gravity of the situation. This is a major issue. We must report to our sect promptly. However, before we do so, we must ascertain the true condition of Wang Yuanwei. Logically, if someone had placed a soul-locking talisman on him, his soul should have been extracted. Then, whose soul currently resides within his body? Furthermore, if Wang Yuanwei has indeed been possessed, the possessor must be at least at the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul true monarch should not be unable to control his body. Su Qiu felt that this matter was fraught with uncertainties. Initially, she suspected Wang Yuanwei had been possessed, but if that were indeed the case, it would be impossible for a nascent soul true monarch to experience such a situation. It is not solely the nascent soul stage that can possess. Even golden core stage cultivators can accomplish this. Qin Yang interjected, prompting Chang Yi to quickly grasp the implication. Are you suggesting that Wang Yuanwei is merely a host raised by another? Golden core cultivators differ from nascent soul true monarchs. If a golden core practitioner were to die unexpectedly, their core would likely escape. Hence, possessions by golden core cultivators are quite rare unless the individual deliberately raises a host, waiting until their lifespan wanes to willingly relinquish their golden core for possession. That is quite plausible. After all, it has never been said that a nascent soul true monarch cannot manage such a feat. Qin Yang nodded. If a dignified nascent soul true monarch cannot even possess, then what would their centuries of cultivation amount to? In that case, tonight, my spouse and I shall investigate further. Su Qiu took a deep breath. Resolute in her determination, should they truly encounter a case of possession, they would not let this opportunity slip away. After all, the newly possessed individual would not yet have regained their strength, should they manage to extract their soul. It would be a significant boon for practitioners of corpse refinement such as themselves. Very well. Later I shall accompany you to ascertain whether Wang Yuanwei has indeed fallen victim to a soul-locking talisman. Chapter 34. The four maidens test their Zen hearts. What? Master, you intend to capture ghosts? I want to go too. Upon returning to the room, Qin Yang recounted the earlier events to Tao Yao Yao and the others. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao Yao immediately expressed her desire to accompany Qin Yang. Though she was frightened by such entities, the prospect of witnessing Qin Yang in action intrigued her. No, you must remain at the inn to care for Yin Qing. Qin Yang dismissed Tao Yao Yao's suggestion, but as Yin Qing lay unconscious, he felt uneasy leaving her alone. Despite Tao Yao Yao's unreliability, with Li Qingchan's cultivation yet to recover, it was unwise to leave her here alone. Later, Qingchan shall accompany me. But junior sister is still injured. Tao Yao Yao clearly expressed her reluctance. Ever since learning that Yin Qing was female, she felt deceived. Now, she was expected to stay behind to care for Yin Qing? How could that be? It is precisely because your junior sister is injured that she must accompany me. Qin Yang cast an exasperated glance at Tao Yao Yao and admonished her sternly. If you are to care for Yin Qing and anything befalls her, I shall hold you accountable. Seeing Qin Yang's serious demeanor, despite her dissatisfaction, Tao Yao Yao dared not protest further. Qin Yang's decision to bring Qingshan along was also for another reason. After all, Qingshan possessed considerable experience, and her assistance would be vital in navigating this matter with care. The group remained at the inn until evening when Chang Yi and his wife finally arrived. Subsequently, Qin Yang led Li Qingshan out. Wang Yuanwei was a wealthy figure in this town. Despite its modest size, the Wang family's estate was quite impressive. The guards at the entrance greeted Chang Yi and his wife with utmost respect. To these mortals, cultivators were akin to celestial beings, and thus they dared not show any disrespect. Chang Yi and the others had previously visited the Wang household and were familiar with the surroundings. As they entered the Wang family estate, they soon encountered Wang Yuanwei's two sons. Honored guests, please forgive my lack of proper welcome. Wang Wen, the eldest son, greeted them with a bow, his gaze momentarily lingering on Qin Yang before he hesitated slightly. Who are these two? These two are friends from Qianyinzong. This is Brother Qin, and beside him is his disciple. Upon hearing this, Wang Wen's expression shifted, and he hurriedly returned to be, it is the esteemed cultivators from the Qian Kingdom's Qianyinzong. My apologies for the oversight. As he spoke, Wang Wen led them into the main hall. Qin Yang followed closely behind, his brow furrowed as he exchanged a glance with Li Qingchuan, both sensing a hint of suspicion in each other's eyes. There is something off about Wang Wen, esteemed cultivators. May I inquire how my father's condition is to be handled? As soon as they sat down, Wang Wen anxiously inquired. Rest assured, we have a plan in mind. Following their discussions earlier in the day, Chang Yi and the others had nearly concluded that Wang Yuanwei had indeed been possessed. They had also devised a strategy, knowing that if the opponent was under a soul-locking talisman, dealing with them would be much more manageable. What do you plan to do? Wang Wen asked cautiously, his expression revealing an unnatural tension that, we have enlisted Brother Qin's assistance. Chang Yi was about to elaborate when Qin Yang interjected. I have yet to meet Wang Yuanwei. Let us assess the situation first. Upon hearing this, Chang Yi appeared puzzled, having thought they had already deliberated on this earlier. Just as he was about to speak, Su Qiu took over the conversation. Indeed, Brother Qin has not yet encountered Wang Yuanwei. Let us first allow him to observe. Chang Yi cast a silent glance at Su Qiu, but refrained from further comment. Very well, then I shall lead you there, Wang Wen remarked cheerfully, rising to guide them to the backyard. However, just as they stepped into the backyard, a chilling wail echoed from a distant room. Wang Wen's expression shifted instantaneously, and he rushed forward berating the servants. What is happening? Young master, the master has fallen ill again. The servants replied, glancing anxiously at the tightly shut door. Upon hearing this, Wang Wen's face contorted with concern. Esteemed cultivators, my father's condition has been quite troubling these past few days. As a dutiful son, I am loath to witness my father in torment, but if it would not inconvenience you, might you consider spending a night at our estate? Allow me the opportunity to soothe my father's distress, and then perhaps you could lend your assistance. Chang Yi's countenance was marked by displeasure, yet at that moment, Su Qiu stepped forward, readily agreeing, of course. Since we have accepted the bounty, it is only proper to respect your wishes. After speaking, she turned her gaze toward Qin Yang, inquiring, What do you think, Brother Qin? I have no objections. Qin Yang replied, Very well. Wang Wen said, I shall promptly arrange accommodations for you. He hastily summoned a servant to prepare, while he himself led Qin Yang and the others to the main hall, where he had tea served. As he entertained his guests, he began to chat casually that I have harbored a longing for the path of cultivation since my youth. Yet alas, I lack the spiritual roots and am thus fated to remain distant from the immortal realm. Now that I find myself in the presence of such esteemed cultivators, my admiration knows no bounds. My family has resided in this region for many years and possesses considerable wealth. When my father was in good health, he sought out immortals and inquired about the way, but regrettably, he never found the destined connection. Wang Wen lamented, reflecting on the innate yearning that mortals have for cultivation. Who does not seek longevity? Especially for those endowed with abundant wealth, the desire to live a long life and savor more of the years is even more profound. The connection to the immortal realm is elusive. Reliance solely on fate and opportunity cannot be forced. Chang Yi sipped his tea in contentment, having encountered such scenarios countless times. The teachings of the immortal masters are profound. Wang Wen nodded respectfully, then deftly shifted the conversation. My father has always wished to cultivate benevolent ties with the immortals. I, deeply influenced by his ideals, find myself in dire need of your assistance for my ailing father, and I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Wang Wen stole a glance at the steward standing nearby, who immediately turned to leave. That I have 3 younger sisters, that if the immortal masters do not mind, I would be pleased to offer them as servants to you. Wang Wen proposed, his gaze lingering on Su Qiu for a moment. Chang Yi silently regarded Su Qiu, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes, but Su Qiu remained unperturbed, focused solely on her tea. I wonder how the esteemed immortal masters feel about this. Chang Yi understood Wang Wen's intentions, recognizing it as a common occurrence among mortals seeking to curry favor with cultivators. However, Wang Wen's approach was rather clumsy. Such matters should not be broached openly, especially with one's wife present. Could he not have discreetly arranged this under the cover of night? After a prolonged silence, Chang Yi cast a pleading glance toward Qin Yang, his eyes seemingly imploring, "Brother, you should step in here. Tonight, I will assist you in alleviating your burdens. It would be remiss of us not to acknowledge your filial piety. It is only fitting that we meet at least once." "Very well, let them come forth." Qin Yang finally spoke. "Zhen Zhen, AI, Lian Lian, please come forth." Seeing this, Wang Wen hurriedly called for his sisters, and as soon as he finished speaking, 3 graceful young women emerged, each adorned in diaphanous garments. As delicate as gossamer, their alabaster figures barely concealed. They moved with an ethereal grace, each step like a blossoming lotus, their veils modestly obscuring their faces, yet their expressive eyes seemed to convey untold stories. Utterly captivating, Chang Yi was momentarily entranced. Though he was no stranger to the allure of mortal beauty, the audacity of these 3 women's attire compelled him to steal additional glances. His gaze flicked toward Qin Yang, as if silently questioning, "Brother, how shall we divide this?" Yet at that moment, Qin Yang remained obliviously absorbed in his tea, not sparing a glance. After contemplating for a moment, Chang Yi finally spoke, "Your filial devotion is commendable. However, as we require Brother Qin's assistance in this matter, I suggest we keep 2 of the sisters to attend to him. Given your kind intentions, it would be improper for me to refuse. Let the eldest sister remain with me. There is no need for her to serve as a mere servant. It suffices to fulfill a measure of your heartfelt offering." As he spoke, Chang Yi glanced at Su Qiu, as if seeking her approval, but she averted her gaze, disregarding him. Undeterred, Chang Yi gestured for Zhen Zhen to approach, who, with heartfelt grace, stepped forward to pour tea for him. Beholding the enchanting figure before him, Chang Yi could hardly suppress his smile. "The esteemed immortal masters are indeed noble and virtuous. I hold you in high regard. However, to treat the 2 esteemed masters in this manner may reflect poorly on my hospitality." Wang Wen's expression shifted, and he quickly rose, waving his hand, "that if the esteemed masters are willing to assist my father, I would never dare to neglect your needs. As a humble mortal family, we possess no treasures. But I present you with 10 spirit stones to express my gratitude." Chang Yi's heart leapt at these words. Who would have thought there would be unexpected gains? A mortal family possessed spirit stones? 10 spirit stones were no small fortune for ordinary disciples. Yet, he had to feign reluctance. "Since we have accepted the official bounty, how can we accept your spirit stones? Such a request is inappropriate." On the opposite side, Qin Yang was utterly exasperated. This fellow truly had a flair for dramatics. "Esteemed master, there is no need for such formalities, that if you are able to save my father, that would be an immeasurable favor. No amount of spirit stones could adequately convey my gratitude. 10 spirit stones, then. I shall accept them," Wang Wen declared, but Chang Yi, wearing a face of helplessness, interjected, "We have yet to commence treatment for your father. Accepting payment at this juncture is premature." Qin Yang, witnessing this exchange, was rendered speechless. This lad was practically bursting with glee, yet he continued to put on airs. Just then, Wang Wen called out, "Daiyu, Qingwen." As the words left his lips, a woman of extraordinary grace, exuding an air of elegance, emerged, holding a jade box. Though she appeared somewhat mature, her charm was undiminished, fitting the very type Chang Yi found appealing. "Ah, brother, you have already offered your sister to serve. I cannot accept this woman." Qin Yang interjected hastily. Chang Yi's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Excellent. If Qin Yang did not want her, he would not hold back. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yang's words took a different turn. "However, I will gladly accept these spirit stones, as they fulfill young Master Wang's kind intentions." Chang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Why was this fellow stealing his thunder? He had initially intended to accept the spirit stones, but was thwarted by Qin Yang. Frustrated, Chang Yi shot a glare at Qin Yang. Yet as his gaze fell upon the approaching woman, his spirits lifted somewhat. At least she had not fallen into Qin Yang's hands. "Brother Qin, how noble of you." However, given young Master Wang's kind gesture, it would be somewhat inconsiderate to refuse, Chang Yi remarked. His eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Seeing that Qin Yang was unresponsive, Chang Yi pressed on. "Since you are unwilling to accept, let her accompany me. It would be ungracious to rebuff young Master Wang's goodwill." Chang Yi noticed the murderous glare from his wife beside him. Yet he turned his face away, pretending not to see that he hurriedly approached, pulling Daiyu and Qingwen to sit beside him. He then reached for the jade box in her hands and opened it, revealing 10 spirit stones within. Casting a glance at Qin Yang, he reluctantly said, "Brother Qin," pleased that as he spoke, Chang Yi raised the jade box, gesturing to offer it to Qin Yang. With an air of nonchalance, Qin Yang stepped forward, accepted the box, and returned to his seat. Internally, Qin Yang felt exasperated. It was astonishing that this lad had managed to navigate through life thus far. How could he be so oblivious to such an obvious scheme? Not to mention, Su Qiu was glaring daggers at Chang Yi at that moment. How could he be so audacious? Qin Yang had hinted at Chang Yi several times. But to no avail, he could only do his part and leave the rest to fate. Young Master Wang, did you not mention Dai Yu and Qingwen? How is it that only this lady has arrived? Chang Yi, holding on to Dai Yu and Qingwen, inquired, his preference for mature women evident in his demeanor. The mature charm exuding from Dai Yu and Qingwen was precisely to his liking. "Oh, esteemed master, please forgive my lack of clarity. Dai Yu and Qingwen are my father's concubines, not of the Central Lands, but hailing from the Western Buddhist kingdom, that my father bestowed this name upon her." Upon hearing this, Chang Yi's heart raced with excitement that a married woman, a mature beauty, such a unique advantage. Yet, he glanced at Wang Wen. Since she was his concubine, it would be inappropriate to pursue further. Reluctantly, he cast a lingering glance at Dai Yu and Qingwen, silently releasing his grip. After all, he was a man of integrity and could not engage in the pursuit of another spouse. Wang Wen, sensing Chang Yi's emotions, quickly added, "Esteemed master, you have misunderstood. After my father brought her back, he fell ill, and they have yet to wed. I kept her out of affection. If the esteemed master is interested, she may be gifted to you. After all, given my father's condition, if she were to gain the favor of the esteemed master, it would be a blessing for her." Chang Yi's expression shifted, and he grasped Dai Yu's hand once more. "Since young Master Wang has spoken thus, I shall not hold back." Meanwhile, Qin Yang was utterly speechless. This lad truly had a penchant for complicating matters. He could almost foresee that, after this incident, Chang Yi was likely to face an inevitable beating. The murderous intent evident on Su Qiu's face was palpable. Yet this fool remained oblivious. Qin Yang could only silently pray for him. After engaging in idle chatter for quite some time, Chang Yi could no longer contain his impatience to return and rest. At last, Wang Wen rose to his feet. "The night is already late. I shall not disturb the two esteemed masters any longer. I kindly request that you retire for the evening, as we shall require your assistance tomorrow." Chapter 36. Killing the chicken to get the egg? Are we to castrate them? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang stood up, that if that is the case, we shall take our leave. With that, Qin Yang followed the servant to depart. But Ai and Lian, seeing this, prepared to follow, only for Qin Yang to turn and block their path. "Young Master Wang, I have come with disciples, and it would be inconvenient to take in more ladies. I appreciate your goodwill." With that, Qin Yang took Li Qingshan and exited the door. Wang Wen's expression shifted, a tempest of emotions swirling within him, when he heard Chang Yi speak beside him. Alas, Brother Qin is being rather ungracious. How could he disregard young Master Wang's kind intentions and embarrass him? He doesn't want them. I shall take them, Chang Yi declared, beckoning towards Ai and Lian, although he held little interest in the young ladies. It would be a waste to let the opportunity slip away. "Young Master Wang, I too shall take my leave." Chang Yi bowed slightly and turned away with the four ladies, leaving Su Qiu behind. Once the group departed, Wang Wen's countenance darkened entirely, a sinister aura enveloping him. "Bring them in," he bellowed, and the butler hurriedly approached. "Sir, what troubles you? Tonight we shall kill the chicken to obtain the egg. You know what to do, right? Are we to castrate them?" The butler cautiously inquired. "That is merely a metaphor, you fool. I told you to read more, and yet you still fail to comprehend?" Wang Wen snarled, his grip tightening around the butler's throat. His expression menacing. "That I understand, I comprehend." The butler trembled in fear, hastily responding. Wang Wen's demeanor softened slightly as he raised a hand to gently caress the butler's cheek, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Then who is the chicken? Those several cultivators. And who is the egg?" The butler was left momentarily speechless. Upon seeing his reaction, Wang Wen's expression grew increasingly grim. My spirit stones. After a prolonged silence, he spoke in a frigid tone. The butler, upon hearing this, promptly nodded in agreement. But as he turned to leave, Wang Wen seized his hand. "I am in a foul mood." With that, Wang Wen pressed down on the butler, forcing him to crouch. "What do you plan to do?" Wang Wen inquired, relishing the moment. "While they are residing in the manor, we should act swiftly and eliminate them." The butler stammered no, they are guests and possess value for now. We must not act against them. We only need to retrieve the spirit stones. At this juncture, Wang Wen regained his composure, contemplating the subsequent events. He had no desire to escalate the matter. "Then shall we arrange for Jin Jun and the others to stealthily reclaim the spirit stones?" "Forget it. Let them hold on to the spirit stones for a couple of days. They will inevitably return to my possession." Wang Wen inhaled deeply, seizing the butler, in the dead of night, within Qin Yang's chamber. He pondered, how curious. Why have they yet to act? Rising to his feet, he sensed the absence of others, prompting a flicker of doubt. Could I have misjudged? He muttered, swiftly dismissing the thought from their first encounter. He discerned that Wang Wen was a cultivator of the Golden Core stage, a conclusion that the system had affirmed, leaving no room for error. He could perceive the attributes of others. It was impossible to conceal one's cultivation level before him. Perhaps they have ulterior motives. Li Qinchan sat cross-legged on the bed, diligently mending her wounds. Hearing Qin Yang's words, she finally spoke. "Master, are you certain that Wang Wen is of the Golden Core stage?" "Indeed, I am absolutely certain. Moreover, the entire Wang Manor, including the servants, possesses some level of cultivation," Qin Yang affirmed, nodding. Although those individuals appeared no different from ordinary folk, the system's assessments could not be wrong. They must have cultivated some secret technique to obscure their true powers. However, the cultivation levels of the maids and servants were not particularly high. The most formidable in the Wang family was Wang Wen at the Golden Core stage, followed closely by the butler, who had reached full foundation establishment. That if that is the case, the Wang family is indeed formidable. Qinchan inhaled deeply. Although she could not discern the disguises of those individuals, she trusted Qin Yang's judgment. At this moment, we remain unaware of their intentions, that we can only proceed cautiously. I wonder if Chang Yi and his wife have detected any issues. Qin Yang lamented, reflecting on Chang Yi's demeanor that day, his concern mounting. Miss Su Qiu is quite prudent. She appears untroubled. Yet Chang Yi seems utterly naive, which could lead them into a trap. As Li Qinchan spoke, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Tonight, he returned to his chamber with those young ladies. Might they take advantage of Chang Yi? It is possible. Qin Yang had continuously cautioned Chang Yi, yet he had paid no heed, leaving Qin Yang powerless. However, he could not afford to appear overly conspicuous, considering they were up against a Golden Core elder, in addition to a full foundation establishment and several others at the foundation establishment stage, alongside numerous at the Qi refinement stage. This array of power far surpassed that of the Qingshan sect. Aside from himself being at the Golden Core stage, both Chang Yi and his wife were merely at the fourth layer of foundation establishment. Should a confrontation arise, they would undoubtedly be outmatched. He could only subtly suggest to Chang Yi and his wife to exercise caution, as Su Qiu appeared rather vigilant. Perhaps she would notice the situation. Qin Yang could only silently pray for their safety. As the night passed, the following morning arrived. Upon rising, Qin Yang was presented with breakfast. After partaking in the meal, the servant guided them to the main hall. Seeing Chang Yi standing there in good health, Qin Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Wen once again led them to the rear courtyard. Today, Wang Yuanwei seemed to have improved considerably. At that moment, he lay on a bench in the courtyard, basking in the sun. However, he appeared far from well, his eyes vacant, complexion pallid, and lips devoid of color. "I must trouble you, esteemed masters." Wang Wen clasped his hands and spoke. Observing this, Qin Yang stepped forward, placing a hand on Wang Yuanwei's wrist, his spiritual energy surging into the man's body. Soon, Qin Yang confirmed Wang Yuanwei's condition that it was akin to what they had anticipated. His spiritual platform was sealed, resembling the effects of a spirit-locking talisman. After completing his examination, he stood, exchanging a glance with Su Qiu and nodding. "Esteemed master, what is your assessment? We need to confer." Qin Yang replied, turning to step outside. The couple, Su Qiu and Chang Yi, promptly followed. Once outside, Su Qiu hastily spoke. "Brother Qin, is it indeed a spirit-locking talisman?" Qin Yang nodded, silently observing Su Qiu. "Miss Su Qiu, do you possess knowledge on how to dispel the spirit-locking talisman?" Naturally. Su Qiu retrieved a violet talisman from her pocket, continuing, "This is a spirit control talisman. With this talisman, even without being at the Golden Core stage, one can allow the soul to leave the body. To dispel the spirit-locking talisman, one must enter the target's body with their soul and remove the talisman from their spiritual platform." Chapter 37. Are you stunned? I am a Golden Core Elder. Upon hearing this, Li Qingchan's expression shifted subtly as she cast a glance at Qin Yang, that my husband and I possess limited cultivation and weak souls. This endeavor may require Brother Qin's assistance. Su Qiu continued, "Of course, should we succeed in healing Wang Yuanwei, the bounty shall rightfully belong to Brother Qin. My husband and I shall take nothing. Master, leaving the body is perilous." Li Qingchan cautioned, "No worries. Having pledged my assistance, I shall exert my utmost efforts." Qin Yang waved his hand, and upon witnessing this, Su Qiu offered reassurance that we shall safeguard Brother Qin, ensuring no outsiders disturb us. Qin Yang nodded, and the group returned to the rear courtyard, relaying their method to Wang Wen. "This matter rests entirely upon the esteemed masters." Wang Wen responded, promptly directing all others to exit, followed by his own departure, leaving the courtyard solely for Qin Yang and his companions. Gazing at the motionless Wang Yuanwei, Qin Yang accepted the talisman, sitting cross-legged and placing the talisman upon his forehead. The next moment, Qin Yang's soul detached from his body, penetrating Wang Yuanwei's form. Qingchan observed from the side, a wave of anxiety washing over her. For cultivators, leaving the body was undeniably perilous. Should someone seize this opportunity to usurp his physical form, he would possess little means of resistance. Just as Li Qingchan's heart raced with concern, the recently departed Wang Wen re-entered the scene. Upon noticing, Li Qingchan immediately took a defensive stance. "What brings you here?" "I am worried about my father's condition. I came to check." Wang Wen replied with a smile, yet his pace remained unbroken. Qingchan promptly positioned herself in front of Qin Yang, her voice firm. "Get out." Hearing this, Wang Wen's expression darkened. Observing that she remained unmoved, Li Qingchan turned to Su Qiu and Chang Yi, only to find them entirely unresponsive. In that instant, Li Qingchan comprehended that this entire affair had been a trap crafted to ensnare them. The couple, Su Qiu and Chang Yi, were not members of the Corpsine sect at all. That is incorrect. They are disciples of the Corpsine sect, skilled in the art of corpse manipulation. However, they have allied themselves with the current Wang Wen. "What do you intend to do?" Li Qingchan raised her hand, drawing her sword and positioning it across her chest. Yet, at this moment, she possessed no cultivation and could only repeatedly transmit her voice to call out to Qin Yang. "What are you doing?" Wang Wen scoffed, his gaze fixed upon Qin Yang, letting out a derisive laugh. "Such a splendid body. It shall undoubtedly serve my purposes." At this moment, Chang Yi hastily interjected, "My lord, once this matter concludes, I would like this woman's body to be reserved for my wife." As he spoke, he leered at Li Qingchan with a lecherous gaze. Su Qiu snorted coldly, but remained silent. "You shameless scoundrels!" Li Qingchan shouted furiously, unsheathing her sword and advancing towards Wang Wen. In response, Wang Wen merely sighed, waving his sleeve, and Li Qingchan was immediately repelled by a gust of force, falling to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Chang Yi was instantly filled with concern. "Oh dear, do not harm my wife." With that, he produced a spirit-locking talisman and approached Li Qingchan. Observing this scene, Li Qingchan shouted in anger, "If you dare approach, I will self-destruct." Hearing this, Chang Yi immediately halted his steps, but he was not concerned that Li Qingchan's self-detonation would harm him. He simply could not bear to lose such a perfect body. Chang Yi turned to Wang Wen. "My lord, could you assist in subduing this woman first?" Wang Wen, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is the rush? Just keep an eye on her. Once I seize this body, I shall naturally assist you." With that, Wang Wen sat cross-legged, and a golden core flew from his brow, instantly merging into Qin Yang's body. Qingchan's expression shifted to one of panic as she attempted to rise. But her injuries hindered her, leaving her helpless to watch. "Do not worry, my lady. My lord has taken your master's body, and my wife will take yours. In the future, you will still reside under the same roof. It will be fine." Chang Yi reassured her, though his eyes were filled with lewdness. Qingchan glared at him with intense disgust. Meanwhile, the moment Wang Wen's golden core entered Qin Yang's body. He was struck with astonishment that a pure Yang body. Feeling the searing spiritual energy within Qin Yang, Wang Wen could not help but burst into laughter. Haha, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Such a perfect physique. Just as Wang Wen finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed. Is that so? If you wish to possess my body, it depends on your capabilities. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Wen was startled, raising his head to see a shimmering figure of golden light appear before him. Your soul has already left your body, hasn't it? Wang Wen stared in shock at the figure of Qin Yang, confusion swirling in his mind. Fool, who said that once the soul departs, one cannot control the body. Upon hearing this, Wang Wen finally grasped the situation. You are at the Golden Core stage? This is impossible. You were clearly at the Foundation establishment stage. As he spoke, Wang Wen suddenly fell silent. You realized our scheme from the very beginning. You have been concealing your true cultivation. You are not entirely foolish. Qin Yang replied with a cold smirk. Impossible. Our disguise was flawless. Countless cultivators have come here without discovering our true intentions. How could you possibly have seen through it? Wang Wen still struggled to believe it. For so many years they had been here, luring in countless cultivators, yet none had ever uncovered their secrets. This Qin Yang appeared youthful. How could he possess such insight? When did you first suspect something? Wang Wen could not help but inquire. The moment Chang Yi and his wife produced the spirit-locking talisman, I began to doubt you, a disciple of the Corpsine sect, upon noticing the ceiling of another spiritual platform. Would not think of a spirit-locking talisman right away. It required my reminder that that not a colossal flaw. Upon hearing this, Wang Wen felt regret, but since the spirit-locking talisman was their greatest secret, he dared not divulge that Tio think that this became their Achilles heel. You knew from the very beginning that they were problematic, yet you played along with us, merely to bait me. Wang Wen cast a sinister glance at Qin Yang, only to suddenly laugh coldly. You truly believe that possessing your body guarantees victory. As a fellow Golden Core cultivator, I have no reason to fear a mere brat like you. Qin Yang, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in resignation. You are foolish and refuse to admit it. We are both at the Golden Core stage. I am suppressing my cultivation. Why can't you see through it? Upon hearing this, Wang Wen was momentarily stunned. Qin Yang's cultivation exceeds his own. That should not be the case. This fellow appeared relatively young, and at such an age to attain the Golden Core was already remarkable talent. He himself, after 300 years, had only just formed his core. Could it be that the other cultivation surpassed his own? In that moment, Wang Wen was utterly speechless that he acknowledged that the pure Yang body was indeed extraordinary. But was the gap truly so vast? After 300 years of cultivation, he could not compare to this lad barely over 20. Chapter 38. Turning the tables, blending reality with illusion. What does it matter how high one's cultivation is? Youthful ignorance. You are merely ahead of silver guns and wax. Wang Wen snorted coldly. Even if Qin Yang's cultivation truly surpassed his own, he felt no fear. His years of training were not in vain. Some things ultimately require the passage of time to mature. Even with high talent, such a truth could not be altered. With his years of combat experience, he was confident he could defeat this young man before him. Such a splendid body, he would fight for it at all costs. With that thought in mind, Wang Wen charged towards Qin Yang. Yet, Qin Yang showed no sign of flinching or evasion, simply raising his hand slowly. Simultaneously, boundless spiritual energy began to converge at his palm, the searing waves of heat turning this body into a sea of flames. Witnessing this, Wang Wen's eyes glimmered with greed. However, at that moment, he saw the spiritual energy in Qin Yang's palm transform into a fiery red longbow. Tianling? No! Upon seeing the bow, Wang Wen's expression shifted drastically, and he turned to flee. You are indeed connected to the Qin Shan sect. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, yet he spared no mercy. An arrow shot forth, instantly piercing Wang Wen's golden core. The moment the golden core shattered, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted. Qin Yang was quick-witted, raising his hand to summon that energy, which once again coalesced into the shape of a golden core, though now it lay in ruins. Qin Yang stored the shattered golden core away. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Chang Yi and Su Qiu watched closely at Qin Yang's body. Why is it taking so long? Could something have gone wrong? Chang'e felt a sense of urgency, glancing at the delicate, frost-like beauty beside him. He was already yearning with desire. Unfortunately, he dared not force Li Qingshan. Otherwise, should she self-destruct, this perfect body would be lost. He could only wait for Wang Wen to act and forcibly suppress Li Qingshan. Yet, despite Wang Wen's golden core having entered Qin Yang's body for quite some time, there was still no sign of activity, causing him to grow increasingly impatient. Seizing a body is a major undertaking. Even if this lad's soul has departed, controlling his body still requires considerable effort, Su Qiu remarked, just as Qin Yang opened his eyes, and the two immediately felt elated. "My lord, are you unharmed?" "Yes," Qin Yang nodded. "Then, my lord, can you help me subdue this woman now?" Chang'e asked eagerly. "What is the rush? I have only just taken control of this body. I need time to adjust." As Qin Yang spoke, he turned to look at Li Qingshan and winked. Li Qingshan immediately understood that I will take her back first. Once I extract her soul, I will give her to you, Qin Yang declared, and though Chang'e felt displeased, he could only nod helplessly. Subsequently, Qin Yang approached Li Qingshan. Upon seeing this, Li Qingshan gathered her energy, preparing to self-destruct. However, Qin Yang was evidently faster. He pointed a finger, instantly sealing Li Qingshan's cultivation. He then scooped her up and retrieved Wang Wen's lifeless body. Turning to enter the room, Chang'e gazed longingly at the distant chamber, his expression forlorn. "Stop staring. Let us go," Su Qiu urged, and Chang'e glanced at the motionless Wang Yuanwei in the courtyard, stating, "What about him? Leave him. He can still be useful next time. And what about the soul of Qin Yang within him? Let us keep it in this fellow's body for now." As Su Qiu spoke, she turned and exited the courtyard. Inside the room, Qin Yang set Li Qingshan down. "Are you all right?" Li Qingshan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded. "You are quite quick to react, Master. You had already perceived that Chang'e and his wife were problematic." Li Qingshan now understood. Qin Yang had evidently been well prepared. How could a disciple of the Corpsine sect not think of something like a spirit-locking talisman? Qin Yang waved his hand, then took out a shattered golden core, handing it to Li Qingshan. "This is that fellow's golden core. You should refine it, and it should help restore your injuries, that if fortune smiles upon you, it may even enhance your cultivation." Li Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. "Master, this golden core contains the entirety of his cultivation. If you refine it, perhaps you could advance as well." "I have no need for it." Qin Yang directly placed the golden elixir into Li Qingshan's hands. This item was indeed of no use to him. As long as Li Qingshan and her companions enhanced their cultivation, he would reap the benefits through the system's cultivation rebate. Why bother with such an item? Moreover, refining the golden elixir would consume considerable time and effort, so it was more prudent to give it to Li Qingshan. When she advanced in her cultivation, he would still receive the rebate. Li Qingshan gazed at the fractured golden elixir, wisps of spiritual energy seeping away from it. She understood that this was not the time to decline. If delayed, the power contained within the elixir would diminish. "Thank you, Master." Li Qingshan performed a respectful bow and swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Subsequently, she sat cross-legged to begin her recovery. By evening, Li Qingshan finally awakened. With her current level of cultivation, she could not fully refine the elixir at once, leaving a substantial portion remaining. Yet, even this fraction had completely healed her injuries. Furthermore, she had successfully broken through to the third layer of foundation establishment. Based on her estimations, if she were to completely refine the elixir, she could at least ascend to the golden core stage. At this moment, Qin Yang also received the system's cultivation rebate, but since Li Qingshan had only advanced 2 minor realms, his reward was minimal. "You're awake?" "Yes." Li Qingshan rose, a hint of softness flickering in her indifferent gaze. "Thank you, Master, for the bestowed golden elixir." She bowed again, but Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Qingshan, do you know how to search souls?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan turned her gaze towards the lifeless body of Wang Wen within the room. At this moment, although Wang Wen was devoid of the golden elixir, his soul remained within his body. However, without the elixir, his body had become akin to that of a corpse. Nevertheless, his mind was likely still filled with substantial knowledge. Understanding that Qin Yang wished to extract information from Wang Wen, Li Qingshan was not taken aback. They were both aware of each other's circumstances. Qin Yang chose to respect her, and she naturally opted to cooperate. And Li Qingchuan nodded. I know a bit. Then you shall proceed to search his soul. This fellow is acquainted with the Tianlang Bao. I suspect he might have some ties to the Qingshan sect. Hearing this, Li Qingchuan furrowed her brows. She had not anticipated that they would end up here, yet still have connections to the Qingshan sect. She approached Wang Wen, placed her hand on his forehead, and closed her eyes. Soon, everything about Wang Wen unfolded in Li Qingchuan's mind. Chapter 39. The Origins of the Qingshan Sect. How was it? Upon seeing Li Qingchuan open her eyes, Qin Yang hastily inquired. This man indeed has some connections to the Qingshan sect. To be precise, he is the former sect master. Qin Yang was taken aback to discover he had caught such a significant figure. Elaborate. Li Qingchuan nodded and continued. This person's name is Han Qian. Over 100 years ago, he was the sect master of the Qingshan sect. During his tenure, he discovered a secret passage in the back mountains of the sect and visited the place where you obtained the Tianlang Bao. According to his memories, the one you previously mentioned, the creature covered in black fur, is the ancestor of the Qingshan sect. That he discovered the existence of the Tianlang Bao and established the Qingshan sect here. He had always sought to subdue the Tianlang Bao, but ultimately was suppressed by it, transforming into a monster. Later, members of the Qingshan sect uncovered this secret, yet they dared not approach the Tianlang Bao and instead spent their lives studying it. However, their ultimate fate was to be burned to ashes by the Tianlang Bao. Until 500 years ago, a sect master named Wu Yudao emerged from the Qingshan sect that well-versed in the art of talismans. He discovered that the Tianlang Bao would absorb Yin energy, so he crafted numerous soul-locking talismans to nurture ghosts for the Tianlang Bao, attempting to subdue it. He even went so far as to sacrifice his disciples to the Tianlang Bao. And from that point on, the Qingshan sect began to decline. Later, as Wu Yudao's lifespan waned, he seized the opportunity to possess one of his disciples. For several hundred years thereafter, Wu Yudao concealed himself within the Qingshan sect, quietly cultivating. Eventually, Han Qian succeeded him as sect master and discovered Wu Yudao's secret. However, by that time, Han Qian's own end was near, so Wu Yudao proposed a partnership, one in the light, one in the dark, to jointly study the Tianlang Bao. Han Qian faked his death and established the Wang family here, continuously luring passing cultivators, using soul-locking talismans to seize their souls and return them to the Qingshan sect to nourish the Tianlang Bao. Simultaneously, he secretly assisted those cultivators nearing the end of their lifespans and possessing bodies. Currently, most of the individuals in the Wang family are Golden Core cultivators who have taken over other people's bodies to cultivate anew. The two disciples of the Corpsine sect were the same. They were originally elders of the sect, unable to break through to the nascent soul stage and nearing the end of their lives. So they colluded with Han Qian. On ordinary days, aside from seizing the souls of passing travelers, the two disciples of the Corpsine sect would also assist them in searching for souls, which they kept within the body of Wang Yuanwei. At this point, Li Qingchuan turned to Qin Yang. Master, your soul is still within that Wang Yuanwei's body. I know. Qin Yang waved his hand, and he was already well aware of Wang Yuanwei's situation. That fellow's body was harboring over 1,000 souls, all locked within his spirit platform. No wonder he had gone at this moment. Qin Yang refrained from reclaiming his own soul, fearing that his disguise might be exposed. After all, with the golden elixir within him, he could manipulate his own soul completely. It now appeared that everything was indeed connected to the Tianlang Bao. The individual they encountered in the valley earlier might very well be Wu Yudao, who had lived for centuries, and oh wonder that person had initially been at the Golden Core stage, but suddenly ascended to the nascent soul stage. Perhaps he had already broken through, merely masquerading as someone else. So, these soul-locking talismans were all crafted by Wu Yudao. Yes, Li Qingchuan nodded. Now that we know who is behind this, it simplifies matters. Qin Yang took a deep breath. The soul-locking talismans posed a grave threat, and he naturally wished to trace them back to their source. With this newfound information, he no longer needed to worry, as long as he found a way to report this to the sect. They would dispatch someone to investigate. The victims of the soul-locking talismans were predominantly disciples of the sect. The 6 major sects would surely not remain indifferent. By the way, has Wu Yudao made any attempts to contact him recently? Suddenly recalling their previous interactions with Wu Yudao, Qin Yang pondered whether that fellow had already informed Han Qian that if Han Qian discovered their presence and notified Wu Yudao, they would be in danger. Currently, Qin Yang was disguised as someone possessed by Wang Wen. Perhaps he could fool the people in this residence, but against the nascent soul stage Wu Yudao, such tactics would be futile. No, he seems to be completely oblivious to the recent events in the Qingshan sect. Li Qingshan shook her head. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt perplexed. That shouldn't be the case. Something so significant had happened in the Qingshan sect, he should not be unaware. Although the sect was some distance away, Wu Yudao had no reason to keep it from him. Unless Wu Yudao realized that the Tianlang Bao had been taken away, he wanted to reclaim the Tianlang Bao for himself and was deliberately keeping Han Qian in the dark. Understanding this, Qin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. If Wu Yudao had not been so greedy and had informed Han Qian in advance, they would now be in danger. Yet because of Wu Yudao's selfishness, he concealed this matter, leaving Han Qian unaware of Qin Yang and his companion's true identities. It seemed that Wu Yudao had missed a golden opportunity to capture them. This place is no longer safe. If Wu Yudao realizes what has transpired, he may come here to investigate. We must leave as soon as possible. Li Qingshan nodded to At this moment. With Han Qian dead, the highest cultivation level in the Wang residence was that of the Peak Foundation establishment steward. Naturally, he could not hinder Qin Yang. However, Qin Yang did not wish to cause a commotion. They were still being pursued, and if they attracted Wu Yudao's attention, they would be in peril. For now, he had to continue pretending to be possessed, quietly leaving to buy them some time. While the two were deliberating, the steward's voice echoed from outside. "Sir, a young girl has come, claiming she is looking for Qin Yang." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's expression changed. It must be Tao Yao Yao arriving. Qin Yang felt a surge of frustration. How could that girl be so disobedient? Moreover, given his current state, it was inconvenient to explain too much to Tao Yao Yao, as it could easily expose his ruse. However, perhaps this opportunity could be leveraged to escape the Wang family. Qingshan, act according to circumstances. Li Qingshan nodded, and then Qin Yang opened the door. Li Qingshan followed closely behind him. Feigning a daze, the steward glanced at the two and promptly bowed. "Sir, that girl is Qin Yang's disciple. You must be cautious and avoid revealing anything." Qin Yang nodded and led Li Qingshan into the hall. At that moment, Tao Yao Yao was sitting there casually, drinking tea with abandon. Upon seeing Qin Yang emerge, she hurriedly stood and ran over. "Master, are you all right? Did you catch the ghost?" "Not yet," Qin Yang replied, his expression strange, filled with confusion, but it vanished almost instantly. Chapter 40. Her name is Yin Ruyu. Tao Yao Yao gazed at Qin Yang, her eyes filled with confusion. She turned her head to cast a glance at Li Qingshan, and her expression suddenly changed. "Junior sister, what has happened to you?" Li Qingshan remained silent, prompting Qin Yang to speak hastily. "Your junior sister has been frightened by a ghost and has yet to recover." "Ha ha ha, they say I fear ghosts, but who would have thought that you, junior sister, are also afraid of them?" Upon hearing this, Tao Yao Yao burst into laughter. Qin Yang found himself at a loss for words. This girl truly lacked guile. Unable to discern such an obvious falsehood, as Qin Yang pondered how to subtly hint to her, Tao Yao Yao seemed to remember something and quickly exclaimed, "By the way, Master, Yin Qing has awakened. She is clamoring to see you, claiming she has something to tell you. She appears quite anxious." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat. He no longer needed to concoct an excuse. This little girl had arrived at the perfect moment. "Oh, I understand. I shall go have a look." As he spoke, Qin Yang turned and signaled to the steward with a glance, then led Li Qingshan out the door. "Daoist Su? What does the master mean by this?" Chang'e watched as Qin Yang took Li Qingshan away, feeling somewhat displeased. The steward, equally perplexed, could not decipher the meaning behind Qin Yang's glance and could only speculate quietly. For now, the master could not reveal himself. He might only be going to placate those people temporarily, that we should not alarm them, as I believe the master will manage to keep them in check. However, why did the master have to take that beautiful girl along? That lass has obviously been tamed. Could she not be left for my enjoyment first? You only think of women, you will end up perishing at their hands. The steward could not help but scold upon seeing Chang Yi's demeanor. Chang Yi, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not respond further. Meanwhile, after leaving the Wang family, Qin Yang and the others still could not relax. Remaining vigilant of their surroundings, that it was not until they returned to the inn that Li Qingshan sensed no one was following them and finally shed her disguise. Upon entering the room, Qin Yang found Yin Qing sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating to heal her injuries. "Miss Yin, my master has returned," Tao Yaoyao called out, her tone tinged with a hint of irritation. Yin Qing opened her eyes at the sound. She still appeared in masculine attire, but when she spoke, her voice was distinctly feminine. "Brother Qin, I had to conceal my identity earlier due to unavoidable circumstances. I hope for your understanding." Yin Qing had already learned from Tao Yaoyao about Qin Yang's efforts to heal her. In a bid for revenge, Tao Yaoyao had deliberately claimed that Qin Yang had seen her naked, and now, facing Qin Yang, Yin Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment that it is of no consequence. In the outside world, one must exercise caution. "I can understand." Qin Yang stepped forward, inquiring, "I was summoned back by you. Is there something you wish to discuss?" At this point, Yin Qing's expression turned grave. The leader of the Qingshan sect we encountered earlier is likely a person who has undergone soul seizing and recultivation. Moreover, he gives me an oddly familiar sensation. I suspect he might be connected to my Lingfu sect. Qin Yang was taken aback by her revelation that he was already aware of Wu Yudao's circumstances. Yet he pondered how that individual could possibly be linked to the Lingfu sect. "Miss Yin, I possess some information that may corroborate your suspicion." Qin Yang resolved to share the matter concerning Wu Yudao, allowing Yin Qing to notify the Lingfu sect and resolve the issue. "Please go on, Brother Qin. The individual we encountered is named Wu Yudao. He was the leader of the Qingshan sect 500 years ago. He underwent soul seizing and has been hiding within the Qingshan sect all these years." "Wu Yudao. It is indeed him," Yin Qing exclaimed, visibly startled. "Do you know him, Miss Yin?" After a moment's silence, Yin Qing softly replied, "Brother Qin, my true name is Yin Ryu." As she spoke, Yin Ryu raised her hand to remove the jade pendant hanging from her neck. Her appearance gradually transformed, revealing a breathtaking visage beneath the mask. She brushed her hair aside, lowering her brows, her expression shy as she continued to explain, "What you mentioned, Brother Qin, about Wu Yudao, I have indeed heard of him. He was originally a discarded disciple of the Lingfu sect, expelled for secretly practicing forbidden techniques. The Lingfu sect is aware of his affiliation with the Qingshan sect. However, he perished 500 years ago. It seems he must have undergone soul seizing and recultivation." Qin Yang nodded in understanding. This made sense that Wu Yudao was proficient in the art of talismans, yet he originated from the Lingfu sect. "Miss Yin, this matter is beyond our capacity to handle. It requires reporting to the sect. Furthermore, this location has some connection to Wu Yudao, and we should not linger here any longer, that we can discuss the specifics as we travel. For now, we must leave." Qin Yang did not dare to delay any further. The Wang family members might soon realize what had transpired. Even if they managed to deal with the Wang family, it would take considerable effort. Should news of this place spread, it could very well attract Wu Yudao's attention. They were not equipped to confront him at this moment. Upon hearing this, Yin Ryu understood the urgency and promptly rose to her feet. The group quickly gathered their belongings and departed from the inn. That night, the Wang family awaited Qin Yang's return, and as the night deepened, unease began to brew among them. Could it be that the master has been discovered? "Should we go check?" Chang Yi, most anxious, stood up to voice his concern. However, the steward intervened. "The master possesses extraordinary cultivation. Even if he is discovered, he should not encounter any significant trouble. I shall go and assess the situation in the courtyard." The steward feared their presence would disrupt the master's plans and dared not act hastily. He could only check the room Qin Yang had occupied earlier. Inside, the room was empty, save for Wang Wen, who sat on the floor like a vegetable. The steward approached, placing his hand on Wang Wen's head. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically to soul-searching. "This is bad." The steward quickly realized that Qin Yang had not been seized at all. If that were the case, Wang Wen's soul should have already been within Qin Yang's body. Yet at present, Wang Wen's soul was in a state of disarray, clearly having undergone soul-searching. Although he was uncertain how Qin Yang had evaded Han Qian's soul-seizing, it was evident that Han Qian had failed, and they had all been deceived. The steward rushed out of the room in a panic. "That Qin Yang is not the master. The master has failed in his soul-seizing. Chang'e, you must follow me. We cannot allow this matter to leak out." Upon hearing this, Chang'e and his wife immediately sprang to their feet. The three of them rushed outside, only to find the inn devoid of any presence. As they prepared to flee the town, they suddenly heard a chorus of wails emanating from the direction of the Wang family. The steward's heart sank. Something had happened at the Wang family. Chang'e, you and your wife pursue the source of the commotion and leave signals along the way. I will return to the estate and follow closely. Chapter 41 Escape from the desolate town upon returning to the Wang residence. The steward found the household in disarray. Countless vengeful souls had scattered. Those souls had once belonged to cultivators, and the qi refining cultivators within the estate were utterly powerless against them, leaving them in a state of helplessness. Witnessing this scene, the steward's eyes nearly bulged with rage. These are all meant for offerings. Now they have all escaped, and subduing them will not be easy. He hurriedly tried to confine those souls. But after considerable effort, he managed to capture only a FEWAT that moment. The steward was seething with anger. They had never expected that after living here for so long, they would be outsmarted by a few juniors. The steward made his way to the back courtyard, where Wang Yuanwei lay transformed into a withered skeleton. His body had been utilized as a vessel to nourish the souls, and those souls had preserved his corpse from decay. Now that those souls had departed, his body was utterly rendered useless at this moment. He realized that Qin Yang had seen through their scheme long ago. That fellow had not only feigned being seized, but had also left his own soul within Wang Yuanwei's body. Now, Qin Yang must have sensed something amiss, controlling the souls to release those sealed within Wang Yuanwei's body, thereby buying time. But simultaneously, he came to a terrifying realization. They had witnessed Qin Yang's soul departing with their own eyes. In such a situation, if Qin Yang appeared completely unaffected, it suggested that he possessed a golden core. That lad is at the golden core stage. The steward's heart raced as he turned and sprinted out of the courtyard, chasing after Chang'e and his wife. Unbeknownst to Chang'e and his wife, facing someone at the golden core stage would lead them to certain doom. The steward raced out of the town, but saw no sign of Chang'e and his wife. Only the markers they had left behind. Anxiety gripped the steward as he hurried to follow the trail at this moment. Chang'e was even more anxious than the steward, his mind solely focused on Li Qingchuan, leading him to pursue relentlessly. Little did he know, he was unwittingly courting death. In the pitch-black forest, Chang'e suddenly halted. What is it? Su Qiu's expression shifted, sensing unease that I can no longer perceive the aura of that woman. Chang'e gazed around in confusion. Has your soul-tracking technique failed? Su Qiu asked, intrigued to know. It hasn't failed. Rather, this area is saturated with that woman's aura. Casually spoke, only to suddenly produce a lantern, the moment he retrieved the magical artifact. A long sword descended from the heavens. With remarkable agility, evaded the attack and looked up to see slowly emerging. Upon sighting her, a jolt of alarm surged within. The adversary was aware of their pursuit, yet deliberately lingered here. Undoubtedly harboring some contingency plan, that my lady, where is your master? Inquired with a lascivious gaze, feigning innocence. Naturally, she has gone to erase the marks you left behind, replied coldly. Hearing this, S' expression shifted slightly. It appeared these individuals were indeed cautious. Nevertheless, with Qin Yang absent, he felt a degree of confidence in dealing with this young woman at the third level of Foundation establishment. Chuckled lightly, Madam. Keep an eye on your surroundings. Beware of that golden-haired girl. Leave this little lady to me. With that, waved the lantern in his hand, and a pale blue glow instantly illuminated the area. S' eyes flickered as she closed them, that instant, soared into the air. Raising his hand, and the lantern's light surged with intensity. The radiance seemed to possess a magical quality, rendering the surrounding space ethereal. Yet, displayed no sign of fear. She gracefully lifted her delicate hand, and the distant long sword soared towards. Observing this, narrowly avoided the strike, but when he looked up, remained with her eyes tightly shut, using her spiritual awareness to manipulate the sword that was momentarily taken aback. This woman seemed to know how to counter their corpse-in-sex techniques. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he promptly channeled all his spiritual energy, causing the lantern to split into four, each landing in different directions. Threads of crimson silk connected the four lanterns. With positioned at the center, kept her eyes closed, slightly tilting her head, her fingers poised like a sword as she pointed, in an instant, a beam of sword light erupted from her fingertip, imbued with a faint gray mist. piercing through the air and reaching in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Glancing down, he discovered a blood hole the size of a finger had appeared before him. "Husband!" exclaimed, rushing forward to catch. "Run!" uttered, expending his last reserves of strength, as gray mist enveloped him, the aura of death descending upon him, that he barely had time to utter another word before he completely lost vitality. Seeing this unfold, S' heart sank. With no time for grief, she abandoned his lifeless body and turned to flee. Yet, in that instant, a figure had already blocked her escape route. It was none other than Qin Yang, who had finished erasing the marks left along their path. Previously, Qin Yang had merely instructed and the others to leave while he remained outside the town, as his soul had not yet returned, preventing him from straying too far. Additionally, he needed to ensure a safe retreat. Upon witnessing and his wife pursuing, Qin Yang understood they had revealed their hand. He swiftly reclaimed his soul and released the spiritual lock within Wang Yuanwei, creating an illusion of a fleeing spirit, hoping to buy time. However, he had not anticipated that the steward would arrange for and his wife to follow. Seeing the couple leave marks along the way, Qin Yang chose to trail behind them, erasing those marks as he went. With escape appearing futile, steeled herself. With a wave of her hand, a soul-summoning banner materialized in her grasp, just as she was about to deploy it. A furious voice rang out. "The moon shines upon the cold river. Frost fills the sky." Startled, recognized the line from a poem she had heard before. Before she could react, a chilling aura surged toward her. Turning around, she saw how it approached, and simultaneously, a full moon ascended into the sky, unleashing an endless frost that swiftly encased her. Crack! Before it could mount any resistance, she shattered into countless ice shards. She died without ever understanding who these individuals were or realizing that they had entangled themselves with such formidable foes. "Master, this move is truly effective," exclaimed, kicking the ice fragments on the ground, her face alight with joy. Naturally, she wished to be the first to claim glory in this headhunting affair. "Did I not instruct you to look after Miss Yin? Have you disregarded my words?" Qin Yang erupted in anger upon witnessing his appearance. "No, Master, I was merely concerned for your safety," hurriedly defended herself, just as Yin Ryu stepped out from behind a nearby tree. Although weakened and pale, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. This was her first encounter witnessing and in action, and their prowess genuinely astounded her. Chapter 42. There are spirits in the village originating from the Spirit Talisman sect. Yin Ryu naturally possessed discerning eyes. The couple wielded late Foundation establishment strength, yet they could not withstand a single strike from And. Yin Ryu understood that if she were to face either of these two individuals, she might have a chance to defeat them, but certainly not with such ease. That as she observed Qin Yang and his two disciples, a hint of doubt creased her brow. When did the Qin Yang sect acquire such three exceptionally gifted prodigies? "Miss Yin, let us be on our way." Just as Yin Ryu was lost in thought, approached her startled, Yin Ryu nodded silently. Along the journey, Qin Yang recounted everything he had discovered at the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Yin Ryu's heart ignited with fury. Those scoundrels had occupied this place for over a century. Over the years, countless wandering cultivators had fallen victim to them, considering the numerous souls they had captured. It was likely that many had perished at their hands. The disciples of the Corpsine sect merely collected wandering souls and ghosts for cultivation, yet the couple clearly had no such scruples. This matter must be reported to the sect promptly. These villains must not be allowed to remain. Yin Ryu comprehended that the reason these individuals had congregated was due to their exploitation of the difficulties faced by Golden Core practitioners in seizing bodies, enticing those nearing the end of their lifespan to serve them. Doubt if they were not eradicated thoroughly, it was inevitable that some Golden Core cultivators would succumb to the temptation of longevity and continue collaborating with them. Moreover, Wu Yudao was originally a disciple of their Spirit Talisman sect. Now that he had engaged in such actions detrimental to the heavenly path, their sect should also bear some responsibility. "Miss Yin is still injured, and we are currently being pursued. Our immediate priority is to find a place to tend to your wounds." Qin Yang recognized that Yin Ryu was gravely hurt, and if she continued to delay, returning to the Spirit Talisman sect alive would become a question mark, let alone reporting to the sect. Yin Ryu understood this predicament as well, but she realized her injuries would not heal easily in a short time unless she could find healing elixirs. Moreover, ordinary elixirs would likely prove ineffective against her current injuries. The group continued onward, arriving at a village by the following morning. However, as soon as they entered, Qin Yang sensed an eerie atmosphere enveloping the entire village. To their astonishment, not a single wisp of smoke rose from the chimneys in the early morning. Furthermore, all the doors in the village were tightly shut. Yet, Qin Yang could discern hushed whispers emanating from behind those doors. With pairs of eyes clearly watching them, ever bold and unrestrained, noticed the furtive gazes and immediately shouted, "Is anyone there? Come out!" The faint murmurs around them ceased abruptly, plunging the village into an uncanny silence. Qin Yang hastily restrained, recognizing that they were evidently in a mortal village, and he did not wish to alarm them. Approaching a thatched cottage, he knocked on the door. "Is anyone there? We are passing through and would like to ask for a bowl of water." "You should go elsewhere. There are spirits troubling the village. Hurry and leave." A woman's voice came from within, but it was quickly hushed by another. Qin Yang's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Spirits in the eyes of mortals. Spirits referred to those monstrous beasts. This place lay deep within the Mang Mountain, so it was not unusual for such creatures to roam. "We are wandering cultivators. May I inquire what sort of spirits are causing trouble? Perhaps we can assist." Upon hearing the presence of cultivators outside, the doors around them swung open, revealing a multitude of villagers. Initially, they gazed at Qin Yang with curiosity, but shortly thereafter, they all knelt before him in unison. "Oh, esteemed immortal, we beseech you to save us." Qin Yang quickly urged them to rise. Soon, he was invited inside their humble abode, where they offered the best food they could muster, though lacking in luxury. The villagers were generous with what they had. The group did not mind, with already indulging heartily. "May I ask what you mean by spirits?" Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Yang inquired about the situation. If there were indeed beastly spirits, it could prove beneficial. The demon cores of such creatures were valuable assets. Not only were they excellent materials for alchemy, but they could also aid in healing. If there were truly beasts, it would be fortuitous to eliminate them and use their cores to heal Yen Ryu. "Esteemed immortal, a few days ago, a colorful bird came to our village. That bird could speak human language and could even breathe fire. It has injured several villagers." The villagers recounted, their voices tinged with fear. "For days now, we have been too frightened to venture outside, and our supplies are running low." The villagers began to recount that there were once no monstrous beasts surrounding their village. The inhabitants typically sustained themselves by venturing into the mountains to hunt. However, not long ago, a colorful bird suddenly appeared, small in stature, yet capable of articulate speech. Upon seeing people, it would cry out, "Wang Dezhu is here." Wang Dezhu was also a villager who had gone into the mountains to hunt some days prior and had sustained grave injuries. The villagers had sought the aid of a young doctor residing on the eastern hillside. But alas, they were unable to save him. Wang Dezhu's body was subsequently interred at the village entrance. Upon hearing the colorful bird's declarations, the villagers assumed it to be the vengeful spirit of Wang Dezhu, which only heightened their fear, prompting them to barricade their doors in trepidation. Qin Yang listened intently, his face etched with confusion at a colorful bird. Such a broad description. The world is teeming with various types of monstrous beasts. And avian creatures of such ilk come in myriad forms, making it difficult to ascertain what it truly was. By the way, what did you mean by it breathing fire? Qin Yang inquired again. "Just a few days ago, we found ourselves completely devoid of water, and a few brave men decided to fetch some from the river at the village's edge. To their astonishment, they encountered that very bird by the riverbank. It was drinking water when it spotted the villagers and began to shout, 'Wang Dezhu is here,' while simultaneously spewing flames. Those men who went to fetch water were subsequently burned. The injured men had yet to recover. We are simply too frightened of that creature to venture outside. Otherwise, the young doctor in the mountains would surely be able to heal them." Nodding thoughtfully, Qin Yang instructed Li Qingshan to remain with Yen Ryu while he and Tao Yaoyao stepped outside. "Master, could it truly be a monstrous beast? I have never encountered one before." "Master, I have heard that cultivators have beast companions. Do you think this beast could be tamed to serve as my companion?" Tao Yaoyao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Her fear of the beast seemingly vanished, replaced by thoughts of subduing it as a companion. After all, the thought of riding a beast and battling against others was exhilarating. Chapter 43. In the south, there exists a creature known as the parrot. Qin Yang and Tao Yaoyao made their way directly to the riverbank at the village's entrance, according to the villagers. It was there that they last beheld the bird. The river served as the village's sole source of water, its crystal-clear waters flowing past the village and into the distant mountains, standing by the riverbank. They found the landscape flat, with dense forests across the way, being the villagers' customary hunting grounds. The upstream river led directly into the deep mountains, where it was said a young doctor resided. Villagers suffering from ailments would seek this doctor's assistance. The Qin Yang followed the river upstream. Tao Yaoyao remained vigilant, her eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly fearful of missing any clues. After an indeterminate amount of time, they arrived at the foot of a small hill. Just then, Tao Yaoyao gasped, "A monster! Where is it?" Qin Yang followed her pointing finger and indeed spotted a small bird drinking by the river. The bird was no larger than a palm, adorned with vibrant plumage, and atop its head was a cluster of fiery red feathers, resembling a splendid canopy. That in the south, there exists a creature resembling a sparrow. Adorned with 5-colored feathers, timid in nature, its voice akin to that of an infant, capable of mimicking human speech. A woodcutter who encountered it exclaimed, and the creature echoed his cries. The world regarded it as a marvel. Hence it was named the parrot. Qin Yang widened his eyes, staring at the diminutive parrot, momentarily at a loss for words. After all this time, the monster they spoke of was merely a parrot? Yet, it was understandable. Parrots generally thrive in the southern regions, and it was only natural for the villagers to be unfamiliar with them. Furthermore, the rustic farmers of this secluded village lacked exposure to such wonders. "Master, let us capture the monster." Tao Yaoyao tugged at Qin Yang, her earlier bravado now replaced with trepidation as she hid behind him. This girl had trained diligently for so long, yet had only ever dared to confront humans. What monster? It was merely a parrot. Qin Yang shot an exasperated glance at Tao Yaoyao, lamenting her lack of utility in critical moments. "What is a parrot?" Tao Yaoyao mused, her curiosity piqued. "That it is simply a common bird." Qin Yang released her grip and approached the parrot. Upon noticing Qin Yang and Tao Yaoyao, the parrot raised its head and shouted, "Monster! Monster!" As it spoke, flames erupted from its beak. This revelation astonished Qin Yang. He had never heard of parrots breathing fire. Could it be that this parrot had truly transformed into a monstrous beast? Examining it closely, he confirmed that it was indeed just an ordinary parrot, which only fueled his curiosity further. The parrot, perceiving Qin Yang's approach, flapped its wings in an attempt to flee. However, Qin Yang raised his hand, summoning a surge of spiritual energy that ensnared the parrot firmly. "Help! Help!" the parrot squawked, flapping its wings desperately, flames continuing to spew forth. "Master, please let me keep this as a beast companion." Tao Yaoyao exclaimed, her interest piqued upon witnessing the parrot's capture. That a talking bird was a first for her, and the fact that it could breathe fire made it all the more intriguing. "What beast companion? This is merely an ordinary parrot, still lacking true intelligence," Qin Yang retorted, grasping the parrot firmly as he turned to head back to the village. Beast companions cultivated by cultivators are typically monstrous beasts, with the term monstrous beast referring to animals that have gained sentience. Such companions can assist their masters in combat and serve as mounts, necessitating a degree of intelligence. Moreover, a contract must be established with a spiritual beast for it to become a companion. Tao Yaoyao, being new to cultivation, remained oblivious to these nuances. Upon their return to the village, the villagers recoiled in fear upon seeing the parrot in Qin Yang's grasp, hastily retreating. Only after Qin Yang explained the situation did their curiosity draw them closer. "This little fellow frightened us so much that we dared not step outside. Yet I witnessed it breathe fire with my own eyes." Some villagers remained skeptical, unable to fathom how they could be intimidated by such a small bird. Qin Yang, too, found this perplexing. It was his first encounter with a parrot that could breathe fire. However, with the parrot now captured, the villagers were no longer fixated on this matter. Having been confined within their homes for several days, many were eager to venture out for hunting now that the issue had been resolved. The villagers, grateful for Qin Yang and his companion's assistance in dealing with the monster, offered what little food remained to host them. "By the way, we heard you mention a young doctor residing in the mountains. Could you elaborate on that?" Qin Yang seized the opportunity to inquire further about the doctor, and he suspected that the doctor might possess significant capabilities. The mountain the villagers described was situated right at the village's edge, not far from their location. Yet it was densely forested and overgrown with weeds that, if the doctor were human, it was peculiar for him to dwell alone in such desolate wilderness, even if he were reclusive and preferred solitude. This was still a wild mountain, teeming with snakes, insects, and rodents, and prowled by tigers and leopards. One would need considerable skill to survive in such an environment, given that Yin Ryu was still injured. Qin Yang contemplated that this doctor, if not an ordinary person, might be able to assist her. The young doctor lives atop the mountain and seldom descends, that we have never encountered anyone else living there. Years ago, a villager injured while hunting happened upon the young doctor, who miraculously healed him with remarkable skill. Since then, whenever someone in the village falls ill, they seek out the young doctor. He is kind-hearted and does not charge for his services. We often bring him food as thanks. However, the young doctor has a rather peculiar temperament and never meets with anyone. Villagers looking for treatment simply leave their ill companions at his doorstep, and upon returning, they are unable to recall his appearance. We only refer to him as the young doctor because his voice resembles that of a child. Qin Yang found this intriguing. The individual certainly appeared to be quite reclusive. My friend has sustained injuries as well. I wonder if the young doctor could assist. He glanced at Yin Ryu, whose complexion was pale. The young doctor has a kind heart. If you ask him for help, he will surely oblige. However, if you intend to seek him out, you must adhere to his customs. That it is best to have this young lady close her eyes upon reaching his doorstep. Otherwise, the young doctor will not come out to meet you. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement and promptly led Yin Ryu outside. He did not bring along Li Qingchan, as the villagers had described the young doctor as reclusive, and too many people might disturb him. Before long, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as they were about to ascend, the parrot that Qin Yang had captured suddenly called out, "I can't heal. I can't heal. Go back." Chapter 44. The Phoenix reborn from the ashes. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yang cast a silent glance at the parrot. He had previously found it peculiar that such a bird, typically native to the southern regions, was seldom seen in this area. The young doctor, with his odd demeanor, lived alone atop the mountain. Perhaps he too had come from elsewhere. According to the villagers' descriptions, this young physician possessed profound medical skills, capable of curing any ailment, and might very well be a cultivator. Qin Yang also harbored suspicions that this parrot was kept by the young doctor, which explained its presence here. Now, hearing the parrot speak, he felt increasingly convinced that it must indeed recognize the young doctor. Disregarding the parrot's remarks, he continued to lead Yin Ryu up the mountain. What could a mere bird possibly understand? Soon, they reached the summit. This mountain was strange. From below, the trees appeared lush and verdant. Yet at the peak, the landscape was stark and barren. The surrounding trees seemed as if they had been ravaged by fire, charred black. In the distance stood a solitary wooden cabin, which too bore the scars of a great blaze, reduced to a pile of charcoal while still maintaining the semblance of its original form. A sense of unease crept into Qin Yang's heart. Why did this place resemble a site of devastation? Could the young doctor have perished in the flames? If the parrot truly belonged to him, and had appeared in the village unattended a few days ago, it was entirely possible that something had indeed happened to the young doctor. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the parrot spoke again. "Such a great fire! Everyone is gone. All gone." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's suspicions solidified, and he hurried towards the cabin. At that moment, he paid no heed to any decorum, forcefully pushing the cabin door open. The instant he did so, the entire structure collapsed. With a wave of his sleeve, the charred timber disintegrated into ash. Amidst the ashes lay a small, snow-white figure, curled up and lying there. As Qin Yang approached and sifted through the remnants, a delicate little girl appeared before him. She appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old, adorably rosy-cheeked and glistening like jade, her skin translucent and radiant. Without hesitation, Qin Yang shed his outer garments and lifted the girl into his arms. She seemed to still possess a faint breath, her body burning hot, akin to a heated iron. Beneath her skin, it felt as though flames danced within her. The system detected a potential disciple. Name, Enai Huang. Cultivation, none. Talent, Grade A. Qualification, Divine Phoenix body, possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix, immortal and indestructible. Origin, Enai Huang is an eternal being, with limitless lifespan, unaging and undying, having survived since ancient times. Every millennium, she undergoes a rebirth from fire, losing the memories of her previous existence, attributes, introverted, divine healer, miraculous hands. Qin Yang was taken aback upon hearing the system's announcement. This girl possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix? The Phoenix, one of the four divine beasts, held a significant status among the demon race. According to legend, the pure Phoenix could be reborn from flames, immortal and undying. Yet, it was said that the Phoenix clan had long lost their ancient bloodline. To his astonishment, this little girl before him had such a pure lineage, having survived for millions of years. The ancient era was millions of years ago, meaning she had lived through countless epochs. Observing her surroundings, it seemed this little girl had just undergone a fiery rebirth, and had likely lost the memories of her past cultivation. Gently, Qin Yang placed his hand upon Enai Huang's forehead, channeling a trickle of spiritual energy into her body. Suddenly, flames erupted from her form, consuming the spiritual energy within Qin Yang, which flowed away uncontrollably. Seeing this, he instinctively attempted to withdraw his energy, but at that moment, Enai Huang opened her eyes. Her gaze, as blue as sapphires, curiously examined Qin Yang, but in the next instant, her small face turned crimson. She shyly averted her gaze, not daring to look at him, yet her tiny hands clutched him tightly, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from within him. Qin Yang, concerned that the little girl might drain him dry, felt reluctant to relinquish such a promising disciple, enduring the discomfort of providing her with energy. Finally, just as Qin Yang was on the verge of exhaustion, the flame surrounding Enai Huang extinguished, and she ceased her intake of energy. "Thank you." Enai Huang's voice, tinged with shyness, emerged, laced with a hint of fear. "Could you please put me down?" At her request, Qin Yang promptly set her down. That Enai Huang glanced at the oversized robe draped over her. Her face instantly flushed. She quickly turned away, her small hands waving. And an endless blaze surged forth, transforming into shimmering feathers that enveloped her, swiftly shaping into a bright red gown. After completing this transformation, she silently removed the clothes she had been wearing and handed them to Qin Yang. Never once daring to raise her gaze to meet his that it was evident she was genuinely shy. As Qin Yang pondered how to communicate with her, he too, being somewhat inarticulate, felt at a loss when faced with such an introverted child. Just as he hesitated, Enai Huang timidly turned around, lowering her head, and softly inquired, "Are you my daddy?" Qin Yang was momentarily speechless. This was unexpected. Birds often regard the first creature they encounter after birth as their parent. But did Enai Huang, with her Phoenix bloodline, follow suit? Wait, since she undergoes rebirth every millennium, did she previously consider someone else a parent? Just as he prepared to explain, an idea struck him. This was an opportune moment to take her as a disciple. Since she viewed him as her father, why not seize this chance to guide her? Though it felt somewhat unscrupulous, the saying holds true. Once a teacher, always a father, but he could indeed consider himself her half-father. With this in mind, Qin Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am your father." Enai Huang cautiously raised her head, her large eyes filled with confusion. "Why are you a human? An anomaly. And where is my mother? I will take you to see her." Qin Yang replied, though guilt gnawed at him, that he truly felt he had acted unethically, deceiving even a child. Alas, he consoled himself, promising to treat her well moving forward, as though she were his daughter, leading Enai Huang out of the ruins. They encountered Yin Ruyu waiting outside. Upon seeing Qin Yang emerge with a little girl, her expression was one of bewilderment. However, before she could speak, the little girl timidly approached and, with her head bowed, softly called out, "Mama." Yin Ruyu? Chapter 45. What is this bird's nature? "Miss Yin, please cooperate," Qin Yang quickly conveyed telepathically. "She has lost her memory and thinks of me as her father. Please play along for now." Upon hearing his thoughts, Yin Ryu's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. She understood the reasoning, but why must she assume the role of the mother? If word of this spread, what would become of her reputation? Although she was inclined to refuse, the sight of the endearing little girl stirred her innate maternal instincts, and she found herself unable to resist. With a gentle voice, Yin Ryu acquiesced, intending to pat the little girl's head. Yet Enai Huang swiftly turned and hid behind Qin Yang, shyly retreating. What on earth is happening? Yin Ryu inquired telepathically. It was difficult to provide a succinct explanation, so Qin Yang simply stated, "This little girl is the young doctor the villagers spoke of. There was a fire here, and she lost her memory, that I just discovered her, helped her recover, and now she considers me her family. He opted to keep In-ai Huang's origins a secret, as the significance of her phoenix bloodline was too great. If it became known, it could attract the attention of various sects vying for her. Yin Ruyu, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. Phoenix girl, Phoenix girl, the parrot cried out, flapping its wings that In-ai Huang, upon hearing this, glanced at the parrot in Yin Ruyu's grasp. Little lark, are you all right? How wonderful! It seemed she still remembered the parrot, and she waved her hand, prompting the parrot to break free from Yin Ruyu's hold and perch on her shoulder. Fraud, fraud, the parrot squawked. Hearing this, Qin Yang's expression shifted slightly. Fortunately, In-ai Huang remained oblivious, reaching up to gently stroke the parrot's small head, which gradually calmed down. All right, let us descend the mountain for now. Qin Yang cast a glance at Yin Ruyu, taking In-ai Huang's small hand as they prepared to return. Given her current state, it seemed improbable that she could assist with healing. Just then, In-ai Huang spoke up, "Is Mama hurt?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's expression changed. Could it be that the little girl still remembered how to heal? He quickly knelt down to her level, softly saying, "Yes, your mother is injured. Little In-ai Huang, can you heal her?" My name is In-ai Huang." In-ai Huang bit her finger in confusion, then nodded vigorously. "I can concoct medicine, brew elixirs. I can heal Mama's illness." Yin Ruyu, listening to their exchange, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, considering her current predicament, she could only go along with it. "Then can you help Mama recover?" Qin Yang continued to guide gently, and upon hearing his words, In-ai Huang nodded. Immediately, she raised her small hand, and a drop of fresh blood flew from her fingertip, transforming into a blood-colored elixir in that instant. In-ai Huang's complexion turned pale. She handed the elixir to Qin Yang, her body growing weak as she collapsed into his embrace. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yang hurriedly held In-ai Huang, then extended his hand to examine her, only to discover that she had used her vital blood to concoct the elixir. Vital blood is the essence of a cultivator's being. Losing even a single drop represents a tremendous loss that requires extensive cultivation to replenish. At present, In-ai Huang had yet to cultivate, and the loss of a drop of vital blood would severely harm her physical body. That a wave of guilt washed over Qin Yang. Had he known that this girl would go to such lengths to save others, he would never have asked her to assist Yin Ruyu with her ailment. However, with the situation as it was, Qin Yang could only hand the elixir to Yin Ruyu while channeling spiritual energy to heal In-ai Huang. Yin Ruyu soon grasped the circumstances, and looking at the elixir in her hand, she felt reluctant to consume it. That it was only after Qin Yang encouraged her that she finally swallowed the elixir. As it entered her system, it felt akin to a flame igniting within her, causing her blood to seemingly boil. Remarkably, her previously grievous injuries began to mend in an instant. Yin Ruyu marveled at this. She was also filled with remorse. This girl had sustained such severe injuries to heal her. Qin Yang cradled In-ai Huang as he walked down the mountain, continuously infusing her with spiritual energy to mend her wounds. Before long, In-ai Huang began to stir, though she still appeared quite frail. Nevertheless, once she regained consciousness, she adamantly refused Qin Yang's assistance in healing her. "Daddy, I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit." In-ai Huang timidly spoke, burying her head into Qin Yang's chest. That moment, not only Qin Yang, but even Yin Ruyu found it hard to resist the charm of this adorable and considerate little girl. In her heart, Yin Ruyu genuinely wished for such a daughter, one whose thoughtfulness was heart-wrenching. Before long, they returned to the village, where Tao Yaoyao, upon seeing Qin Yang with a small child, instantly grew intrigued. It must be said that In-ai Huang was indeed endearing, yet she was exceedingly introverted, hiding in Qin Yang's embrace and appearing frightened in the presence of others, her small frame trembling with fear. Qin Yang had no choice but to send Tao Yaoyao away, allowing In-ai Huang the courage to lift her head and survey her unfamiliar surroundings, her little hands gripping Qin Yang tightly without a hint of letting go. Qin Yang remained by her side until deep into the night when In-ai Huang finally regained a bit of her spirit. Seeing Qin Yang, who had been holding her all along, her eyes sparkled with a hint of intimacy. This brought Qin Yang immense comfort. Although he had been single for decades, it did not hinder his paternal instincts. Moreover, this girl was so adorable and understanding. Who could fail to be fond of her? However, Qin Yang never forgot about the prospect of taking on a disciple. Given N.I. Huang's current trust in him, it was an opportune moment for him to accept her as a student. Furthermore, the system's rewards were generally linked to disciples, and with N.I. Huang's frail state and her lack of cultivation, he could utilize this opportunity to aid her in healing through training N.I. Huang. "Would you like to take me as your master?" Qin Yang inquired, though he felt something was amiss with his phrasing. N.I. Huang, upon hearing this, was filled with confusion. What does it mean to take a master? Qin Yang felt somewhat speechless. This little girl truly was oblivious to many concepts. Nevertheless, he had no intention of explaining, for she was akin to a newborn, and elucidating such matters would be overly complex. Children require a learning process as they grow. Imparting knowledge at this stage was not advisable. Just kneel and bow your head. Qin Yang instructed, and N.I. Huang, without suspicion, believed her father would never harm her. She obediently stood, knelt on the ground, and bowed her head. Qin Yang, upon witnessing this, quickly assisted her to her feet, holding her in his arms once more. Were it not for the system's insistence on formalities, he would never have allowed N.I. Huang to bow to him. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting a disciple that disciple's aptitude detected. System rewards issued. Congratulations to the host for receiving cultivation rewards. Breaking through to the 4th layer of Golden Core. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Phoenix Nirvana technique. Note: a cultivation method of the Phoenix lineage. Only those with a pure Phoenix bloodline may cultivate it. Chapter 46. The Joy of Raising a Daughter with a Thought. A scroll appeared in Qin Yang's hand. That on that scroll was but a single image, a vividly colored phoenix soaring through the skies. The scroll shimmered, and the phoenix depicted seemed to come alive. Through the scroll, Qin Yang felt an immense pressure wash over him, evoking a sense of reverence. N.I. Huang, take a look at this, Qin Yang softly urged, glancing down to find N.I. Huang transfixed by the scroll. A faint glow emanated from her, twinkling in harmony with the radiance of the illustration. Simultaneously, Qin Yang sensed N.I. Huang's body growing increasingly warm, as though a fire were igniting within her. Suddenly, N.I. Huang began to levitate, transforming into a blazing flame suspended in the AI. As the flames intensified, her form began to grow, and in mere moments, she matured into an adult figure. Within the flames, a stunningly beautiful and commanding woman sat regally. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe, adorned with a golden crown shaped like phoenix wings, and standing upon clouds of many colors, she exuded an aura of authority akin to that of a celestial sovereign. She suddenly opened her eyes, and the elongated pupils radiated 2 beams of light that instilled fear, prompting a desire to worship within one's heart, as if one longed to prostrate themselves at her feet. Her icy visage bore no expression, yet commanded respect without uttering a word. Her gaze descended, as if surveying the world below. Her sleeves fluttered, as though she tread upon the cosmos. Her eyes seemed to transcend time and space. Landing upon Qin Yang in that moment, he felt an ancient and profound aura envelop him. His body began to age, a sense of mortality creeping through him. It felt as though his life was nearing its end. His skin grew dry, his form withered, and the flow of his blood gradually ceased. His heart faltered, and a sensation of suffocation surged within him. Qin Yang's gaze burned with intensity, yet he found himself immobile, as if crushed beneath a great weight. Suddenly, a gentle glimmer passed through the woman's eyes. "Master." Her voice resonated from a distant past, tinged with surprise and longing. As her words faded, everything around began to dissolve, and Qin Yang found himself gasping for breath. "Take care, master." The woman's voice gradually faded away, and at that moment, Qin Yang was drenched in sweat, yet his eyes remained fixed upon her figure. His heart brimmed with questions. He could sense that the aura of the woman mirrored N.I. Huang's, yet her demeanor was strikingly different. It felt as if she was not of this era, yet she evoked a sense of familiarity within Qin Yang. Moreover, the way she looked at him was filled with deep emotion. At this juncture, Qin Yang was overwhelmed with curiosity. Who was that woman? Was she N.I. Huang? It didn't seem so. Or had he witnessed N.I. Huang in her future? Qin Yang was engulfed in confusion, as it seemed that N.I. Huang concealed some monumental secret. Just as he attempted to gaze again, he found that the woman's figure had vanished, replaced by N.I. Huang's petite form. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed, her body still ablaze. Simultaneously, her aura continued to rise. first to the first layer of qi refinement, then to the second, and finally to the third layer. In just half an hour, Anai Huang had achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. Congratulations to the host, Anai Huang has broken through to the perfection of qi refinement. Congratulations to the host for receiving cultivation rewards. Breaking through to the mid-stage of the fourth layer of Golden Core. Qin Yang was immediately filled with disbelief. When had he reached the mid-stage of the fourth layer of Golden Core? Was this the cultivation realm offered by the system? He seriously suspected that this system was perhaps learning from PDD. A single fourth layer of Golden Core now had to be divided into mid-stage and late stage. And was there to be a pre-dash, mid-dash, and post-stage in the future? At this rate, he might never break through to the nascent soul stage in his lifetime. However, he had no time to complain. Anai Huang's speed of cultivation was astonishing. Li Qingchan and Tao Yaoyao had already surpassed ordinary individuals in their cultivation rates. Tao Yaoyao took 3 days to go from the first layer to perfection in qi refinement, while Li Qingchan took a day to achieve perfection from the second layer. Now, Anai Huang had managed to leap from the first layer to perfection in just half an hour, a speed that could hardly be described as anything but terrifying. "Daddy," Anai Huang's voice called out, finally stirring Qin Yang from his reverie. "Anai Huang, from now on, you should call me Master," Qin Yang suggested after a brief silence. Although he had no objection to her calling him that, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. That Anai Huang, hearing this, looked puzzled. "What does Master mean? It's similar to what Daddy means," Qin Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Anai Huang obediently nodded. "Master." Qin Yang felt a wave of satisfaction. This disciple was truly delightful. He casually retrieved a foundation establishment pill and handed it to Anai Huang. "Anai Huang, take this and continue your cultivation." "What is this?" she inquired. "A foundation establishment pill." "What is a foundation establishment pill?" "A foundation establishment pill is just a foundation establishment pill." Qin Yang finally came to understand the hardships of raising a daughter. This girl's curiosity was simply insatiable. Indeed, for Anai Huang, this was an unknown world, filled with novelty at every turn. Fortunately, when it came to cultivation, she didn't need to ask many questions. After consuming the foundation establishment pill, Anai Huang did not meditate, but instead nestled in a Qin Yang's embrace and fell asleep. However, Qin Yang noticed that after taking the foundation establishment pill, she had directly broken through, doing so quietly and without any commotion. "Congratulations, host. Anai Huang has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations, host, on receiving a cultivation rebate. The host has broken through to the 5th layer of the Golden Core stage. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. Divine Fire Burning Heaven Technique. Note, a fire manipulation technique that allows control over all flames. When cultivated to perfection, it can scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. Qi Huang Technique. Note, a compendium of alchemical recipes throughout history, encompassing all medicinal concoctions known in the world. These rewards were indeed well-suited for Anai Huang. Qin Yang silently marveled. The items awarded by the system were naturally the most appropriate for a disciple's cultivation. Anai Huang was already skilled in medicine, though she appeared to have lost her past memories. Her instinct to heal was still intact. The Qi Huang technique, which documented all medicinal formulas, would enable Anai Huang to learn alchemy, a skill that required fire manipulation, a task that posed no challenge for someone of her Phoenix bloodline. Additionally, with the Divine Fire Burning Heaven technique also being a fire manipulation skill, her mastery of flames would undoubtedly reach new heights after cultivation. She was destined to be a talented alchemist. However, gazing at the sleeping Anai Huang, Qin Yang felt no urgency to awaken her for cultivation. The following morning, Qin Yang rose and found Anai Huang still asleep. The girl lay sprawled across him like an octopus, clinging tightly and refusing to let go. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile, a sense of happiness in raising a daughter swelling within him. Chapter 47. Braised Lioness Head. Not a lioness head. Qin Yang gently called Anai Huang awake. The little girl blinked sleepily, returning to her timid demeanor from the previous day. Upon seeing Qin Yang, she cautiously grasped his sleeve and whispered, "Daddy, I told you to call me Master." "Oh," Anai Huang pouted. Qin Yang, unfazed, scooped her up and stepped outside. Last night, they had stayed in a villager's home. In this rural area, most households had only one room. and the villagers had kindly vacated their space for Qin Yang and his companions. Carrying Anai Huang to the riverbank, he splashed some water on his face and helped her wash up as well. At that moment, he truly felt like a caring father, looking after Anai Huang with utmost tenderness. Thankfully, the girl was well behaved and did not cause any trouble, just as they finished washing their faces. Yin Ryu and Li Qinchan approached. "Master." Li Qinchan bowed respectfully. "Brother Qin." Yin Ryu nodded. "Good morning." Qin Yang greeted the two Anai Huang, seeing outsiders, quickly turned her head away, her small hands gripping Qin Yang's shoulder tightly. Noticing this, Li Qinchan felt a twinge of helplessness. It seemed Qin Yang was truly embracing the role of a father. However, she held no objections. After all, who could resist a charming girl like Anai Huang? While the three exchanged pleasantries, an untimely voice interrupted. "Master, it seems you've truly become a father." Tao Yaoyao sauntered over. Yesterday, Qin Yang had sent her away for Anai Huang's sake, and she still bore a grudge. Seeing him hold Anai Huang in the morning made her feel quite displeased. Ever since Qin Yang had taken on Li Qinchan as a disciple, her status had drastically declined. Now that he had a daughter, would she be relegated to the role of a servant? If Qin Yang had the audacity to send her away for Anai Huang, she could only dread what would come next. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by becoming a father? Don't speak without understanding." Qin Yang shot her a glare, exasperated by her lack of tact. "Isn't it true? You seem quite happy about it." Tao Yaoyao retorted as she approached the river to splash some water on her face. Continuing, "I heard from my junior sister that this little girl is your and Miss Yin's." Tao Yaoyao cast a glance at Yin Ryu, her sense of insecurity intensifying. Now, with just two more disciples, her position was already threatened. What would happen if her master took a woman? She couldn't even bear to think of the implications. Qin Yang looked at Li Qinchan with confusion, questioning what nonsense she was spouting. Noticing his gaze, she quickly explained, "Master, I'm not speaking out of turn. I merely meant that this child calls Miss Yin Mama. Regarding Miss Yin's reputation, you all better refrain from making baseless claims." Qin Yang admonished that he himself didn't care much about the matter, but Yin Ryu was a girl. It was inappropriate to tarnish her name that moment. Yin Ryu's face flushed crimson. She found it difficult to explain, especially with Anai Huang present. She didn't want to leave the little girl with any unpleasant memories. Seeing Qin Yang's anger, Tao Yaoyao shrank her neck and fell silent. By the way, "Brother Qin, I'm heading back to the sect today, so I've come to bid you farewell." Yin Ryu quickly changed the subject. Her injury had healed, and she needed to report on Wu Yudao's matters to the sect. So she had to return. Qin Yang understood the situation. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yin Ryu promptly took her leave. Such a wonderful person. Why must she be a woman? Tao Yaoyao sighed, gazing at Yin Ryu's departing figure. Qin Yang was rendered speechless. Was this girl still contemplating a harem? After bidding farewell to the villagers, the group departed from the village. The dense forest obscured the sun, making it nearly impossible to see the sky. After a long journey, the three of them sat beneath a tree to rest. Taking advantage of this time, Qin Yang handed over the cultivation techniques and alchemical recipes to Anai Huang. The little girl showed great interest in these subjects, immediately opening the recipes to examine them closely. Qin Yang had been concerned about whether Anai Huang could read, but it seemed there was no need to teach her literacy after all. Tao Yaoyao leaned in to see what treasures were being shared, but Anai Huang quickly hid behind Qin Yang in fright. "What are you doing?" Qin Yang asked, feeling somewhat bemused. His three disciples were indeed very distinct in personality. Tao Yaoyao was overly extroverted, Anai Huang excessively introverted, while Li Qinchan was a balanced presence in the middle. "Master, may I see what techniques you've given her?" Tao Yaoyao asked with feigned sweetness. She felt that the Han Yu sword technique was not very useful, the mental method too convoluted. She had only memorized the first 3 moves over the past few days. This wasn't due to a lack of talent, but rather because her aptitude was too high. She had mastered the sword techniques, yet struggled to recall the mental methods. Tao Yaoyao was clever. She simply lacked the desire to study. This was Qin Yang's assessment, akin to a teacher's final concession for a student. After a brief rest, the group resumed their journey. The Mongshan forest was dense, with most areas deserted, occasionally interrupted by small villages. Thus, 3 days passed, and they finally emerged from Mongshan, arriving at Liuzhou City. Liuzhou City sprawled at the foot of Mongshan. serving as a necessary waypoint for entering the mountain, making it relatively prosperous. Qin Yang and his companions needed to return to Qinyang sect and required to replenish their supplies here. Upon entering the city, they first sought a place to rest and enjoyed a delightful meal. This was Ai Huang's first visit to a city. Seeing so many people, she felt uneasy and clung tightly to Qin Yang throughout. Ai Huang, have something to eat. Qin Yang, now financially comfortable, ordered a lavish spread. Ai Huang cautiously turned her head, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the meatball Qin Yang held. Master, what is this? Braised lioness head. Lioness head? Upon hearing this, Ai Huang's expression shifted slightly. I used to eat lions, but I never ate their heads. Lioness heads are all bones. Qin Yang. This isn't actually a lioness head. It's merely a dish called braised lioness head, and it's a vegetarian dish. What is a vegetarian dish? Ai Huang's eyes widened as she asked, bewildered. Qin Yang was somewhat speechless. This girl truly knew nothing, and explaining these concepts was far too complex to don't worry about it. Just give it a try. Upon hearing this, Ai Huang cautiously took a bite. The next moment, her eyes widened, seemingly illuminated with newfound light. Master, it's delicious, much better than leaves. Chapter 48. Using divine beasts as rations. Junior sister, were you really eating leaves before? Tao Yaoyao asked curiously. She was well aware that Ai Huang had lived alone in the mountains. But even in the mountains, surely she didn't eat leaves every day. Yes, sometimes I would eat a few leaves. The medical texts say it's important to have a balanced diet. Leaves are cooling and help balance the internal yang energy. Ai Huang replied earnestly, leaving Qin Yang and the others astonished. Wait, you really have eaten leaves? Ai Huang, what kind of food did you eat in the past? Qin Yang felt it was imperative to discern the taste of this girl. If she truly wished to consume leaves daily, such a habit would be rather detrimental. As for me, I have a penchant for meat. The flesh of the Qiongqi is the most delectable, while the meat of the Suanni is also quite palatable. In the past, I raised a bifang, and its eggs were rather delightful. Regrettably, a fire broke out in my previous residence, and they perished in the flames. Otherwise, I could have prepared dishes for my master, as my culinary skills are quite remarkable. Qin Yang, Li Qingshan, Tao Yaoyao, Master, are the creatures she speaks of those legendary divine beasts? Tao Yaoyao inquired softly. Qin Yang nodded. He was indeed astonished by Ai Huang's response. This girl considered divine beasts as mere food. She even raised a bifang. Had they arrived a few days earlier, they might have encountered those mythical creatures. One must understand that the divine beasts Ai Huang referred to are now long extinct, even among the demon race, where they have nearly vanished. Junior sister, did you not save a piece of meat? Or perhaps, are there any leftover bones? Tao Yaoyao inquired with a smile as she leaned closer. Upon noticing this, Ai Huang hurriedly nestled into Qin Yang's embrace. Qin Yang understood the girl's intent. Those divine beasts are treasures in their entirety. That it is said that even a single feather could be deemed a priceless artifact. Ai Huang, did you happen to keep any leftover bones? Qin Yang gently inquired, soothing Ai Huang that he was equally intrigued, as were Tao Yaoyao and Li Qingshan. After all, these were divine beasts. Ai Huang shook her head, explaining that they usually only offered her a small portion of meat to stave off her hunger, never the bones, as that would make healing quite arduous. Are you saying those divine beasts voluntarily offered you their flesh to consume? Ai Huang nodded, not understanding why Qin Yang and the others were so astonished. However, Qin Yang was beginning to feel numb to the situation. Truly, the ancient and pure phoenix bloodline causes even divine beasts to bow before her. By the way, Ai Huang seemed to recall something. Beckoning as a small lark landed on her shoulder, she then rummaged beneath its wings and produced a seed. This is what I used to eat. When the fire raged, I placed the seed on the little lark. Qin Yang took the seed and examined it closely, but could discern nothing of note that he then handed it to Li Qingshan, who also found it unremarkable, yet both believed the seed to be extraordinary. After all, the meat this little girl consumed was from divine beasts, so the vegetables she ate must also be exceptional. Qin Yang returned the seed to Ai Huang, advising, you must keep this seed safe. When we return to the sect, find a suitable place to plant it. Ai Huang nodded and promptly tucked the seed beneath the little lark's wing. Junior sister, leaving it there is unsafe that if that little parrot were to be taken, the seed would be lost. Why not hand it over to me for safekeeping? Tao Yaoyao suggested eagerly. Even she, despite her simplicity, recognized the seed's extraordinary nature and wished to study it closely. However, Qin Yang was well aware of Tao Yaoyao's tendencies. Entrusting it to her would be far less secure than placing it with the little lark. You'd best step aside. You covet all the benefits. Qin Yang shot her a disapproving glance. Master, I feel you have changed. Tao Yaoyao inhaled deeply, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, lamenting, when you first took me as your disciple, you called me little darling. Now, with the rise of a new generation, you treat me thus. Alas, the fickleness of affection is all too apparent. Lower your head. Qin Yang firmly pressed down on Tao Yaoyao's head. What deep thoughts are you feigning? Have I not treated you well? The cultivation techniques and martial arts you practice are all of the highest caliber. You ungrateful child, always yearning for more, instead of coveting what others possess. Focus on mastering the Han Yu sword technique. After several months, you've only memorized the first 3 lines of a mere 4-line poem. Yet your mind wanders elsewhere. Tao Yaoyao lowered her head, falling silent. She loathed memorizing poetry. In her previous life as a maid in the manor, the overseer had them recite poetry daily. That it was her inability to remember those verses that prevented her from becoming a maid to the master, relegating her to the status of a mere servant. The very thought of poetry had since left her with a psychological scar. Now that she was cultivating, she found herself once again burdened with memorization. Master, it is unfair. Why does my junior sister not have to memorize poetry for her cultivation? Why must I endure this? Tao Yaoyao protested internally, feeling that with her intellect, she would never be able to remember those verses. Good heavens, the verses in that cultivation technique were far more numerous than those she had once encountered in the royal manor. Tio remember so many lines felt utterly overwhelming. Senior sister, practicing martial arts does not necessarily require reciting the heart technique aloud. Li Qinchan interjected, having noticed the issue from the moment Tao Yaoyao began her training. Martial arts emphasize the circulation of spiritual energy through the meridians to execute profound techniques. Yet, Tao Yaoyao had merely recited the heart technique aloud to learn the Han Yu sword technique. Though Li Qinchan found this method perplexing, she understood the principles of martial arts training. But how should I proceed? Tao Yaoyao asked, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Master never taught me how to cultivate martial arts. As she spoke, she shot a disgruntled glance at Qin Yang. Her words held truth. Back then, Qin Yang himself was uncertain about how to cultivate. Even now, he remained clueless, as his abilities stemmed from his disciples. And having never practiced martial arts, he lacked the knowledge to teach. Having followed Qin Yang for so long, Li Qinchan had noticed his shortcomings in instructing his disciples. Thus, she took it upon herself to teach Tao Yaoyao. Seeing this unfold, Qin Yang sighed inwardly to as a master. He was evidently lacking. Fortunately, his disciple was knowledgeable. Observing Li Qinchan attentively explaining, Qin Yang listened intently. Though he had no need for cultivation himself, such foundational knowledge could prove useful in the future. As they dined, Li Qinchan instructed Tao Yaoyao in various paths of cultivation. By evening, the group had finally satisfied their hunger and returned to their quarters. Chapter 49. Master's assistants in the room. Ai Huang sat obediently in the bathtub, while Qin Yang assumed the duty of bathing his daughter. Initially, he had hoped to enlist Li Qinchan's help, as Ai Huang was indeed a girl, albeit still young, deserving of respect. However, Ai Huang adamantly refused to accompany anyone else. Left with no choice, Qin Yang accepted the paternal responsibility. The water is a bit chilly. Ai Huang, add some fire, Qin Yang instructed. Ai Huang raised her finger, and a flicker of flame descended into the water, gradually raising the temperature. Is this sufficient? Qin Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, bemused by how children delight in playing with water. Ai Huang had been bathing for almost an hour. Whenever the water cooled, she would heat it herself. While she luxuriated in the warmth, it left Qin Yang utterly exhausted, seemingly sensing Qin Yang's fatigue. Ai Huang nodded obediently, sparing him further labor. After drying her off, the little girl formed hand seals, and a stream of fire emanated from her body, enveloping her in countless feathers, which then transformed into a flowing red gown. Ai Huang lowered her gaze to admire her attire, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Master, I wish to sleep, Ai Huang declared, spreading her arms wide. With a sigh, Qin Yang cradled her in his arms as she nestled into him. Drifting in a slumber, for several days, this had been their routine. The girl required his embrace even in sleep, refusing to let go for an instant. Just as Qin Yang prepared to find a place to sit, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Li Qingchuan cautiously entering, casting a wary glance at the slumbering Inai Huang in his arms. "What is it?" Qin Yang inquired, noticing Li Qingchuan's hesitant demeanor. "Master, I have been feeling increasingly overwhelmed by cold energy during my recent training." Li Qingchuan spoke in a hushed tone, carefully eyeing Qin Yang, "that I would like to request your assistance." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang understood Li Qingchuan's cultivation technique posed a problem. As her abilities advanced, she found herself increasingly afflicted by a backlash of cold energy during her training. Only Qin Yang, with his pure young body, could suppress the cold energy within her, which is why she sought him out. Yet, Li Qingchuan hesitated to articulate her need, aware that requiring Qin Yang's assistance each time would consume his time. While she was aware of a more permanent solution, she was reluctant to broach the subject, fearing he might refuse. Thus, she opted not to mention it at all. Qin Yang moved to the couch, still holding Inai Huang. "Come here. We will practice here tonight." Li Qingchuan gently nodded and silently walked forward to take a seat. As she began her cultivation, a chilling aura instantly enveloped the room. Fortunately, Qin Yang possessed a pure yang body and was not affected by this. Yet he was somewhat astonished to find that Inai Huang in his arms remained utterly oblivious to it. The strength of this girl's constitution far surpassed his expectations. However, this was advantageous, as it would not disturb Inai Huang. Qin Yang raised his hand and placed it on Li Qingchuan's shoulder, a surge of pure yang energy flowing into her body. The previously oppressive coldness dissipated in an instant, and wisps of white smoke began to rise from Li Qingchuan, reminiscent of a kettle on the boil, releasing steam. Before long, the entire room was enveloped in mist. A faint blush appeared on Li Qingchuan's cheeks, her exquisite face adorned with beads of perspiration, strands of hair clinging to her forehead, presenting an added allure. This icy beauty only revealed such a visage during her cultivation. Qin Yang, witnessing this, could not help but feel moved. This moment, the room felt akin to a sauna. As Qin Yang observed Li Qingchuan's increasingly soaked garments, he could not help but turn his head away. This girl's predicament was becoming increasingly severe. Qin Yang believed the method bestowed by the system was sound. However, the challenge lay in the fact that as Li Qingchuan's cultivation progressed, her practice became increasingly arduous. This was not due to a slowdown in her cultivation speed, but rather the chilling energy she generated within, which Qin Yang felt he could no longer contain. Presently, Li Qingchuan had only reached the fourth layer of foundation establishment. Should she continue to advance, he was uncertain if he could still assist her in suppressing the cold within. If the time came when he could not provide assistance, her continued cultivation could potentially lead to dire consequences. Qin Yang felt a sense of urgency. He must swiftly enhance his own cultivation to continue suppressing the cold energy within Li Qingchuan. Yet, to elevate his own cultivation, he needed to assist his disciple in her advancement. This seemed to have led to a vicious cycle. Perhaps he could seek assistance from Tao Yaoyao. Qin Yang pondered. Realizing that Tao Yaoyao's method appeared to be normal by helping her improve, he could indirectly elevate his own cultivation. With this thought, Qin Yang felt a semblance of a plan forming. After a sleepless night, the following morning, Li Qingchuan was the first to awaken. Noticing her clothes were completely soaked, her face flushed slightly. "Thank you, master," she said, bowing in gratitude before hastily returning to her room. As she left, Tao Yaoyao darted in. Upon entering the room, she was startled by the mist that filled the air. "Wow, master, what were you doing with Junior Sister last night? Why is there so much smoke? Did a fire break out?" Qin Yang nearly choked on his tea at this remark. What on earth was this girl thinking? "Be quiet," he snapped, shooting her a glare as he waved his sleeve to disperse the smoke. "What brings you here so early?" Cradling the sleeping Inai Huang, he rose and moved to the table to pour himself a cup of tea. After a night had passed, the tea remained warm. "I saw Junior Sister leaving your room early this morning and was worried something had happened, so I came to check." Tao Yaoyao replied with a mischievous grin, her expression suggesting she knew more than she let on. Qin Yang was well aware of the thoughts swirling in her mind. "Stop imagining things. I was merely assisting your Junior Sister in her cultivation." I understand, just cultivation." Tao Yao Yao exclaimed, her tone playfully elongated. Qin Yang felt exasperated. This girl had no other thoughts, and no wonder the system labeled her as a lewd girl. Now, what do you actually want? Qin Yang asked, his expression turning serious. Tao Yao Yao, noticing his displeasure, quickly adopted a more earnest tone. Master, I heard that today a high monk from the Fo Guang Temple in the city is holding a fortune-telling session. Many people are going. Do you want to go and take a look? They say that old monk is quite accurate. I want to see if he can help me with my romantic fate. Tao Yao Yao leaned closer, her face filled with anticipation. How much does it cost? Qin Yang could already sense her ulterior motives. Not much, just 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones? What kind of charlatan monk charges that much? Chapter 50. Visiting the temple fair, the Buddhist sect also has practitioners of the Tao. But for cultivators, fortune-telling is generally met with skepticism. After all, what cultivator does not defy fate? The idea of reversing one's destiny is inherent to a cultivator's path. What use is fortune-telling to them? It is merely a ruse to deceive mortals. Yet, Tao Yao Yao held an unwavering belief in such matters that fortune-telling is unreliable. As a cultivator, you inherently defy fate. Your destiny is in your own hands. Why listen to the ramblings of others? Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively, aside from the fact that charging 1,000 spirit stones for a fortune is exorbitant. Only a fool would fall for it. But master, I heard that old monk is an enlightened master. His predictions are accurate. Let us go check it out. Tao Yao Yao insisted, her determination evident that I want to know if I can have a harem in the future and where my romantic destiny lies. Tao Yao Yao remained obstinate. You have no chance. Your cultivation method has already been set. You are destined to remain single for life. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao Yao felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Master, you gave me that method. If you're going to deceive me like this, I'll expose you. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to betray your master? I don't care, master. If you condemn me to a life of being a lone bachelor, I want to let you off the hook. Tao Yao Yao protested, her commotion waking in I Huang that I've said it before. Once you achieve enlightenment, the restrictions of your method will naturally lift. Why believe in a fortune teller? That old monk might not even be more skilled than me. If you trust him, you might as well trust me. Qin Yang felt helpless. He knew this situation was somewhat unfair, that he couldn't understand why the system would provide such a method. But since it was given by the system, it was undoubtedly the best fit for Tao Yao Yao. He could only attribute it to the fact that she was born under a solitary star. The system's predictions were surely more reliable than that so-called enlightened monk. Spending 1,000 spirit stones to listen to nonsense was something Qin Yang was decidedly unwilling to do. I don't care, master. That method is yours. You deceived me into practicing it, and you must take responsibility. Give me the money. I absolutely must seek that old monk's guidance today, if I end up alone for life. You best not sleep too soundly at night. Tao Yao Yao seemed resolute, directly threatening Qin Yang. Seeing her determination, Qin Yang felt somewhat resigned. This girl's fixation on the idea of a harem was too strong. He remembered when he first arrived in this world. He too had dreams of embracing multiple partners. Yet the harsh realities of life gradually dampened those aspirations that he understood Tao Yao Yao as perspective. As she had once said, one works hard in life for the sake of enjoyment. Fine, I'll accompany you, but if that old monk turns out to be a fraud, we won't bother with fortune-telling. Qin Yang finally relented after a long silence that, of course, he remained skeptical and planned to expose the monk upon their meeting, thereby saving those spirit stones. Upon hearing Qin Yang's agreement, Tao Yao Yao finally calmed down. Afterward, they all had breakfast and left the inn. Indeed, the monk had considerable influence. The city was noticeably livelier today, with many people flocking towards the Fo Guang Temple. Qin Yang and his companions were swept along by the crowd. Quickly arriving at the temple, perhaps due to the event, numerous vendors had set up stalls at the temple entrance, creating a festive atmosphere reminiscent of a temple fair. Tao Yao Yao focused solely on finding the master for fortune-telling. Paid little attention to the surroundings. However, it was I Huang's first encounter with such a scene, and she was filled with curiosity. Though still frightened and clinging to Qin Yang, her little eyes were drawn to the various trinkets around her, brimming with desire. Noticing I Huang's interest, Qin Yang took her around to browse. Do you like it, I Huang? He asked as they reached a stall displaying an array of toys. Rattles, tiger hats, dolls, and more than I Huang cautiously glanced at the items before nodding. Shopkeeper, I'll take this, and this. Please wrap them up. Qin Yang was quite generous with I Huang. After all, these little toys were not costly, totaling only a couple of taels of silver. With a rattle in hand, and I Huang grew bolder, her big eyes scanning the area. Master, what is that? She asked softly, pointing to a stall selling sugar figurines in the distance. That is a sugar figurine. You can eat it. I want one. And I Huang exclaimed eagerly. Qin Yang had no reason to refuse and bought several sugar figurines. Meanwhile, Tao Yaoyao, growing impatient, watched Qin Yang but hesitated to urge him, as she still needed his financial support for her fortune-telling. Shopkeeper, I'll have 20 candied hawthorns. Peach Yaoyao approached the stall, raising her hand to present a piece of spirit stone. Upon seeing it, the proprietor's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and he hurriedly provided her with a heap of candied hawthorn. In these times, those who utilized spirit stones were undoubtedly celestial masters, and such small vendors could not afford to offend them. As Peach Yaoyao accepted the candied hawthorn, she devoured it while casting a fierce glare at Qin Yang. Master, what do you and senior sister have in hand? Ni Huang's face brimmed with curiosity upon spotting the treat. That is candied hawthorn, Qin Yang explained, then extended his hand, saying, Give me one. Peach Yaoyao pouted, reluctantly offering him a stick of candied hawthorn. Ni Huang held a piece of candied hawthorn in one hand and a sugar figurine in the other, while she handed the rattle drum to Qin Yang. That moment, the two of them resembled a father and daughter enjoying a day out shopping. After wandering around, the group finally entered the Buddha Light Temple, which was now bustling with devotees seeking blessings. Buddha Light Temple was renowned in the vicinity, often filled with worshippers, this time with Master Miaoshan emerging from seclusion. It attracted even more visitors as they made their way. The name of Master Miaoshan echoed countless times, leaving their ears somewhat callous from the repetition. Yet upon witnessing such a scene, Peach Yaoyao's faith in Master Miaoshan's ability to illuminate romantic destinies grew stronger. Master, didn't I tell you this old monk is remarkable? Look at how many people believe in him. Peach Yaoyao appeared particularly exhilarated. That I wonder, if that monk were to say you have no romantic destiny in this lifetime, what would you do? Qin Yang couldn't help but douse her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. If he dares to say that, I would be the first to take you down. Then wouldn't his assertion become invalid? Peach Yaoyao retorted, so, you only believe what you wish to hear while disregarding the rest. Qin Yang found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, those who seek divine guidance often exhibit such tendencies, believing what benefits them while dismissing anything unfavorable as superstition. One cannot say it that way. Peach Yaoyao, munching on her candied hawthorn, began to analyze. Master, didn't you say that we practitioners of the Tao advocate for defying destiny? If he claims I have no romantic destiny, I merely need to find a match, and wouldn't that be tantamount to altering my fate? Qin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's twisted logic. What he means by defying destiny is not quite this. What kind of reasoning is this? Go ahead and cause trouble for others, but spare me, will you? Qin Yang displayed a look of helplessness. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Peach Yaoyao seemed somewhat displeased that I am naturally beautiful. What do you mean by causing trouble for others? Besides, Master, if we have this good fortune, we certainly cannot let outsiders benefit, right? At the very least, you should indulge first. Qin Yang was momentarily speechless. This girl truly had no filter. Should I then thank you for that? What are you being polite for? Aren't we like brothers? Peach Yaoyao threw her arm around Qin Yang's shoulder, patting her flat chest, exuding an air of nonchalance. Beside them, Li Qingshan couldn't help but facepalm at the scene. Having grown accustomed to Peach Yaoyao's personality over the past few days, she still found it hard to accept how this girl spoke without a filter. How could a young lady utter such words? You, go away. Qin Yang pushed Peach Yaoyao's arm aside, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by his apprentice's antics. At that moment, Peach Yaoyao appeared to be drawn by something, parting the crowd and rushing forward. Seeing this, Qin Yang followed closely. By the wall's edge sat a bald old man in a yellow robe. Meditating with his legs crossed, in front of him lay a tattered cloth adorned with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, upon which rested a turtle shell and several copper coins. The old man had his eyes closed, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent sage. What are you doing, esteemed master? Peach Yaoyao approached and crouched down. The old man slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the question, and in the next moment his gaze lit up that he hastily rose to his knees. Amitabha, Celestial Master, please allow this humble one to bow before you. I have been earnestly seeking a fated partner, and to encounter a Celestial Master today is a fulfillment of my life's wish. How did you know I am a Celestial Master? Peach Yao Yao was intrigued. This old man, clearly an ordinary person, had seen through her identity at a glance. The old man appeared momentarily stunned. Then after a brief silence, he trembled and spoke. Amitabha, the Celestial Master possesses a strand of divine light that has descended upon the world. A most auspicious omen. Such divine radiance is unmistakable to one like me. The old man touched the turtle shell before continuing. The Celestial Master radiates brilliance and majesty, and this humble one has nothing of worth to offer, save for this sacred pendant. Today, I present it to the Celestial Master as a token of respect. He produced a translucent pendant from the turtle shell and handed it to Peach Yao Yao. Upon witnessing this, Peach Yao Yao's eyes gleamed, and she couldn't help but laugh heartily. You, old man, possess quite the discerning eye. This spirit stone is your reward. She accepted the pendant and casually tossed a piece of spirit stone to him. Just then, several monks clad as warrior monks approached to him. That old swindler has returned. The warrior monks seized the old man and turned to Peach Yao Yao, their faces filled with astonishment. Miss, this old man is a fraud. He frequently comes here to deceive people, and everyone in the city knows it. How could you have fallen for his tricks? Peach Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback that he is a fraud, but he recognized my identity as a Celestial Master at first glance. He calls everyone a Celestial Master, the warrior monk replied, his attitude becoming more respectful upon learning Peach Yao Yao was a Celestial Master. He promptly snatched the spirit stone from the old man's hands and returned it to her. Celestial Master, the pendant he gave you is merely an ordinary stone. Upon hearing this, Peach Yao Yao's expression shifted, and she scrutinized the pendant closely before glaring at the old man, fuming. How dare you deceive me? The old man was now at a loss. He typically only deceived ordinary folk, never expecting to encounter a true Celestial Master today. Although he had hesitated, seeing Peach Yao Yao's naive expression, he had succumbed to giving her the pendant. But he had never intended to deceive her. Celestial Master, please see the truth. I truly had no intention to deceive you. I offered you the pendant without asking for anything in return. Even if I were bolder, I would never dare to deceive a Celestial Master. Peach Yao Yao glared at the old man, but upon reflection, it seemed he had indeed never asked her for money. She had voluntarily given him the spirit stone. She waved her hand, and the warrior monks promptly escorted the old man away. Peach Yao Yao discarded the pendant and turned around to find Qin Yang grinning from ear to ear. Enraged, she marched over. Master, did you know all along? Ha ha, only you could be so oblivious. Have you ever seen a monk bowing before a Bagua flag? Have you seen a monk in a yellow robe instead of a kasaya? Have you ever seen a monk without even a single incense mark on his forehead? Qin Yang replied, chuckling. Hearing this, Peach Yao Yao's face flushed with anger. Master, you realized it and didn't tell me. Wasn't I helping you summon the warrior monks? Qin Yang turned and sauntered away, adding, and even if I told you, would you have believed me? I could just as easily say that the fortune-telling monk here is also a fraud. Would you believe that? Peach Yao Yao took a deep breath. Her heart gradually filled with doubt, that as they prepared to continue their exploration, an elderly monk clad in a kasaya, with kind eyes and a benevolent demeanor, approached them. Qin Benefactor, this humble monk has been sent by my master to invite you for a discussion in the meditation hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's expression shifted. You know me? I have not met the benefactor. But my master is an old acquaintance of yours. The old monk joined his hands in prayer, then turned to lead the way. Seeing this, Qin Yang followed closely behind. Might I inquire who your esteemed master is? My master is Master Miaoshan. Upon hearing the name of Master Miaoshan, Peach Yao Yao's interest piqued once more. Master, do you know Master Miaoshan? Does this mean we won't have to pay him to tell our fortunes today? Qin Yang rapped his knuckles against Peach Yao Yao's head, signaling her to be quiet. Meanwhile, he fell into deep thought. He had few acquaintances in this world, and even at Qin Yang's sect, he hardly knew anyone, let alone Master Miaoshan. Yet this person knew his name and could accurately find him, which made Qin Yang feel a twinge of suspicion, but he turned to give Li Qingshan a meaningful glance. and she immediately understood, growing vigilant. Before long, they were led to a secluded meditation hall outside. Master, Qin Benefactor has arrived. The old monk bowed respectfully. After a lengthy pause, a youthful voice resonated from within the meditation hall. Please let him in. Chapter 52. Are you a monk or a pimp? The Zen courtyard was modest in size, adorned with a flourishing vegetable garden and a single meditation room. The old monk led Qin Yang and his companions to the entrance of the meditation room before turning to leave. As the trio stepped inside, they found the room sparsely furnished, containing merely a seat and a meditation cushion. Upon the cushion sat a young monk, no more than 7 or 8 years old. His complexion rosy and delicate. Confusion washed over Qin Yang and his companions, prompting them to glance around the room to confirm they were alone. Only then did they turn their attention to the young monk. Welcome, esteemed guests from afar. Please, have a seat. The young monk greeted with a gentle smile, gesturing with his hand. Qin Yang stepped forward, still somewhat incredulous. Are you truly Master Miaoshan? Indeed, I am, the young monk replied, his eyes opening to reveal a milky whiteness. Seemingly clouded, yet imbued with a clarity that suggested a transcendent understanding of the mundane world. Master Miaoshan is but a child. Tao Yaoyao exclaimed in astonishment, prompting Qin Yang to shoot her a warning glance. Causing her to quickly silence herself, fear not, for I embody the essence of all beings. What you perceive is merely a reflection of your own desires, Miaoshan remarked lightly, playing with the prayer beads in his hands. With a wave, cups of tea appeared before Qin Yang and his companions. Master, how do you know of my existence? Qin Yang inquired, his vigilance unmistakable as he scrutinized Miaoshan that he believed he was not well known enough for Miaoshan to recognize him. So there must be some other reason. After all, he had an enemy lurking behind him. The monk does not recognize you. Dear guest, I am merely responding to the Buddha's call to welcome you. Miaoshan replied, his hands clasped in a gesture of reverence as he bowed slightly towards Qin Yang. Hearing this, Qin Yang's mind felt blank. He had never been fond of conversing with monks. They often spoke in riddles. Their words shrouded in ambiguity, that in fact, he had always detested those who spoke in such cryptic manners. I am not interested in your riddles. What is it that you wish to convey? Qin Yang urged, his impatience evident. Miaoshan seemed to sense Qin Yang's agitation and slowly rose to sit upon the meditation cushion. Qin, you share a connection with the Buddha, he proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao immediately stood up. Master, are you implying he is to be ordained as a monk? Qin Yang frowned at this notion, that he was all too familiar with such rhetoric and had no intention of falling for it. Master, I have no desire to become a monk, that if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Qin Yang could hardly tolerate these monks and was eager to exit. However, Miaoshan interjected, Dear Qin, do not be so hasty. I have a profound opportunity to offer you. My assertion that you share a bond with the Buddha is not mere embellishment. Though you may not be of our order, you will ultimately find some connection to it. Miaoshan's demeanor was gentle, yet internally, he felt quite helpless. He truly wished to avoid any entanglement with Qin Yang, but the weight of his responsibilities to the Buddhist community compelled him otherwise. Master, please speak plainly. Qin Yang urged, visibly irritated. Recognizing Qin Yang's impatience, Miaoshan retrieved a relic from within his robes and extended it to Qin Yang. Today, I simply wish to forge a bond of goodwill with you. Should you encounter adversity in the future, you may hold this relic and beseech our order for assistance. This serves as a transaction between you and our order. In the future, we may also seek your aid. At that time, I hope you will not refuse. Qin Yang refrained from accepting the relic. He was skeptical of such offers that it was implausible that someone would bestow benefits without ulterior motives. Noticing Qin Yang's lingering doubt, Miaoshan's gaze shifted towards Tao Yaoyao. I understand your concerns, that I assure you, our order will not impose any unreasonable demands upon you, that in the future, we will merely present you with a companion. Upon hearing these words, Tao Yaoyao and her companions were taken aback. Master, are you trying to play matchmaker? Tao Yaoyao exclaimed, her expression shifting as she added, Do you see my master as someone in need of companionship? Let us not speak of others. I, too, am a natural beauty, radiant and captivating, not to mention my junior sister. Tao Yaoyao gestured to Li Qingshan, continuing, My junior sister is also a stunning beauty. What need does my master have for your companions? Moreover, I suspect the companions you offer are likely nuns, and my master has no interest in such pursuits. Qin Yang couldn't help but nod in agreement. He was equally perplexed by the monk's intentions in wanting to provide him with a companion. Was this truly the role of a monk? It was said that monks were to maintain purity, yet here they were, seemingly acting as matchmakers. "Dear guest, you seem to misunderstand," Miaoshan intoned, chanting a brief prayer before continuing. "The future is uncertain for all. Perhaps when that day arrives, you will find yourself in need of that companion. This relic is merely a token. Keep it, and it will serve its purpose in due time." Qin Yang remained skeptical. Yet if that was the extent of the offer, accepting the relic would not be detrimental. That he reached out to take the relic, but Tao Yaoyao quickly snatched it from his grasp. "Examining it closely, that I've heard that relics are extracted from the ashes of deceased monks, that I asked this not a type of stone," she queried, holding the fist-sized relic aloft. "That wouldn't it cause immense pain if someone had a stone of this size in their body?" Qin Yang shot her an exasperated glance, pulling her back. "Keep your voice down. The monk is still here." Yet Miaoshan, far from offended, chuckled and said, "All beings are formless. What you perceive it to be is precisely what it is." As Miaoshan spoke, he glanced at Li Qingshan and continued, "You possess three aspects: the future, the present, and the past. You are destined to transcend the ordinary. The Buddha is compassionate. The past is gone. The future is not yet here. You must focus on the present. To see the light is to behold it right before you." Qin Yang silently regarded the relic in his hands before looking at Miaoshan. Although the monk's words were cryptic, he understood this one. The future referred to Li Qingshan, the past to Anai Huang, whom he had previously encountered, while the present undoubtedly pertained to Tao Yaoyao. Yet, the precise meaning eluded him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The fact that Miaoshan could perceive such profound truths was astonishing to Qin Yang. This was one of their greatest secrets. Li Qingshan seemed to realize this as well, her expression shifting to one of unease. However, Miaoshan appeared content to leave it at that, offering no further clarification. "That I see you are intrigued by the relic. I possess a martial arts technique called the Vajra Arhut Fist, which I wish to impart to you," Miaoshan declared, retrieving a manual from his robes and presenting it to Tao Yaoyao. Chapter 53. The incontrovertible evidence of the innate celibate saint body. Tao Yaoyao's expression soured at this. "I have no desire to practice a monk's martial arts. I have no intention of becoming a nun," Miaoshan chuckled softly, offering a gentle explanation. "I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to forge a bond of goodwill with you, for I see you have a connection with the Buddha." This manual consists solely of illustrations, with no accompanying text. Miaoshan seemed to possess an understanding of Tao Yaoyao's inclinations, and upon hearing this, her interest was piqued. She favored visual representations. She struggled with texts and could neither comprehend nor retain them. Though the cold moon sword technique was powerful, she had yet to memorize its incantations after much effort. This manual, consisting solely of movements, was far more suited to her. She eagerly accepted it and began to flip through the pages. For some reason, as she perused the illustrations, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had already mastered the techniques after just one glance. Tao Yaoyao lifted her gaze to Miaoshan, her demeanor softening considerably. "Little monk, you are quite agreeable. I like this martial art. I am glad you appreciate it," Miaoshan replied. Tao Yaoyao seemed to recall something else and quickly asked, "Master, I've heard you can predict fortunes. Could you possibly enlighten me about my romantic prospects?" Miaoshan chuckled lightly at her inquiry. "Your romantic fate is both distant and near." Tao Yaoyao, hearing this, glanced at the young monk before her expression turning skeptical. No, you are a monk, and a child at that. I have no interest in children." Even Miaoshan's composure wavered at this moment, nearly provoking him to utter a curse. "When I say near, I refer to what lies beside you," he clarified. Tao Yaoyao turned her gaze toward Qin Yang and then the old monk. "Are you implying him?" she asked, pointing at Qin Yang with a look of distaste. Miaoshan nodded. "You are of a pure Yin constitution, a body of extreme cold. Only a pure Yang body can withstand your profound Yin essence." "What does that mean? Am I destined to have no harem? Must I only have one man in my life?" Tao Yaoyao exclaimed, her agitation palpable. This was a conclusion she could not bear to accept. What was the purpose of her diligent training, if not to embrace a life of indulgence and joy? Now this monk was declaring she could only have one partner. What was the point of all her efforts? Seeing Tao Yaoyao's distress, Miao Shan could only nod in resignation. In the many millennia to come, only one pure yang body exists. He is the embodiment of light, for there is but one sun in this world. This time, Tao Yaoyao was utterly bewildered. Has it truly taken hundreds of thousands of years for her to possess only a pure yang body? Was she, then, left with no options? At this moment, Qin Yang found himself somewhat perplexed as well. This monk indeed possessed considerable abilities. He not only discerned the origins of Li Qingshan and her companions, but also recognized that Tao Yaoyao harbored a pure yin physique while he himself bore a pure yang body. Qin Yang's heart began to accept the monk's words. Previously, he had been misleading Tao Yaoyao, assuring her that once she ascended to immortality, she could break the curse of her cultivation method. However, hearing the monk's words now, it seemed that Tao Yaoyao's single status was not merely due to the curse of her technique, but also tied to her innate constitution. As Qin Yang pondered this, he suddenly sensed a terrifying gaze directed at him. He turned his head to find Tao Yaoyao glaring at him fiercely. "Master, you have wronged me. This is not my fault. Your single status stems from your pure yin body, and is largely unrelated to the cultivation method." Qin Yang hurriedly attempted to explain. However, upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's expression sharpened. "That I will deal with you tonight," she declared vehemently, fixing her gaze on Qin Yang. "Such an act by you is surely inappropriate." Miao Shan's countenance shifted subtly, and she spoke softly. "The cultivation method you practice requires the preservation of your primordial yin. If you were to forfeit it now, it would lead to your demise." Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao was completely unsettled. "Master, remain calm. Disciple, as long as you ascend, you can break the curse of your cultivation method." Ascend? It sounds so simple, yet have you not seen the insights of those old women in the cultivation method? Some have practiced for tens of thousands of years without attaining immortality. Tens of thousands of years. How am I to endure that? Disciple, maintain a heart free of men, and your cultivation will naturally flourish. Those who seek the Tao must cast aside desires and wholeheartedly pursue the path. "I will fight you," Tao Yaoyao exclaimed, preparing to rush at Qin Yang, but fortunately, Li Qingshan managed to restrain her. Qin Yang cast a bewildered glance at Miao Shan. How could this old monk know everything? Now it was a lost cause, as the monk had revealed all this, making it difficult for Qin Yang to persuade Tao Yaoyao to continue her cultivation in the future. A hint of dissatisfaction flickered in Qin Yang's eyes, yet Miao Shan seemed oblivious, quietly chanting a Buddhist mantra. Amitabha, indeed, Qin disciple is fated to connect with our Buddha. Only by relinquishing past grievances can one attain the fruit of cultivation. With today's matters concluded, this humble monk must take his leave to the Pure Land. Fellow disciples, may we meet again if fate allows. With that, Miao Shan's body emanated a golden light, gradually becoming indistinct. Simultaneously, behind him, a golden wheel of merit slowly emerged, radiating waves of Buddhist light. Within that light, countless Buddhas recited scriptures, their harmonious voices enveloping the listeners, inducing a profound state of tranquility. Miao Shan grew increasingly frail, swiftly transforming from a child into an elderly man, before ultimately merging into the Buddhist light, disappearing entirely. Qin Yang and the others stood in astonishment at the scene before them. It was their first encounter witnessing a monk attain nirvana in their presence. Moreover, the spectacle of the monk's passing was extraordinarily surreal to that what they call the Pure Land. Although they had heard of it, it was their first time witnessing it firsthand. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback by the sight. "So the Buddhist realm truly exists?" she murmured softly to this moment. Tao Yaoyao ceased her tumultuous behavior, merely gazing at the monk's nirvana, a sense of inexplicable sorrow swelling within her heart. The four were momentarily at a loss. When the old monk who had brought them there re-entered, he calmly gathered the mat from the ground and, with hands clasped together, addressed Qin Yang. "As the master has said, after his nirvana, this mat shall be bestowed upon you." The old monk extended the mat towards Qin Yang. Although he was uncertain of the monk's intentions, Qin Yang accepted the mat with quietude. "Let me escort you, fellow disciples," the old monk said, his expression neutral. As he turned to leave, "Master, does the Buddhist realm truly exist?" Tao Yaoyao could no longer contain her curiosity. "Did you not witness it?" the old monk replied softly. Indeed, Qin Yang and the others did see it with their own eyes. Yet it seems to be a place entrenched in legend. The monks of this world practice Buddhist teachings, yet they also cultivate the Tao, requiring foundational establishment and the formation of alchemical elixirs to ultimately attain immortality. But where is this pure land? Is it the realm of immortals? What profound cultivation must that old monk have possessed? Chapter 54. The Buddha's light and the relics. Qin Yang and the others left the Buddhist temple and returned to the inn. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao appeared transformed. As soon as they arrived, she dashed in her room to commence her cultivation. Tao Yaoyao understood that there remained only one path for her. Only by attaining immortality could she shatter the current curse. No matter how much she resented Qin Yang for leading her astray, it was now too late. She could only strive diligently in her cultivation. Presently, her zeal for cultivation even surpassed that of Li Qingchuan. In the dead of night, Qin Yang stood by the window, gazing at the distant Buddhist temple, still filled with numerous uncertainties. How strange. Why is the Buddhist temple devoid of light tonight? I heard that Master Miaoshan has attained nirvana. Is that so? Master Miaoshan was indeed a venerable monk. Perhaps he has become a Buddha. The passers-by in the streets murmured amongst themselves. For years, the pagoda of the Buddhist temple had consistently shone with radiant light, like a beacon in the night. Today, however, such an occurrence left many in the city perplexed. Qin Yang observed the people on the street before turning away from his room and heading to Tao Yaoyao's chamber. Upon pushing the door open, a dazzling light instantly illuminated his face. In that moment, Qin Yang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as though he were basking in sunlight, warm as spring. That he hurriedly shut the door, only to realize that the radiant source was the relic held in Tao Yaoyao's grasp. The relic emitted a glow that enveloped Tao Yaoyao, rendering her seemingly pure and flawless, akin to an aged monk in meditation, exuding an air of solemnity and gravity. Within that radiance, a chorus of Buddhist chants resonated, soothing the mind and illuminating the heart. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yang was taken aback. He had initially thought the relic to be merely a token, but now it appeared to be greatly beneficial for cultivation. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao had evidently entered a state of complete immersion in her cultivation, her mind untroubled, allowing her to progress with remarkable speed. Although she had been cultivating in recent days, her character had always been one of inconsistency. Despite her already impressive speed, her progress had not matched that of Li Qingchuan. While it was true that Li Qingchuan had the assistance of Han Qian's elixir, the fact remained that Tao Yaoyao's cultivation pace had been slower. Qin Yang had continually urged Tao Yaoyao to practice, yet her nature made it difficult for her to change overnight. Now, seeing her take the initiative to cultivate, Qin Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. This time, he had inadvertently aided her. Qin Yang quietly withdrew from the room and closed the door. For the time being, he no longer needed to worry about Tao Yaoyao's cultivation progress. Returning to his own room, he found Ai Huang playing with the toys purchased earlier. The little girl had grown bolder. With these toys, even when Qin Yang occasionally left, she could entertain herself. Qin Yang sat with Ai Huang for a while when Li Qingchuan approached once more. It was needless to say, she was undoubtedly there regarding her cultivation. Qin Yang instructed Ai Huang to rest if she grew tired, before continuing to assist Li Qingchuan in her training. Though this method of cultivation was cumbersome, Li Qingchuan's recent advancements were evident. Now, Li Qingchuan had reached the 5th layer of foundational establishment, while Tao Yaoyao remained at the 3rd layer. The progress of the second disciple had evidently surpassed that of the eldest. The following morning, as Qin Yang rose, Tao Yaoyao sought him out. "Master, that little monk's gift is indeed effective. I cultivated all night and have already broken through to the 4th layer of foundational establishment," she exclaimed, waving the relic in her hand, brimming with excitement. This girl truly lacked guile. Just yesterday, she had threatened Qin Yang. Yet today, she appeared carefree and cheerful. I know that this relic has remarkable effects on cultivation. You should keep it. Qin Yang nodded. He had witnessed everything from the night before. It was clear that this relic could help maintain clarity of mind, making cultivation significantly more efficient. Tao Yaoyao was inherently restless. With this relic, her cultivation should become much easier, but he wondered where this item had come from. "Master, do you think this is something like a stone from within the monks?" Tao Yaoyao queried, curiously examining the relic. And to Qin Yang's astonishment, she even bit into it. "Ouch, it's quite hard, not like stone at all." Qin Yang felt helpless. Only Tao Yao Yao would dare treat such a precious artifact in such a manner. Regardless of what it is beneficial for your cultivation, so ensure you take good care of it. Understood. Tao Yao Yao nodded, stowing the relic away. By the way, have you looked at the boxing manual given to you by Master Miao Shan? Since discovering Master Miao Shan's extraordinary background, Qin Yang had developed a newfound respect for him. The fact that he could enter the Pure Land clearly indicated he was a genuinely enlightened monk. The boxing manual he provided must also be extraordinary. That manual is unnecessary to practice. Pi Xiao Yao waved her hand with an air of self-satisfaction and declared, I merely glanced at it once yesterday, and I've already mastered it. Master, allow me to demonstrate. As she spoke, she rose to her feet and began to perform a series of movements, her arms slicing through the air with vigor. The martial art she executed appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet it exuded an undeniable force. However, Qin Yang sensed a peculiar softness in the style, and a chill enveloped the surroundings. Particularly, he felt an unsettling sensation at the crown of his head. Pondering this, he instinctively reached up, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Where had his hair gone? Qin Yang exclaimed in shock, hurriedly patting his bald head, which was completely devoid of hair, that moment. Pi Xiao Yao also noticed Qin Yang's unusual state. Master, what has happened to your hair? She inquired, her expression one of confusion. That I was about to ask you the same. What did you do? I did nothing at all. Pi Xiao Yao replied, bewildered, as she rushed to steady Qin Yang. But upon contact, he was violently thrust away, that a golden aura enveloped him, resembling an impenetrable barrier, trapping him within. What is going on? Qin Yang mused, gazing at his own body now radiating a celestial glow. Utterly perplexed, Pi Xiao Yao echoed his confusion. I have no idea. You were perfectly fine just moments ago. How did you suddenly transform into a monk? Upon hearing her words, Qin Yang's mind raced to connect the dots. The Vajra Arhat Fist. So that's what it means? Performing this technique can turn a person into a Vajra Arhat. What? Pi Xiao Yao was completely taken aback. What does that mean? Am I inadvertently recruiting disciples for the Buddhist order? Forcing a shave? Master, what shall we do now? Are you to become a monk? Her urgency was palpable as she approached him once more, only for Qin Yang to be thrown back again by the unseen force that radiated from him, repelling anyone who ventured too close. As Qin Yang focused his mind and carefully examined his condition, a wave of astonishment washed over him. This Vajra Arhat Fist was indeed a mystical technique, imbued with profound truths of the universe that he felt as though an arcane spell had been cast upon him, one that transcended the 5 elements and could not be undone. Even with Qin Yang's formidable cultivation, he found himself firmly ensnared. Fortunately, this spell had a time limit. Given his level of cultivation, it would naturally dissipate after an hour. After a series of explanations, Pi Xiao Yao began to grasp the situation. Master, does this mean that if I encounter anyone in the future, I can simply unleash this fist technique, and they will become a monk? No intimate relations, no meat. Will they also lose their hair? A mischievous smile crept on her face, but it was swiftly quelled by Qin Yang's admonition that do not entertain such thoughts. This technique is far too sinister and will only invite enmity. As the first victim of this technique, Qin Yang understood its formidable nature all too well, that he was at the Golden Core stage, and the spell's confinement would last merely an hour. However, if it were used on someone at the Foundation establishment stage, they might find themselves trapped as a monk for several days, a rather unpleasant predicament. The mere thought of transforming someone into a monk was a humiliation most could hardly bear. Qin Yang could envision the chaos that would ensue if word got out that Pi Xiao Yao wielded such a nefarious technique. She would likely find herself in grave danger. After all, the notion of forcibly shaving someone's head was terrifying. As Qin Yang silently rose to his feet, preparing to sit down once more, he was abruptly thrown back again. Glancing up, he noticed an Ai Huang lying on the bed. Good heavens, does that little girl count as a woman? Qin Yang was rendered speechless. Stay away from me, he warned Pi Xiao Yao, before moving to sit on the left side of the room. Pi Xiao Yao leaned against the door, unable to suppress her laughter. Just then, Li Qinchan entered the room. As she stepped inside, she was taken aback to find a bald figure seated within upon closer inspection. She realized it was Qin Yang. Master, what has happened to you? Before Qin Yang could respond, Pi Xiao Yao emerged with a woeful expression. Junior sister, it's terrible. Master was converted by that little monk yesterday. He is going to renounce the world. What? Li Qingchuan was utterly bewildered. Dio not heed her nonsense. Qin Yang shot a glare at Pi Xiao Yao and proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. After listening, Li Qingchuan posed a pivotal question. Senior sister, does this technique work on women as well? I haven't tried that, Pi Xiao Yao exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. Now that she was destined for a life of solitude, the prospect of transforming other women to share her fate seemed appealing. No need. Li Qingchuan quickly waved her hands in refusal. This is not something you should pursue, senior sister. Pi Xiao Yao turned her gaze toward the sleeping Enai Huang, a mischievous glint in her eyes. If you dare to use this on Enai Huang, I will not hesitate to strike you down. Qin Yang, sensing her intent, swiftly intervened. Pi Xiao Yao, sulking at the warning, took a seat. Yet the moment she settled, Qin Yang was propelled away once more. Seeing this, Li Qingchuan gasped and rushed to assist Qin Yang. However, before he could protest, he was flung back again. Stop! Qin Yang called out as he landed, finally managing to halt Li Qingchuan. He then explained his current predicament. Upon hearing this, Li Qingchuan's expression turned peculiar. Master, how long will you remain in this state? 1 hour. Qin Yang replied irritably, casting a sidelong glance at Pi Xiao Yao. He then gestured for her to keep her distance before moving to sit at the table. Even Li Qingchuan, with her typically stoic demeanor, struggled to contain her laughter. This technique is utterly bizarre. However, it might serve as an effective tactic against foes. Despite Qin Yang's superior cultivation, the spell's confinement was solely imposed upon him that as long as others maintained their distance, he would remain unharmed. Should he encounter an adversary in the future and employ this technique, simply pursuing them would suffice. They might even end up incapacitated. The room fell into silence, with Pi Xiao Yao and Li Qingchuan huddled in one corner, while Qin Yang sat solitary in the center. You two should go out and procure some necessities for our journey. Once Enai Huang awakens, we shall depart. Qin Yang instructed, prompting the two to exit. Before long, they returned with the items. Master, breakfast. Pi Xiao Yao offered a bun to Qin Yang, only to notice his expression darkening further. She glanced back at the perplexed Enai Huang on the bed and surmised what had transpired. Enai Huang had always enjoyed clinging to Qin Yang, and it seemed he had suffered greatly. Give a few to Enai Huang, Qin Yang instructed, handing over several buns to Pi Xiao Yao, who dutifully delivered them to Enai Huang. Qin Yang, meanwhile, took a fierce bite of his own bun. Yet the next moment his stomach churned and he dashed outside. Master, what is wrong? Pi Xiao Yao asked, puzzled. What kind of buns did you buy? Meat buns. Master cannot eat meat right now. Li Qingchuan shook her head in exasperation. The Buddhist precepts were indeed quite torturous. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Yang returned, his face a deep shade of displeasure. Pack your things. We are leaving. At that moment, he finally grasped the severity of the Buddhist precepts. On the road, he could hardly suppress a curse, and as a consequence, he found himself rendered mute. Having exited Liuzhou City, the group journeyed southward. After approximately an hour, the spell's hold on Qin Yang finally dissipated. Yet his head remained as bare as ever. Master, can't magic restore your hair? Li Qingchuan remarked, observing the peculiar sight before her. Qin Yang shook his head. He had already attempted that to no avail. Enai Huang nestled in his embrace, her tiny hand brushing against his bald head. That I have a way to help you grow your hair back. She suddenly declared it. Oh, what method? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's interest was piqued. He had nearly forgotten about her expertise in medicine. Surely, concocting a hair growth potion would be within her capabilities. It merely requires some fire cloud fruit, along with yunlu and some demon scale roots. And it can stimulate rapid hair growth. I once used this to treat Bai Fong after I accidentally burned her feathers. Listening to these unfamiliar herbs, Qin Yang appeared lost. These ingredients are quite rare. Li Qingchuan acknowledged, but the herbs Enai Huang mentioned are all exceptionally precious. Whether they exist in this world is another matter entirely. I have another idea, Enai Huang continued, biting her finger in thought. Though it may be a bit unclean, if Master doesn't mind, I do not mind at all. What is your plan? Please go ahead, Qin Yang urged eagerly. After a moment's hesitation, Enai Huang licked her finger and then applied it to the top of Qin Yang's head. Almost instantly, a single strand of hair began to sprout forth. My saliva can heal too. Ni Huang gently waved her little hand, leaving Qin and the others momentarily dumbfounded. What kind of divine saliva is this? Can spit truly heal? Ignoring these thoughts, Qin hurriedly requested Ni Huang's assistance for his treatment. Enduring the discomfort of a prominent bald head, he felt quite unsettled. Soon, after Ni Huang's ministrations, Qin hair sprouted anew, dark and thick, even softer than before, that he took out a hairpin and styled his long locks, finally regaining his former appearance. However, upon seeing himself, he couldn't help but feel a touch of unfamiliarity. Tao Yao stared at Qin, a mischievous grin on her face. "Master, you look much better as a bald man. If you dare to play tricks on me again, I'll be the first to strike you down." Qin shot a fierce glare at Tao Yao. Seeing this, she quickly took a few steps back. That a few days later, the group arrived at Qingyang Town, a pivotal juncture between the Wu Kingdom and the Qian Kingdom. Beyond Qingyang Town, a further few hundred miles would lead them into Qian Kingdom territory, where the Qinyang sect resided. Though Qingyang Town was merely a remote outpost, its strategic location attracted a multitude of merchants, lending it a bustling atmosphere. The south of the town, lay the boundary between Wu and Qian kingdoms. The Beima Mountains at enter Qian Kingdom. One must traverse the Beima Mountains. Towering and densely forested, the mountains were rife with ferocious beasts, prompting most merchants to travel in groups, seeking cultivators as protectors. Moreover, the intricate terrain and pervasive miasma within the Beima Mountains could easily lead the unacquainted astray. Upon settling into an inn, Qin overheard a conversation nearby that "I've heard that a group of malevolent spirits has emerged around Mongshan, with members of the Lingfu sect taking matters into their own hands." "What nonsense! I heard it was disciples from the Shirin sect slaughtering people in Mongshan to seize their souls." "No, you're all misinformed. I've heard that a disciple of the Lingfu sect defected and is causing havoc there. They are now out to clean house." Listening to the chatter, Qin felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that Yin Ryu had returned to the sect, and now that the Lingfu sect was involved, the matter would likely be handled appropriately. However, recent events in Qingyang Town were not peaceful either, as the Huangling sect and Lingquan sect had begun to clash once more. Isn't that a regular occurrence? Both sects oversee the Beima Mountain route, and merchants often seek their disciples as guards, so they frequently bicker. This time is different. It seems they have shed blood recently. What happened? Please elaborate. The specifics are unclear. But I heard that members of Huangling's sect killed those from Lingquan sect. This time, they are truly at odds. Surely this is not over the merchants? I suspect this time it's not just about the merchants. Although they often squabble over business, no one has died before. Now that there are casualties, the stakes are much higher. As Qin and his companions dined, they listened attentively to the surrounding gossip, realizing that the atmosphere in this place was far from tranquil. "Master, should we also seek for guards? Our cultivation level should suffice, right?" Tao Yao scoffed, now at the fourth layer of foundation establishment, and feeling quite inflated with her newfound abilities. That it's different. The miasma in Beima Mountain makes high cultivation levels less effective, and one can easily get lost. Qin, who had traversed this path before, recalled his own inadequacy at the time, having relied on guards. That he understood that the true danger in Beima Mountain was not the beasts but the miasma, which could obscure one's spiritual sense. Even a cultivator at the Golden Core stage could struggle to discern directions within it. Moreover, the mountains towered hundreds of miles high, making it quite challenging to fly over. Crossing Beima Mountain was beyond the capabilities of a Golden Core cultivator. Qin halted to see if there were any merchant caravans with which to travel. After finishing their meal, he carried Ni Huang outside. The town had a dedicated merchant association responsible for protective services, operated by the Huangling sect and Lingquan sect. The disciples of these minor sects often relied on such endeavors to earn spirit stones for their cultivation. Having visited this place before, Qin was quite familiar with it. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Huangling sect's merchant association, only to find it tightly shut, with numerous merchants anxiously waiting outside. Approaching, Qin inquired about the situation, discovering that the Huangling sect and Lingquan sect were embroiled in serious conflict, leading to the closure of the merchant association. For the time being, no guards were brave enough to traverse the Beima Mountain route. Many merchants have been stranded there for several days. With no other option, Qin resigned himself to returning to the inn. On his way back, he passed a pharmacy and noticed a small boy lying on the ground, clutching a bundle, his body covered in bruises. That moment, two attendants emerged from the pharmacy. "It's him." How dare he come here to steal herbs? Beat him to death, the attendant shouted, immediately launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the boy, while one reached for the bundle in his arms. Despite being beaten and spitting blood, the boy clung tightly to the package. Stop! Qin Yang approached, his voice booming with authority. Upon seeing someone intervene, the attendant was about to scold him when he caught sight of a translucent object dropping into his arms. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a spirit stone. The attendant's expression shifted instantly, and he hurriedly knelt. Forgive me, esteemed immortal. I was unaware of your presence. Please grant me your mercy. I've already paid for his herbs. Qin Yang waved his hand, and the attendant quickly turned to flee. Qin Yang then knelt beside the small boy, who trembled as he looked up, his face marred with bruises and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes shone with clarity. Thank you, immortal. The boy spoke weakly, as if summoning all his strength to utter those words that its nothing. What is your name? Where do you live? My name is Chower, and I live in Mine Village. Chapter 57. Mine Village. Qin Yang took out a healing pill and placed it in the boy's mouth. Moments later, the boy's injuries healed instantly, that he had only sustained superficial wounds, and with the pill, he sprang back to life. Witnessing the immortal's prowess, the boy quickly knelt. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed immortal. Thank you, rise, Qin Yang gestured. The boy cautiously stood up, that it was customary for mortals to show such reverence before cultivators. As to them, mortal lives were but trifles, easily taken or given at a whim. Naturally, this reverence bred fear among the mortals. That Chower was no exception. Despite being saved, he trembled in fear before Qin Yang. What do you need these herbs for? Qin Yang glanced at the bundle in Chower's arms, which contained various miscellaneous herbs, appearing to be hastily gathered rather than specifically collected for medicinal purposes. Considering what the attendants had said, it was likely that these herbs were indeed stolen by Chower. He must not have understood the gravity of his actions, simply collecting whatever he could find in response to the esteemed immortal. Many in my village are ill that I have no money to buy medicine, so I took some herb from the pharmacy to save them. Do you know what illness they have? Chower shook his head. I don't know. They just fell ill suddenly that I heard that taking medicine would help them recover. Looking down at the bundle in his arms, his eyes brimmed with hope. With these herbs, my uncles will be saved. Qin Yang sighed, shaking his head in bemusement. Chower appeared young and likely lacked experience, only having heard that medicine could cure ailments. Unaware that a physician was required for proper treatment. These herbs won't save them. Come with me. I will accompany you back, and perhaps I can help them. Upon hearing this, Chower perked up immediately. Really? The esteemed immortal is willing to help us. Of course, Chower, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt and bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed immortal. May you live a long life. As a cultivator, if I were to live only 100 years, that would be considered a premature demise. Qin Yang chuckled, slightly exasperated. The innocence of the child was quite endearing to Chower. Not understanding the term premature demise, laughed along with Qin Yang when he saw the smile on his face. Qin Yang brought Chower back to the inn, instructing the innkeeper to provide some food for the boy. While he and Ni Huang ascended to their room, and no sooner had they returned than Tao Yao approached eagerly. Master, you just missed a grand spectacle. A massive group marched out of the city. It seems there's about to be a great battle. We must hurry to witness the commotion. Qin Yang gently tapped Tao Yao's head, giving her a disapproving look. Enjoy your candied hawthorn. All you do is seek out entertainment. As he spoke, Qin Yang stepped into the room where Li Qingshan was meditating. Upon seeing Qin Yang's return, she hastily rose to her feet. Let us gather our things. We are heading to the mining village. What mining village? Master, are you going to mine? Tao Yao exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment, that I can roughly guess why those people started fighting. Qin Yang chuckled, accepting the cup of tea handed to him by Li Qingshan and draining it in one go. I encountered a child earlier, who seemed to carry a certain malevolent aura. He mentioned that the villagers are all ill, likely infected by this dark energy. But how does this relate to their fighting? Tao Yao inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Foolish child, in such a remote and impoverished area. What else could possibly incite a conflict between two sects? It must be due to the emergence of a treasured artifact, Qin Yang explained. Why would the inhabitants of a humble mountain village suddenly become afflicted by dark energy? It surely relates to the treasure. We should investigate. Perhaps we will uncover a clue. Upon hearing about the treasure, Tao Yaoyao's interest was piqued. Master, are we going to kill and seize the treasure? Such matters are best left to me. I am well versed in them. Qin Yang turned and delivered a playful knock on Tao Yaoyao's head. Who are we killing? What treasure are we seizing? Stop thinking about such things all day. We are a righteous sect, and we conduct our affairs with propriety. I understand, Master, that if they are the ones committing murder and seizing treasure, we are merely acting in self-defense. Tao Yaoyao quickly grasped the situation, that a promising disciple indeed. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction. The group gathered their belongings and descended the stairs, where Chao awaited them in the main hall. Upon seeing Qin Yang accompanied by two ethereal beauties, Chao was momentarily spellbound. Let us go, Chao. Qin Yang gestured with his hand, prompting Chao to quickly rise and follow. As they exited the city, Qin Yang and his companions were not in a rush. After all, Chao was merely a mortal, and flying on a sword would overwhelm his frail body. They could only proceed on foot. This distance was trivial for Qin Yang and his companions, but it proved quite arduous for the young boy. Before long, his bare feet were bloodied from the rough terrain. Seeing this, Qin Yang conjured a flying carpet artifact, allowing Chao to sit upon it and glide just above the ground at this altitude. Chao could bear the journey. Experiencing flight for the first time, Chao was initially terrified, but he gradually adapted. By the time evening fell, guided by Chao, they arrived at a small village nestled at the foot of Baimang Mountain. The village was modest, built against the hillside, consisting primarily of dilapidated thatched huts. To call them huts would be an overstatement. They resembled mere shanties, lacking even walls, held together by wooden frames and topped with thatch. These thatched shelters lined up like pigsties, surrounded by bamboo baskets, various tools, and shovels. Inside the huts lay a group of rugged men, their appearances grimy and tattered, resembling beggars. "Uncle, I am back," Chao exclaimed as he spotted the group and hurriedly approached. Squatting down, the elder known as Uncle had already lost consciousness, and despite Chao calling out to him, there was no response from the surrounding individuals, who were equally unresponsive. "Immortal Master, please save Uncle and the others." Chao turned and knelt before Qin Yang. "Rise. Let me take a look." From the moment he laid eyes on these individuals, Qin Yang discerned that they were all tainted by dark energy. This malevolent presence was imperceptible to ordinary people. Yet cultivators were particularly sensitive to it. The villagers bore a notably dense aura of darkness, clearly a result of contact with the treasure that had emerged from the mountains. The Chao, on the other hand, bore a milder taint of dark energy, likely a consequence of being infected by them. Qin Yang crouched down and placed his hand on one man's wrist, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into him. However, as soon as the energy made contact, the dark aura surged forth, swiftly consuming the spiritual energy. What a sinister force! Chapter 58. Shadows over the mining village. Qin Yang withdrew his hand and prepared to administer a healing pill. But Ai Huang interjected, "Master, they will find this useless." Upon hearing this, Qin Yang hesitated. "Do you know how to treat them?" Ai Huang, a serious practitioner of medicine, had been overlooked by Qin Yang in this regard. "Yes, it seems they have been afflicted by the Yellow Springs, their life energy devoured." Ai Huang explained, "The Yellow Springs refer to the waters of the underworld. It is said that upon death, souls return to the Yellow Springs, where the essence of death gradually transforms into the waters of the underworld, gathering to form the Yellow Springs. Those who become tainted by the Yellow Springs lose their vitality." Ai Huang stepped forward, extending her small hand as crimson mist began to envelop the area. As the dark energy encountered the fiery mist, it retreated instantly. Before long, the malevolent aura surrounding the miners was entirely dispelled. Qin Yang gazed at Ai Huang in astonishment, unprepared for her remarkable abilities. Is that all it takes?" Ai Huang nodded. "The Yellow Springs are of the utmost coldness and darkness. Thus, the scorching fire of the utmost yang can purge them. The taint of the Yellow Springs upon them is not severe, so it requires little effort. Had they truly come into contact with the Yellow Spring waters, it would likely take a deity to save them." Chao did not comprehend the details, but he realized that his relatives were now safe. He hurriedly knelt before Ai Huang, calling out "Immortal Master," which startled her into retreating into Qin Yang's embrace. "Enough of that. Is there water in the village? Fetch some, and give it to them. They should awaken shortly." Chao dashed off at once, and soon returned with a bucket of water. though it trembled in his grasp. Given his frail form and young age, the bucket was a significant burden. Observing this, Li Qingchuan stepped forward to relieve him of the weight, only to discover that the water was black as ink. "Is this what you drink regularly?" Li Qingchuan was taken aback. Although the water appeared akin to ink, she sensed no poison, merely pollution. Looking unclean, Dechao nodded, explaining, "There is only one well in the village, and the water has always been like this. We all drink it. It has never harmed us." Chao seemed accustomed to this, prompting Li Qingchuan to say nothing further. With a flick of her wrist, the water in the bucket transformed to crystal clarity. Chao gasped in astonishment. Such feats were nothing short of miraculous in his eyes. His admiration for Qin Yang and his companions grew immensely. Tao Yaoyao assisted in giving water to the miners. And soon enough, they began to awaken one by one. Dechao recounted how Qin Yang and his companions had saved them, causing the miners to bow and kneel in gratitude. After a prolonged moment, the miners quieted down, and Chao produced 5 or 6 steamed buns along with a mixed bag of vegetables, offering them to the group. "Uncle, these are all gifts from the immortal master. Please partake." Seeing this, Qin Yang felt a twinge of emotion. This child was quite thoughtful. Instead of keeping the food for himself, he had brought it back for others. The miners, appearing as though they hadn't eaten in days, found the few buns insufficient, yet they each tore off a small piece to dip in the vegetable broth. That Chao, however, held onto an entire bun, reluctant to eat it that in their daily lives. The villagers would always leave him something to eat. For them, a steamed bun was a precious commodity, and Chao naturally could not bring himself to consume it alone, even if it was just one bun. Sharing it would satisfy everyone's cravings. Once the miners finished the buns, they left the remaining vegetables untouched, wrapping them up instead. "There is no need for this. I have some silver here. Take it and buy yourselves some food." Qin Yang handed the miners 500 taels of silver. The miners were left speechless, staring blankly in astonishment. They had never seen such an amount before and were at a loss for how to respond. That in their lifetimes, they had only encountered broken silver. And even a copper coin had to be split in half to spend. They could never earn such wealth through a lifetime of toil. Qin Yang placed the silver in Chao's arms, knowing that this sum would ensure the miners' comfort for the rest of their lives. But for cultivators like him, silver held little value. "Take it. Buy some food to bring back." Chao swallowed hard, then knelt before Qin Yang, as did the group of miners, bowing in gratitude. After a moment, Chao handed the silver to the elder he referred to as uncle, while he himself took out a single ingot of silver. Preparing for another trip to the town, Dechao, "I will accompany you." A sturdy man rose to his feet. "It is unsafe for a child to carry such a large sum of silver alone. Old Wu, you go by yourself. Chao has already made a trip to town today. He must be tired, and it's not convenient for him to go out at this hour," the elder commanded, prompting old Wu to scratch his head sheepishly. "I merely thought to take him along, to see if he wanted anything and buy it for him. It was Chao who brought the immortal master to save our lives. Otherwise, I could carry you." "What? No need for that. I want nothing." The grass girl hurriedly waved her hand. "Uncle Wu, you have just recovered from your illness. Perhaps I should go instead." "It's nothing. The master is truly remarkable. Uncle Wu is already well and in good spirits," old Wu said, gesturing to the crowd, and trotted off towards the outskirts of the village. The remaining miners gathered around Qin Yang and his companions, yet they dared not approach too closely, displaying an air of caution that seemed quite peculiar. "How did you fall ill?" Qin Yang finally posed the question he most yearned to ask. Upon hearing this, Abo was momentarily taken aback before responding. "We are workers for the Lingquan sect. And a few days ago, we inadvertently unearthed a cave filled with black water, that we accidentally came into contact with that black water, and that is how we ended up like this. A few brothers in the village did not manage to escape. They are likely no longer among us." "Where is that mine?" Qin Yang inquired. "That it is not far from our village. Our mining village was established because of that mine. If you head out from the back of the village and walk up the mountain for less than 5 miles, there's a river. Follow the river, and you will find the entrance to the mine. However, that area has already been sealed off by the masters of the Lingquan sect. A few days ago, Chao wanted to venture up the mountain to search for those missing brothers and saw the masters guarding the site from a distance." Qin Yang exchanged glances with Li Qingchuan. It seemed they had indeed come to the right place. The conflict between the Lingquan sect and the Huangquan sect might very well stem from this incident. This is a technical matter. You are not suited for it, Qin Yang stated. With the money you have received, it would be wise to leave this place as soon as possible. Given the recent events concerning the Lingquan sect, it is likely that peace will be elusive, as the saying goes. When the gods battle, the mortals suffer. Our mining village is so close to that mine, we will inevitably be affected. Thank you, Master. Your kindness is immeasurable, and we are at a loss for how to repay you. Please grant us your name, and once we have settled down, we will certainly erect a monument in your honor. Abo seemed to possess some understanding of cultivators. Indeed, some cultivators accumulate merit and enjoy performing good deeds to receive offerings from the faithful. This was akin to the practices of the Buddhist sections yet, while the Buddhist sects pray in temples. Cultivators face monsters in the world. Their paths differ, but their desires are similar. However, Qin Yang did not concern himself with such matters. He simply waved his hand, urging the crowd to find a suitable place to live. After about an hour, Old Wu returned, exuberantly carrying a large bundle. It was evident that he had been quite swift. For Cao Cao, a round trip to Qingyang town would take a full day, yet he had managed to make the journey in just 1 hour. What he brought back was naturally food, and the group of miners devoured it as if they had been starving for days, no longer holding back. The large bundle of food was consumed in mere moments. Subsequently, Abo instructed everyone to return home and pack their belongings, intending to leave that very night. Once they had departed, Qin Yang turned to face the vast, dark mountain before him. Let us go and take a look. He lifted an eye Huang, leading Tao Yao Yao and Li Qingshan up the mountain. Before long, they arrived at the mine entrance. From a distance, Qin Yang spotted several torches and a few individuals stationed there, all clad in similar attire, clearly belonging to the same sect. Qin Yang did not rush into action. It was evident that both the Huangquan sect and the Lingquan sect were aware of this location. If Qin Yang's suspicions were correct, they might have taken action precisely because of this sight, that he didn't wish to reveal himself and become a target. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yang turned to Li Qingshan. Qingshan, you should change your attire and take down a few of them. Remember to feign defeat and escape. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan immediately grasped Qin Yang's intention and turned to leave. Master, I can handle this. My fists are itching for action. Tao Yao Yao interjected, somewhat disgruntled. This is a specialized task. It is beyond your capabilities. There will be opportunities for fighting in the future, and you shall certainly have your chance. What kind of specialized task is this? Isn't it just fighting? Tao Yao Yao protested, as her intelligence led her to fail to comprehend Qin Yang's reasoning behind this approach. Just watch closely. You will understand shortly. Qin Yang had no intention of explaining further. The group remained crouched in their position, silently observing the entrance to the mine. Before long, a shadowy figure descended from the sky. The disciples guarding the mine immediately braced themselves for battle. The shadow said nothing and charged at them with a sword. The disciples hurriedly engaged in combat, and within moments, they were locked in battle. The shadow darted left and right, its sword moving like the wind, managing to hold its ground against 4 opponents. However, as time passed, the shadow seemed to falter. Capture him! One of the disciples roared, and they all surged forward. Seeing this, the shadow reversed the sword and pierced one of the disciples through the chest before swiftly retreating. Old 7. The remaining disciples, cradling their injured comrade, were filled with a mix of sorrow and rage. You Huangquan sect scum, I will not let this go. A roar echoed through the night. Soon after, one of the disciples, carrying Old 7's lifeless body, turned and left, leaving 2 to guard the entrance. Master, did I act convincingly? Li Qingshan soon returned, having changed into a different outfit. Sister, was that person you? Tao Yao Yao finally realized, and upon hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes, that it seemed futile to expect this disciple to think critically. Whether it was convincing or not is irrelevant. What matters is that they believe it. Qin Yang waved his hand, and Li Qingshan stepped closer as they continued their vigil. Before long, a middle-aged man arrived with a group of disciples. After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man, brimming with fury, led his followers flying down the mountain. Let us follow them. Qin Yang beckoned, and the group immediately pursued. The individuals were not particularly powerful, so their speed was manageable for Qin Yang, who maintained a safe distance. They did not descend the mountain, but rather followed the foot of the mountain towards the west. After a while, The group spotted a small hill in the distance, adorned with rows of buildings. The architecture was not particularly grand, but exuded a serene elegance. At the base of the hill stood a stone gate inscribed with the words Huangquan Sect. Huangquan Sect, come out and face me. The middle-aged man bellowed as he and his group arrived, blocking the mountain gate. In no time, several individuals rushed down from the mountain. What do you want, Lingquan Sect? What do we want? You dare ask that? Without further ado, the two factions clashed in a chaotic melee. Days prior, the Lingquan Sect had already lost a disciple, and now they faced another casualty for these smaller sects. A single disciple required extensive training and investment. Having suffered losses twice, the Lingquan Sect could not simply stand by. The Huangquan Sect members, initially oblivious to the situation, refrained from discourse and immediately engaged in combat, eager to exploit the opportunity to suppress the Lingquan Sect. Come, Yao Yao, bring out some snacks. Let us enjoy the spectacle. Qin Yang settled onto a large rock, taking a handful of sunflower seeds from Tao Yao Yao, munching as he watched the fray unfold. It was truly remarkable how these smaller sects had such fiery tempers, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. The saying barefooted individuals fear, not those in shoes, perfectly encapsulated the situation. Larger sects like Qinyang sect would rarely engage in such disputes lightly. With greater prominence comes greater responsibility and considerations. Yet these smaller sects only focused on their immediate stakes, the land they inhabited. While larger sects may overlook such trifles, for them, it constituted their very livelihood. They naturally fought fiercely for It and I Huang. Understanding the situation, helped Qin Yang shell the sunflower seeds and fed him the kernels. Having a dutiful daughter was indeed a delightful experience. The battle in the distance rapidly escalated, evolving from a mere skirmish to a full-blown conflict, with both sides calling for reinforcements. Qin Yang gazed at the figures soaring through the sky on their swords. Feeling somewhat astonished, the Lingquan sect exhibited substantial strength. The ability to fly on swords indicated they were at the foundation establishment stage, suggesting that the Lingquan sect had at least a dozen disciples at this level, with the Huangquan sect being similarly equipped. For a smaller sect, having over 10 foundation establishment disciples was quite commendable. The Qinshan sect, by contrast, had fewer than 5 in total. Chapter 60. When the clam and the snipe quarrel. The fisherman benefits. This fierce battle continued from night until dawn, with an increasing number of participants, including many Qi refinement disciples that as the time approached, Qin Yang rose to his feet. Let us head back. It is time for us to pick peaches. Peaches? Where are the peaches? Tao Yao Yao perked up at this revelation. Master, I want to eat peaches too. And I Huang tugged at Qin Yang's sleeve, her eyes filled with anticipation. It is a metaphor, a metaphor, a metaphor. Qin Yang cast a disdainful glance at his two foolish disciples, prompting a chuckle from Li Qingshan beside him. As they made their way back, their pace quickened significantly. And within a little over half an hour, they returned to the mine. At that moment, only 2 disciples remained to guard the site. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang charged forward, and before the 2 guards could react, they had already collapsed. Upon entering the dark mine, Qin Yang retrieved a luminescent crystal. The damp, inky black walls were lined with wooden racks, indicating that this had once been a typical mining operation. Without delay, he pressed deeper into the cave. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel, which opened into a cavernous hall surrounded by heaps of ore, with a pool of black sludge on the ground. As Qin Yang stepped into the hall, a shiver of cold enveloped him. The soil bore the scent of the underworld. And I Huang voiced her concern, a realization that Qin Yang had also sensed. The malevolent aura emanating from the soil bore a striking resemblance to that of the villagers from the mining community. Surveying the surroundings, Qin Yang's gaze was drawn to a distant depression. Approaching it, he discovered that the entrance was sealed, the earth still damp, and beneath it, dark water seemed to seep forth. This must be the place. He turned to Li Qingshan, signaling for them to retreat. With a swift motion, Qin Yang unleashed a burst of energy, causing the earth to explode and reveal a gaping black opening. Simultaneously, the murky water surged forth, instantly submerging Qin Yang to his knees. A chilling sensation penetrated to the bone, and the dense aura of death swiftly invaded his body. But fortunately, with his pure Yang physique, he remained unscathed by the malevolence. How are you? Qin Yang glanced back at Li Qingshan and the others. Tao Yao Yao appeared indifferent. Possessing a purine body, she was truly immune to such chilling forces. However, Li Qingchan's expression shifted, a layer of gray mist enveloping her as she struggled to regain her composure. Qin Yang was taken aback. He had seen such gray mist before, which also harbored the essence of life and death, but he anticipated that it could even counteract the deathly aura of the underworld. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, he finally stepped forward into the depths of the cave. Inside, it resembled an underground river, though the water was pitch black. The deeper they ventured, the higher the water rose, eventually reaching Qin Yang's waist, compelling him to carry Ai Huang on his shoulders. That it was unclear how long they had traversed, but the cave gradually expanded into a grand hall, surrounded by the same inky waters. Resembling a small lake at this moment, Qin Yang and the others floated on their flying swords above the surface. The depth of the water beneath them was an unknown, and as he surveyed his surroundings, it appeared they had reached a terminus. Qin Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Li Qingchan, both pondering the same question. Was there something submerged beneath the water? Tao Yao Yao, you stay here with Ai Huang. If anything happens, make your escape at once, Qin Yang instructed, handing Ai Huang to Tao Yao Yao. Although Ai Huang was a bit timid, she allowed herself to be cradled by Tao Yao Yao. Be careful, master, Tao Yao Yao said, her tone unusually serious. With that, Qin Yang formed a water-evading technique and plunged beneath the surface alongside Li Qingchan. The water was indeed deeper than he had anticipated, and its inky darkness obscured his vision entirely. Even with his spiritual awareness extended, he could only perceive within a 5-meter radius. However, the intensity of the cold increased the further down they went. They continued to descend for what felt like half an hour, when Qin Yang suddenly halted. The darkness remained impenetrable, yet he sensed something lurking beneath the water. A mournful wailing echoed in his ears, akin to the cries of malevolent spirits, chilling to the core. Qin Yang focused his mind and pressed deeper. But in the blink of an eye, the ground beneath them gave way, sending them plummeting downward. Fortunately, both reacted swiftly and stabilized themselves. Looking up, they found the surface above them shrouded in black water, roiling like a storm. Below, an expansive hall awaited, but as they glanced down, they froze in shock. The chamber was ensnared with rusted chains that intertwined throughout the rocky walls. And amidst these chains lay a verdant long sword, seemingly bound by the iron, revealing only a portion of its hilt. Even from afar, Qin Yang felt a bone-chilling aura emanating from the sword. Accompanied by the creeping sensation of death that unfurled within him, he quickly averted his gaze, sensing an unsettling presence, as though unseen eyes were fixed upon him. In that moment, he truly felt the grip of mortality. Turning to Li Qingchan, he found her still transfixed on the sword. Just as he was about to rouse her from her stupor, he noticed her eyes had turned a ghostly gray. Within those gray depths, dark and light energies swirled ominously. The long sword, as if sensing something amiss, began to tremble violently, accompanied by the cacophony of clanking chains. With a sudden crack, the iron chains began to snap one by one, tightening around the sword, which now quaked with increasing ferocity. In an instant, the chains that bound the sword shattered entirely, and the blade glowed with a sanguine light, enveloping the hall in a thick mist of blood. The oppressive atmosphere suffocating. Even Qin Yang, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of nausea. Before him lay a veritable sea of corpses, an overwhelming tide of blood rushing forth, accompanied by the anguished wails of spirits. In this moment, Qin Yang felt he had descended into hell. A profound chill seeping into his bones, he silently circulated his energy, vigilance heightened as he prepared to flee with Li Qingchan at any moment. Just then, the long sword shot towards Li Qingchan with astonishing speed, leaving Qin Yang no time to react. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp the sword. With a piercing thrust, the blade pierced through Qin Yang's palm and plunged into Li Qingchan's chest. Blood erupting in an instant. Qingchan. Qin Yang's heart lurched, and he called out urgently, grasping Li Qingchan as a surge of energy flowed into her, attempting to awaken her. But at that moment, Li Qingchan turned her head, revealing a sinister smile. Her eyes, now filled with gray mist, rendered her countenance as lifeless as a corpse. The pallor of her skin, combined with her eerie grin, was utterly chilling. Qingchan. Qin Yang's heart raced as blood mist began to creep along his arm from where the sword had pierced him. Just as he prepared to sever his own arm, Li Qingchuan placed a hand on his shoulder, her face still adorned with that unsettling smile, her eyes void of color, resembling a spectral apparition. Even though Qin Yang was generally unfazed by such occurrences, the sight of Li Qingchuan in this state sent chills down his spine that a woman with eyes gone white, bearing an eerie grin, fixated on him. It was truly terrifying. As he stared at Li Qingchuan, a sense of dread washed over him. Yet he noticed that the blood mist emanating from his wound began to recede. Meanwhile, gray mist enveloped Li Qingchuan, gradually cocooning her. The long sword trembled, emitting a resonant cry. Qin Yang suddenly sensed that the sword wished to escape, quivering as it remained embedded in his hand, as if gripped by fear. The gray mist enveloped it, and the sanguine glow began to dim in a swift motion. Li Qingchuan grasped the hilt and drew the sword free from its bindings. Finally, Qin Yang's hand was liberated, but he paid no heed to his own injury, instead focusing on Li Qingchuan, who was now drenched in blood yet appeared unfazed, clutching the sword tightly. Beyond the skies, beneath the underworld, as fate decrees, 10,000 swords arise. Li Qingchuan's mouth parted, a chilling voice emanating from her. The wound on her chest began to mend, and in an instant, her injury was restored to its original state. That moment, the long sword ceased its struggles, and Qin Yang remained on high alert, prepared to act at any moment. Just then, the gray mist in Li Qingchuan's eyes dissipated, clarity returning to her gaze. Qingchuan? Master. Li Qingchuan turned to Qin Yang, her expression shifting as she noticed the wound in his hand. Forgive me for causing you concern, she said apologetically, hastily retrieving medicine to tend to his injury. It's nothing. Qin Yang shook his head, swallowing a healing pill. It's futile, master. Your wound has been tainted by the death aura. Healing medicine will be ineffective, and you can only recover gradually. Li Qingchuan cast a guilt-laden glance at Qin Yang. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yang remained unperturbed. For cultivators, sustaining a few injuries was hardly consequential. It's nothing. Let us proceed outside, he declared. Does Master not wish to inquire about the origins of this sword? Not at all. That if it belongs to you, then it is yours, as long as it brings no harm. That suffices. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively, lifting his gaze to the darkened water pool above him. He performed a water avoidance incantation and leapt into the depths. Li Qingchuan bit her lip and followed suit. Well aware of Qin Yang's character, he never pried into their secrets. Despite knowing she harbored many unanswered questions, he had never ventured to ask. Li Qingchuan understood this to be a sign of respect for her privacy. Everyone possessed their own secrets. The more she grasped this, the more guilt she felt towards Qin Yang. She wondered if revealing her burdens would be acceptable to him. Perhaps coexistence in silence was the best course of action. As she gazed at Qin Yang's figure ahead, a soft glimmer passed through her eyes. The two soon surfaced, only to find that Tao Yaoyao was absent. Qin Yang was scanning the area when he spotted Tao Yaoyao perched on a protruding stone, holding Ni Huang and indulging in candied hawthorn skewers. Qin Yang felt a surge of exasperation. How can these carefree individuals be so at ease in such a place? Yaoyao, we must leave, he called out. Tao Yaoyao wiped her hands and flew over, cradling Ni Huang in her arms. Qin Yang promptly delivered a playful thump on her head. Eating in such a peculiar location, this water appears suspicious. How can you feast here? Master, you are being overly dramatic. What is wrong with this place? When I was at the Qi family, I once hid in the latrine just to steal a bite. Enough of that, Qin Yang exclaimed, seizing Ni Huang and soaring towards the cave's exit. The weight of Li Qingchuan's earlier worries dissipated in an instant due to Tao Yaoyao's antics. The group quickly emerged from the mine, only to find the two disciples of Lingquan's sect were nowhere to be seen, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Without delay, Qin Yang led the group away. After they had flown a considerable distance, he finally inquired, Yaoyao, did you notice any unusual activity while you were guarding outside? None at all. If there had been any commotion, I would have fled, Tao Yaoyao replied with irritation. Hearing this only deepened Qin Yang's confusion. He had not harmed those two disciples. They should have remained unconscious for a while longer. If they had been taken by someone, those individuals must have been aware of the intrusion into the mine and should have been guarding the entrance. Yet there was no one in sight that he prepared for a confrontation. The situation unfolded in a manner he hadn't anticipated. Could it be that the disciples of Huangling's sect and Lingquan's sect had perished in battle? Were those two simply discovered and taken away? It seemed implausible. Even if a conflict had erupted, it was unlikely that all would have met their demise. Master, are you pondering why they have not appeared? Li Qingchuan suddenly interjected. Qin Yang nodded, a look of curiosity on his face as he regarded her. I believe they had gone to Huangquan Palace. Huh. What is that? Many millennia ago, there existed a demonic sect known as Huangquan Demon Sect. The sword I possess is the heirloom of the Huangquan ancestor. The Huangquan ancestor was notorious for countless slaughters in his lifetime. After forging this sword, he drew the ire of righteous sects, which led to the downfall of Huangquan Demon Sect. However, their legacy has persisted, and someone established Huangquan Palace here, which serves as the precursor to both Huangling's sect and Lingquan's sect. Huangquan's sect possessed a blood spring, and due to disputes over this spring, they eventually split into Huangling's sect and Lingquan's sect. The blood spring is essentially the amalgamation of the blood aura emitted from this sword for years. They have been embroiled in conflict over its possession. By taking the Huangquan sword, the blood spring has collapsed. They must have gone there. How do you know all this so precisely? Qin Yang asked, his expression turning wary as he scrutinized Li Qingchuan. Because I am the Huangquan ancestor. Chapter 62. Next time, speak without gasping for breath. Qin Yang's heart jolted as he instinctively shielded Tao Yao Yao. At that moment, Li Qingchuan appeared somewhat unhinged. Master? Li Qingchuan noticed Qin Yang's unease, her expression shifting as she hurried to clarify. What I mean is, I have inherited the memories of the Huangquan ancestor. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. You should have said so earlier. You startled me. Tao Yao Yao exclaimed, patting her chest as she relaxed her clenched fists. Qingchuan, next time, try not to speak as if you were gasping for breath. Qin Yang remarked, somewhat bemused. What exactly is happening? Please elaborate. Li Qingchuan nodded slightly. The Huangquan ancestor, in his quest for power, forged the Huangquan sword, which became imbued with deep resentment. Countless vengeful spirits were trapped within it. Eventually, when the Huangquan ancestor was besieged and gravely injured, the sword turned on him, ensnaring his soul within. However, due to his extraordinary cultivation, he managed to devour all the spirits contained within the sword. These spirits, infused with intense Yin energy, allowed the Huangquan ancestor to evolve into the Huangquan and survive to this day. Later on, a descendant of the Huangquan demon sect discovered this place and, utilizing supreme powers, imprisoned the Huangquan sword, setting a seal to draw upon its blood aura, hoping to completely subjugate the sword. The blood spring of Huangquan Palace was born of this. Ultimately, the Huangquan ancestor feigned submission and devised a scheme against that individual, who, over the years, developed a method to reverse absorb the blood aura from disciples entering the blood spring for cultivation. Everything that has transpired between Huangling's sect and Lingquan's sect over the years is within his knowledge. Just now, he indeed sought to control me, but fortunately, my cultivation technique happened to counteract the deathly energy of Huangquan, thereby suppressing it. Even after absorbing all of this information, Qin Yang felt a lingering concern that you're saying he still resides within the sword. Li Qingchuan nodded. Did I ask there no way to eliminate him entirely? Li Qingchuan shook her head, fully aware that keeping such a being around would pose a considerable threat. Had it been possible to eradicate him completely, she would have acted long ago, perhaps as my cultivation improves. I will eventually be able to eliminate him. She inhaled deeply, understanding the remarkable power of the sword and unwilling to relinquish it, knowing that they could only proceed step by step for the time being. Upon returning to Qingyang town, the townsfolk were abuzz with discussions regarding the conflict between Huangling's sect and Lingquan's sect. Hey, this is big news. A hunter claims that the miasma in Bama Mountain has vanished. Someone suddenly shouted. Qin Yang turned to Li Qingchuan. That miasma is also related to the Huangquan sword. Li Qingchuan explained, rather than calling it miasma, it would be more accurate to refer to it as deathly energy. However, it is quite thin and poses minimal harm to cultivators. Qin Yang nodded slightly, having harbored similar suspicions. Deathly energy is formed from the convergence of the souls of living beings and is exceptionally peculiar. capable of obstructing spiritual perception. When concentrated, mere contact with it can be fatal. Thankfully, the deathly energy in Bema Mountain is sparse. Otherwise, this entire region would likely have turned into a wasteland. The merchants in the town perked up upon hearing this. With the miasma gone from Bema Mountain, it was now relatively safe that as for the beasts, their ranks were not particularly high, and ordinary Qi refinement disciples could easily handle them. Did I in this town? There were indeed a few scattered cultivators. Typically, they dared only to accompany the merchant caravans of Huangling's sect, acting as guards. Now, with the two sects embroiled in conflict, an opportunity had arisen for them. They were familiar with this route, having traversed it countless times. Previously, they had refrained from confronting the miasma, but now that it was gone, the journey posed no significant dangers. The scattered cultivators began taking over the business previously held by Lingquan's sect. The merchants who had been trapped here for several days were finally able to set off, naturally choosing to follow them. Qin Yang and his companions disguised themselves as merchants and joined the group. Though Qin Yang had walked this path before, the miasma had rendered him forgetful, so he needed to follow the larger party. Qingyang Town was a small place, with only 3 scattered cultivators, all of whom were of modest cultivation. Merely at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. 2 of them were rather elderly, while the 3rd appeared to be middle-aged. In this era, those who became scattered cultivators were often the ones shunned by sects, possessing inferior talents, and these 3 were no exception. However, to ordinary folk, they were revered as celestial masters, that as the old saying goes. When the tiger is away, the monkeys will play king. Now that the pressure from Lingquan's sect had lifted, these 3 could finally stand tall. Along the journey, their faces gleamed with an air of arrogance. People often behave in such a manner. They become haughty when fortune smiles upon them. "Excuse me, young lady, may I inquire where you are headed?" In the morning, as the crowd paused for a respite, a middle-aged cultivator approached. During his time in the town, he had laid eyes upon Li Qingshan, a woman of unparalleled beauty, unlike any he had encountered before, which naturally piqued his interest. Noticing that Li Qingshan was traveling alongside them, the middle-aged cultivator felt a surge of confidence. Compared to the disciples of Lingquan's sect, he was but a mere novice. Yet before this group of mortals, he considered himself a revered master. Even the most exquisite mortal woman would have to bow her head in his presence. However, he had evidently misjudged his target today, for Li Qingshan paid him no heed, dismissing him as a trifling Qi-refining practitioner, hardly deserving of her attention. "Miss, I have some delicacies here. Would you care to sample?" he inquired, his expression shifting slightly as he noticed her indifference. Yet he maintained his composure. "No, thank you," Li Qingshan retorted quietly, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Yang. They merely wished to depart in peace. Yet some oblivious individuals continually sought them out. "Dear lady, there is no need to be so aloof, that I harbor no ulterior motives," the middle-aged man insisted, unwilling to concede. However, before Li Qingshan could respond, the fiery Tao Yao could no longer contain herself. "You wretched cur, scurry away," she exclaimed, her disdain evident. Having encountered many such characters in the past, particularly during her time with the Qi family, Tao Yao had little patience for such presumptuousness. The middle-aged man's countenance darkened upon hearing her words. "Little girl, do you know to whom you are speaking?" he challenged in response. Tao Yao sprang to her feet, raising her fist in defiance. "Did you not hear me? Get lost!" Taken aback by her audacity, the middle-aged man hastily raised his arms to block her strike. Yet her punch was as swift as lightning. Even he could not discern its approach. All he felt was a scorching impact on his face, propelling him backward, followed by an unsettling chill descending upon him. The commotion drew the attention of 2 other wandering cultivators nearby. Upon witnessing the scene, they quickly discerned that Qin Yang and his companions were also practitioners. They hurried over to mediate. "Please forgive this fool. He has overstepped his bounds, that I apologize on his behalf." Chapter 63. The might of the Diamond Monk Fist. Tao Yao was poised to retaliate further, but Qin Yang raised a hand to intervene. "Enough, Tao Yao, we still need them to guide us." He gestured to the 2 wandering cultivators, who promptly turned to leave. Given Tao Yao's prowess, there was little doubt that they would fare no better against her than the middle-aged man had. The 2 hastened back to assist their fallen companion, only to find him transformed, a bald figure radiating a faint golden light, resembling a Buddha. Both men were struck with astonishment. Could this be the work of Buddhist methods? Though merely wandering cultivators, they recognized the unmistakable signs of a connection to the Buddhist sect. The middle-aged man, now seated, became acutely aware of his predicament. For reasons unknown, a sudden clarity washed over him. Instilling a sense of calm, he cast a fearful glance at Qin Yang and his companions, comprehending that he had provoked forces far beyond his reckoning. Yet, he lacked the courage to approach them and admit his fault. Instead, he hastily prostrated himself before Qin Yang, then scrambled into the crowd. However, no sooner had he settled down than a golden light enveloped him, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Bewildered, he could not fathom the cause of this inexplicable phenomenon. He glanced up at Tao Yao, who remained indifferent, and began to plead for mercy. "Please spare me, revered one. I shall never offend again. I implore you to forgive me this once, as a mere first-stage cultivator." He had encountered countless celestial techniques previously unknown to him that in his mind, he believed himself to be the victim of a curse laid upon him by Tao Yao. Regrettably, there is no remedy for regret. Once a mistake is made, one must endure the consequences. Tao Yao did not even turn her head, merely scoffing. "Your heart harbors ill intentions. From this point forth, you must devote yourself to the Buddhist path. You shall indulge in no earthly desires, lest you face dire repercussions." "What?" The middle-aged man stood frozen, dumbfounded. "This was far worse than death. From now on, you must adhere to the precepts of Buddhism. No falsehoods. No consumption of meat, and no proximity to women." He was left utterly stupefied, consumed by regret that he had merely committed the same folly any man might. Why must he suffer such severe punishment? Overcome with numbness, he was ultimately aided by his two companions, who lifted him away. "Tao Yao, is there a way to lift this curse?" Qin Yang inquired, recalling Tao Yao as formidable fist technique with a shiver of trepidation. He was the first to endure its effects, and if it had ensnared him, how could a chi-refining cultivator possibly withstand it? "One could easily become a monk for life. Unless he surpasses my cultivation, he shall remain a monk forever," Tao Yao asserted, a sense of satisfaction evident in her demeanor. This technique proved undeniably effective. Should anyone cross her, a single punch would be more agonizing than death itself. Could it be that the monks deliberately imparted this technique to recruit disciples for the Buddhist sect? Qin Yang pondered, suspicion gnawing at him. Surely not, Tao Yao mused, equally perplexed that if the Buddhists possessed such a method, why would they bother to enlighten others? A mere punch would suffice to forcibly convert them into disciples. As Qin Yang mulled over this, he began to grasp her point. Could it be that this girl has inadvertently altered the technique? "I am now quite curious. If I were to employ this technique against a beast, do you think it could turn into a monk?" Tao Yao queried, munching on her food. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang lapsed into silence, unable to provide an answer. Surely, one could not expect a beast to shed its fur after being struck by this technique. Should we encounter a beast along the way, you might just have a chance to test it. Qin Yang's mind brimmed with curiosity. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey. Along the way, they garnered significantly more respect from those they encountered. They traversed a path devoid of peril, although Bema Mountain was home to many beasts. They seldom ventured onto this route. This path had been charted by the Yellow Springs sect over the years, ensuring a greater degree of safety. With the miasma now dissipated, their journey was remarkably smooth. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and the group finally emerged from Bema Mountain, entering the territory of the Qian Kingdom. Returning to familiar ground stirred emotions within Qin Yang. It had been 5 years since he had departed from the Qin Yang sect, and now he found himself back once more. He could only wonder how the sect fared in his absence. Perhaps those within had long since forgotten him. After all, they likely never envisioned that he would successfully take on apprentices, let alone achieve the Golden Course stage. Now, if he were to return to the sect, his current cultivation would surely secure him a position among the elders. "Master, where shall we head next?" Tao Yao gazed at the magnificent, towering mountains in the distance. Her heart stirred. The Qian Kingdom was known for its mountains. In contrast to the plains of the Wu Kingdom, Tao Yao had not ventured far from the chief family over the years, never having witnessed such grandeur, and thus felt a rush of emotions. "First, we shall journey to Shaoshan Prefecture. It serves as the gateway to the Qian Kingdom," Qin Yang declared, leading his 3 disciples forward with determination. Shaoshan Prefecture, situated in the north of the Qian Kingdom, was renowned as the kingdom's fortification. The formidable Shaoshan was often referred to as the Qian Kingdom's bulwark. Heavily fortified and guarded by troops year-round, the area was devoid of towns, dominated instead by encampments. The inhabitants were primarily soldiers, toiling daily, and when conflict arose, they would take up arms as soldiers. The group swiftly entered the pass, bustling with merchants making their way through. The atmosphere was lively, as one would expect at such a significant juncture. Passage through this area necessitated inspection. However, cultivators were exempt from such regulations. The affairs of the mortal realm rarely pertained to those who practiced the art of cultivation. Qin Yang and his companions soared past the encampments. The soldiers seemingly unfazed, their attention focused elsewhere. This location, known as Goathorn Camp, was a lively gateway to the Qian Kingdom, bustling with merchants from all directions. Among them were numerous cultivators. Qin Yang and his companions found a tavern to rest and recuperate. "Ah, at last a moment to rest," Tao Yao exclaimed, collapsing onto the bed in exhaustion. Having traversed a long journey, she was indeed wearied. Li Qingchang quietly poured a cup of tea and extended it to Qin Yang, glancing at the sprawled Tao Yao with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 64. Alchemy in recent days, and I Huang seemed to have developed an obsession with reading, engrossed in the compendium of medicinal formulas. Observing the contrast between the lounging Tao Yao and the obedient Enai Huang in her embrace, Qin Yang found himself questioning who truly held the title of senior sister to Enai Huang. "Would you care for a drink?" Qin Yang lifted the teacup and handed it to Enai Huang, resembling a caring father presenting a gift to his dutiful disciple. Who could possibly resist such charm, especially considering this young girl was so diligent? "Thank you, master." Enai Huang accepted the teacup and drained its contents, yet her gaze remained fixed on the book before her. "What have you gained from your studies these days?" Qin Yang inquired playfully. While still engrossed in her reading, Enai Huang nodded and replied, "This book contains numerous alchemical recipes of which I was previously unaware. However, I lament the absence of the necessary herbs to experiment with. If only I had them. That is easily remedied, that we shall procure some herbs later." Qin Yang was particularly attentive to his disciple's education, especially with Enai Huang. This young lady was destined to become an exceptional alchemist. And the status of an alchemist in this world is undeniably lofty. When cultivators venture forth, who does not prepare a few elixirs? All these elixirs originate from alchemists, who not only enjoy high status, but also possess considerable wealth. Elixirs are almost essential for cultivators, allowing alchemists to amass a steady stream of spirit stones. Among the 6 major sects of the Kanglan domain, the Lingyao sect is renowned for its alchemical prowess. Boasting a foundation unparalleled among the sections, should Enai Huang become an alchemist in the future, their little group would never need to worry about a shortage of elixirs. However, merely possessing herbs is insufficient. A furnace for alchemy is also required. Enai Huang lifted her head and cautiously spoke, "It's no trouble. I shall cover the cost of the furnace." Qin Yang was currently quite generous, having amassed tens of thousands of spirit stones from the Qingshan sect. The expenses incurred during their journey had been minimal, allowing for the purchase of several furnaces. "Thank you, master." Upon hearing this, Enai Huang's face lit up with a radiant smile. She had long been eager to begin, but felt somewhat embarrassed to voice her desire, despite her youthful innocence. She understood the importance of being prudent with spirit stones. After a brief respite and a light meal, Qin Yang and the others ventured outside. With their decision to practice alchemy, time was of the essence that in the village, there was a marketplace bustling with cultivators, making it indispensable. Moreover, this marketplace was far more vibrant than the one they had previously visited in Qingfengzhai. As they meandered through the stalls, they encountered an array of magical artifacts, elixirs, and cultivation techniques, an overwhelming variety. Yet, the items sold in such marketplaces were generally of low grade, failing to pique Qin Yang's interest. They proceeded directly to the stalls selling herbs, where Qin Yang purchased a substantial amount according to Enai Huang's requirements. These herbs were common and of little value, serving merely as practice materials for Enai Huang. Having secured these supplies, they then entered the sole commercial guild within the marketplace. The goods sold here were of significantly higher quality than those outside, albeit at a much steeper price. Qin Yang's objective was to select a suitable alchemical furnace, an essential tool for any alchemist. After expressing his needs to an attendant, the attendant's demeanor shifted to one of profound respect upon realizing that Qin Yang was a prospective alchemist soon after. The attendant led them to an exhibition hall displaying an array of magical artifacts and spiritual tools. Alchemical furnaces, in essence, are a type of weapon categorized similarly to most magical artifacts and tools. These furnaces were crafted by master artisans, yet the highest grade available here was merely that of a spiritual tool, considered a basic model among alchemical furnaces. Nonetheless, it would suffice for initial practice. Qin Yang's eyes fell upon a low-grade spiritual furnace, priced at 30,000 spirit stones. Although this was somewhat steep for him at present, he was quite generous when it came to an I Huang. Without hesitation, he purchased the furnace. Afterward, they strolled about the marketplace, during which Qin Yang also acquired several cultivation array plates. These devices are designed specifically for cultivation. When activated, they generate a barrier to contain the noise of one's practice, making them indispensable for cultivators. Qin Yang had long desired such items, but had not encountered any during their travels. Now that he had found them, he naturally ensured that each of them received one. This was particularly for Li Qingshan, as her cultivation often stirred considerable commotion. Previously, Qin Yang had relied on his own powers to create barriers, but with this new acquisition, it would certainly prove more convenient going forward. Upon returning to the inn, Tao Yaoyao and the others retreated to their respective rooms. Qin Yang, however, took an I Huang back to his room, where he promptly activated the array plate and retrieved the alchemical furnace. An I Huang, unable to contain her excitement any longer, immediately began her work. Though it was her first attempt at alchemy, her technique was surprisingly adept, resembling that of a seasoned practitioner. No, even seasoned practitioners could not match her proficiency. With a graceful flourish of her small hands, she delicately lifted the herbs, separating them with ease. Then, she pointed a finger, and a flicker of flame descended into the furnace's depths. Subsequently, an I Huang skillfully controlled the herbs and placed them into the furnace. At that moment, she appeared exceptionally focused, her youthful face etched with seriousness, rendering her all the more endearing. With every movement, she executed her tasks with precision. Once the first batch of herbs was processed, she promptly added the next. After completing the preparations, she finally placed all the materials into the furnace. Until that point, she had merely been preparing. Now, the real alchemy was about to commence at this moment. Even Qin Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet before long, a delightful fragrance wafted from the furnace, and I Huang worked swiftly, and within half an hour, a batch of elixirs was successfully completed. And I Huang waved her hands. The furnace opened, releasing an intoxicating aroma that filled the entire room. With a flick of her wrist, a dozen round elixirs floated gracefully before her. These elixirs were dark and glossy, shimmering with a mesmerizing glow. And I Huang beckoned, and the elixirs landed softly in her palm. "Master, you must try this. It's a yang-enhancing elixir." Qin Yang, who had been filled with anticipation, suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs upon hearing this. "What on earth are you making these for?" He was taken aback, wondering if this girl had been led astray by Tao Yaoyao. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this elixir?" And I Huang looked at Qin Yang with wide, innocent eyes, her expression filled with confusion. Gazing into her bright, pure eyes, Qin Yang's heart softened. Indeed, this girl was likely oblivious to the implications of what she had created. She had merely stumbled upon the recipe by chance. Comforting himself, he collected the elixirs and stated, "These elixirs are not suitable for me. Why don't you try crafting something else?" Chapter 65. The blood cult Qin Yang truly had no use for such an elixir. Being of pure yang constitution, he had no need for a yang-enhancing elixir. His very blood was the finest enhancer in existence. Although an I Huang did not comprehend why he refused to consume the elixir she had crafted. She obediently nodded and began to concoct other elixirs. For the entire afternoon, an I Huang toiled without pause. She seemed to genuinely revel in the process of alchemy, showing no signs of fatigue. The herbs visibly diminished, while the quantity of elixirs on the table increased. Most of the elixirs produced were of low grade, primarily first grade, with only 2 second-grade elixirs among them. I Huang still faced some challenges in creating second-grade elixirs, her success rate being rather low. Qin Yang held no stringent expectations of her, considering that I Huang was only just beginning her journey in alchemy. Although she may have practiced in the past, she had since forgotten those experiences. For I Huang, this rebirth was akin to a fresh start, albeit a different one from Li Qingshan's. Her rebirth was more profound, having lost all memories of her past. Her alchemical techniques stemmed from instinct, yet the knowledge of alchemy itself had not been retained. Thus, she required time to adapt. And I Huang, perhaps you should take a break. Qin Yang, feeling a pang of sympathy for the young girl, could not help but remind her, a tea is urging, and I Huang finally paused. She silently gathered the furnace and handed Qin Yang a collection of small bottles scattered across the table. These bottles were filled with an assortment of elixirs. According to Qin Yang's estimations, the total value of these elixirs was around 10,000 spirit stones. Although their quality was not particularly high, their sheer quantity was impressive. It must be said that being an alchemist is indeed a lucrative profession. Even a low-tier alchemist, solely relying on the production of these first- and second-grade elixirs, would never find themselves lacking in spirit stones. The cost of the herbs amounted to only 1,000 spirit stones. Yet transformed into elixirs, their value surged over tenfold. During their break, I Huang remained engrossed in her book, thoroughly captivated. As evening approached, Qin Yang and the others made their way downstairs for dinner at a tea this moment. A conversation from the neighboring table caught their attention. The blood cult has been causing quite a stir lately. You all must exercise caution if you venture outside the village. What is going on? I have a brother stationed at the camp, and he mentioned that recently soldiers have gone missing during patrols. When they found them, they were nothing but desiccated corpses. The methods used seem to point to the blood cult. The camp issued a warning today, advising vigilance against the demonic cultivators of the blood cult. Apparently, disciples from several nearby sects have also descended the mountain. In any case, we must be extra cautious in the coming days. Tao Yao Yao, overhearing this conversation, looked perplexed. Master, what kind of people are the blood cult? They are a group of demonic cultivators. Regarding the blood worship sect, Qin Yang was naturally well aware of its notorious reputation. The sect feasts on blood, practices dark arts, and has committed countless murders, earning a reputation that is nothing short of infamous. They have long been active in the Qian kingdom, where every sect, big or small, regards them as a vile and malevolent force. Any righteous disciple who encounters them is permitted to kill them on sight, regardless of the consequences. Those nefarious individuals roam freely in the Qian kingdom, and one must exercise utmost caution when encountering them, for they thrive on the blood of cultivators to enhance their powers. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao Yao couldn't help but shrink her neck in fear. Is that not akin to the legendary zombies? Almost indeed. Folklore has concocted tales of blood-sucking zombies, which are in fact based on the fiends of the blood worship sect. However, those from the blood worship sect are far more brutal than mere zombies. Zombies, after all, lack intelligence, whereas the fiends of the blood worship sect are anything but mindless. After finishing their meal, the group returned to their quarters. Following a night of rest, they set off early the next day. In recent days, the blood worship sect had been particularly active, prompting most people to travel in groups during daylight hours. When Qin Yang and his companions departed from the village, they did so as part of a large crowd. Master, do the members of the blood worship sect fear the sun as well? As they passed the village gate, Tao Yao Yao noticed a notice posted on the wall, which made her heart race with trepidation. She was quite brazen in the presence of those cultivators, yet harbored fear for these supernatural beings. They are merely demonic cultivators, after all, not true zombies, so is it not safe for them to travel by day? Surely, they cannot linger here indefinitely. Qin Yang found her reasoning amusing. There was some merit to what she said. Traveling by day offered merely a psychological comfort. Ultimately, those who were destined to encounter the blood worship sect would do so regardless. While Qin Yang and Tao Yao Yao chatted idly, they suddenly noticed Li Qingchan staring intently into the distance, lost in thought. Qingchan, what is it? Master, look at that person. Qin Yang followed Li Qingchan's gesture and spotted a frail young man limping along with the crowd. He appeared somewhat disabled, with a noticeable limp in his left leg. Clutching an ancient long sword as though it were a walking stick, he took painstaking steps. Observing this, Qin Yang's expression shifted slightly. The individual was a cultivator, and not an insignificant one at that, having reached the foundation establishment stage. While cultivators can mend their bones, some are inherently flawed and cannot be restored. This man was evidently one of those individuals. Those born with such deficiencies face greater challenges in their cultivation. Although he appeared youthful, his achievement of the 8th layer of foundation establishment attested to his extraordinary talent. Moreover, despite his unsteady gait, he radiated a formidable sword intent. marking him as a sword cultivator. Such a person would be regarded as a direct disciple even within the Qianyang sect. He exudes an overwhelming sword intent. Li Qingchuan could not help but exclaim. As a fellow sword cultivator, her sensitivity to such matters was heightened. Just a glance was enough for her to discern that he and she belonged to the same breed of fervent sword enthusiasts. Truly remarkable. Qianyang also felt a pang of admiration. Such talent is indeed rare within the Qianyang sect that he is blind. Li Qingchuan spoke again, this time with surprise. Qianyang was taken aback that a limp and blindness, such a plethora of congenital defects. Despite this, he had managed to break through to the 8th layer of foundation establishment. His talent truly defied the odds that as the two debated. The young man seemed to sense their gaze and turned his head towards them. At that moment, Qianyang noticed that the young man's eyes were clouded, yet it seemed as if a beam of light emanated from them, allowing him to perceive them distinctly. The young man's demeanor was stern and unsmiling. Yet he offered a slight nod of acknowledgement towards Qianyang and his companions. Master, can he truly see? Tao Yaoyao was bewildered by this scene, that if one were to claim he was blind. How could he sense their gaze? Yet if he could see, then there was clearly something amiss with his eyes. Cultivators possess spiritual awareness, which often allows them to perceive beyond mere sight. Qianyang nodded slightly, offering a smile as he explained. Chapter 66. An encounter with danger. Upon exiting the village, the expansive official road was bustling with throngs of merchants making their way into the distance. Perhaps the fearsome reputation of the blood worship sect had instilled too much dread, for these individuals, gathered together, appeared particularly subdued. Qianyang and his companions mingled within the crowd, advancing at a leisurely pace. Master, why do we not fly on our swords? At this rate, when will we reach the Qianyang sect? Tao Yaoyao expressed her impatience. For as cultivators, they could certainly travel far more swiftly than on foot. Because we must wait for others. Wait for whom? Tao Yaoyao was perplexed. Naturally, we await the members of the blood worship sect. Qianyang chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the throng ahead. Many shared his sentiment on this journey. Wait for the blood worship sect. Are we not trying to avoid them? Tao Yaoyao was even more confused now. It is the common folk who fear the blood worship sect. We, being cultivators, should not be afraid of them. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's expression shifted, as if she had just grasped the implication to, oh right. But even if we are not afraid of them, is there truly a need to wait for them? Master, please clarify your intentions. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Li Qingchuan, with a resigned expression, pressed her lips together and explained, the blood worship sect is comprised of demonic cultivators, and they are to be eradicated. Those who pursue the path of cultivation value virtue and strive to eliminate evil and uphold justice. Having lived 2 lives, Li Qingchuan was more knowledgeable about matters within the cultivation realm. The notion of eliminating evil and upholding justice, while merely a slogan, was a principle that most righteous sect disciples endeavored to embody. Cultivators believe in the law of cause and effect, and to eliminate evil and uphold justice is to remain true to their hearts while cultivating. Among those merchants, there are likely many who share their purpose. They accompany these merchants, partly to protect the ordinary folk and partly to fulfill their duty of eradicating evil. However, Li Qingchuan's explanation was lost on Tao Yaoyao. Having once been a mere commoner, she had always adhered to the principle of self-preservation, wary of trouble. Now that she had begun her journey into cultivation, some of her old beliefs had yet to adapt that so. Are we essentially fishing? Though she struggled to comprehend, the mention of a potential conflict invigorated her spirit. Quite so. Most of these merchants are common folk, and the fiends of the blood worship sect are unlikely to pass up this opportunity. Qianyang cast a glance at the crowd, noting that aside from the blind swordsman, there were several cultivators among them. All evidently disciples of various sections. The group had been walking for an indeterminate length of time when the sun blazed overhead, scorching the earth. Sweat soaked through their garments. 18 noon. As they passed a grove of trees, the group finally paused to rest. The merchants hastily unloaded their burdens, seeking shade beneath the trees to drink and eat. In contrast, Qianyang and his companions remained vigilant. This moment marked the time when everyone is most vulnerable. Here they come, Qianyang warned, as Li Qingchuan gripped her long sword, her gaze darting to the side. At that moment, an attack was already underway. A floating dust whisk sliced through the stillness, ensnaring a merchant seated beneath a tree, who was enjoying a meal that in an instant. He was yanked away, bang, the moment the merchant was snatched. The tree he had leaned against exploded, splintering wood flying everywhere. That a figure cloaked in black suddenly emerged, but his chest was pierced by a sharp sword, and behind him, the blind swordsman remained solemn. Retracting his sword, his movements were swift and fierce. As he pulled out his long sword, he spun around and thrust it into another tree, then raised his sword high. The entire tree split in two, and a figure plummeted from within its trunk. This sudden turn of events sent the merchants into a panic. "Do not move. Gather around." A young man clad in a Taoist robe waved the floating dust in his hand, the crimson long whisk forming a shield above their heads. The moment the shield appeared, countless blazing meteors rained down from the sky. The meteor rain spell? Qin Yang's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixed on the heavens. The meteor rain spell is a formidable second-tier talisman. Once unleashed, it summons falling meteors that even ordinary Foundation establishment disciples may struggle to withstand. The young Taoist, wielding the floating dust, was able to fend off the meteor rain spell, indicating his exceptional cultivation. However, it was evident that he could not sustain this for long. The once pristine floating dust shield was now riddled with holes. Meanwhile, the blind swordsman was already engaging in combat, taking down the cloaked assailants one by one. That once a talisman is unleashed, it can only be halted by locating and eliminating its caster. Yet, should that individual remain hidden, no one could discern their identity. At that moment, Qin Yang made his move. His gaze locked onto a specific point in the sky, and with a swift motion, a blood-red longbow materialized in his hand. That in the next instant, a flaming arrow shot forth, soaring towards the meteors, and with a thunderous explosion, the arrow detonated. That in the sky, a talisman materialized, only to be reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, the meteors vanished without a trace. The young Taoist's complexion paled as he silently offered a smile to Qin Yang before retreating to shield the merchants. "Do not move," the young Taoist commanded the crowd, hastily retrieving a healing elixir and swallowing it, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure clad in black rushed forth from the depths of the forest, heading straight for the group of merchants. Just as the young Taoist was about to intervene, a long sword swept past him. That Qin Shan leapt into the air, following the long sword, and with a flick of her fingers, the sword instantly split into two, one black and one white, embodying life and death. The two blades intertwined, their countless glimmers coalescing into a sword net, launching towards the figure in black, with a splintering sound. The black figure disintegrated into countless shards upon contact with the sword net, scattering across the ground. That moment, a pallid young man slowly emerged, raising his hand with fingers poised like a sword, effortlessly deflecting the long sword that the blind swordsman had sent hurtling towards him. Qin Shan paused, waved her hand, and countless sword shadows converged, transforming into a torrential rain of blades that cascaded down like a waterfall. Yet, the young man in black remained unperturbed. He raised a hand, crimson blood seeping forth to envelop his arm. With a single-handed flourish, it seemed as if countless hands emerged, and a cacophony of clashing sounds filled the air as innumerable sword shadows were deflected by him. Observing this, Qin Shan formed seals with her hands, gathering the sword rain, and waves of sword energy erupted from her body, stirring up clouds of dust. The sword energy coursed through the air, carving numerous gashes into the ground. Qin Shan summoned the Huangquan's sword into her grasp, and in the next moment, she charged towards the young man in black, the sword energy slicing through the space around her as the dark mist exuded an aura of death. In that instant, the expression of the young man in black finally shifted. Chapter 67. Tao Yao takes action, accidentally wounds an ally, sword energy. The young man in black's eyes flashed with ferocity, his expression growing grave. Only those who have cultivated sword energy can truly be called sword cultivators. Throughout the realm, countless sword practitioners exist, yet those who can wield sword energy are few and far between. Just this single step has thwarted innumerable prodigies that Qin Shan, barely in her 20s at the foundational stage of cultivation, could manifest sword energy. This demonstrated her extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. Rare in the world, sword cultivators have historically been the foremost in offense. Even those at the foundational stage must not be taken lightly. The young man in black was acutely aware of this. He waved his sleeve, a thread of blood energy emanating from within, enveloping his entire being. In that moment, it was as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing. Ghostly grasp, he shouted in fury, raising his hand to unleash a palm strike. The blood mist surged like a river, coalescing into a palm imprint that surged towards Li Qingchuan. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy collided with the palm imprint, unleashing a torrent of violent force that obliterated the surrounding trees. The young Taoist hurriedly waved his dust wand to shield the mortals. Hiss, this move of my junior sister is quite interesting. Though a bit too flashy, Tao Yaoyao, holding a candied hawthorn, watched with enthusiasm, unable to refrain from commenting. Enough chatter. Your junior sister is no match for him. Go assist her, Qin Yang retorted, snatching the candied hawthorn from Tao Yaoyao's hand. Seeing this, she pouted, reluctantly stepping forward. Yet in the next moment, a playful smile graced her face. Junior sister, I shall aid you, Tao Yaoyao shouted, drawing her sword. The moon illuminates the cold river. Frost blankets the sky, illuminating myriad rivers. The snow bears no face. The cold light casts a solitary shadow across 1,000 miles. The moon over the river shares a heart with the clouds in the 9 heavens. Beneath the azure sky, a radiant cold moon appeared behind Tao Yaoyao. The previously sweltering air instantaneously turned frigid. The scorching sand beneath, as if doused with cold water, began to emit wisps of white smoke. As the smoke ascended, it crystallized into ice that a layer of frost spread across the ground. Tao Yaoyao suddenly raised her hand, one palm cradling the full moon, and bellowed, "Let this radiance of the moon illuminate all rivers." As her voice fell, the cold moon descended, a chilling aura bearing down on the young man in black. Witnessing this, his complexion changed drastically. Just as he was about to retreat, the blind swordsman lunged forward with a thrust. He turned to block the attack, but the frost had already crept up to his knees. "Junior sister, retreat. Let me transcend him," Tao Yaoyao shouted as she charged ahead. Upon hearing this, Li Qingchuan, terrified, swiftly turned to flee, not forgetting to warn the blind swordsman, "Run quickly." The blind swordsman, bewildered, sensed the urgency in Li Qingchuan's expression, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, at that moment, he found himself immobilized, the young man in black gripping his sword. Just as the young man in black was poised to strike, Tao Yaoyao arrived, delivering a punch. That punch was unadorned, akin to a street brawler's brawl. Yet, at the moment of impact, the blind swordsman felt an inexplicable sense of Buddhist reverence ignite within him that he quickly steadied his mind and looked up, only to find that the young man in black had transformed into a bald monk, both he and the blind swordsman now sharing an astonished gaze. The two who had just been engaged in combat were now both bald monks, their bodies radiating a faint golden light. "Bastard!" The young man in black was the first to react, shouting in anger as he struck the blind swordsman back. Just as he intended to turn and attack Tao Yaoyao, he suddenly sensed a tremendous force that repelled him. He attempted to regain control of his body, but found himself utterly unable to move, as if a mysterious power had confined him, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. As the young man in black struggled to rise, Tao Yaoyao reappeared before him, and before he could act, he was once again sent flying. Although he still couldn't comprehend the situation, he instinctively fled the moment he hit the ground. This place was too bizarre. He yearned to return home. "Master, that person possesses golden core cultivation." Li Qingchuan returned to Qin Yang's side, her expression peculiar as she regarded Tao Yaoyao. "That if this move of my junior sister can affect those at the golden core stage, does that not render her invincible?" Qin Yang shook his head. Indeed, Tao Yaoyao's technique was somewhat extraordinary. As the first victim, he had the authority to speak that he himself had attained the golden core stage. Yet even he had been unable to forcibly break free from this technique's confinement, having to wait for time to pass before he could recover. To be frank, the Vajra Arhut fist was indeed unrivaled. Even though Li Qingchuan's infinite sword intent was somewhat limited by her cultivation level, when faced with a golden core practitioner, she too found herself at a disadvantage. Yet, Tao Yaoyao's move bore no such restrictions. It could ensnare even those of the golden core stage. One could only wonder what would happen if it ensnared a nascent soul practitioner. "Master, we're impressive, aren't we?" Tao Yaoyao cheerfully returned, astonished by her own prowess. "I sent that fellow running with just one punch." Do not grow complacent. There are always those stronger than you, and skies beyond the skies. You must continue to strive. Qin Yang admonished solemnly. Umph. Then I shall cultivate until I surpass all. Until I stand above all that time. Let us see who can withstand my punch. Tao Yaoyao declared triumphantly, raising her small fist, accepting the candied hawthorn from Qin Yang, and continuing to munch on it. At that moment, the blind swordsman approached alongside the young Taoist. Esteemed friends, greetings. We are grateful for your timely assistance. The young Taoist clasped his hands in a bow, introducing himself, that I am Bai Li of the Heavenly Ruin Sect. And this is my senior brother, Pei Qian. I am Qin Yang, and these two are my disciples, Tao Yaoyao and Li Qingchuan. Qin Yang returned the greeting, though his gaze couldn't help but linger on Pei Qian's head. Tao Yaoyao's technique was indeed impressive, but its broad range made it difficult to control, risking harm to the innocent. Upon hearing this, Bai Li gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment. They had witnessed the strength of Li Qingchuan and Tao Yaoyao. To have produced such disciples, how formidable must their master be? Moreover, Qin Yang appeared quite young, significantly younger than the two of them. To cultivate such outstanding disciples at such a young age was a testament to Qin Yang's extraordinary strength. Esteemed friend, may I inquire about the circumstances of my senior brother? Bai Li, regaining his composure, broached the topic of Pei Qian's predicament. Having inexplicably transformed into a monk, it would be difficult to explain upon returning. I apologize. My disciple's technique was somewhat uncontrollable, resulting in an inadvertent injury to fellow Taoist Pei. Qin Yang quickly offered his apologies. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he was uncertain if Pei Qian could ever be freed from this state. If he were to remain a monk for life, it would be quite a disservice to him. That is of no concern. I merely wonder if you could assist in lifting the confinement. My senior brother's current state is... In an instant, Qin Yang and the others fell silent, and upon witnessing this, Bai Li's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that this technique was unbreakable? Qin Yang nodded. Chapter 68. The Heavenly Ruin Sect. Pei Qian tugged at Bai Li, signaling him to leave for the time being. The two clasped their hands in respect to Qin Yang, and then stepped aside as if to deliberate. After a brief moment, Bai Li returned. Esteemed friends, there is no need for concern. My senior brother says he will recover in 3 to 5 days. My sincerest apologies. No need for such formality. You two lend a hand. And inadvertent injuries are to be expected. Moreover, had it not been for your timely intervention, my senior brother and I might have faced grave danger. I never anticipated that there would be a golden core practitioner of the blood cult lurking here. In this moment of reflection, Bai Li still feels a lingering sense of trepidation. The Tianqin sect, to which they belong, is a prominent sect within the borders of Beichong Fu. Upon receiving the news, the two brothers contemplated coming to investigate. However, they never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant locale would harbor a demon from the blood worship sect at the Golden Core stage. Had it not been for Qin Yang and his companions, they likely would have met their demise here. After exchanging pleasantries, the group settled down to rest. Pei Qian remained silent. Initially, Qin Yang suspected he might be mute, but eventually, he did speak, albeit sparingly, only responding occasionally. Brother Bai, are there many blood worship sect members in Beichong Fu? Why are they so brazen? Bai Li inquired. That I in the Qian kingdom, the blood worship sect is akin to a rat in the street, often lurking in the shadows and only daring to ambush solitary cultivators. They would never boldly reveal themselves. Yet here, the blood worship sect appears to be particularly rampant, even resorting to attacking ordinary mortals. Among cultivators, there exists an unwritten rule. Practitioners do not harm common folk. Even those of the demonic path tend to uphold their dignity, refraining from injuring the innocent. However, the followers of the blood worship sect here seem excessively deranged. This behavior has only recently emerged. In the past, there were not so many of them in Beichong Fu. These individuals are a group of shadowy, wicked practitioners, and the nearby sects have been vigilant regarding their movements. Yet, for reasons unknown, their activities have recently intensified, and they have begun to assault commoners. Not long ago, news arrived from the military near Guanshan that soldiers have been attacked by the blood worship sect, prompting several nearby sects to dispatch disciples to investigate the situation. That my brother and I seized this opportunity to venture out for training, only to unexpectedly encounter a Golden Core disciple of the blood worship sect. The Tianqin sect, to which Bai Li belongs, is regarded as the foremost sect in Beichong Fu. Given such a situation, they naturally felt compelled to take a stand at a golden core cultivation level is significant even within the realm of cultivation. Sufficient to establish a sect that I am the Qianyang sect. Even the elders possess only golden core cultivation. The appearance of such a disciple from the blood worship sect here is indeed a momentous event. Bai Li has already informed their sect of the situation via a flying sword message to AS disciples venturing forth for training. They carry sect tokens that allow for constant communication with their sect. Ensuring safety in unforeseen circumstances that I observed that the individual appeared to be at the initial stage of golden core, perhaps having just recently broken through. Qin Yang explained, being the only one present with golden core strength. And having perceived that the individual was merely at the early stage of golden core, he had allowed Tao Yao Yao and the others to practice their skills. Upon hearing this, Bai Li and Pei Qian realized that Qin Yang was, in fact, a golden core elder, their expressions shifting as they hurriedly rose to pay their respects. Greetings, esteemed senior. There is no need for such formalities. Qin Yang waved his hand, and they resumed their seats. If that is the case, then their recent frequent attacks on passers-by might be due to this individual's breakthrough to golden core, necessitating blood offerings, Bai Li speculated. Pei Qian nodded in agreement, softly affirming, if that is indeed the case, this individual's realm is unstable, and having sustained injuries today, it is likely they will continue to act in the coming days. Pei Qian nodded again, adding, let us kill him. Indeed, Bai Li slightly nodded in agreement. After resting for a while, the group continued their journey. Bai Li and the others were concerned about potential attacks on the merchants, so they decided to escort them into the city. The next outpost was not far, and it would take approximately 2 days of walking to reach there, so Qin Yang and his companions decided to accompany them. Along the way, they engaged in casual conversation, and Qin Yang learned what kind of sect the Tianqin sect was. True to its name, the Tianqin sect's disciples are predominantly born with physical deficiencies, being located at the borders of the Qian kingdom. Beichong Fu has been plagued by years of conflict, leading many commoners to become displaced and reduced to refugees that as a consequence of the warfare. A significant number of survivors have become disabled, including some children. These children may possess spiritual roots, but due to their physical shortcomings in childhood, they cannot restore their bodies even if they pursue cultivation later on. As this issue became increasingly prevalent, the Tianqin sect was established. The sect's founder was also a person born with a physical deficiency, yet through his profound understanding of cultivation, he developed the Tianqin divine skill, allowing him to cultivate despite his incomplete meridians. Thus, the Tianqin sect gradually grew in strength and stature, becoming the largest sect in Beichong Fu. Though it is dubbed the largest sect, in reality, it is merely a third-rate sect. The current leader of the Tianqin sect is only at the nascent soul stage, and there are numerous sects of similar caliber throughout the Qian kingdom. Then why do you appear so normal? Tao Yao Yao suddenly inquired of Bai Li. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang quickly interjected, Yao Yao, do not speak too freely. Bai Li, noticing the commotion, simply smiled nonchalantly to, it's fine. We have all grown accustomed to it. In fact, I'm also born with a deficiency. As a child, I suffered a head injury due to the conflict. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao Yao suddenly understood that so, you're mentally impaired. Before she could finish her sentence, Qinya covered her mouth. Do not mind her, my brother. This girl is simply naive. Bai Li paused for a moment before responding candidly. No offense taken. People in our sect do not mind this that my brothers call me brain damaged. Qin Yang was utterly bewildered by this peculiar quirk. Even if they were indifferent to it, such statements seemed rather inappropriate. My brother appears quite normal. Qin Yang replied, somewhat speechless, and could only laugh along. It's usually not a problem. I just struggle to think clearly during cultivation, which can lead to episodes. Bai Li seemed genuinely unconcerned about these matters, and instead took the initiative to introduce his situation. Do not be deceived by my brother's appearance. He is far better off than I, merely having a limp. He also blind. The eyes are fine. As cultivators, we possess spiritual consciousness. Eyes and ears are not significant issues. Bai Li continued, but for someone like me, who has a mental impairment, cultivating is genuinely inconvenient. Qin Yang, Tao Yao Yao, Li Qinshan. Truth be told, these individuals truly possess an open-mindedness. Bai Li, being so young and possessing such cultivation, is indeed quite extraordinary. Qin Yang couldn't help but praise him. Bai Li claimed to have a mental deficiency, yet at such a young age, achieving late-stage foundation establishment is commendable among ordinary disciples. I am merely fortunate, Bai Li responded with a wry smile. Beside him, Pei Qian's expression changed slightly. Actually, I am a single spiritual root. Upon hearing this, both Qin Yang and Li Qingchuan were taken aback. A single spiritual root is regarded as a genius among geniuses in any sect, i.e. the Qianyang sect. Even a dual spiritual root can be seen as a key disciple worthy of special attention. A single spiritual root is akin to a top-tier prodigy. However, observing Bai Li's expression, he seemed to harbor some unspeakable concerns. May I ask, what type of spiritual root do you possess? Bai Li's face grew awkward as he quietly replied. Madness spiritual root, wind spiritual root, variant spiritual root. Qin Yang, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but feel a sense of reverence that if a single spiritual root is a genius among geniuses, then a variant spiritual root is a prodigy among geniuses. A variant spiritual root not only cultivates at an accelerated pace, but also possesses unique and peculiar offensive capabilities. That it is not the wind spiritual root. It is the madness spiritual root. Bai Li paused before elaborating, as in the madness of a madman. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang and his companions instinctively took a few steps back. Damn it, a lunatic, madness spiritual root. Doesn't that mean he could go berserk at any moment? Who knows, he might leap up and attack us in the next second. Bai Li clearly sensed the unease from Qin Yang and the others and quickly reassured them. There is no need to be afraid. I do not go mad in my daily life. Only during cultivation do I sometimes lose control. Bai Li was reluctant to disclose the nature of his spiritual root for this very reason. To most, a madman's actions are unpredictable, and one wishes to be near someone who could suddenly go berserk, as it offers little sense of security. Even among his sect brothers, many keep their distance from him. Despite everyone being aware of his condition, who would dare to trust the words of a madman? Even after hearing Bai Li's explanation, Qin Yang and the others remained wary. Who knows when he might act out? Bai Li sighed, feeling somewhat helpless that he had been misunderstood countless times due to his spiritual root. Yet he could not fault others, for his condition is indeed peculiar. According to his master, he truly possesses the potential to go berserk at any moment. Master, can a lunatic become a cultivator? Tao Yaoyao quietly asked. Be quiet. Qin Yang admonished, offering Bai Li an awkward smile, that in this vast world, there are wonders aplenty. My brother possesses a single spiritual root, and he is bound to achieve great things in the future. Though the madness spiritual root sounds unappealing, it is still a single spiritual root, allowing for rapid cultivation. It is no wonder that Bai Li, at such a young age, has attained late-stage foundation establishment. You flatter me. Bai Li understood that possessing a single spiritual root means he has great potential for the future as long as he cultivates diligently. However, the unique nature of his spiritual root leaves uncertainty regarding whether it will be a blessing or a curse in the long run. By the way, we've been chatting for quite a while, yet I still do not know which sect you hail from, esteemed senior. Bai Li promptly diverted the topic to I am a disciple of the Qianyang sect. Upon hearing the three characters Qianyang sect, Bai Li and his companion immediately stood in solemn respect as one of the 6 major sects of the Kanglan domain. Qianyang sect was the foremost sect of the Qian kingdom. A colossal presence looming over their own sects. It turned out that their senior came from Qianyang sect. What an honor. Bai Xiong, you are too modest. Over the next 2 days of travel, the group gradually became acquainted. Although Bai Li possessed a unique spiritual root, he was remarkably amiable and quite talkative. In contrast, Pei Qian had spoken less than 10 words throughout these 2 days, representing 2 extremes of personality. After 2 days, they finally arrived at Muyang City. After expressing their gratitude to Qin Yang and his companions, the merchants departed, and Bai Li and his companion bid farewell to Qin Yang and the others. Master, the world of cultivation is truly fascinating. I can't believe there are such peculiar spiritual roots. Tao Yaoyao had been conversing joyfully with Bai Li over these 2 days. Though she was quite outspoken, she was also quite chatty. Bai Li had shared many tales of the cultivation world, which Tao Yaoyao relished. The world is vast, filled with wonders. Indeed, bizarre spiritual roots are a rare sight. I've even heard of beast spiritual roots, which can transform into demonic beasts during battle. Qin Yang couldn't help but marvel that he had only encountered these spiritual roots in books, and this was his first time witnessing them firsthand, as Master said. The varieties of spiritual roots are manifold across the world. These spiritual roots are indeed excellent for cultivation. And what of my spiritual root? Tao Yaoyao gazed at Qin Yang with excitement. Purine's spiritual root, unparalleled beneath the heavens. Qin Yang, not wishing to dampen her enthusiasm, playfully teased her. However, this was not entirely misleading, as Purine's spiritual roots were indeed rare. It was uncertain whether any existed elsewhere in the world. Master, you truly struck gold by taking me as your disciple. Tao Yaoyao proudly patted Qin Yang on the shoulder before turning her attention to Li Qingchan. By the way, what kind of spiritual root does Junior Sister possess? Blade's spiritual root, Li Qingchan replied quietly. Jinling Jin. Tao Yaoyao gave Li Qingchan a strange look. It sounded almost like an insult. Li Qingchan had yet to comprehend the misunderstanding, but Qin Yang immediately caught on and gave Tao Yaoyao a light rap on the head. It's the sword of treasures. Upon hearing this, Li Qingchan finally understood, and her expression darkened. Observing this, Tao Yaoyao quickly shrank her neck. Alas, spiritual roots are too complicated. I won't ask anymore. The group found an inn to stay in and ordered some food. Just as they settled down, they overheard voices from the next room. Have you heard? The blood cult has been causing quite a stir lately. Yesterday, someone reported that all the villagers in a hamlet east of the stronghold were slaughtered by the blood cult. Their blood completely drained. The scene was horrifying. Those scoundrels are nothing short of beasts. Indeed, I've heard that the stronghold's leader has already notified the nearby sects. It is likely that cultivators will arrive in the next few days. Today, the leader has ordered the stronghold to be sealed. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt a wave of suspicion. Master, isn't this quite a coincidence? Li Qingchan spoke softly. And Qin Yang nodded in agreement. They had only just arrived, and now there was news of the blood cult slaughtering a village. This seemed too coincidental. Recalling the blood cult's golden core elder they had injured 2 days prior, Qin Yang had a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the elder we injured is seeking blood to heal his wounds? Li Qingchan nodded slightly. I was thinking the same. Though the blood cult sought blood, they shouldn't dare to slaughter an entire village unless they were in desperate need of a large supply. This left only one possibility. Someone was injured, and that individual was likely the golden core figure they had previously wounded. Chapter 70. A reunion with Bai Li. After finishing their meal, Qin Yang declared, "Let us go and take a look." Having encountered such a matter, he could not simply ignore it. Master, I have a question. Tao Yaoyao suddenly spoke up. That guy I turned into a monk. Can he still absorb blood? I remember you turned into a monk last time and ended up vomiting after eating meat. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Indeed, the blood cult members rely on blood for their cultivation, that if that fellow was injured by you, he would need to absorb blood to heal, which would lead to vomiting. Thus, the situation began to make sense. Qin Yang contemplated and explained, that guy was merely struck by your punch. Theoretically, his injuries shouldn't be severe. However, he needs to absorb blood to heal, which worsens his condition, leading him to slaughter a village for sustenance. Considering that the individual possessed golden core cultivation, being hit by Tao Yaoyao's strike should only sustain him for 2 hours. However, he likely underestimated the terrifying nature of her technique, and during that time, he must have repeatedly sought blood to heal, resulting in his current dire state. Then am I not a natural bane to the blood cult? Tao Yaoyao exclaimed with excitement that if those fellows are struck by my punch, they won't be able to absorb blood for the rest of their lives. Qin Yang felt a twinge of admiration. Indeed, her technique was incredibly effective against the blood cult, that a single punch could force them to abandon their blood-draining habits, that in a certain sense, she was indeed a nemesis to the blood cult. The group hastily finished their meal and prepared to leave the city. Upon arriving at the city gate, they found it was indeed under strict lockdown, with no one permitted to exit. However, this restriction only applied to mortals. Upon revealing their identities, the guards promptly let them through. Once outside the stronghold, they headed directly towards the village. Present, they had no knowledge of the whereabouts of the individual they sought, so they could only search for clues in the village. The village was not far from the stronghold, and soon they arrived. As soon as they entered, Tao Yaoyao was horrified by the sight before her. Numerous corpses lay scattered about, all drained of their blood. leaving behind only withered husks. The scene was particularly unsettling. Qin Yang approached one of the bodies, kneeling down. The lingering scent of blood still clung to the corpse, and on its neck was a blood-red brand, clearly the mark of the blood cult. After inspecting the body, Qin Yang found no further clues. Just then, Li Qinchan spoke up. "Master, over here." Qin Yang hurried over, and Li Qinchan pointed to a dried blood scab on her fingertip. "I don't know whose blood this is," she murmured softly. Qin Yang took the blood scab, attempting to detect a trace of essence from it. However, it had dried, and the scent had long dissipated, making it difficult to ascertain any clues. "Master, let me see." And Ai Huang extended her small hand. Qin Yang handed the blood scab to her, and Ai Huang quietly examined it, and a flicker of flame ignited from her fingertip, causing the blood scab to gradually melt into a wisp of blood mist. Qin Yang's heart stirred. Within that blood mist lingered a faint essence that he immediately discerned the direction. "Let us go." Qin Yang pinpointed the trail and led the group onward. Exiting the village, they headed east. Swiftly entering the mountains, they pursued the scent from daylight into nightfall, deep into the forest. Yet the essence grew increasingly faint as night fell. Their figures darted swiftly through the shadows. Suddenly, Qin Yang halted. "Someone's there." They quickly concealed themselves. Moments later, a shadow emerged into view. The figure crawled on the ground, moving slowly and appearing exceedingly terrifying. It seemed to bear some weight upon its back, struggling with each step. Qin Yang's heart jolted at them. Indeed, the figures were Bai Li and his companions. Qin Yang rushed forward. Upon noticing someone approaching, Bai Li, who was prone on the ground, immediately became alert. However, upon recognizing the visitor, he relaxed and sighed with relief. "Qin Xiong," Bai Li spoke softly, but as his spirit relaxed, he succumbed to unconsciousness. As Qin Yang and the others drew near, they were struck with shock at that moment. Both Bai Li and his companion were gravely injured. Pei Qian had lost his lower half, and Bai Li was barely clinging to life. Qin Yang quickly retrieved healing pills from his robe, administering them to the two, yet their injuries were too severe. The healing pills could only temporarily stabilize their condition. After a considerable time, Bai Li finally regained consciousness. He lifted his head, the first thing he saw being Pei Qian. Upon seeing his companion lying beside him, reduced to half a body, Bai Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Suppressing his sorrow, he hurriedly reached out to check on Pei Qian's condition. Upon inspection, his heart sank further. "Bai Xiong, what happened? Did you encounter that golden core member of the blood cult?" Qin Yang inquired as soon as Bai Li awoke. Bai Li nodded in response. "Upon reaching the stronghold, we heard of the blood cult slaughtering a village, and suspected that it might be linked to that fellow's injuries. My senior brother and I found a clue in that village and chased after it, only to encounter that individual in the valley ahead. The injuries sustained by that individual have now healed. That my senior disciple, and I are no match for him. In an effort to protect me, my senior disciple forcibly employed the heavenly remnant divine technique." As Bai Li spoke, a look of anguish crossed his face. The heavenly remnant divine technique is their means of survival, trading injury for injury, relying on self-inflicted harm to forcibly elevate one's cultivation. However, such injuries are irreparable, which means that Pei Qian will never recover in this lifetime. Contemplating this, Bai Li's expression grew increasingly regretful. Had it not been for him, Pei Qian would not have ended up in such a dire state. Witnessing Bai Li's deep sorrow, Qin Yang found himself at a loss for words. "Bai brother, take heart, and I will have Qin Chan escort you back to the village. I shall confront that scoundrel from the blood cult." Upon hearing this, Bai Li abruptly lifted his head. "No, brother Qin, I know where he is and I will take you there." Bai Li strained to rise, fully aware that he could do little in his current condition. Yet he yearned for vengeance for his senior disciple. Qin Yang nodded silently in acknowledgement. Bai Li's injuries were primarily internal, allowing him some degree of mobility. After consuming a medicinal pill, he was able to move on his own. He stood, hoisting Pei Qian onto his back, and proceeded to lead Qin Yang and the others forward. Soon, they arrived at the valley Bai Li had mentioned that moment. The valley was shrouded in mist, and a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Through the fog, Qin Yang immediately spotted the figure seated in the valley, healing his wounds. Chapter 71. Severing the golden core at the same time. That man sensed the arrival of Qin Yang and his companions. He opened his eyes, his gaze turning increasingly ferocious. ITSU. His eyes fixated on Tao Yaoyao, his face contorted with rage. That I want your life. Before Qin Yang and the others could react, the man leaped into the air, charging directly toward them, revealing the depth of his hatred for Tao Yaoyao. Seeing this, Tao Yaoyao stood her ground and met him head-on. Although he possessed the cultivation of the Golden Core stage, after the previous battle, Tao Yaoyao had gained experience and struck with a punch. Golden light flickered, and upon seeing this, the man swiftly dodged. He dared not withstand this attack directly. The young man in black gritted his teeth, glaring at Tao Yaoyao as he waved his hands, and the surrounding blood mist began to coalesce. Blood Hand of Sun Luo. He shouted furiously, and the blood mist instantly transformed into ominous white bones, surging toward Tao Yaoyao. Unfazed, she raised her hand, grasping her sword that an endless chill gathered, and a full moon rose high above, illuminating the boundless snow. With ice descending, it coalesced into an ice sword that thundered down. Boom! The bones formed from the blood mist blocked the ice sword, tendrils of blood mist entwining around them. Boom! The ice sword shattered, and the blood mist surged toward Tao Yaoyao. Just then, a beam of sword light struck. Wuji, break! Li Qingqian made her move. The Huangquan sword descended like a divine weapon, cleaving through the blood mist. Simultaneously, the Huangquan sword radiated a crimson glow, seemingly drawing in the blood mist, which began to converge toward Li Qingqian's sword upward, one hand gripping the sword. Wuji, slash! She thrust her sword upward, the tip slicing through the gathering blood mist, transforming it into a beam of sword light aimed directly at the young man in black. The young man had not anticipated that the blood energy he had collected would be utilized by another. He hastily retreated a step, forming seals with his hands as his blood boiled within him. Tendrils of crimson mist spread from his body, forming a river of blood that surged toward Li Qingqian. The two forces collided, the sword light slicing through the river of blood. Where it passed, the blood energy seemed to be pulled along, losing all control. The young man in black paused, perplexed by why the techniques practiced by these two appeared to inherently counter his own. That punch from Tao Yaoyao had rendered him unable to absorb blood energy. And now this woman's sword could control his blood energy. In that moment, he even felt as though the blood within him was being drawn by Li Qingqian's sword, as if it might burst forth at any second. With a cold, resentful gaze, the young man raised his hand, summoning a blood-colored cauldron that suddenly appeared. The cauldron was filled with fresh blood. Refining the void, with a wave of his hand, the blood within the cauldron instantly boiled, shooting upward to form a blood S.A. Li Qingqian's eyes sharpened as she sheathed her sword and slightly closed her eyes. An intangible sword intent coalesced in her heart. The surging blood sea steamed. And beneath it, Tao Yaoyao felt as though her entire body was being drained of blood. Infuriated, she swung her arms and unleashed a powerful punch. However, this time her punch did not strike at the opponent. In that moment, she transformed into a golden Buddha, surrounded by a halo of light. She appeared dignified and solemn, radiating righteousness, resembling a true Buddha. Deliverance! Tao Yaoyao cried out, and the surroundings resonated with sounds of Buddhist chants. From the sky, a ray of Buddha light descended, illuminating her. In that instant, she became extraordinarily sacred. The Buddha light shattered the blood sea, tearing a rift. Simultaneously, Li Qingqian opened her eyes, her sword drawn. Wuji, annihilate! The sword light was magnificent. Cleaving through the heavens, a single blade split the blood sea in two. The Huangquan sword erupted with dazzling red light, and the blood sea surged toward it, only to be wholly absorbed in an instant. Upon witnessing this, the young man in black immediately attempted to flee. Yet at that moment, a sharp arrow shot through the air. He tried to evade, but it was as though he had been locked on, and the arrow pierced through his body, instantly transforming him into a cloud of blood mist, which the Huangquan sword completely absorbed. Simultaneously, a golden core soared into the air, attempting to escape. However, Tao Yaoyao had already appeared before him, her hand descending to grasp the golden core. So this is what the golden core looks like. As the golden light dissipated from Tao Yaoyao, it gradually returned to its original form, and she curiously examined it between her fingers. Sister, this golden core is a valuable item. You should absorb it. After refining it, it should help you break through to the golden core stage, Li Qingqian remarked as she approached, having sheathed her sword. How do I absorb it? Tao Yaoyao asked, a perplexed look on her face. Just swallow it. Qin Yang also stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao immediately expressed her aversion. This thing is too disgusting. You want me to eat it? No way. She shook her head vigorously. Yet as she looked at the golden core in her hand, she felt a pang of reluctance. Suddenly, she pulled out the relic from her bosom and placed the golden core inside. As soon as the golden core touched the relic, a heart-wrenching wail echoed. Simultaneously, the relic emanated a flickering Buddha light, as if it were enlightening the golden core. Seeing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did this relic possess such an effect? He shook his head and chose not to concern himself with Tao Yaoyao that moment. He suddenly noticed that Enai Huang had been fixated on the red cauldron. Enai Huang, what is it? Master, that is a Dan furnace. Enai Huang pointed at the red cauldron. Qin Yang's heart stirred, and he approached the cauldron. Peering inside, he was met with a strong scent of blood. He wrinkled his nose and waved his sleeve to disperse the odor. Could it be that this individual also knows how to refine pills? Qin Yang couldn't help but murmur, for his knowledge of the blood cult was rather limited. That group was indeed shrouded in mystery, that he must be attempting to refine a blood fiend Dan. Li Qingchuan stepped forward to explain. The followers of the blood cult require blood fiend Dan to break through. Such pills are typically crafted using a vast amount of essence blood. A single blood fiend Dan may require the essence blood of hundreds of cultivators. If made using commoners, it would take the essence blood of thousands. Hearing this, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. These followers of the blood cult are truly something. Enai Huang. Do you want this? Qin Yang inquired, patting the cauldron before him. Yes, this Dan furnace is superior to the one you purchased before, Enai Huang replied. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's expression shifted slightly. The Dan furnace he had bought was of spirit tool grade, that if this one was better. Could it be of treasure grade? Chapter 72. Is this considered a vegetative state? As Qin Yang stored the Dan furnace and turned around, Bai Li suddenly knelt before him with a thud. Thank you, Brother Qin, for avenging my senior disciple. Your great kindness will be etched in my heart. Bai brother, what are you doing? Please rise. Qin Yang hurriedly assisted Bai Li to his feet. Now that Brother Pei is injured, we should return to the village promptly, so he can recuperate. My disciple has some skills in alchemy and might be able to aid in Brother Pei's healing. Upon hearing this, Bai Li immediately prepared to kneel again, but was swiftly stopped by Qin Yang. This brother was indeed loyal and righteous. For such a person, Qin Yang was naturally willing to lend a helping hand. The group turned to head back. Along the way, Pei Qian finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing this, Bai Li could not help but burst into tears at this moment. Pei Qian finally spoke. The usually taciturn Pei Qian now offered words of comfort to Bai Li. Junior brother, there is no need to worry that we are disciples of the Heavenly Remit sect. Our imperfections can actually benefit our cultivation. This was the first time Qin Yang had heard Pei Qian speak so many words in one breath. And it was evident that the bond between the two brothers was indeed profound. Enai Huang, is there still a way for him to recover? Qin Yang inquired about Enai Huang, observing their situation. There is no way. Enai Huang shook her head. She had previously examined Pei Qian and was well aware of his condition. Their cultivation method was unique. Forcibly utilizing divine powers with a flawed body rendered restoration impossible. Upon hearing Enai Huang's words, Bai Li and the others looked at her in astonishment. This technique they practiced was never passed on to outsiders. How could this young girl possibly know their secrets? However, I can help him craft a prosthetic limb. Enai Huang suddenly changed the subject. Once, when Pishio was cooking for me, he accidentally cut off his own hand, and later I fashioned him a Qilin arm. Qin Yang? Li Qinggan? Tao Yaoyao? Bai Li, may I ask, who is this esteemed senior? At this moment, Bai Li was utterly baffled by Enai Huang's words. Pishio? Qilin? Aren't those ancient divine beasts? A divine beast cooks for her. Who is this lady? It's a misunderstanding. Pishio is merely the name of her servant. Qin Yang quickly interjected, ensuring that Enai Huang's identity remained undisclosed. That is quite a grand name for a servant. Bai Li responded, somewhat speechless. Which household names a servant thus? Can they bear it? Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. So, does that mean you can assist my brother in receiving a prosthetic limb? Enai Huang nodded. Upon seeing this, Bai Li immediately knelt on the ground, startling Enai Huang, who hastily retreated into Qin Yang's embrace, that I beseech you, esteemed senior, I will serve you like an ox or horse to repay your great kindness. There is no need for such formality, Bailey. If I can assist, and I Huang will certainly do her utmost. Qin Yang helped Bailey to his feet. That moment, Bailey seemed to see hope, his face brimming with excitement. However, Pei Qian remained calm and posed a crucial question. What is required for the prosthetic limb? Upon hearing this, Bailey also came to his senses that Nai Huang had mentioned that she had crafted a Qilin arm for Pixiu. If a limb is necessary, I can, Bailey began but fell silent, his voice barely above a whisper. Pei Qian had suffered this fate for his sake. He would rather bear the injury himself, before Nai Huang could respond. Her expression turned peculiar. She had never used a human for a prosthetic limb before. A human limb can also be replaced with that of a beast. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily dumbfounded. That doesn't sound pleasant, nor does it look good. However, Pei Qian took the matter in stride, that he had already suffered so much. Being able to walk again was sufficient, and he could accept any limb as long as it wasn't a dog's leg. It doesn't matter. As long as I can walk, that is all that counts. Bailey, hearing this, felt even more guilty. Perhaps it would be better if I, before he could finish, Pei Qian sharply reprimanded him. Be quiet. This matter does not require your concern. Bailey shrank back, lowering his head. What kind of beast limb do we need? Should we look for one on our way back? Qin Yang posed a vital question. Bailey naturally wished to find the best limbs for his brother. Yet given Pei Qian's attitude, he felt reluctant to push the matter. However, even if it were a beast limb, he insisted on acquiring the finest. Otherwise, we could return first, and I will seek to purchase a spirit beast at the trading post, Bailey proposed. Beast types vary in rank. The lowest are simply termed beast, which are animals capable of cultivation. In simpler terms, any animal that has attained a certain level of intelligence can be classified as a beast. Above them are spirit beasts, which typically possess a degree of intelligence similar to that of humans. Beyond that are celestial beasts, of which there are 8 notable ones in the demon realm, all of which possess the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. Corresponding to the celestial beasts are 10 fierce beasts, which are born of heaven and earth, each forming their own lineage. Pixiu and Swan and I are among the 10 fierce beasts that at the pinnacle are the 4 divine beasts, with the phoenix being one of them. Bailey sought to procure a spirit beast, hoping to find suitable limbs for his brother. Well, it need not be so complicated. Aside from beast limbs, we can also use medicinal materials to craft a prosthetic that closely resembles the original, achieving a near-perfect illusion, Nai Huang explained. Upon hearing this, Bailey immediately became intrigued. Having 2 beast limbs would not look good at all. If we can achieve a similar appearance, that would be ideal. Let us proceed with the medicinal materials then. What do you need? I will procure them at once. Nai Huang thoughtfully listed a series of common medicinal materials. The requirements for crafting a prosthetic limb were not particularly stringent. They could not obtain the highest grade materials. And even if they could, with Nai Huang's current strength, she would not be able to refine them. Bailey diligently noted down the names of the materials. Master, if he is half human and half medicinal material. Does that make him a plant person? Tao Yaoyao leaned closer to Qin Yang, whispering. The others turned to look at her, that I won't ask any more. Upon realizing their gazes, Tao Yaoyao hastily fell silent. Yet, it must be noted that Qin Yang and the others were also pondering this question. It had to be said that this question was rather profound. Even Nai Huang, the originator, could not fathom it. Does this count as a plant person? The group swiftly returned to the village. Bailey went directly to the inn, settled Pei Qian, and then stepped outside. Qin Yang proceeded to the military camp, seeking out the captain to recount the matter of the young man in black. Now that the fellow was dead, there was no need to cause unrest among the villagers. Upon hearing the situation, the general immediately bowed in gratitude to Qin Yang. Subsequently, when Qin Yang returned to the inn, Bailey had already returned with the medicinal materials. Chapter 73. A Skillful Hand Revives. In the inn's room, an ancient cauldron of bright red hue stood tall at the center. Then Nai Huang circled the cauldron, glancing at it before flicking her finger, causing a flame to fall into the cauldron. Instantly, it transformed into a roaring blaze, enveloping the entire vessel. As the flames scorched, the red exterior gradually peeled away. At this moment, Qin Yang realized that the red was actually blood. It was just that it was too thick to discern at first. Once the bloodstains fell away, the cauldron finally revealed its true form, a bronze vessel, modest in size, etched with countless inscriptions that appeared ancient and indecipherable to Qin Yang. I Huang waved her hand, and the flames gradually extinguished and a pungent odor of blood rushed forth. I Huang could not help but pinch her nose, calling out, "Little lark." A parrot flew over and perched on I Huang's shoulder. It then opened its beak, releasing a stream of cleansing air that washed away the stench within the cauldron. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yang was struck by its marvel. He had always assumed it to be an ordinary parrot. Yet it appeared this little creature had an extraordinary origin. It made sense, as I Huang had previously been accompanied by fierce beasts of the 10 ferocious rankings. This small parrot could not possibly be just an ordinary one. Having completed this task, I Huang then turned to Qin Yang. "Master, it's ready. We can begin the refining." Qin Yang nodded, standing up to open the door. Bailey and his brother were anxiously waiting outside. Upon seeing Qin Yang emerge, Bailey hurriedly inquired, "Qin brother, how did it go? We can begin. Please hand me the medicinal materials." Bailey promptly retrieved the materials and presented them. "That I am truly grateful for your assistance, Qin brother." Qin Yang nodded. Turning to enter the room, to I Huang, "Will you need to try the prosthetic limb on Pei Qian? What if one leg is longer than the other?" Qin Yang voiced his concerns, feeling a bit helpless. I Huang was exceedingly shy. She was reluctant to be close to Li Qingshan and the others, let alone Pei Qian. However, crafting a prosthetic limb was a different matter entirely. What if one leg turned out longer than the other? Not only would it look unsightly, but it would also be inconvenient for walking. That won't happen. That I merely need to refine these materials into a pill. And once he consumes it, the prosthetic will naturally grow to fit him perfectly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang finally sighed in relief, secretly marveling at I Huang's exceptional talent for alchemy. Such a miraculous elixir, she could actually refine it. No wonder the villagers had once referred to her as a divine healer. If this girl were to open a pharmacy, it is likely that there would be no ailment she could not cure. I Huang took the herbs and began her preparations. Alchemy, when spoken of, seems rather straightforward. Extracting the essence of the herbs and then amalgamating them into a pill. It sounds simple, yet the process is intricate and laborious. I Huang's petite figure, busy and earnest in her task, appeared particularly endearing. Qin Yang stood guard nearby. This round of alchemy consumed a considerable amount of time. For an entire afternoon, I Huang did not pause for even a moment. As night fell, I Huang finally extinguished the flames and opened the furnace. She then raised her hand and summoned a black pill, roughly the size of a pumpkin, which soared from within the furnace. Witnessing this, Qin Yang was momentarily speechless. Is this truly a medicinal pill? Indeed, it is. I Huang nodded earnestly and explained, "This can be considered a prosthetic. Once consumed, his false leg will regenerate." Observing I Huang's serious demeanor, Qin Yang resolved to trust her. Although he had never encountered such a pill before, he had also never seen a prosthetic. Perhaps this is how it should be. Qin Yang cradled the pill and opened the door. Bai Li, who had been anxiously waiting, hurried over upon seeing the large black pill in Qin Yang's hands. He momentarily failed to grasp that this was the medicinal pill. "Qin brother, is it ready?" "Yes, this is it." Qin Yang handed over the large black pill. Bai Li quickly reached out to catch it. Though his expression was one of confusion and uncertainty, after years of cultivation, he had never seen a pill of such size. This thing must take days to consume, right? Is this truly a medicinal pill? Bai Li asked incredulously. Qin Yang nodded. Despite the incredulity, this was indeed a medicinal pill. Hearing this, Bai Li took a deep breath, recognizing that this was their only hope. He had no choice but to place his trust in it. "Thank you, Qin brother. Please also convey my gratitude to that young senior." "No need for such formality. Go back and tend to Pei brother's injuries." Bai Li nodded, clutching the pill as he turned to return to his room. Upon opening the door, he found Pei Qian lying on the bed. Though he feigned indifference, the prospect of regaining his legs was undeniably enticing. Hearing the door open, he quickly propped himself up, the moment his consciousness swept over. Pei Qian froze. "Is this a medicinal pill?" Bai Li sighed in resignation. Qin brother said this is the medicinal pill. "Senior brother, you..." Bai Li was at a loss for words. That if this pill proved ineffective or had side effects, Pei Qian might. Such matters were unheard of to them, and naturally, they would have to bear the risk. In that case, give it to me. Pei Qian did not hesitate. Given his current state, what further risk was there? After all, it was merely a matter of life. Yet upon receiving the pill, he hesitated. The primary issue was the pill's size. How long would it take to consume such a large one? Senior brother, allow me to fetch you some water. Bai Li noticed Pei Qian's predicament and rose to bring a jug of water. That night was undoubtedly torturous for Pei Qian. The medicinal pill was already difficult to swallow, and to tackle one of such size was even more daunting. He drank several liters of water before finally managing to ingest the so-called medicinal pill. The following day, as Qin Yang was helping Ai Huang with her grooming, a knock came at the door. The moment he opened it, my word, Qin Yang was instantly taken aback. Outside stood a pair of exceptionally long legs. Looking up, he was greeted by Pei Qian's face at a T. This moment, Pei Qian stood over 2 meters tall. His lean form resembling a bamboo pole, yet his legs appeared completely intact, albeit rather lengthy. Qin brother, my senior brother has recovered. Thanks to you, Bai Li exclaimed, immediately kneeling on the ground. Pei Qian hastily followed suit. But even while kneeling, he was nearly the same height as Qin Yang. There is no need for such formalities. Qin Yang quickly assisted them to their feet. Qin brother, you have granted me a second chance at life. I am forever indebted. Should you require anything in the future, I shall not hesitate to leap into fire or water for you. Pei Qian spoke rapidly, slightly flustered, his voice stammering. There is no need for concern. As fellow practitioners of the righteous path, it is only natural to lend assistance. Chapter 74, a discussion about legs. Wow, those legs are truly long. The moment Tao Yaoyao stepped out, she noticed the 2 individuals standing at Qin Yang's door. Seeing Pei Qian's towering height, even she couldn't help but express her astonishment. Pei Qian, upon hearing this, felt a blush creep onto his stern face. Indeed, those legs were impressive, but the only flaw was their excessive length. With his current stature, he stood out like a sore thumb in a crowd. He was inherently a low-profile individual, and such conspicuousness did not align with his character. Master, please inform my junior sister tomorrow to help me concoct a medicinal pill like this. Tao Yaoyao approached, eyeing Pei Qian while speaking. Your legs are perfectly fine. Why would you need that? Tao Yaoyao pouted, glancing down at her own legs. Long and attractive. However, tell my junior sister to ensure they are proportionate. Not too long, with a slim, elegant line, but not too thin. Are you here for plastic surgery? Qin Yang shot Tao Yaoyao an exasperated glance at her incessant desire to meddle in matters. What is plastic surgery? Tao Yaoyao inquired curiously, but Qin Yang chose to ignore her. By brother, now that both of you are well, we plan to depart today. Since you are here, we shall bid farewell. Upon hearing this, Bai Li felt a pang of guilt. Qin brother, we intended to treat you. No need, it was but a small effort. You need not worry. Qin Yang was well aware of Bai Li's intentions, yet such formalities were unwelcome to both him and Ai Huang. Excessive expressions of gratitude could become tiresome, in that case. I wish you a safe journey. Bai Li clasped his hands in salute, and the 2 brothers bowed respectfully to Qin Yang before turning to leave. After the 2 departed, Tao Yaoyao slipped into Qin Yang's room, still pondering the matter of obtaining legs. Junior sister, she approached Ai Huang with a mischievous smile, akin to a sly wolf. Startled, Ai Huang quickly hid behind Qin Yang. Do not be afraid, junior sister. I merely have a request. Ai Huang tugged at Qin Yang's sleeve, speaking cautiously. What do you wish to do? Ai Huang, could you help me procure a pair of long legs? They need not be excessively long, just a normal proportion, but they should look good, slim and straight. Oh, if you don't understand, I can call your second senior sister. Her legs are just what I need, Tao Yaoyao declared, darting out the door and swiftly returning with Li Qingchan, in Tao Yaoyao's eyes. Li Qingchan's figure was undoubtedly exceptional, particularly her long legs, which left her drooling. To model her legs after this womaness would surely be a hit. Senior sister, why did you call me here? Li Qingchan asked, bowing respectfully to Qin Yang. Junior sister, quickly show your legs to Ai Huang. I plan to have her help me acquire a pair, just like yours. Upon hearing this, Li Qingchan looked bewildered. Senior sister, did your legs break too? Can I get prosthetics if they aren't broken? This is all for aesthetics, Tao Yaoyao retorted, attempting to tug at Li Qingchan's skirt, but was blocked by Li Qingchan's sword. Senior sister, you are still young and will grow. Why rush? At merely 16 years of age, Tao Yaoyao had yet to fully develop, and when compared to Li Qingchuan's figure, she naturally fell short. However, Tao Yaoyao harbored grand aspirations. Over the past few days, she had often seen Li Qingchuan sneaking into Qin Yang's room at odd hours. Ever since that little monk's remark, Tao Yaoyao had firmly decided that Qin Yang was her man. After all, she had no choice. Since he was her man, no one else could touch him until she had her first time. Yet it was apparent from Qin Yang's usual demeanor toward her that he did not favor her. After much contemplation and comparing her own shortcomings to Li Qingchuan's, she ultimately concluded Qin Yang preferred long legs. Her current actions were all for Qin Yang's sake, that I can't wait any longer. Tao Yaoyao glanced at Qin Yang and continued, such things are best enjoyed early. Junior sister, just let an Ai Huang take a look at your legs. Let her model them for me. Li Qingchuan was utterly baffled by Tao Yaoyao's peculiar reasoning. She gazed at Qin Yang, seeking to understand the situation, but Qin Yang was busy retrieving a knife from his pocket. Come. If you want legs, first chop off your own. Qin Yang found himself at a loss for words. This girl was perpetually entangled in such absurdities, and even as her master, it was exhausting. Isn't that unnecessary? Must I chop them off? How else would you get prosthetics? I thought Junior Sister was crafting a medicinal pill for Pei Qian. Just consume that. Wouldn't that suffice? To achieve this, one must first sever their legs. Otherwise, do you intend to grow four? Upon hearing these words, Tao Yaoyao's face turned ashen. She indeed wished to exchange her legs. Yet the thought of amputating her own was daunting. After much hesitation, she finally steeled her resolve, rose to her feet, rolled up her pant legs, and declared with unwavering determination, Master, please assist me. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yang was left bewildered. Did this girl truly wish to swap her legs? Was it necessary? Was it worth such sacrifice for mere aesthetics? He raised a hand and delivered a light smack to her head, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind to genuinely desire to exchange your legs? Whatever replacements you receive will merely be prosthetics. Nothing compares to your own limbs. Prosthetics, regardless of how realistic, remain artificial. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang sighed in exasperation, and Ai Huang enlightened her on the drawbacks of prosthetics. Oh, and Ai Huang finally spoke. The prosthetics crafted from elixirs can be detached at will and reattached as needed, even if severed. They will regenerate. Stop. I asked for the disadvantages. Qin Yang quickly interrupted Ai Huang, fearing that her enthusiasm for the benefits might convince him to consider leg replacement himself. Disadvantages? Ai Huang bit her finger, pondering for a moment. Well, prosthetic legs cannot be cultivated. For instance, during the Golden Core stage, a body developed through cultivation rivals that of a magical artifact, but prosthetics are merely condensed from medicinal properties. Ordinary blades can injure them. Did you hear that? Prosthetic legs cannot be cultivated. They break at the slightest touch. Qin Yang interjected swiftly. However, senior sister, you could attempt to attach the Qilin legs. The physique of a divine beast is formidable, making it difficult for even those in the nascent soul stage to destroy. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao hastily waved her hands that I certainly do not wish to be covered in scales. Ai Huang, is there not a pair of legs that are both cultivable and aesthetically pleasing? Indeed, simply select a beautiful pair of human legs to attach. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao instinctively glanced at Li Qingchuan. The next moment a sword was drawn, its icy blade poised at her throat. I'm merely curious. No ulterior motives. Chapter 75. The Miracle of Yanquan Yaoyao. Your body and skin are a gift from your parents. Do not harm them lightly. Qin Yang could no longer contain himself. He feared this girl might genuinely lose her composure and attempt to sever someone else's legs, thereby straying onto a dark path. Your own body is the finest. Moreover, you possess a pure Yin physique, a rarity in this world. Are you truly dissatisfied with such a body? Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao hesitated. Her pure Yin physique was indeed exceptional. Had it been someone else, they would cherish it dearly. Reflecting on it now, she felt somewhat reluctant. Yet, glancing at Li Qingchuan beside her, a flicker of jealousy ignited within her. Master, if you truly believe the pure Yin physique is superior, why do you spend every night flirting with Junior Sister? Qin Yang spat out the tea he had been sipping. What nonsense is this? Flirting? I am merely aiding your Junior Sister in her cultivation. Li Qingchuan's face flushed at his words. Their cultivation sessions indeed sparked misunderstandings among others. Yet hearing Tao Yaoyao's remark, she grasped the underlying sentiments. She recalled the monk's previous words, if they held any truth. Qin Yang was destined for Tao Yaoyao, which explained the latter's jealousy. However, Li Qingshan was at a loss for words. Flirting. Who knows if one day you might succumb to your primal instincts? I watched you during your last session. You turned red as a tomato. Perhaps you were already inclined. Get out. Qin Yang quickly stood, shoving Tao Yaoyao outside. Hurry back and pack your things. We must depart today, master. You're flustered. I've struck a chord. Haven Ti, Tao Yaoyao called out as she was pushed out. Turning around, Li Qingshan was blushing, her head lowered. This frost-like beauty, appearing shy, was indeed a rare sight. Qingshan, do not heed her wild claims. You should return and pack your belongings as well. We shall leave shortly. Li Qingshan nodded and hurried away. Watching the two depart, Qin Yang finally exhaled in relief that he knew Tao Yaoyao spoke truthfully. Practicing so intensely every day made him uncertain of his own restraint. After all, he had yet to master the art of remaining unaffected, especially in the presence of a woman as enchanting as Li Qingshan. Sighing, Qin Yang realized he could only take one step at a time regarding this matter. He had no immediate solution for Li Qingshan's cultivation methods. He turned to begin packing their belongings, and by that morning, they departed from the village. Along the way, Tao Yaoyao kept her gaze fixed on Qin Yang, her face etched with sorrow. Had it not been for Qin Yang's prior warning, she might have unleashed a flurry of blows upon him, sending him off to become a monk. Upon exiting the village, the sprawling mountains loomed in the distance. The group flew on their swords, not dawdling in their speed. That very evening, they arrived in Yanchuan City, a place no longer on the fringes of border territories, now thriving with vibrancy. Gone was the desolation of the borders. Now, a scene of song and dance filled the air. The group found an inn to rest for the night before continuing their journey. As they dined, snippets of conversation from nearby patrons reached their ears that I heard a Golden Core member of the blood cult has appeared near Shepherd Village, claiming many lives. Indeed, just days ago, a large pool of blood was discovered on Yanchuan Mountain, and some suspect remnants of the blood cult have infiltrated our area. Sigh, why do those scoundrels choose to come here of all places? They might be seeking the Yanchuan miracle. Recently, Haven T's several disciples from nearby sects come here. With those immortal masters present, do these blood cult members still dare to show their faces? The Yanchuan miracle occurs but once every century. Those rogues surely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Master, what is the Yanchuan miracle? Tao Yaoyao inquired between bites of her meal. The T.O. this. Qin Yang could only share limited knowledge. After all, this place was still a distance from Qin Yang's sect. The IT is said to be a spring that erupts pure Yang energy every 100 years. Hence the name Yanchuan. Pure Yang energy? Master, don't you possess an abundance of it? Tao Yaoyao remarked dismissively. Qin Yang, endowed with a pure Yang physique, had blood rich in pure Yang energy. For him, it bore little significance. However, for ordinary cultivators, pure Yang energy was an invaluable treasure. Cultivators refine their essence, energy, and spirit, collectively known as Yuan essence, Yuan energy, and Yuan spirit, or the three Yuan, often referred to as the three flowers. Yuan essence represents the quintessence of a cultivator's being. Men cultivate Yuan Yang, while women cultivate Yuan Yin. According to the lore of the cultivation world, those with abundant Yuan essence find their paths to enlightenment smoother, to maintain their cultivation speed. Many cultivators consciously avoid letting their Yuan Yang leak out. Thus, many remain unmarried until they achieve the Golden Core stage, unless they feel hopeless and abandon their aspirations. Given that pure Yang energy can replenish Yuan Yang and enhance cultivation speed, pure Yang and pure Yin entities are often favored by cultivators. The Yanchuan miracle, erupting pure Yang energy every century, naturally attracts a multitude of cultivators. No wonder the city feels more crowded. Qin Yang was unaware of the last occurrence of the Yanchuan miracle. A century ago, he had yet to be born. While he found little use for it, it would indeed benefit Li Qingshan. She required pure Yang energy to suppress the coldness within her body during every cultivation session. If they could seize this chance to gather some pure Yang energy, it could prove advantageous for a time. Qin Yang glanced at Li Qingshan, and their eyes met, both evidently considering the same thought. Let us wait a few days. Then we shall go and see. Master, Do you still require this? Your junior sister does. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao scrutinized Li Qingchuan, suddenly exclaiming, Junior sister, could it be that you are a cross-dressing master? Poof! Both Qin Yang and Li Qingchuan couldn't contain their laughter, spitting out their tea. What absurdity! Qingchuan is undoubtedly a woman. Why would a woman need pure yang energy? Tao Yaoyao, somewhat perplexed, though she had just begun her cultivation journey, still grasped some foundational knowledge. Women cultivate yuan-yin. Pure yang energy only has adverse effects on us. Your junior sister's cultivation experiences a backlash from the cold. She requires pure yang energy to suppress it. Every time I help her cultivate, it is to assist in alleviating her coldness. If she can gather some pure yang energy, she will no longer need my assistance in the future. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao instantly perked up. We must collect it. Junior sister, I shall assist you in gathering it. Let us bring the Yanquan back. Chapter 76. The manifestation of miracles on Mount Yanquan, where the peaks soar and the forests are dense. An unusual throng of people has gathered in recent days. The locals often catch sight of celestial beings soaring through the skies on their swords, a sight so rare that it has drawn the attention of the townsfolk below. To these mortals, the lofty immortals seem akin to true deities, and even the slightest favor from them could alter the course of their lives forever. In the past couple of days, many have flocked to Mount Yanquan, eager to pay their respects to the immortals and seek a fragment of celestial fortune. Among them are Qin Yang and his disciples, who find themselves swept along with the crowd toward the mountain. The eruption of the Yanquan miracle lacks a precise timeline. It could occur within days or may take several weeks. As such, numerous cultivators have already gathered atop the mountain, while the townsfolk below dare not ascend, instead waiting in anticipation for a celestial being to bestow their blessings. As Qin Yang and his companions maneuver through the throngs, they inevitably attract considerable attention. It is the peak of summer, and the air on Mount Yanquan feels increasingly oppressive. The lush trees create a verdant canopy overhead, yet the ground beneath resembles a steamer, the very air thick with heat, finding respite in the shade of a tree. They pause for a moment. Master, how much longer must we wait? Asked Tao Yaoyao, clutching a candied hawthorn on a stick in one hand and a jade gourd in the other. This gourd, a magical artifact she had specifically purchased, was capable of holding a substantial amount of items. Ever since learning that pure yang energy could aid Li Qingchuan in her cultivation, the girl had displayed an enthusiasm even surpassing that of Li Qingchuan herself. Who knows? Perhaps it will be any day now. Qin Yang mused, surveying the surroundings, where many cultivators lingered in the shade, clearly having awaited this moment for quite some time. But he withdrew a formation plate from his robe and began to set it up. In circumstances like these, conflicts were inevitable. Since it was Tao Yaoyao's first experience with such situations, Qin Yang felt it necessary to provide thorough guidance. Yaoyao, once the Yanquan miracle manifests, those around us may resort to violence in their desperation. You must exercise caution. Tao Yaoyao nodded earnestly. Rest assured, master, if anyone dares to snatch from me, I'll turn them into a monk. With her confidence at an all-time high, she exuded an air of bravado. Now a cultivator herself, she felt there was no time for restraint. Qin Yang, however, remained somewhat apprehensive. While he trusted the girl's abilities, her cultivation of an extraordinary technique ensured her safety. He worried that her actions might incite enmity. Yaoyao, I reiterate, if possible, refrain from employing that technique. He implored, sincerely concerned that he was not so much worried about offending others, but rather about the repercussions that might arise from drawing the ire of the Buddhist sect. Master, I understand. I still have one more move that I haven't used, she replied, her expression brimming with certainty. What move? Qin Yang inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Could it be that the Arhut Fist had more to offer? Master, the Golden Arhut Fist has 3 techniques. The ones I used previously were all about saving others. They can transform others into monks. The last technique is the most formidable, called Saving All Beings. Upon hearing this name, a wave of apprehension washed over Qin Yang. What does that entail? He asked silently. Well, saving all beings naturally refers to universally delivering all souls. Once that move is unleashed, everyone who sees me will turn into a monk. Qin Yang hastily waved his hands. Yaoyao, do not use that technique recklessly. Why would you want to bring so many people to the Buddhist sect for no reason? Let's refrain from such ungrateful endeavors in the future. Qin Yang began to seriously suspect that the young monk who initially taught Tao Yaoyao this martial art had intended for her to help recruit disciples for their sect, that a technique that could convert others into monks was indeed insidiously clever. Perhaps the monk, fearing for his own safety, had sought someone to assist in gathering monks for their order. As they conversed, they relished the tranquility of the mountainside. The surrounding cultivators waited in groups. And thus, they continued waiting for a full 3 days. Then on the midday of the third day, as Ni Huang nestled in Qin Yang's embrace, she suddenly sensed a tremor in the air. Little Songbird fluttered up excitedly, exclaiming, "They're coming! They're coming!" Seeing this, Qin Yang quickly rose to his feet. That moment, the ground beneath them began to quake, and the trees around them visibly withered. Many cultivators also sprang into action. "Master, where is the Yanquan?" Tao Yaoyao immediately pulled out her gourd, scanning their surroundings. "Right beneath us," Qin Yang replied, but that instant, the earth grew searingly hot beneath their feet, akin to molten lava. The surrounding cultivators leaped into the air. But fortunately, Qin Yang and his companions, with their unique physiques, were still able to endure the heat. Tao Yaoyao glanced at the nearby tree, her eyes sparkling. "Master, there seems to be something within that trunk." Qin Yang nodded, sensing it too. The entire tree was suffused with a vast amount of pure Yang energy. "Prepare to gather the pure Yang force," Qin Yang commanded, raising his hand to strike the tree. The massive trunk splintered with a resounding crack, and golden pure Yang energy erupted forth. Tao Yaoyao hurriedly took out her gourd to collect the flowing energy. Other cultivators nearby noticed the commotion and expressed their astonishment. What is going on with those individuals? How can they withstand such terrifying pure Yang energy? This level of pure Yang energy would likely incinerate an average golden core cultivator upon contact. Yet these few managed to gather it without a care. Who were they, exactly? While pure Yang energy is beneficial for cultivation, excessive amounts can have detrimental effects. All things in nature possess yin and yang. Yang symbolizes the sun, the essence of fire. Pure Yang, therefore, represents the pure essence of heavenly fire, characterized by extremely high temperatures. This is also why Qin Yang could suppress the cold energy within Li Qingshan. A small amount of pure Yang energy poses no threat, but the intensity of the Yanquan miracle is overwhelming, akin to being engulfed in flames. Generally, even seasoned golden core elders would find it unbearable. Yet Qin Yang and his companions seemed unfazed, which was truly astonishing. Moreover, many golden core figures had also come to witness the event. Witnessing Qin Yang and his group, many began to entertain thoughts of descending the mountain. However, a chorus of anguished cries soon erupted. As soon as those individuals touched the ground, flames ignited within them, and in an instant, they were reduced to ash. Chapter 77. What Lies Beneath the Mountain. Qin Yang, noticing the actions of those around him, could not help but feel somewhat speechless in the face of such miracles. Even these cultivators lost their capacity for rational thought. While his group could withstand the pure Yang energy, it did not imply that others could as well. Qin Yang, however, had no time to concern himself with their fates. He was akin to a lumberjack, methodically cleaving through the trees around him. With each tree that fell, golden light surged into the sky, while Tao Yaoyao and Li Qingshan followed closely behind, eagerly gathering the pure Yang energy. This spectacle incited jealousy among the other cultivators. How infuriating! Where did these individuals come from? Why can they resist the pure Yang energy? If they continued to collect it like this, would they not deplete all the pure Yang energy? They were merely borrowing this energy for their cultivation. Yet these few were hoarding it as if they were harvesting the hen that lays golden eggs. Many onlookers felt a surge of indignation at the sight. Yet, Qin Yang paid them no mind. These people were simply bitter over their inability to collect the energy themselves. The Yanquan miracle erupts once every century, and the pure Yang energy released dissipates into the ether, that if they did not collect it, who would? What they were gathering was but a minuscule fraction compared to the vastness of the Yanquan miracle, a mere drop in the ocean, hardly worth mentioning. Soon, Tao Yaoyao's gourd was filled to the brim. The two artifacts brought by Li Qingshan were also brimming with pure Yang energy, and the flow of energy had noticeably diminished. The cultivators in the sky began to descend, yet they were too preoccupied to confront Qin Yang and his companions, instead settling down to meditate and cultivate. "Qingshan, you should begin your cultivation as well." Qin Yang struck down a majestic tree once more, yet within it lingered only wisps of pure yang energy. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan nodded, promptly sitting cross-legged to commence her cultivation. Waves of coldness emanated from her body, but fortunately, the surrounding pure yang energy provided a stabilizing force, allowing her practice to proceed with greater ease. Meanwhile, Qin Yang and his companions stationed themselves nearby. The pure yang energy here held no utility for their cultivation, thus there was no need to contend with these individuals. Tao Yaoyao crouched down, scooping a handful of soil, scrutinizing it intently. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Master, this soil also contains a considerable amount of pure yang energy." With that, she rushed to Qin Yang's side, clutching the earth. Upon hearing her, Qin Yang grasped a handful of soil to examine it. Indeed, the soil felt warm to the touch, exuding subtle wisps of energy. Although the amount of pure yang energy within the soil was minimal, its presence was unmistakable. Qin Yang lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. Those who were meditating were enveloped in threads of pure yang energy, all of which emanated from beneath the ground. Suddenly, Qin Yang turned his attention to the earth beneath his feet, that if this pure yang energy originated from below, could there be something hidden within the depths? This thought ignited a bold idea within him. "Qingshan," he called out, prompting Li Qingshan to open her eyes. "There is likely something significant within this mountain. Let us not rush our cultivation, but rather delve deeper to investigate." Li Qingshan paused momentarily, glancing downward, her mind swiftly grasping the implications. The pure yang energy evidently radiated from underground, suggesting the presence of something substantial below. However, due to the ferocity of the pure yang energy, few dared to venture into the depths. Yet, they were different. The pure yang energy had little effect on them, making it feasible for them to explore. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan rose, and the group formed hand seals to execute the earth escape technique, burrowing into the soil. Among those meditating in the vicinity, some noticed the sudden disappearance of the group and quickly deduced their intentions. Those fellows have delved underground. They seek to uncover the mysteries of Yanchuan Mountain. What? Have they lost their minds? The true monarch of blazing fire once ventured into Yanchuan Mountain at the Yuanying stage, only to vanish without a trace. How dare they? The Yanchuan miracle had erupted for centuries without anyone uncovering its cause. Though there were speculations about treasures hidden within the mountain, no one had ever dared to explore its depths. Were these individuals courting death? Clearly, these individuals were unlike the rest. They appeared impervious to pure yang energy. Perhaps they could indeed penetrate the inner sanctum of Yanchuan Mountain. Whispers of speculation circulated among the onlookers, and some could not suppress their own desires. The Yanchuan miracle had existed for so many years, and it was natural for some to suspect the presence of hidden treasures. However, seeing others take the bold step ignited a yearning for treasure within them, leading several to also employ the earth escape technique and descend into the depths. Despite the cautionary tales and their underlying fears, the allure of treasure blinded their judgment, propelling them into peril. Yet, as they descended, they soon discovered that the searing flames they had envisioned were nowhere to be found. Instead, the soil was imbued with a chilling aura that as they ventured deeper underground, the chilling presence intensified. Contrasting starkly with the searing pure yang energy above, they soon felt an icy gust sweep over them, a stark contrast to the oppressive heat outside. Time passed, and suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way, sending them plummeting down. It was at this moment they realized that the interior of Yanchuan Mountain was an immense cavern. Within this cavern stood a resplendent hall, shimmering with golden light, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The hall emanated a potent aura of pure yang energy, as if it were itself a manifestation of pure yang power. Strangely, while they could distinctly sense the richness of this energy, they felt no heat at all in this space. As they landed, they beheld Qin Yang and his companions standing at the entrance of the hall. At this juncture, Qin Yang felt a twinge of hesitation. The hall before him appeared to be coalesced from pure yang energy, its overwhelming presence even unsettling him, that he could not ascertain what might transpire should they venture inside. Such an abundance of pure yang energy was beyond his capacity to withstand, let alone that of Tao Yaoyao and Li Qingshan. Thus, he remained in place, quietly observing the magnificent hall before him.